#C1722 conferred God breakthrough. There is no right or wrong in the cause of this battle, only the difference in choices has caused this result. The human sovereign wants to hit the end of eternity before the end of this era, but the risk of doing so is too great. If it fails, the creatures of the entire era will be buried for him. But the founder of the God realm didn't want to do this, he still wanted to continue to develop. As the origin of the seventh realm, he has a long lifespan. With his strength, he can become the most powerful person in the multiverse, and it may not be impossible to become the terrifying strongest person in the future. He hopes to use time to produce stronger powerhouses, preferably in the next era. All the powerhouses of this era can unite closely to fight against various disasters. Can't say who is right and who is wrong. Everyone's choice makes sense. The founders of the God realm also hope that the human emperor can join their team and not be obsessed with the success or failure of an era. The human sovereign also knew that it was too difficult to fight an eternal path. In the end, he transformed into the Tiao and integrated into the power of humanity, hoping that someone stronger than him would emerge. No one is right or wrong. The Lord of the Sky also sighed, it's no one's fault. Different beliefs and ideas will make different choices. There is already His Majesty in this world, and the power of humanity has a stronger existence. How will I choose? Xuanhuan didn't think about this question, and then smiled. It's still a little early to think about it now, it's the middle of the era, and the peak master has not yet appeared. He already had a choice in his heart. In the world, there are choices everywhere. Different paths are chosen, resulting in different results. And at this moment, with his strength, he has already stood at the pinnacle of this era. Even if the founder of the God realm reappears in the multiverse, there is nothing he can do about it. The human world disappeared into the universe. The mighty warriors also returned to the empire. But the aftermath of the matter will not dissipate just now. The Emperor Xuanhuan breaks through the sixth realm. That majestic scene was deeply imprinted in the universe and could not be dissipated. The powerful empire is united like never before. God Xia, God Yuanguang, and God Yendu are also fortunate. Fortunately, although they have done some things wrong, they are not completely wrong. The God Emperor retreated from the conferred God Great Emperor. His Majesty is inviolable. Does this mean that he is already invincible? If Xuanhuan can dominate the pinnacle of an era, they will also have the power to follow the dragon, and each of them will get huge benefits. They also understand that this era will eventually end, and they will go to the road of eternity, but there is a more dangerous world, and it will be easier to survive with the protection of a stronger person. The preparations for the Great War of the Empire did not stop, and it seemed that they were going to send troops to become the God Emperor. Emperor Fengshen is the biggest stumbling block in the unification era of Xuanhuan. At this moment, in the conferred God camp, the atmosphere was extremely dignified, and the power of the martial arts was like a huge stone pressing on everyone's heart, making them unable to breathe. They are also afraid. The scene of the battle with the Emperor reappeared. If you lose this time, you will never have another chance. People's hearts are fluctuating, even the most powerful people are in a state of anxiety, feeling that there is a storm ahead. There is no way, although the human world did not break out in a bloody war, but the shock brought about by that scene was too great. After the sixth realm of the Xuanhuan God Emperor, everyone felt his terrifying power. My lord, what orders does he have? Ever since Emperor Fengshen came back from the human world heaven that day, he never appeared in front of them again, nor did he send any orders, and fell completely silent. The more Emperor Fengshen behaved like this, the more uneasy they felt. When Xuanhuan was in the fifth realm, the Emperor couldn't defeat him, he could only draw. Now that Xuanhuan has reached the sixth realm, the Emperor will fight with Xuanhuan again, will it? Some people are already a little pessimistic. Don't talk nonsense, the Emperor must be planning how to deal with Xuanhuan. Let's not talk too much, just wait for the order of the Emperor. How can we be easily defeated by Xuanhuan? You think the Emperor is too simple. someone scolded him. But if Emperor Fengshen doesn't take corresponding actions, people's hearts will be in turmoil, which is unavoidable. Boom! Suddenly an infinite divine light erupted, mighty and powerful. Origin God Tribulation. It erupted from the place where Emperor Fengshen was. This is the god of origin tribulation. Could it be that the emperor is about to break through the realm of god of origin? Seeing this soul-shocking power, the powerhouses of the conferred god camp were shocked. This is a breakthrough god of origin, and what kind of existence is the god of origin? A single drop of blood can breed countless creatures. I understand why the emperor didn't give any orders when he came back, because the emperor is breaking through the origin. Although the emperor didn't get the power of humanity this time, he also realized his own origin power. Wealth and misfortune depend on each other. The emperor is going to become the god of origin. Morale, which was originally sluggish, was swept away by Emperor Fengshen's breakthrough, and everyone became excited. Since becoming a queen, no one has achieved the origin in this era, and now the emperor conferred god is also going to step into this realm. Although Xuanhuan is powerful, once the emperor achieves the origin, he will not be afraid of them at all. Rumble. The breakthrough of the god of origin is boundless and boundless, smashing the endless laws. This kind of terrifying power makes even the sixth realm feel afraid. If you step into it, you will undoubtedly die. This is a field that only the most charismatic people can step into. No one has broken through to this realm since Xuanhuan, and now Emperor Fengshen wants to advance to this realm. And after the origin god, the conferred god emperor is the demon ancestor, the existence of this series of Ming. This breakthrough of the origin god was too shocking, causing the counterattack of the eternal rules. Those who crossed the tribulation had to bear a lot of force, but no one dared to break in, causing the rules to counterattack. The sky and the earth are booming, the divine light is flying, and the breath of the world is surging. In this calamity of origin, the great figure of conferred god Great Emperor appeared in front of everyone, and he was unmoved by the terrifying energy bombarding him. The emperor is so majestic, the disaster of the origin god can't help the emperor. The powerhouses of the conferred god camp were all excited. I used to think that if I live out the second life, the power of the emperor will not interfere with me, but until now, I realize that I was wrong. I have been trying to get the power of humanity, and that is because I am afraid of him. Even I demons and shadows that I didn't realize before. Emperor Fengshen was explaining his feelings. He thought that he would not have a shadow after being defeated by the human emperor, and that he wanted to seize the power of humanity just to strengthen his god-competent origin, not the shadow of the demon. In fact, his understanding is not wrong. The premise is that there is no Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan possessed the human emperor's sword, which turned out to be born out of nowhere. He thought in his heart that it had no influence on him, but in fact it still had an influence. He even planned to seize the power of the human emperor when Xuanhuan opened up the human world. And the failure that day made him fully understand that he was afraid of the power of the emperor, so he wanted to win it. The failure did not make him sink, but made him realize himself, obliterate the demons in his heart, and completely walk out of the shadows. So what if he doesn't have the power of the emperor? He can still walk out of his own path of origin as a god. And it is stronger than winning the power of humanity. He doesn't need the power of the emperor. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1723 opponent. The catastrophe continued, and as time went by, it became more intense and flooded Fengshen. The conferred god emperor's achievement origin is already unstoppable, and it is impossible to fail. He didn't get the power of the emperor, and it was even more of a blessing in disguise for him. He achieved the origin with his own beliefs, and would never be influenced by the emperor again. Such a conferred god is the most powerful. The light of the conferred god emperor shines through the ages, interpreting the vision of the conferred god world, and the countless figures seem to be real. Congratulations to the great emperor for achieving the origin and proving eternity. A mighty voice resounded, and after the wave ended, the great emperor of conferred god came to the world, majestic forever. The powerhouses of the conferred god camp were excited and congratulated them. They thought that they would have no chance if they had achieved the 6th level of martial arts, but now it seems that this peak martial arts is still unable to be the master. They still have to fight. The power of the god of origin is too vast, another god of origin from the queen. Origin. With the majestic figure of the conferred god emperor, standing on the peak of the world, he can see through the ages. He looked neither sad nor happy, his inner demons were wiped out, and there was no shadow in his heart, and he finally reached this level successfully. Great Emperor, you prove the origin of the Tao, we are willing to sweep away Xuanhuan under your leadership, and completely set the peak. Conferred god was trembling with excitement. Xuanhuan. Even if Emperor Fengshen achieves origin at this moment, he has to admit that Xuanhuan is an extremely difficult opponent, knowing that his strength at this moment is not weaker than him. His breakthrough was to come to a parallel point with Xuanhuan again. He became the origin of himself this time, because of the oppression of Xuanhuan, and he clearly understood his own Taoism. Xuanhuan, in this world, the luck of the peak, this emperor is not willing to share it equally with you, and you will not be willing either. There must be a deadly battle between us. Emperor Fengshen's thought swept across the universe, expressionless, peak luck. There will be shocking changes in this world. And at the moment when Emperor Conferred God truly became origin, like a hurricane sweeping across the universe, within an era, the origin god was already the most powerful fighting force. Fengshen, he has become the origin. Wan Daotian's old way also felt it, and his expression was a little complicated. Although he didn't like to fight for hegemony, he was extremely eager for a higher realm. Not to mention, the god of origin can easily live for more than 50 eternal eons. Isn't this normal? Yi Tianzuan was very indifferent. With the self-confidence of Emperor Fengshen, he could break through a long time ago, but he put too much emphasis on the power of human nature and delayed it until now. This time he has fully realized that he is worthy of being named God Conferred. But this battle hasn't stopped yet. God's martial arts make epic, and conferred gods make origin, which will escalate the war between the two. These two people, in any era, can become the masters of the era. Said the old way. In an ordinary era, perhaps there would not be such luck to produce such a character. Yi Tianzuan said, waiting for the final winner, but I feel a strange breath, I can only feel it, it's hard to know what it is. The breakthrough of Emperor Fengshen and the breakthrough of Xuanhuan God Emperor are two pieces of news that shocked the universe. The second Divine Master was also extremely shocked. The two emperors broke through, and their strength was already strong. There is no one on their side that is comparable to the origin. How can they compete with them? In this peak duel, it is difficult to protect the power of the three pillars, and it has become a two-emperor struggle for hegemony, and they have become spectators. In the heaven of the gods, even the god of origin can't easily attack him. The founder of the god world is not an ordinary god of origin. He is even stronger after enlightenment. The second divine master is still unwilling to accept his fate, and is still insisting. Martial arts. The fluctuation was too great, and Xuanhuan noticed it immediately. It is also a pity for the powerful of the gods. If the conferred god emperor breaks through a few years later, the Imperial army will be like a wave, and the final judgment will be imposed on them. However, if a breakthrough is made, this cannot be done. He stood on the altar of eternity, his energy turned into ocean, his eyes were like lightning, and he shot divine light. He didn't feel too surprised by the breakthrough of Emperor Fengshen. It's a blessing in disguise. You didn't win the power of humanity from me in the first battle of the human world, but it also allowed you to take this step and achieve the origin. Xuanhuan was neither sad nor happy. He knew that Emperor Fengshen was not so easy to deal with, and he was his biggest opponent in the multiverse. Xuanhuan could also feel his aura. It was as tyrannical as the sky, but it wouldn't make him afraid. He was an epic now, and his tyrannical combat power was not weaker than that of Emperor Fengshen. The battle in this pinnacle of prosperity is not so easy. But the more this can arouse his fighting spirit, without an opponent, how can he bring out the glory of this prosperous age? He stretched out his hand to seize the sky, as if he wanted to encompass the entire multiverse. He seized the boundless power of luck, and countless meteors and rains of divine light exploded in the Empire. This power is too terrifying. Any time he swung it, it could be dozens of times stronger than that of the fifth realm. Incomparably brilliant, Xuanhuan is brilliant and sacred at this moment. Boom! The big hand that crossed the long river of time and space struck across, and it was the Emperor Fengshen who was also in another distant world, competing with Xuanhuan for the power of luck at the same time. The primordial god can feel that the two emperors are stretching out their big hands to fight for power, and every blow creates shocking waves. Our luck. At the second divine master, they all felt the crazily dropping of power and horror, as if they had transformed from the sea into a small stream, being overbearingly captured by Xuanhuan and Fengshen. In the past, before the two emperors made a breakthrough, they could still counterattack and take some back. But now, the combat power of the two emperors is at the level of the god of origin. Even if the founder of the gods comes again, it may not be possible to win the two emperors. Whether it is Xuanhuan or Fengshen, they are not ordinary origin gods. As for this bit of luck, it is also the largest luck they have in running the gods, and they barely absorbed a little bit. Without luck, they will not be able to enjoy the benefits of the peak prosperity. They will not be able to compete for hegemony, and they will not even be able to stand upright. It is like being reduced to a spectator, and it is difficult to interfere. They don't even have luck, and they don't even have confidence. How can they break through to the origin? What does the pinnacle represent? The pinnacle represents the birth of the strongest and strongest existence. The power of luck at the peak of this era is almost occupied by them. The luck at the peak of this era is like a scorching sun at the highest point of the sky and the earth, and the power of luck it explodes radiates to all walks of life in the universe. But the power of Xuanhuan and Fengshen, those two big hands covering the sky and the sun, transferred these two powers to their own camp, and did not allow others to enjoy them. It's too domineering, but it's also helpless. Regardless of whether it is in the conferred god or the empire, the two emperors have captured more luck power, and their strong men are seizing this opportunity to break through the realm as quickly as possible. 3 months after Qi Luck was captured, Xuanhuan's expression changed. In the empire, there is epic luck, and someone has broken through the sixth realm. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1724 Forerunner. Is the Lord of the Earth. He broke through to the epic realm without making a sound. The power of the earth formed a thick heaven and earth, which was indestructible. The thick air flow that diffused was the mana of the sixth realm, his symbol. His cultivation is very solid, one step at a time, without rushing. He has accumulated a lot, and now he finally broke out. The arrival of the peak of the prosperous age has made cultivation much easier. It is not as difficult for everyone to break through the epic as Xuanhuan, otherwise there will not be many epics in this world. The earth has seen the God Emperor. As soon as the Lord of the Earth broke through, he immediately came to see Xuanhuan. He sighed with emotion, looking back on his life. It was also magnificent. He followed the human emperor through the ancient war and hid the long years. Now he followed the God Emperor and broke through the 6 realms. There will still be wars in the future, and he can still shine even brighter. Cultivate well and consolidate your own strength. There is still a big war in the empire. If you unite with the sky, you will be a capable general under my command and make the greatest contribution to the empire's struggle for hegemony. Xuanhuan said. He looked at the heaven and the earth, and the luck at the peak of the era will eventually fall, ushering in dusk. This is an eternal movement. Observing these changes, he felt a profound meaning of origin. Following the breakthrough of the Lord of the Earth, several people in the Empire broke through the primordial god and ushered in the pinnacle. And this kind of situation where the strong break through one after another will continue for a while. However, the conquest of the Empire suddenly slowed down, because the situation had reached such a point. It was already obvious that the second God Lord and the others were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered, so there was nothing to be afraid of. With their ostrich behavior, it is a dream to become the god of origin. Everyone can see that Xuanhuan and Fengshan have been so calm during this period. It is the arrival of a bigger storm, undercurrents are surging, and the final confrontation between the two emperors is about to break out. Neither emperor wanted to procrastinate and waste time. Jiuyo. Xuanhuan went to see Jiuyo. She is retreating, her fortune is rolling like a tide, and her divine power is like a sea. After obtaining the identity of the ruler of hell and the origin of the 6 realms ruled by the snake, she is also very close to this place. Before the decisive battle with the conferred god empire comes, I will break through to the 6th realm. Jiuyo said with firm words. She knows that only the strength of the 6th realm is qualified to decide the decisive battle, and she is unwilling to be a spectator if she is stronger. Haste makes waste, don't be too impatient, although the decisive battle with the conferred god camp is coming, but in fact there is still a period of time. I feel that the fate of the world is changing drastically. Xuanhuan said. He believes that before the battle with the conferred god emperor begins, hell should be swept away. With his current strength, no one can stop his divine power. Jiuyo continued to retreat, and the power of Jiuyo was wrapped up like a dark golden cocoon. Perhaps we can leave hell heaven to Jiuyo to sweep away. Xuanhuan thought. His eyes turned to the empire again. In one part of the empire, there is an extremely huge ancient tree. This tree does not look like a tree, and its branches are densely branched out, like a universe, shrouded in a gray and chaotic atmosphere. This is an ancient tree of chaos, which has been cultivated by Yao Linger. Yao Linger's cultivation has also reached the level of the primordial god. Although she is not as strong as Jiuyo, she is also very diligent in her cultivation. Under the tree, several people were talking. You are all here. Xuanhuan appeared next to the ancient tree of chaos, looked at Yao Linger, Luo Yueying, Shang Guangxian, Shui Changwei, and the others beside the ancient tree, and said with a smile, this ancient tree of chaos is well cultivated, based on the kingdom of God, and has the background of suppressing empires the power of. It's also the tree species brought by His Majesty. Yao Linger said, the concubine dare not take credit for it. We are all a family. Don't be so polite in front of me. I know very well that merit is merit and fault is fault. Xuanhuan looked at the ancient tree of chaos. There were rare chaos fruits on it. Each fruit contained a world. After being crushed, it could even deduce the scene of a big explosion of heaven and earth, which was very miraculous. This tree has a high potential. With the fate of the empire, it can even become a real tree of origin. Luo Yueying also said beside her. Luo Yueying, Shang Guangxian, and Shui Changwei's cultivation bases are also in the 5th realm of the Tao of Heaven. They are standing next to the ancient tree of chaos. They are watching the chaos of this tree, and hope that they can also break through to the realm of the original God as soon as possible. Xuanhuan wanted to talk to them about homework, but the voice of the Book of Enlightenment came. Your Majesty, Yashenshin, Emperor Yushin, is here. Oh? Emperor Yushin? Xuanhuan only had a few encounters with this emperor, and said, I know, you welcome Emperor Yushin, and I will go to see him. Your Majesty, go and get busy with state affairs. Luo Yueying said. Our Majesty is busy. Shui Changwei is dressed in blood-colored clothes, and a blood vine is wrapped around her waist. This is the blood vine of Du Yishan, which was given to her by Xuanhuan as a gift after the day was destroyed. The battle is approaching, and His Majesty has too many things to do. Luo Yueying said. Yao Linger said, we are busy with our affairs. Inside the temple. Sitting on the throne, Xuanhuan looked at Emperor Yushin, who came to see him, and said majestically, Emperor Yushin, you are here. In front of His Majesty, I dare not call myself Emperor. Your Majesty is the only Emperor in the multiverse. Emperor Yushin looked respectful, as if he was paying homage to Xuanhuan. The current situation is full of thunder. His Majesty will compete with the Emperor of the conferred God for hegemony in the end, and the second Divine Lord and the others are just lingering, with their heads retracted into the turtle shell. It will not be long. Emperor Yushin said, today, Yushin can abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to choose to join Xuanhu. I, Yashenchen, can be driven by your Majesty. His purpose of coming today is also very obvious, that is to seek refuge in the Empire. He, Yushin, has lived for a very long time and has experienced many great fluctuations in the universe, but he has made the most correct choices to let the world last forever. For this change, he chose to join Xuanhu. There is no way, although he also considers himself a great emperor, but facing the strength of Xuanhuan or Fengshen Great Emperor, he is just deceiving himself as a great emperor. He is just like a little king near a big country. He is not as stubborn and restless as the God Emperor Dali. For his own immortality, for the eternal existence of the world, he has to make a choice. Choice 1, join Xuanhu. Option 2, join Fengshen. He thought about the two major forces for a long time, and finally chose to join Xuanhu. Although the Emperor Fengshen is the god of origin and powerful, Xuanhu is even more mysterious and extraordinary. God Emperor Xuanhu's various achievements, he is like an undefeated god, an invincible emperor, so he finally made this choice. He has also seen through this prosperous age. It is different from before. If you still hold the old ideas and want to stop the progress of the times, you will definitely be crushed. He, Yushin, is not that stupid, knowing that his time as emperor is over. Times have changed, and so will he. From today onwards, Yashenchen will be a part of Xuanhu. Of course, it was impossible for Xuanhuan to refuse Yushintian's offer of refuge. This person was very smart, and he made a decision before the final battle broke out. He said, Yushin, you made the most sensible choice. Yushin is willing to be the pioneer of the emperor. Yushin said solemnly, starting today, he is no longer Yushin the Great, but Yushin, a part of the Xuanhu Empire. Boom. The moment Xuanhuan accepted him, Yashenchen's luck, like a surging river, merged into the vast ocean of Imperial luck. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1725 upheaval. Yushin Tian joined the Xuanhu camp and took refuge in Emperor Xuanhu. This incident also caused great fluctuations in the multiverse. Yushin Tian was supposed to be on the side of the second Divine Master, and he is also a great emperor-level existence that dominates the side. However, even he has turned to Xuanhu, and this does not mean that Emperor Yushin believes that Xuanhu will win the future war, and he is now showing his wisdom. There was no anger from the second God Master, and there was nothing he could do. Yushin looked for a way out, but he couldn't stop it. The strength of the two emperors, the ancient majesty, their strength is too strong, they have long been overwhelmed. Within the empire, all the powerhouses are seizing this hard-won vacuum time to practice, to make themselves stronger before the war comes. At the same time, war preparations for the Great War are also underway. Your Majesty is condensing stronger epic power. We, the courtiers, have to share your worries for His Majesty. The war with the conferred gods is not only a battle for the strongest, but we are also very important. If we destroy the opponent's world, we will be able to weaken their luck. Inside the Imperial barracks. The Lord of the Sky looked at the powerful men of the Empire and said, "The war with the conferred gods is coming soon." All the powerhouses understand that in the decisive battle, His Majesty will face the great Emperor of the gods. Although these courtiers cannot participate in the battle between the original forces, if they can defeat the opponent in one go, it will also be of great help to the war. The second Divine Master can only hide in the heaven of the gods. They are no longer able to launch a counterattack. Yushin said, "The gods are hard to break, and the second God Master can only linger and cannot start a war. I think His Majesty may not want to delay with Emperor Fengshen anymore, and may start a decisive battle against Emperor Fengshen." Everyone can clearly see the current situation. The second God Master has no power to fight for hegemony, and the gods and heavens were created by the founder of the gods after all, and the price to pay for a heart attack at this time will be very high. Unless Xuanhuan and Fengshen join forces. But Xuanhuan and Fengshen are already life and death enemies, and it is impossible to join forces. Also do a good job of attacking Hellsky. The Lord of the Sky nodded, "I am ready for war." Make a plan and submit it to His Majesty, and His Majesty will decide the next war. Empire is busy. The world has changed drastically, and the era has changed drastically. Just a few months after the end of the human world, Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, and he felt a strong upheaval, which affected the entire multiverse. A force of explosion spread to every corner of the multiverse as if changing the world, rumbling. The world was shaking like a monstrous earthquake. The source is in the primordial god realm, and the center point is in the forbidden zone. With infinite shocks, Xuanhuan's gaze can span time and space, and when he sees incomparably far-away places, he suddenly sees that the most enormous changes have taken place in the realm of the original gods. Put your eyes on the eternal restricted area. The time and space of this restricted area twisted like a spiral, and as it oscillated, countless relics fell down in unknown corners of the eternal road of communication. It is not uncommon for the eternal forbidden area to connect to the eternal road, and there will always be relics from before the ancient era. But at this moment, the vibration is extremely fierce, 10 times and 100 times stronger than before, and because of this kind of vibration, the fallen relics and artifacts are also 10 and 100 times stronger than before. Originally, the treasures dropped in the forbidden area of the eternal age were horrific, but with the increase of 10 times and 100 times, it is unknown that the inheritance of the ancient era will fall here. Many powerhouses know that the primordial god realm is a mysterious area in the multiverse. What's going on? Why did the primordial god realm shake so much? I can see that the true peak of an era has arrived, and the strong power of luck has shaken into the mysterious area of the eternal road, like a raging fire cooking oil, extremely ferocious. With such a huge shock, how many treasures will descend in the realm of the primordial god? Especially in the central area, how many unbelievable things will appear in the eternal restricted area? The strong men of the empire were preparing for war, and they were shocked to see such fluctuations. Especially with the existence of epics in the sixth realm, we can see how many treasures have fallen at this moment, all of which are precious treasures from before the ancient era. How long the eternal road has existed, and how many eras have been born in the multiverse, no one can tell. No one can live that long to go through these epics. Even the gods of origin can live for more than 50 epics, but in front of them, they count, there are still many, many epics. I know why the primordial god realm has undergone such a shocking change. Daoshin said, although luck in the previous era reached its peak, it was not really at its peak. It was like the scorching sun. You looked at it hanging high, but it hadn't reached that point yet. It was so far away, but now it has reached that point. At the moment of boarding up, this kind of fluctuation is produced. The peak of luck, the explosion of the primordial god realm, how many treasures will come? Many powerhouses in the empire also became excited. That's the truth. The Lord of the Sky said, but don't forget the most important point, that is, the Forbidden Zone is under the control of Emperor Fengshen. These words are like cold water pouring on everyone's heart. That's right, the eternal forbidden zone is in the hands of Emperor Fengshen, and their benefits are the greatest in this wave of changes. The world has changed drastically, I know it. The brightest moment has come. Xuanhuan emerged from the depths of the empire. Standing at the highest point of the empire, he could touch the primordial god realm by raising his hand. With his strength, he is one of the strongest in the multiverse. How could he not be sensitive to this fluctuation? See, Your Majesty. All the strong men of the empire saluted. The God Emperor at this time is extremely majestic, standing on the peak of the 9 heavens. The change in the original God realm represents the arrival of the peak and brightest moment of this era, and it also means that the war of the era has reached its worst moment. Xuanhuan looked at the changes in the forbidden zone of the ancient times, and the various deployments of the empire were also broken, so he had to make a new plan immediately. The eternal Pure Land has also changed, said the Lord of the Sky. Xuanhuan also entered the eternal Pure Land. Although it is vast and boundless, more places are shrouded in a layer of eternal fog. It is dangerous and unpredictable. Even the 6th realm dare not step into the unknown area casually. But now, with this change, the closed areas in the eternal Pure Land are opened up more, and the eternal light is surging. Every moment, a large area that was once unknown is opened. Inside, even the most common mountain rocks contain eternal matter, and the things inside are all eternal gods, powerful and extraordinary. This made the powerful empire even more unable to calm down. Eternal Pure Land, Multiverse, Eternal Road. Xuanhuan Dao, the multiverse is the starting point of the eternal road, the cycle of the era, and the historical process again and again, like reincarnation, is also the end of the era. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1726 Invincible Confidence. Era is the beginning of eternity and the end of eternity. Xuanhuan suddenly realized this truth. All eternal mysteries are attributed to one point. The original divine realm must communicate with the eternal road, a place where all the relics gather, because he also walked the eternal road, otherwise there would not be so many relics coming from the changes. But even if you understand this truth, it will be useless for the next battle. Your Majesty, the conferred God faction will be the first to benefit from this change. They previously occupied the eternal forbidden zone, and now they have received the first batch of treasures. We will also lag behind them in the past. The sword god said sharply. Of course Xuanhuan knew. This is the advantage of others. His gaze pierced the sky, and he had already seen many shadows surrounding the forbidden zone, and he even felt the fluctuation of the artifact of origin from the countless broken ruins. This is accumulated over many epochs. Every artifact of origin has the power of shocking power. Why the Lord of the Sky was able to kill God Emperor Dali that day. In addition to his own strength, there is also the artifact of origin, the Hunyuan clock. If everyone in the 6th realm of the conferred God camp possesses an origin artifact, then there is no need to fight in the 6th realm, just surrender and admit defeat. In addition to the origin artifact, there will be more epic artifacts and other artifacts. Your Majesty, the Imperial army is ready to march for the Empire at any time, said the Lord of the Sky. Now I'm going to the Eternal Forbidden Zone with me. This time, the battle with Emperor Fengshen is not only a battle to seize treasures, but also a battle to be the master of the era. Because of this change, all previous plans can no longer be used. Let the battle go. Arriving at the Eternal Forbidden Zone, this is a turning point, and it will also be the battlefield where the Empire defeats the conferred gods. Xuanhuan is very majestic. Even if the conferred God Emperor achieves the origin, he will kill his opponent. This is the self-confidence of being an emperor, and also his ambition. Even a multiverse battle cannot be dominated. How to dominate the Eternal Road. Open the door of the void in an instant. The passage was built with epic magic power, and immediately countless troops, burning with high fighting spirit and invincible belief, all followed the void passage and quickly headed for the eternal restricted area. The Imperial army is always in a state of war and can go out at any time. At this time in the eternal restricted area. Treasures, countless treasures, ha 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 ha, so many treasures, they all belong to us now. Hurry up, before Xuanhu arrives, let's take away all these treasures and take the opportunity to strengthen our strength, otherwise, when they come, they will compete with us. Humph. Are we still afraid of the gods? Our great emperor is also the god of origin. If he dares to come, then go to war directly. Anyway, we will have a decisive battle with them here. Seeing the countless treasures coming down, the powerhouses of the conferred god camp were all excited and ecstatic. They had never seen so many miraculous treasures for a moment, it was like a tide, endless. Grab it casually, it is a treasure. They also understand that if the more treasures they get, the more chances of winning the battle with Xuanhu. Then the Xuanhu God Emperor is famous for having a lot of cards, and various treasures emerge endlessly. He is extremely afraid of this empire and is the most powerful enemy. The body of the dead god of origin. They did not seize the treasures in a swarm, but formed a formation, absorbing all the miracles, with great power. They immediately saw the body of a fiery red divine beast whose body was over 1,000,000 feet long. They didn't know what kind of beast it was, but the fluctuation was so strong that it reached the origin of the god. Immediately, the divine body was taken away by them. Near water towers first get the moon, and at this moment, as many as 7 or 8 epic artifacts have been obtained, as well as the body of the god of origin, and countless others. The conferred god was extremely excited. The previous defeat of the human realm heaven had severely hit their morale, and now they are all back. Boom boom boom. More violent shocks brought more miracles. A golden divine sword fell straight down, evolving into a vast river of swords, and all the miracles close to it were shattered into chaos. The artifact of origin, the artifact refined by the golden sword Tianzuan. The Emperor Fengshen stood here, looking at the sword, he grabbed it with a palm, and suddenly there was a memory of inheritance, and he said, Shanghai God, this artifact of origin is entrusted to you to use. Thank you, Great Emperor. Shanghai Tianzhu of Xuanhuan is also an ancient god-level figure, who took refuge in the Great Emperor of the Gods, and at this moment he received the artifact. His face was excited, which he had never imagined before. Xuanhuan would hand over powerful artifacts to his subjects to use, and Emperor Fengshen would naturally do the same. If you don't benefit others, how can you sacrifice your life for you? The world is constantly shaking, the miracles are endless, and the peak is the peak. With so many miracles coming, how many powerful people will be born in this era, and in the years to come, there will even be new gods of origin. Of course, the duel between Xuanhuan and Fengshen couldn't wait for so many years. So many treasures were taken away by Emperor Fengshen. In the heaven of the gods, the strong men looked at so many miracles, and their eyes were extremely hot, but they didn't dare to grab them directly. Prison roared, I can't take it anymore. If you can't bear it, you have to bear it. The second god lord shouted. He was also agitated, the sky and the earth trembled, but they could only hide in the heaven of the gods with so many treasures, unable to take them away. If it weren't for Xuanhu and Fengshen's strength, comparable to the origin god, he would have led many strong people to go. Don't panic, Xuanhu won't look at Fengshen's wanton seizure like this, their army will soon reach the eternal restricted area, there will be a bloody battle, and then our chance will come. The second god said. The second divine master is right, we will just wait. Click, click. The infinite time and space are also being broken, and the Emperor Fengshen looked straight at him, countless shattered relics, the weak ones were all crushed by a huge force, there was a strong breath, and in that shock, there was a stronger force for the power of terror. Great Emperor, do you mean that there will be earth-shattering miracles? Even the most powerful people who have ever been born on the Eternal Road. Fengshen Tianzhu was also surprised. That's right, but as long as it falls into the Eternal Restricted Zone, creatures that don't belong to this era will die. Don't worry about this. Our biggest opponent is Xuanhuan, it's him. Emperor Fengshen made a rumbling voice, Xuanhuan, you are here. This emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. The gate of the void opened in the Eternal Restricted Area. An emperor looked down at the boundless universe, his eyes were like the universe, incomparably vast, he was the most dazzling existence in the world, coming over. It was my mistake to ask you to collect a wave first. Chu Yuan's voice boomed like eternal thunder, responding to Emperor Fengshen. You can't always have the upper hand. The divine light of origin god of Emperor Fengshen surged and bombarded Chu Yuan turbulently. This is the real power of origin god. The infinite golden light is extremely dazzling. Today, only Chu Yuan can compete with him in the multiverse. Chu Yuan stood in the air, he didn't move, he just looked at Emperor Fengshen coldly. Any power that came in front of him would be mercilessly swallowed by a force. The power he is in is a vacuum, an untouchable field. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1727 match. Chu Yuan stood forever. His imposing manner and strength and conferred God Great Emperor once again confronted in the void. With that kind of power, even the original power of Emperor Fengshen can't get close to it. On the contrary, Shenwuxian is even more magnificent in this power, which sets off his invincibility. Shenwu God Emperor's strength, even Emperor Fengshen can't get close to him. Everyone was shocked when they saw this strength. It was rumored that Emperor Xuanhuan had the strength to fight against the God of Origin, but there was an insurmountable gap between God of Origin and the Sixth Realm. The vastness of the Origin God's magic power can obliterate the Sixth Realm with a random palm, and the weak and small era can become the dominant existence. But seeing the strength of the divine martial God Emperor today, this invincible Emperor really has the strength to fight against Fengshen. There must be a big battle. Due to the changes in the Forbidden Zone, the two camps must face off in advance. If there hadn't been this change, the two camps would have chosen to take the lead in eradicating the second God Lord and the others, but right now, it was impossible for them to postpone the war any longer. If the delay continues, who knows what will happen. Let our war be set in the Eternal Forbidden Area. Chu Yuan is declaring war. As you wish, Divine Martial God Emperor. The conferred God Emperor is not afraid of war. The divine light flickered in the sky, connecting the mysterious area of the Eternal Road, and countless bright lights flickered, all of which were miracles. Rumble. A ribbon like a galaxy stretched for 10,000 zhang, washed over from the sky, and immediately impacted. Inside the ribbon were galaxies that were highly condensed by mana. As Chu Yuan was the lord of a country, he took the lead in attacking it as a war drum. Carrying an unrivaled divine power, he swung the palm of his hand directly into the galaxy. The power of his blow was not without violence. Emperor Fengshen responded to Chu Yuan's attack. He was oppressed from the source, and the divine light penetrated through the sky. The mana of the two emperors danced wildly in the galaxy, and immediately evaporated countless stars into dust. Eternal Forbidden Battle. This is the first battle between the Empire and the conferred God faction. It represents the official war between the two empires, and there will be a fierce battle around the Eternal Restricted Area. The Lord of the Sky sees this battle clearly. Xuanhuan God Emperor, I, Wan Yao Tian, have come. At this moment, the ancestor of the Phoenix came to the Eternal Restricted Area with countless strong monsters, and directly joined the army of Xuanhuan. There are a lot of monster clans in Wan Yao Tian, and this time the ancestor of the Phoenix also brought a lot. The meaning is very obvious, and he is willing to contribute to Xuanhuan's capture of the Eternal Forbidden Zone. Wan Yao Tian, you dare to come? The conferred God camp shouted. Why don't I dare to come? The ancestor of the phoenix said indifferently, "This time, my army of Wan Yao Tian is willing to obey the dispatch of the empire." I welcome the arrival of the ancestor of the phoenix. Xuanhuan is so wise. How could he not know the thoughts of the ancestor of the phoenix? This Wan Yao Tian didn't show up when he attacked Delidian before, but now he just showed up, apparently using the excuse of joining the empire to get the resources here. The ancestor of the phoenix knew that she was not strong enough to join the competition, but she would be fine if she had divine power. There are too many miracles, she is also tempted, and at the same time, she also understands that her alliance will strengthen the momentum of the empire, which is equivalent to Wan Yao Tian standing on the side of the empire, and the Emperor Xuanhuan will not refuse. This benefits both parties. She also sighed. With the strength of the divine martial god emperor, she is already far behind, and that is an existence that is already at the same level as the demon ancestor. Facing such a strong man, she can only look up. It seems to have brought a large army of monster clans, but there are so many little monsters like this in Wanya Ocean, and they will fight within Wanya Ocean if they don't consume them. It's quite clear. The Lord of the Sky also welcomed the monster army in. Let the ancestor of the phoenix take advantage of this advantage. Since he is willing to contribute, the empire doesn't care. Boom. At this moment, there was a greater shock in the Forbidden Zone, and everyone could feel a huge force suppressing it, and countless fragments shot around. Take it. The army of the empire also made a move at this moment. Mana connected into big hands, and grabbed the countless fragments fiercely. Compete with them. Not to be outdone, the conferred god camp was extremely angry. They had already occupied the eternal Forbidden Zone, and now Xuanhuan was robbing them. But Xuanhuan is not the second god master, and the others, they want to fight for hegemony, for an era. The forces of the two sides collided violently, and neither would let the other. This won't work, you can't fight with magic power alone, the army must go out. The Lord of the Sky glanced across, and asked the God Emperor at the same time, "Your Majesty, I think that the battle in the Forbidden Zone of the Ages is not about immediately dividing life and death with the conferred God camp, but to seize the miracles. We need to use our advantages to suppress the opponent with giant cannons, and the armies from all walks of life will kill them. You come to lead the army, and I will fight against the Emperor Fengshen here." Chu Yuanba was peerless in the world. The murderous intentions of the two emperors boiled over. They did not have a deep-seated hatred, but there could only be one ruler at the peak of the era, and they both wanted to kill each other. And in the sky. At this moment, there are artifacts descending. The sword god stepped forward immediately, his long knife cut a silver light, and immediately he came in front of these artifacts. Waves of sword energy swept across, and began to fight. Xuanhuan Dao Shen. In the camp of conferring gods, there is also a peerless powerhouse who is also a god, and his weapon is also a knife. Compared with the silver sword of the sword god, his knife is pitch black and contains the power of death. The sword is the soldier of the overlord, the soldier of the killer, and there are many strong men who use the sword. He knows the god of martial arts and is also the overlord of swords, and he also uses swords, so let's see whose sword is more powerful. That's the sect master of the divine sword sect. The sword is impermanent. After taking refuge in Emperor Fengshen, he became the god of heaven. Dao Wuchang takes Dao as his surname, and Wuchang means to take his life, that is, he can use his own sword to take the life of an opponent. His sword crossed the sky, impermanence claimed his life, and crossed the light of death's sword. Dao Shen's sword doesn't have so many bells and whistles, and his power is very direct, that is, a knife across the sky, and it will fight against Dao Wuchang in an instant. Very sharp knife. Dao Wuchang can feel the sharpness of Dao Shen Dao. At this moment, surrounding the eternal restricted area, the powerhouses of both sides have already fought together, blood spattered, staining the restricted area red. As expected of the conferred god camp, the Lord of the Sky looked at the scene of the battle. It was a completely different feeling from the battle between the second God Lord and the others. It was very difficult. As soon as they met, the Empire also paid a huge loss. The second God Master and the others are not strong in fighting spirit, they don't have the heart to fight for hegemony, they just want to protect themselves. How can they fight with such morale? However, both the Fengshan camp and the Xuanhuan Empire have a heart for hegemony, and they are fighting for the hegemony of the era. Their morale is boundless, and no one will give in to their opponents. Lord of the Sky, bring someone to break the eternal Pure Land for me, and break into it. Xuanhuan's eyes were more on the eternal Pure Land. He has been there and knows the benefits of it. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1728 Dragon Ancestor reappears. The Eternal Forbidden Zone is the ultimate confrontation between the two major forces, and it can be seen from a single point. The battle here is related to the victory or defeat of the all-out war in the future. The most treasures descended from the Eternal Forbidden Zone. But in the Eternal Pure Land, the Eternal Divine Light is surging, deducing the Eternal World, where the value is no less than the Eternal Forbidden Zone. The treasures here can equip the strong in the army. But the Eternal Aura in the Eternal Pure Land is too strong. Xuanhuan has not entered it now, but he can feel that eternal power can make it easier for monks to practice and break through the realm. What's the use of fighting in the Eternal Restricted Area if you don't fight in there? Recently, strong men from the Conferred God camp have appeared one after another, and the mana power of the sixth realm that has broken through is also vast. It is because of the Eternal Pure Land that the Empire must also enter. Lord of the Sky, Lord of the Earth, bring someone to break their barrier. Xuanhuan could see at a glance that at the entrance of the Eternal Pure Land, there were a large number of strong men stationed there, guarding it to prevent the Imperial army from attacking it. With a wave of his hand, the army charged. Of course Emperor Fengshan also knew that Xuanhuan wanted to break through the entrance, but he could only watch the battle going on at the moment. This emperor's mighty strength surged with almost invincible power, not weaker than him, so he had no way to attack. At the same time, Xuanhuan couldn't make a move, so he had to ask his subordinates to do it. Kill. The giant cannons roared, the battleships rushed, and the invasion of the Eternal Pure Land was more important than the competition for the Eternal Forbidden Area at this stage. Almost in an instant, the sea of energy flooded the opponent. Attention, Xuanhuan cannon bombardment, delay them. How can the opponent not do in-depth research on the great enemy of Xuanhuan, and he has also studied a lot on the enemy's cannon. Immediately, an energy mask was supported. As expected of the Conferred God camp, a powerful force that can compete for the Master of the Era, if it is the alliance of the second God Master, facing such a giant cannon, it will definitely not be as perfect as they resist. But the opponent is holding on now. Ha 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 ha, Xuanhuan, you want to use giant cannons to break through our defenses. You are wishful thinking, you can use this method to deal with other people, but if you can use it to deal with us, it is far from it. In the Conferred God camp, some strong men made wild voices, and they were not afraid at all. Bang me, bang hard, blow them all to pieces. Hearing the other party's wild laughter, the powerful empire was also furious. Every time the time was delayed, the newly opened Pure Land would be taken away by the opponent with more eternal matter. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. The more violent cannons were launched rumblingly, especially the 7 Immortal Era cannons, which were the most violent, swallowing the brilliance of destroying the world and destroying everything. Even the Conferred God camp put up their shields, but they were shaking violently in the face of the enemy's artillery fire. Their artillery fire was too fierce. A god said, I understand why Delidian lost so badly. This kind of artillery fire, you can see the appearance of the giant cannon, the degree of precision, it seems to be a product of an earlier era, not our era at all. The main theme of the strong dominance, if this continues, we will not be able to sustain it. It doesn't matter, let Xuanhuan keep it for as long as it can. Now our strong men have searched for the eternal gods internally, digging 3 feet into the ground. The longer we keep it, the greater the benefits. They should be anxious. Fengshen Tianzhu said coldly, as the defenders, they have the greatest advantage. At the same time, pay attention to their warships. I can see that their warships are divided into the level of the gods of heaven and the level of primitive gods. That one is full of divine fire, like a god of anger, and it should be comparable to the 6th level. They are indeed very familiar with Shenwu's information. Sky, I can't drag you down with them. The Lord of the Earth said, this kind of confrontation, although our artillery fire can blast them, but they are also well prepared, and they have already guarded against us. Time is on their side, and they must break through in the shortest possible time. But the rhythm of the attack is in our hands. The Lord of the Sky calmly said, use the strongest blow from each cannon, and then the battleship will charge and break the opponent's defensive camp. All the strong will follow me to kill, but the conferred God Emperor cannot escape. Our Majesty is fighting with him, don't worry about that. Yes. In an instant, the strongest blow from the giant cannon was condensed, and the energy from the bombardment was so mighty that it could knock down a 33 heavens. The moment it landed on the opponent's defensive shield, it caused shocking fluctuations. It can be seen that the shield is rapidly collapsing, and finally the artillery fire swept in. Immediately, the strong opponents were also disintegrating these forces. But at this moment, the warship rushed up. You must know that these warships were built by Xuanhuan with a lot of resources. It is difficult for the opponent to break a primitive battleship. Xuanhuan has the big killer of the system, so he can build so many in a short time. Kill. The battleship rushed first, and the army followed, a mighty epic impact. Lord of the Sky, I will fight you. Relying on the fact that he had just obtained the artifact of origin, Shanghai Tianzhu was full of confidence and was very crazy. Knowing that the Lord of the Sky also had the artifact of origin, he swept across with his sword, and dense sword lights intertwined. Of course, the Lord of the Sky would not be afraid of him. He urged the Hunyuan clock, clang clang clang, and a sharp sound resounded immediately. Hunyuan Wuji. The Lord of the Sky doesn't want to delay time with his opponent, he just wants to get in the shortest possible time. For the eternity of the Empire, the warriors, charge with me. The god of war held lightning spears, 1 spear at a time, and immediately stabbed a man with a spear, jumped on the stomach, the belly was cut, and he was killed directly. Although with the rapid development of the Empire, his brilliance is no longer as dazzling as before, but he is still a god of war, and his cultivation has recently broken through to the 6th heaven. God of War has the posture of 6 realms. Shenwu did not underestimate the combat power of Fengshen, but when the Fengshen camp really fought against Shenwu, they also realized their ferocity. The warriors seemed to rush and fight desperately. They have a complete advantage in the battle against other worlds. Once the army comes out, let alone resistance, the morale of the besieged world will collapse by half in an instant. This is a hard idea. Strong against each other, this is a real bloody battle. In fact, Shenwu has a lot of equipment. If they hadn't obtained too many treasures in the Eternal Forbidden Zone, they would have been hard to resist. Charge! The Lord of the Earth yelled. Since he reached the 6th realm, his defense has become stronger, and he has turned himself into a black-yellow earth giant, obstinately carrying the opponent's attack and crushing forward. The powerful of the Empire don't need any words of encouragement, the glory of the Empire can make them reckless. During the confrontation between Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen, his eyes suddenly focused, and he saw a huge dragon appearing outside the sky, filled with the power of life and death, and the infinite fluctuations suddenly rushed towards the eternal Pure Land. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1729 lands opportunity. A huge dragon shadow roared, breaking through time and space. His whole dragon was ablaze, and charged towards the entrance of the eternal Pure Land. It turned out to be the ancestor of the dragon. Since the end of the Duhetian battle, Long Zhu disappeared. He fled to the road of eternity, but this dragon will never perish, just like that. When the forbidden zone of the ages changes, seize the opportunity and reappear. The peak of the era has arrived. His aura was much more surging than when he fought against Xuanhuan, surrounded by thousands of dragon shadows, and he actually had the aura of origin, which was equivalent to stepping into the realm of origin with half a foot. His dragon power is boiling, burning his own power, and forcibly improving his own power. Long Zhu. The ancestor of the phoenix was shocked. She could feel the strength of the dragon ancestor, especially for her. The impact was too great. The monster power in her body was actually changing into dragon power. This dragon ancestor should not be underestimated. He is also an existence born at the beginning of this era, representing the power of the dragon, first as a demon, and then as a dragon to open up an independent race. He is a wonderful flower, with the possibility of 7 realms. He is going directly into the eternal Pure Land. Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen grabbed Long Zhu with one palm at the same time, the power of the origin god level, and there were 2 strands. The general 6th realm would definitely not be able to bear it, and it would explode directly. Life and death are disillusioned, heaven and earth are boundless, and the dragons are blessed. However, Long Zhu seemed to have expected that the 2 emperors would attack him. His dragon body twisted, his vitality turned into a group of dragons and flew out, flying across the world, and suddenly endured the magic power of the 2 emperors. Boom! The mana of the 2 emperors exploded on him, and in sight, his dragon body completely exploded, but no blood appeared. Xuanhuan could tell that Long Zhu had cultivated a powerful supernatural power, and there was also a strange artifact of origin, which should have been obtained in the Eternal Road, allowing him to create a realm of life and death disillusionment. But in an instant, Long Zhu rushed to the entrance, his mana roared, and immediately a large number of conferred god experts stationed here were swept in by his dragon power, and all of them died. Long Zhu rushed into the Eternal Pure Land. It was also Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen who were confronting each other, otherwise he would hardly have a chance. Hateful. Let that dragon ancestor go in. The powerhouses of the conferred god camp also roared that Long Zhu is too despicable, and his power is too fierce. Everyone can feel his strength, probably only under Xuanhuan and conferred god. They didn't dare to block hard. A new round of blockade will soon be formed. Don't let that Xuanhuan seize the opportunity. As for the dragon ancestor, he will enter as soon as he enters. Our opponent is still Xuanhuan. God of Conferred immediately commanded. Long Zhu entered the Eternal Pure Land. We seize the opportunity to enter. Although Long Zhu took advantage of the stalemate between Xuanhuan and Fengshen, he seized the opportunity to enter the Eternal Pure Land, but it caused a lot of panic. The Lord of the Sky immediately manipulated the strong to launch a new round of shock. With more intensive artillery fire, a new round of shelling began. Although stationed here, it has some defensive advantages, but it is like a living target. Even if it faces the terrifying bombardment of Xuanhuan, it has to bite the bullet and bear it. Hit me, I'll see how long they can take. The god of destruction stepped into the world, the realm of destruction, and his power formed dark spheres one by one. When each sphere was pushed out, the burst of power could swallow a large number of strong people. Xuanhuan stormed, and Fengshen was under a lot of pressure. The battleships collided continuously, and in the end the conferred god camp couldn't bear this violent attack, and the strong ones who stopped them had no choice but to retreat one after another. Since we can't completely block them, let's go into the Eternal Pure Land. Consecrate God to God. Of course he knew that it was impossible to completely block the opponent's army. His previous purpose was to block as long as he could, to give other strong men in the Pure Land time to search for treasures. Now, it has been blocked for a long time, and it can be regarded as the completion of the strategic goal. In the Pure Land, after the dragon ancestor rushed in, he disappeared, and there was no way to control him in the battle between the two sides. Let's go in. As soon as the opponent's blockade was broken, the Lord of the Sky led his people in. In fact, he was very dissatisfied in his heart. Because of the opponent's obstruction, he did not know how many fetishes were taken away by them during this time. The eternal breath condenses the essence of the world. The moment they entered, the magnificent scene shocked them. "This is in the eternal Pure Land," said the Lord of the Sky. His sharp eyes swept across. "On the day when the eternal Pure Land just opened, I had been here before, but this time is not that time. The eternal breath at this moment is stronger, at least several times than before, and it is still rising." Lord Xuanhuan took a deep breath, and with his cultivation, he felt refreshed all over his body. This eternal breath is like the most nourishing elixir. One breath can improve one's cultivation. The conferred god camp has controlled the treasure land for so long, and they have given birth to too many strong people. This kind of good place should belong to the Empire, and they are not qualified to occupy it. A strong man shouted. Although the other party has opened the way, they should not be underestimated. After all, they have been laying out in the Pure Land for too long. Now they may have set up more traps waiting for us, and the dragon ancestor has also rushed in. We must be cautious. Act. The Lord of the Earth said calmly. That's right, you're right. The Lord of the Sky deployed. The army should not be dispersed indiscriminately, and should be closely united. This time, not only is the Empire going to search for the gods, but more importantly, it is also necessary to stop the other party. They are likely to rely on the eternal Pure Land, blocked every step, and caused us even more trouble. Let's go, I'll take the lead and go deeper. The god of destruction took the lead. When Xuanhuan came, there were eternal sacred trees everywhere, giant mountains everywhere, and magic medicine everywhere, but the Empire marched all the way, and even the turf was scoured by the other party. The search was clean. The strong man of the Empire had a gloomy face. Don't think about getting anything in the previously open area. At this moment, they are heading towards the deepest part. The eternal Pure Land is constantly being developed, and the foggy area dissipates. Although Xuanhuan was in the Forbidden Zone, according to the news from the powerful Empire, he also saw a more magnificent picture in his eyes. Countless eternal divine trees, endless eternal divine medicines, and eternal rivers flow across the sky, and the emanating breath of eternity seems to construct a truly eternal world. The breath of distance is boiling. What I entered before seemed to be the entrance to the eternal Pure Land, but now I have reached the depths. The eternal Pure Land, what kind of power is it that gave birth to such a strange world? And this is just a corner of the eternal Pure Land. What does the eternal Pure Land look like? Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, and he could tell that what appeared before him was just an entrance, and that the real eternal Pure Land was in a more independent world. In the eternal Pure Land, there is an eternal storm, which contains unknown dangers. Is this an eternal shortcut? Behind the eternal Pure Land, you can reach the eternal realm. Master, I need the power in the eternal Pure Land. As long as there is enough eternal breath, Lan can break through the 6 realms. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1730 scramble. It was Lan's voice, very urgent, longing for stronger strength. Lan is expected to break through the 6th realm. Xuanhuan attached great importance to Lan's strength, and hoped that she would break through the 6 realms before the war came. Her role is too great. A worm nest is comparable to a world. As long as there is sufficient energy supply, it can create infinite worm seas. In recent wars, Land Sea of Insects has made a lot of contributions to the Empire. If Lan can reach the 6th realm, as long as she is given enough resources, she will be able to cultivate the guards of the 6th realm and devote herself to the final battle between the Empire and the gods. According to the rumors, the strongest person from the lineage of the Queen Mother swept the Eternal Road because she was able to breed the origin gods and insects of the seventh realm. And these Zerg guards are fearless. How noble is the god of origin! Everyone is a world-defying figure, with their own thoughts. It is too difficult for them not to be afraid of death, but the ones bred by the Empress can have absolute control. But the more against the sky, the greater the suppression. Empresses are rare in the Eternal Road, and even fewer can break through to the sixth realm. Without the energy of the Eternal Pure Land, Lan doesn't know when she will be able to make a breakthrough. Sky, you are in the Eternal Pure Land, with Lan as the main one, let her break through to the sixth realm in the Pure Land. Xuanhuan ordered immediately. Crackling. The shock was even bigger, the huge pressure shattered the infinite time and space, and the miracles fell down like garbage. The powerhouses on both sides are scrambling for it. Xuanhuan's eyes were so sharp, he felt the majestic power of an ancient myth, and there was an infinitely huge shadow that was constantly oppressing the miracles. This is a larger relic, but it is still in the mysterious time and space, and it has not completely fallen down. Boom! An infinite power erupted from Xuanhuan's body. He looked at the falling miracle, and the power moved again, the terrifying devouring domain, devouring everything, the monstrous divine power that devours everything in the world. His great devouring technique is running monstrously. In this great devouring technique, he is the strongest devouring god master, his power is boiling, his power is roaring, the domain of devouring spreads out, and endless miracles are swallowed by him in an instant. Swallow the heavens. Eat everything. Everyone felt a terrifying power, that is, in front of the divine martial god emperor, there is no energy that he cannot swallow, no matter how many strong men besiege him, he will completely swallow their power. The great devouring technique is the most important of Xuanhuan's many divine channeling techniques, and it is his powerful foundation. This devouring power was mobilized by Xuanhuan, sweeping across the divine realm, and the gods that descended were not enough for him to devour, so it was a glutton that could never be satisfied. But it is impossible for Emperor Fengshen to watch Xuanhuan's endless devouring. Because his devouring speed is too terrifying, too amazing. Immediately, a powerful force came overwhelmingly to suppress him, and even the turbulent mana impact from the air, the golden rainbow penetrating the sun, also carried his great will. Xuanhuan is not afraid of him. The great emperor's shadow condensed out, and then boundless divine power roared out, once again confronting the conferred god emperor. Come. The momentum of Xuanhuan's attack can be described as thunderous, pushing the power to the extreme, maintaining the devouring domain, the whistling power gathered on him, and suppressed it with one hand. In this war, the battle of the strongest will be decisive. It was impossible for Emperor Fengshen to back down, he was a very confident person, he clenched his fists, and struck with his long rainbow. Now the two emperors are fighting on both sides of the two camps, fighting each other, with mana. Xuanhuan's power is not fancy, it is a confrontation between the strongest forces, majestic, every punch has the power to open up the world, it is simply terrifying to recreate reincarnation. The luck power of the two camps also turned into an existence like an ancient behemoth, to hedge against each other. Xuanhuan not only fought against him, but also snatched the fetish with his great devouring technique. He snatched it much faster than his subordinates. Hateful, just at this moment, that Xuanhuan robbed us of so many treasures and left. Seeing the realm where Xuanhuan swallowed all the heavens, taking away Qinghai's relics every moment, the strong men in the conferred god camp were heartbroken. In their hearts, these should belong to them. The Emperor Fengshen was also making a move, fighting against Xuanhuan, and at the same time, competing with Xuanhuan. Although he was expressionless, seeing Xuanhuan's devouring, there was no better way. Although Emperor Fengshen broke through to the god of origin, he could not suppress the strength of Xuanhu God Emperor in these several confrontations, and the opponent could not suppress him. But the result is deadlock. He is strong, and has some supernatural powers of swallowing, but he can't compare with Xuanhuan's swallowing, which makes the other party's swallowing speed faster than him. The origin of heaven and earth. Faced with this situation, Emperor Fengshen must of course find a way to suppress it. Endless golden light erupted from his body, and his conferred god domain expanded. Since he couldn't suppress the opponent in the competition of devouring, he should use what he is good at, stronger strength, to break the opponent's devouring. Drops of golden blood appeared. This is the blood of the origin god. All of a sudden, these divine bloods gathered together, and while the divine power roared, there unexpectedly appeared another conferred god emperor, a phantom who looked at the heavens and the earth carrying vast divine power, and shot out the divine power of origin at Xuanhuan. He deeply understands that the god emperor Xuanwu is more mysterious and strange. His combat power is very powerful, and his greatest advantage is that he has a higher realm and can display the magical powers that only the god of origin can display. Recreating oneself with one's own blood is a supernatural power that can only be possessed by the origin god. When it comes to the god of origin, there is no absolute suppressing strength, and it is really very difficult to kill. Even if their souls are smashed to pieces, as long as there is a drop of blood or even a hair, they can be reborn again. Some origin gods will even leave their own blood somewhere to regenerate themselves. But doing so will make him extremely weak, and if the enemy finds him, he will die. The lives of the 6th level epic gods are also tenacious, but they can't do this. Origin, what is origin? Is the origin of life, the origin of power, and the origin of eternity. The power of the conferred god emperor condensed from these few drops of divine blood reached its peak, and the golden light burned directly across time and space, killing Xuanhuan monstrously. This is the power of the origin god. The gods were also trembling, and only a small number of people present had experienced the power of the origin god in the era of the founder of the god world. Xuanhuan was calm, and the power of killing endowed him with destruction. He stood in place, and the door of killing changed, like the strongest door of killing, aiming at the god of the origin of the blood with one blow. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the world trembled. The two forces exploded at the same time, and the blood god of origin was frozen in place, and the killing power directly destroyed him, producing a series of aftermath of destruction. Xuanhuan does not know the unique, supernatural powers of Yuanyuan God, but he breaks through the sky with his strength, and breaks everything with absolutely invincible power. #C1731 spell, loop. Break through everything with strength and sweep away all obstacles. The domineering power of the Xuanwu God Emperor made many people tremble, and the divine power of the origin God would be broken in front of him. Now, the miracles come more ferociously, and more fall. The blow that Chu Yuanzai and Emperor Fengshen fought just now caused a huge shock, and more miracles exploded in all directions. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and a spear appeared in his hand. As soon as the spear is swept across, there will be endless flames, burning the sky and the earth, and destroying everything. Although the spear is not an origin artifact, it is also an extremely top epic artifact. He snatched a divine weapon, and the conferred God Emperor also grabbed it, and at the same time, he also controlled a sky-shattering halberd, which was also very powerful. More miracles radiated in the eternal restricted area. The powerhouses of the Empire are even more aggressive. If it is a multiverse, if there is no Xuanwu and Fengshen, then the powerhouses of the 33 heavens, plus many weaker forces, will be extremely chaotic if they mix together. But now, the Empire's powerhouses are attacking in an orderly manner. All the strong ones who attack will not hide the treasures privately after they win, but will gather them together and contribute to the treasures of the Empire, and then there will be special people to calculate their contribution value. They all know that these miracles seem to be many, and many treasures are tempting, but only by contributing to the Empire can they get the greatest benefit. The strength of the Empire is the real strength, and it is useless to keep it private. This is the weather only in a highly unified country. A magic mirror bloomed with divine light and slowly fell from the void, which immediately attracted the attention of the powerhouses on both sides. Epic artifact. Lord Yuanguang and Lord Xia looked at each other, and immediately used the strongest power to rush into the enemy's formation, and snatched the magic mirror in a fierce battle. Contribute to the Imperial treasury. These two gods have had an outbreak with the Empire. Although the God Emperor will not pursue them, they are also panicked, and now they have to make up for their previous mistakes. Let the God Emperor see their contribution. An ancient relic fell down, but this part of the relic was captured by the conferred God camp. The current situation is that the two major forces are vying for each other, and they both benefit from each other, and no one can monopolize this place. We have no chance at all to participate in this battle. In the heaven of the gods, there are strong men with red eyes. The competition between the gods and the gods is fierce, but they don't have a leader, so they don't dare to go there. There are many strong people, and the sixth realm adds up to a lot. But will they dare to go? The answer is not dare. They very much believed that as long as they dared to go, the two great emperors would definitely take action directly to wipe out their people and eliminate future troubles. Wait. The second divine master still only had to wait for the word. People's hearts are fluctuating, many strong people are desperate for the future, filled with pessimistic mood, they even think, should they find another way out, choose two camps to join one? And how wise the second divine master is, of course he also understands that people's hearts are scattered. And those strong men have not taken refuge yet because the situation is still unclear, and no one can say for sure which of the two emperors will win the final victory, and they are waiting for the opportunity. There is no way, there is no existence comparable to the origin of God, and it is impossible to participate in this competition. At this moment, Wan Dao Tian was much calmer than the maniac of the second divine master. What's the point of fighting? I don't have that interest in fighting. I just watch plays. I don't care who wins. The old man makes tea, sips the tea, very leisurely. You, although the words are natural, but your character is too idle. Yi Tianzuan said. Am I wrong? There is still a possibility of a comeback with the second divine master? It's just the last struggle, but Wan Yao Tian, because of Long Zhu, chose to closely unite with Xinwu, and at this time he has also gained a lot of benefits. The old Taoist said, fighting and fighting are all in the multiverse, and the winner in the end will get everything. Indeed, because of Longzhu, Wan Yao Tian is facing a great threat. Yi Tianzuan said. Yi Tianzuan, what do you think of Longzhu? I'm also a little surprised by his strength. He even rushed into the eternal Pure Land in front of Fengshen and Xinwu. What is he going to do? The old Taoist asked Yi Tianzuan. Longzhu, don't underestimate him. Dragon represents a civilization, a race. Dragon Ancestor is a wonderful work born in this era. There have been too many eras on the Eternal Road. I don't know how many there are, but in the past dragons also appeared in the era of China, and dragons were recorded on some totems. Yi Tianzuan said. Then what's the situation with this dragon ancestor? The old Taoist listened. Don't forget, if you don't get the real eternity, you won't have eternal life. Eternal robbery will kill a strong man. Even if there was a strong dragon in the past, they may have perished. Everything was born in eternity. After death, it will return to eternity and be born again. Yi Tianzuan said, his wheel of secrets keeps turning. Like a god, like a demon, like a demon, like a human being. The old Taoist shook his head and said, this is really an unsolvable cycle. Everything is born of eternal power, and it will return after death. Our cultivation is just a kind of operation in front of eternity. There is no solution. A curse that cannot be broken. When you say that, I feel that cultivation is meaningless, and it makes people despair. That's right, no matter how strong you can be after cultivating to the strongest, it's not hopeless, you will still die. In this cycle of epics, how many powerful characters have been born, but in the end, the cultivation base of a lifetime has returned to eternity. If you don't practice, you will have no eternal hope. Xuanhuan said, this is indeed a very unsolvable cycle, repeated day by day, but since it is a cycle, there are traces to follow, and perhaps there is hope. According to what you said, we have to practice even more. The old Taoist was still very optimistic, and said, okay, I don't want to get entangled in this troublesome issue, so just tell me about Longzhu's condition. Okay, the strength of the dragon ancestor is the wonder of this era. He spent a lot of time in order to get rid of the power of the demon, but this also created a strong foundation for him. He entered the eternal Pure Land for the obvious purpose. With the help of the breath of the Pure Land, find the power of the dragon spirit, and let yourself become the god of origin. Xuanhuan said. Longzhu has great ambitions. 10,000 monsters will turn into dragons, everyone will turn into dragons, and everything will turn into dragons, so as to achieve the era of dragons. If he really becomes the god of origin, there will be a good show. Do you think does the achievement originate? Said the old way. There is no 100% certainty, but Longzhu has a great possibility to be the origin. The eternal breath in the eternal Pure Land is different from the energy in the eternal road, and is more pure. Xuanhuan said. Forget it, let them fight. #C1732 Danzu. The sky is broken, and time and space are empty. Waves of terrifying aura oscillated in a mysterious area, shaking out more things. Several ancient palaces fell from the void, and a fierce competition broke out again between the powerhouses of both sides. In the end, these palaces were divided up by the powerhouses of both sides. Your Majesty, there are actually a large amount of magical pills stored in this palace, which seems to be specially used for storing medicinal pills. Yushin stepped forward, and now he has removed the title of emperor himself, and dare not call himself emperor in front of Xuanhuan. An empire can only have one emperor, and the entire multiverse can only have one emperor. He was sure that the palace was the most valuable, and he was able to capture it this time because he had made the greatest contribution, using the method of cosmic teleportation. He dedicated the palace up. Dan room. Xuanhuan's soul swept away, and he saw that in the alchemy room, there were various kinds of pills counting in the billions, even the precious origin pills had as many as 9, like 9 stars in a row. Dan. Xuanhuan saw an ancient character, which was the word Dan. This Dan word is like the ancestor of the pill, with a supreme aura, as if it is the ancestor of the pill. I may know who left this alchemy room. Xuanhuan's memory bank is as vast as a sea of smoke, especially the Eternal Road and his party. He has collected too much information. Before the very distant era, there was a supreme being called Danzu. According to records, he is the one with the highest attainment in alchemy, but he has not appeared in hundreds of epics, and it is rumored that he has already sat down. The road to eternity, the endless era, how many powerful people were born, and how many ancient myths fell. Danzu is one of them. It is rumored that Danzu left behind his tomb, inside which is the most powerful pill he has ever refined in his life, the Eternal God pill, which is a road leading to the Eternal God. But this rumor, just listen to it, even Danzu didn't find eternity. However, if we can find the place where Danzu sits, perhaps there really must be a rare magic pill. Although Xuanhuan has the Tai pill furnace, it is only a divine artifact of the heavenly Tao, which can only refine the divine pills of the heavenly Tao, and the alchemy room even has many primitive divine pills, which are very useful. Xuanhuan beheaded the sixth realm, but there was no promotion option popped up. He guessed that he might have to sacrifice the god of origin to promote the alchemy furnace to the original artifact. This alchemy furnace has long been completely changed under the transformation of the system, and it can be renamed the Eternal Pill Stove. With a movement of Chu Yuan's palm, a divine fire in the alchemy was extracted from the alchemy chamber, and this divine fire kept twisting like a key, and it seemed that more alchemy chambers could be found. Okay, Yushin, you have made a great contribution this time, and the Empire will record a huge credit for you. Chu Yuan said. The development of the Empire requires a virtuous circle. The most powerful get more treasures, contribute them to the Empire, and then cultivate the strong, rather than hiding them by themselves. Such resources are useless. For the eternity of the Empire, to win the decisive battle, my contribution is nothing. Yushin knew deeply that what is the use of contribution, what the Empire needs is to win this war, otherwise, he will also be wiped out. Great work is good work, and faults are faults. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, the battle between us and the conferred god faction has come to an intense moment, and the treasures that have descended are divided between us. Do we need to start a bigger confrontation? There is a strong way. Era is the beginning and the end. Multiverse communication is in an extremely mysterious area of the Eternal Road. In the end, a more terrifying miracle will come to the world. Chu Yuan was waiting for the greatest miracle. Although he has fought with Emperor Fengshen many times, he has not used all his strength, because both emperors know that it is not time for them to fight. Damn it, this emperor is not yet in the realm of origin, yet he is able to confront the great emperor and snatch too many treasures from us with the great devouring technique. How could he have such strength? The competition here made the experts of the conferred god camp gnash their teeth with hatred. He seems to be only in the 6th realm, but that combat power is too terrifying. Facing him with no fear in his heart is false. If it wasn't for the conferred god emperor's achievement of origin, no one would be able to fight him. We have no way to monopolize the miracles of the eternal restricted area. We can only compete with them as much as possible to get more, but the Xuanhuan dynasty is a highly unified empire. Fu Luo Tianzhu said, now I am worried that the Emperor Xuanhuan will not know when he will break through the origin. He does not dominate the peak of the era, so it is difficult to achieve the origin. Emperor Fengshen looked calm. He looked at the sky, and a huge phantom was looming, like a myth, and it was about to reach the multiverse. The beginning of the era, from here, you can go to a mysterious area. He said coldly. And at this very moment, in the eternal Pure Land, the Lord of the Sky is leading his people to search for the miracles inside. After they came in, they didn't choose to fight each other. His Majesty's order had come, not to fight them to the death in the eternal Pure Land, but to do their best to let Lan achieve the 6 realms. Sky, look, what I found, the eternal harmony flower. The Lord of the Earth is holding an ordinary little flower, which is the eternal harmony flower. There is something extraordinary in the ordinary. Leave it to me for unified management, and put it in the Imperial treasure house in the future. Avoiding war with the other party now is not in our interest. The Lord of the Sky looked at Lan, when will you break through the 6 realms? After they came in, the mana rolled, like digging 3 feet into the ground, they searched and took away the infinite fetishes, and then gave them all to Lan for her to refine. Hurry up, my breakthrough is a little different from yours. My worm nest needs a large amount of eternal matter to be promoted, and my soul also needs to be promoted to epic. Lan needs too much eternal matter. After they searched for another hour in the eternal Pure Land, Lan's body exuded an epic aura. Her whole body is incomparably sacred, peerless glory bursts out with the brightest divine light, and the power of her soul is evolving. Everyone, I'm about to break through the epic. During this period, I can't be disturbed by others. I need a lot of eternal substances to replenish myself and protect me. Lan rode. Although her soul and thoughts are controlled by Chu Yuan, she still has an incomparable desire for strength. With His Majesty's order, we will do our best to protect you. The Lord of the Sky knows the importance of Lan's breakthrough to the Empire. Once Lan achieves the 6 realms, her role is more important than a world, and the Zerg army cultivated is not afraid of death. At the moment, in the eternal Pure Land, many powerful men of the Empire stood up to protect Lan. And when the powerhouses of the two sides were fighting, in the deepest part of the eternal Pure Land, a divine dragon was entrenched here. When he breathed, there were countless dragon shadows, and the power of origin was erupting. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1733 Mythical Ancient Temple. The eternal Forbidden Zone vibrated even more violently. Countless miracles smashed down violently. What Xuanhuan saw was a scene where the sky and the earth were collapsing and time and space were disordered. The sky was twisted violently like twists and turns. After twisting to the limit, it exploded with a bang, and the cycle continued. Coming. Xuanhuan waited, and finally saw an incomparably huge giant, who couldn't figure out what it was, and was about to descend from the mysterious time and space into the multiverse. And its arrival brought too much pressure. Standing in the central area, the body of the primitive god would not be able to bear it, and it exploded with a bang. A distorted force field has already formed there. Retreat. Because this behemoth is about to descend into the multiverse, the powerhouses on both sides have to retreat. Thinking about the pressure that even the original gods can't bear, isn't the army looking for death when they go there? Crackling. Countless blasting sounds, following the arrival of the big thing, terrifying pressure, many miracles were directly crushed into powder before they reached the multiverse. This seems to be the demeanor of an absolute emperor, and it is not allowed to coexist with him. The powerhouses on both sides were extremely distressed. But they had no way to stop the arrival of the behemoth, they could only watch helplessly. Your Majesty, there will be a great horror in the eternal restricted zone. I don't know what it is yet, but what is certain is that it is extremely important, and even this violent shock is the source of this thing. The army retreated, and all the strong men gathered around Xuanhuan, not daring to blink, staring at the arrival of the behemoth. The sword god looked like a sky knife, extremely fierce, and said, "The forbidden area of the ancient times has a strong attraction and pull force to a mysterious area, and it is the oppression of this thing that squeezes the relics that exist there one after another. Now the real miracle is about to come. At this time, the army can't go there. The fluctuations there are too big, and if you are not careful, you will be crushed. Now the sky is helping Lan achieve the origin in the eternal Pure Land, the Empire is ready to fight. Wait quietly." Xuanhuan calmly said, "After this change, the era structure of the multiverse will be completely changed. The luck of the era has reached its peak, and it is time to decide the winner. Like the brilliance of the scorching sun, the peak of its existence is always short-lived, and the luck of the multiverse has reached a peak." While speaking, Xuanhuan's gaze met the Emperor Fengxian's. The terrifying magic power shot out infinite lightning, and they looked at each other across time and space. "He is provoking us." The strong man from the conferred god camp shouted angrily. Over time. Suddenly the huge thing shook, and a huge stone tablet with an ancient color fell down, and there were words on it, which recorded some ancient myths and legends. Instantly, at the same moment, two powerful hands grabbed at the steel at the same time. It was Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengxian who made the move. Their strengths were respectively grasped on one side of the steel and competed for it. There are many legends recorded on that stone tablet, and it is very likely that it is the origin of that behemoth. The eyes of many strong men are watching, and they can't intervene in the competition between the two emperors. But they couldn't recognize the text on it, it was too old, I don't know how many epochs ago it was, and it wasn't even handed down in the Eternal Road. However, they could feel a vast will within the steel. If you can't get it, it will all be ruined. Xuanhuan said coldly. The great power of the underworld was transmitted to the steel. Although the steel could withstand the bombardment, Xuanhuan's combat power was comparable to that of the origin. Wherever he could bear it, he exploded into powder. After the steel exploded, words in gold letters flew out one by one, and each ray of golden light represented a kind of myth. Xuanhuan's power was transmitted again. Knowing that these golden characters were left by a special technique, he didn't bother to talk to Emperor Fengshen, and directly shattered them. "Shenwu, you are straightforward enough," Fengshen Dadi said. "This emperor is indeed fierce and decisive. It's just a stone tablet," Xuanhuan said lightly. Time continued to pass, and the colossal monster finally appeared in the multiverse. As soon as it appeared, its monstrous power shook all the dust away, and a brilliant divine light burst out. Palace Group. When everyone really saw this huge monster, they realized that it turned out to be a group of palaces. The heavenly palaces are continuous in a straight line, which is extremely vast and belongs to the ancient architectural style. The palace complex is floating in the air, sacred and magnificent. The palace group in the Eternal Road, the whole palace is built with the Eternal God Stone. Oh my God, how many Eternal God Stones will be used for such a huge heavenly palace, and the interior is filled with infinite eternal breath. I seem to be watching an ancient myth. This group of palaces is too majestic and ancient, but there is no decay at all. The power is pervasive, and there are bright clouds and mists, as if they are supporting ancient myths. Below the palace complex was a vast cloud of mist, which was dragged up. Many people are staring at it and guessing, what kind of force left it? It is so majestic. There are many relics on the Eternal Road, but it is preserved so completely, you can see it's extraordinary. As far as the eye can see, at the entrance to the palace complex, that is, at the center of the Lianlian Tiangong, there is also a huge square with a staircase that is full of divine light, connecting a divine gate. It seems that if you want to enter the palace, you need to walk from the stairs to the gate of God. It's not complete, it's just a part of it, or a part connected to the main palace. Inside that divine gate, there is a much larger world. Xuanhuan could see the clue. Although this heavenly palace was majestic, it didn't feel complete to him. It was more like it was shaken down from a larger palace group and entered the multiverse. His words were shocking. Only a part has this kind of majesty. In the multiverse, even if there are ancient temples, it is difficult to match its majesty. The God Emperor is right, this is indeed only part of it. A voice passed, it was Yi Tianzuan who came, and he appeared in front of everyone. I am here, and I will not participate in your competition. It is this heavenly palace that attracted me here. Yi Tianzuan, since you came here, you already know the origin of Tiangong. Emperor Fengshen asked. Although Yi Tianzuan is only in the 6th realm, his own strength is far stronger than him, but this person is not as good as him in the way of practicing the calculation of heavenly secrets. Yi Tianzuan knows the records of many eras. Xuanhuan is also looking at Yi Tianzuan. Although the two didn't have much positive contact, there was some cause and effect. His eyes were very sharp, and it seemed that Yi Tianzuan was not a complete flesh and blood body. In his eyes, the appearance is a cloud of indeterminate gas. That's right, it was qi, like a cloud of mist, that covered his true face. Yi Tianzuan could also feel that Xuanhuan's gaze was too sharp, and he didn't care. He practiced the calculation of heavenly secrets and became comfortable with himself, so he couldn't look at him with pure eyes for a long time. This Tiangong group comes from a very ancient mythological era. This is an ancient mythical Tiangong. Unexpectedly, because of the power of the multiverse, some ruins came here. Hashtag C 1734 Mythical Era, Mythic Heavenly Emperor. The Era of Mythology. Mythical Ancient Heaven Palace. Yi Tianzuan told the origin of these ruins. Hearing these words is like seeing a mythical legend. Both Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen frowned slightly. They knew too little about this era. They had heard of myths, but they didn't know much about this era. There is no way, too many reincarnations have been born, and how many people will study it slowly? Now, the Battle of Shijiyuan is not over yet. Tianzuan is different, he has a special existence, he is good at calculation of heavenly secrets, and can calculate some things that others don't know from clues. The mythological era is very, very long ago, and has long since disappeared in the Eternal Road, but their strength should not be underestimated. I don't know their specific strength, but their strongest is called the Mythical Emperor, and that is the strongest. Sweeping the road of eternity is the closest existence to eternity. Tianzuan said. The strongest on the Eternal Road. In this way, Chu Yuan and Emperor Fengshen can appreciate the power of the mythical era. Chu Yuan knew that the most powerful people on the Eternal Road included Tianzhu Emperor, Panchen Emperor, and Zerg Mother Emperor, but they all disappeared in history and were not in the same era. Primitive multiple realms, these are actually divided by themselves since many epochs. And what is the realm above the primitive? No one can know, because no one breaks through to this realm, so it is called the Eternal Realm. It means that if you break the original barrier, you can become an eternal god. The era of mythology has disappeared, and their myths and legends can only be understood through rare records. The ancient mythical palace of heaven is vast and huge. They have dominated the road of eternity for nearly 100 epochs, and the palace of heaven in front of them should be one of their celestial beings. Stay, and accompany the mythical heavenly emperor. Tianzuan said. In the era of mythology, there is only one heavenly emperor, but under the heavenly emperor, there are also titles of Tianzuan and Tianjun. In fact, now there are many strong people on the Eternal Road who call themselves a certain Tianzuan, or Tianjun, and this title is also continued. And the Tianzuan in the mythological era are all the strongest, even more powerful than the god of origin. Of course, the name is not important, the important thing is the strength. Tianzuan, I know your answer. Chu Yuan nodded to him, era of mythology, no matter how strong it will disappear in the long river of time. Into the mythical ancient heaven palace. The great emperor Fengshen waved his hand, and at this time the strong men from Fengshen began to enter the ancient heaven palace. No matter how strong they are, as long as they fall into the multiverse, they must abide by the eternal rules. There is no possibility that there will be any living people, and at most they have set up some formation restrictions. Go in. The powerful empire also went to Tiangong Square at the same time. The moment they stepped on the square, the paved bricks and stones suddenly burst into divine light, condensing mythical runes one by one, turning them into legends, filling the time and space. Looking at the stairs. Of course Chu Yuan could see that in the mythological era, one could not directly enter the heavenly palace, and had to walk up this ladder to show respect for that heavenly venerable. But Chu Yuan would not really climb up the stairs step by step, but would fly directly towards the Shenmen. Boldly, all those who enter the heavenly palace need to step up the steps to the God's gate with a reverent heart to show their respect for the heavenly venerable. All those who do not respect the heavenly venerable will encounter a mythical doom. Suddenly, thunderous shouts resounded, and the stairs were as bright as a sea, coming towards the sky, as if an invisible big hand was pressing down on Chu Yuan and Emperor Fengshen at the same time. Heavenly Palace pressure. The two emperors both had great ambitions, so how could they respect the heavenly venerable who died for an unknown amount of time, and fly straight up without hesitation of the pressure? A torrent like a sea of golden thunder swept over and turned into a thunder calamity, which was so powerful that it could even kill the sixth realm. It's just a motivator of energy. If the celestial venerable was still sitting here back then, even the god of origin would have to walk up the stairs and activate the formation, which could be suppressed only by restraint. But Chu Yuan and Emperor Fengshen didn't care about it, and the power shook the golden thunder sea. The strongest of both sides followed closely behind. Xuanhuan. This divine gate is majestic and majestic, with a breath of mythology and eternal majesty, and ancient patterns are carved on it. There are myths in this pattern, such as Tao Tai, Pixiu, Kunyu, as well as strong men, and so on. Xuanhuan saw a strong man chasing the sun, chasing the eternal sun. His soul seemed to have returned to that time called that in an instant. A giant, as if taller than the sky, was chasing the eternal sun, not letting him fall or disappear. The picture changed again, and he saw 10 rounds of scorching sun in the sky, and each round of scorching sun was an ancient golden crow, radiating the light of origin. He also saw many people offering sacrifices to the arrival of the myth, waiting for all kinds of incredible pictures. These are all myths and legends. The imprint of the age of mythology, it is an era that left countless legends, and it is also an era where the stars are shining and the strong are like clouds. Xuanhuan Dao is not affected by the brand of mythology. It is rumored that the heavenly palace where the mythical emperor of heaven sits is always bright, and there are 10 mythical ancient golden crows shining forever. Tianzuan didn't go to the square, he was just below, making a sound. If you don't respect the heavenly one, you should die. Suddenly, the moment Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen entered the gate of God, there was a loud shout, and then 2 golden armored generals with long-handled giant axes appeared. This golden armored general is extremely powerful, and a strike with an axe is a life-threatening blow. Could there be any living creatures? The strong ones were surprised that the golden armor gods were comparable to the 6th realm, and the golden armor on them was a special artifact with extremely high defense and was difficult to break. It's not alive, it's just a special kind of puppet, a mythical puppet. Xuanhuan saw the truth at a glance. The means of this mythical era are powerful, and the puppets refined can display the strength of the 6th realm. Even if there are puppets comparable to the god of origin, he will not be surprised. After all, the mythical heavenly emperor is the strongest, and there have been so many eras. It is normal to have such a method, and it is not surprising. He is so powerful, his time of existence is still too short. Facing the beheading of the golden-armored god, Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen stepped forward, and Xuanhuan's palm was like an ancient mountain, and the power of the great chaos spell swept wildly. This golden-armored deity is strong, but it is not the strength of the original deity that can make any big waves. Xuanhuan just flipped his hands and sealed him for eternity. A golden-armored general was completely sealed by him without causing any trouble. The light inside the gate of God is like the sea. Boom! Suddenly, at the moment when the powerhouses of both sides were about to enter the divine gate, a wave that shook the world came out. The world has changed drastically, the wind is turbulent, and various visions appear, condensing into the doom of the origin. There is actually a strong man who wants to become the god of origin at this time. Could it be that there is another origin god in the multiverse? The calamity of the origin is turbulent and violent. After the emperor of the gods, someone is going to achieve the origin. The fluctuation of this divine calamity of origin was too violent to be concealed, shocking all the powerful. #C1735 God of Origin, Dragon Ancestor. There is actually a strong man who wants to become the god of origin at this time. And the source of that fluctuation is in the eternal Pure Land. The eternal Pure Land is that dragon. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced into the Pure Land. He watched the terrifying origin of God's tribulation condense the most terrifying fluctuations, which could not be stopped even by the eternal Pure Land, and penetrated directly. At his level of cultivation, of course he knows that all calamities are controlled by eternal rules, and the more heaven-defying an existence is, the stronger the eternal divine calamity it will arouse. And how is the eternal rule produced? If you can manipulate the eternal rules, then you will be the real eternal gods, existing in immortality. Boom! The origin of the divine light, the 10,000 roads resonate together, and the rules are oppressive. Xuanhuan looked at the giant dragon entrenched in the Pure Land. He breathed in the energy of the eternal Pure Land violently, and when he moved at will, there were thousands of dragon shadows. The dragons were prosperous and brilliant. That dragon ancestor is about to break through. This news is not shocking. It is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for another origin god to appear in this period. The cycle of eternity, everything is born from eternity, and then returns to eternity, life and death. This is a cycle of reincarnation, and it goes round and round. Yi Tianzuan's breakthrough to Longzhu appeared calm. It's not good. The terrifying origin of God's tribulation has spread throughout the Pure Land, and the fluctuations are too violent. At this time, the sky and the earth were shaking, and the fluctuation of the divine calamity was spreading violently around Longzhu as the center, and many strong men in the eternal Pure Land had to retreat temporarily. When breaking through, if anyone dares to break into the divine tribulation, the eternal rules will give corresponding backlash. His Majesty, the Lord of the Sky and the others appeared beside Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Very good, Lan, you have broken through to the 6th realm. Lanning can't break through the 6 realms without the help of the Master. Lan's peerless face, that beauty makes people's hearts move, and the charm of the 6th realm spreads out, which is an unconscious influence of soul power. However, she was so cute in front of Xuanhuan, forming a stark contrast. Being loyal to me, you will get boundless fortune. It is not enough for Lan to break through to the 6th realm, it is better to reach the 7th realm, and if Lan reaches the 7th realm, her strength will be stronger than many origin gods. Longzhu is our enemy. If we let him break through to the god of origin, we will be in trouble. The Lord of the Sky looked at the fluctuations with a solemn expression, and the addition of a god of origin would bring great changes to the hegemony. Peak and prosperity. If there are no stars, what's the point? So what if there is an extra dragon? Xuanhuan said quietly. Great Emperor, the dragon ancestor is experiencing the divine calamity of the origin. Should we stop him and kill his dragon? The powerhouses of the conferred god camp also said bitterly. It's too late, I can't cut it. Longzhu is the dragon of the era, the dragon of the wild, and his breakthrough is unstoppable. The god of origin can't do anything to him. Emperor Fengshen looked very clearly. This was indeed an accident, but with the arrival of the peak and prosperity, it is not surprising that there are any accidents, but it is not normal if there are no accidents. In the eternal Pure Land, there are strange runes engraved on each dragon scale of dragon ancestor, but the essence is a dragon character. He is the ancestor of all dragons, the dragon character cultivated by eternal power. There can be countless dragons, but there can only be one dragon ancestor. He is the ancestor of the dragon. The fluctuation of heaven and earth, the divine light of origin, the world is shaking, his dragon energy is getting more and more vast, and the vitality of the world is reversed into dragon energy around him. The huge dragon body is suppressing the universe. The divine calamity of origin is terrifying, but it can't stop his breakthrough at all. Every force hits down like a flood, but it is only forging his dragon body of origin. His breakthrough was unstoppable. I am the ancestral dragon of the great desolation, the ancestor of all dragons. Dragon Ancestor is a wonderful work born from eternity. His dragon body is too terrifying, and the prehistoric dragon aura is permeating. Even if he is so powerful that he is bombarded with the origin artifact, he will never be able to kill his dragon body. He grasped the dragon claw. A drop of dragon blood flew out. As soon as this drop of dragon blood flew out, it seemed to have life, and then it turned into a golden dragon. As soon as it appeared, it possessed the cultivation base of a supreme god, and the universe was turbulent. The ability of the origin god, this is the pure-blooded dragon clan, created with his blood. Longzhu, he broke through. In this world, there are surprises, curses, and envy. Longzhu broke through. Why didn't we break through? Prison roared and roared hysterically. He was too eager for the cultivation of the god of origin, and he had been trapped in the sixth realm for too long, and he was unable to realize that. I'm not reconciled either. Xuanhuan also roared. He is a fellow practitioner of gods and demons. He is extremely powerful, but he can't break through the god of origin. Xuanhuan God Emperor, Emperor Fengshen, now there is another dragon ancestor. The universe shook. Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen looked at Long Zhu's breakthrough without much fluctuation. Even if there was another Long Zhu, they still had absolute confidence and could control the era. Breakthrough, Origin Dragon God, your value is even greater. Xuanhuan hung high and said, very good, dominate the era, obliterate the soul, and let you become the spirit of the ancestor dragon again. God Emperor, the dragon ancestor has become the god of origination, so he will definitely take us under the knife. The phoenix ancestor's face was serious. It's okay, with me here, this dragon can't turn the sky. Xuanhuan said. The realm of the god of origin has finally been achieved. Longzhu swallowed the breath of the eternal Pure Land, and one can imagine the joy in his heart. The god of origin is absolutely strong even if he is placed in the entire eternal road, let alone one era. Demon ancestor. Dragon ancestor shouted, you think this ancestor doesn't know your purpose, you know that this ancestor is the source of dragons, the source of all dragons, that's why you let this ancestor take refuge in you, wanting to control the dragon power of this ancestor, so this has been integrated into your demon power, making you stronger. But how can this ancestor not know your conspiracy? This ancestor is great, and will not be controlled by you. Now that he has become the god of origin, even if the demon ancestor is in front of him, he is not afraid at all. What is the ancestor of all demons? He is the ancestor of all dragons, and demons are two different species, and he is the existence of creating a race. This era should belong to dragons. The origin is just the beginning. Everything will turn into a dragon, and everything will turn into a dragon. Dragon Ancestor is also somewhat ambitious. He is also waiting for this moment, knowing that if he makes all the creatures in this era transform into dragons, he will become a real ancestor, and his strength is unimaginable. Of course, he still has two major enemies now, one is Emperor Fengshen, and the other is Emperor Xuanhuan. No one can stop this ancestor. The dragon ancestor made a dragon howl that shocked the universe, and his huge dragon body directly rushed out of the eternal Pure Land, and the huge power swept across the multidimensional. The power of the origin god is too powerful. Could it be that Longzhu wants to directly confront the Emperor Xuanhuan, the great Emperor Fengshen? But Longzhu didn't directly choose to fight recklessly, but the dragon shuttled, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. #C1736 Unwilling. Longzhu didn't choose to directly enter the mythical ancient heaven at this moment. Obviously he also had the ability to fear the gods and gods. Suddenly, a prehistoric dragon body directly shattered the universe and disappeared. The speed of the origin god is too fast, and it can reach the other end from one end of the universe in almost one thought. The distance of the multiverse has lost too much meaning in front of him. The means of a strong man in this realm are so unpredictable and mysterious that they cannot be treated with common sense. Longzhu has left. The eyes of the strong men on both sides froze immediately. They both knew that the dragon would not leave so easily. There must be other plans. Don't worry about him, follow me into the mythical ancient heaven palace. Xuanhuan said coldly. The same is true for the conferred god emperor. His eyes glowed with golden light, and he canonized the gods, and he also entered the gate of the gods. At this moment, Longzhu left the original god realm and went directly to the heaven of the gods. Longzhu, you are here. The second divine master was not too surprised to see a prehistoric ancestral dragon coming. The gods and gods are dazzling, and the world opened up by the founder of the gods, even the origin god, is not afraid of him breaking. That's right, this ancestor is here. This ancestor came here without any malice. I have something to discuss with you. Longzhu stayed outside the sky of the gods, staring at the sky with the light of the galaxy in the huge dragon eyes. I know why you're here. The second god said, you want to use our strength to cooperate with you and fight against Xuanhuan and Fengshen with you. Although you have broken through the origin god, Xuanhuan and Fengshen both have the power of a huge empire, and you are alone, we need our strength. Longzhu knew that he had made a breakthrough, but Xuanhuan and Fengshen were not weaker than him. They still have a lot of strong people who can be mobilized, and under his command, there is only the original dragon god Heaven, who is not 33 days old, and he will definitely suffer the most in a fight. Now, if he wanted to even out this disadvantage, he had no choice but to seek the cooperation of the second divine master. The second god lord, they are not weak. The strong are also like clouds, and they are no worse than any of the camps, but they lack leaders. And he can. This ancestor needs your strength, and you also need my strength, Xuanhuan or Fengshen, only this ancestor has the strength to fight against them, and none of you can do it. Longzhu didn't hide his purpose. Without this ancestor, after the exploration of the mythical ancient heaven palace, they will launch the final decisive battle, and you can't even do the final struggle. The second divine lord, Xuanhuan, Fengshen is not easy to provoke, and this dragon ancestor is even more difficult to deal with. This dragon is ambitious. He wants to create an era of dragons, and all things can be connected with dragons. That's right, if this dragon rules the era, it won't be more merciful than them. We all want to become dragons, and under his control, we may be more domineering than Xuanhuan. You have an idea how to deal with today's affairs. All the powerhouses are waiting for the second divine master to make up his mind. Longzhu is right. We really have no choice. If we cooperate with him, we may still have a chance to struggle. If we don't cooperate with Longzhu, we can only watch the era of 33 days die. The second divine master's eyes were sharp, there is no other choice. Cooperating with Longzhu is no different from seeking skin with Longzhu. He is also a ruthless character, but he is fundamentally different from Xuanhuan and Fengshen. Yinyang Tianzhu said, Xuanhuan and Fengshen are the ones who control the huge empire, but Longzhu doesn't have one. He is lonely and widowed. For this, he needs our strength even more. Otherwise, he will not be able to fight against the two emperors. We can only cooperate with Longzhu, but we can't completely regard him as the savior of the world. We must use his power to maintain the current situation in the universe. Although he is the god of origin, we will not be afraid of him. The second god said, Longzhu, I can promise you that you also want to go to the ancient mythical heavenly palace. Well, all of us will go to the ancient mythical heavenly palace with you. He is very smart, and he didn't mention anything about cooperation at all, because Longzhu is really not a good partner for cooperation, and he is very wary of him. The second divine master walked out from the heaven of the gods. At this very moment, he was wearing the godly battle armor, interpreting the incomparably brilliant rays of light, supporting him like a god among gods, and in his hand, he also had a godly battle gun. Origin artifact. Longzhu saw the armor of the second divine master and knew that it was the artifact of origin. The god armor was left by the founder of the god realm. As an existence that overwhelmed the heavens in the 33-3 era, the origin artifacts he left behind will only be more or less. The second god master has this armor. Even if he encounters the bombardment of the origin god, it is difficult to kill him in an instant. Let's go to the mythical ancient heaven palace. The second god said, this battle armor has a double defense function. It can protect the body and protect the soul, otherwise he would not have the confidence to cooperate without it. But a divine weapon is a divine weapon after all. He is not the god of origin after all, and he cannot mobilize all his strength. It's not too late. The ancestor opened the origin time and space, and returned to the mythical ancient heaven palace as quickly as possible. Longzhu knew that it was not only a defense against Xuanhuan or Fengshen, but also against him, but he didn't care, he invited them himself, he just hoped that the second Divine Master could block the opponent's strong man. The second Divine Master also understood this truth, otherwise he would not have gone to mythical ancient Heaven Palace. The mythical ancient Tiangong is majestic and majestic. The Gate of God stands tall. Both Xuanhuan and Fengshan powerhouses have disappeared, and they went inside one step ahead. They're already in. Dugu Shenma suddenly said, the mythical ancient Heaven Palace was left by the ancient mythical era. Although it was not left by the mythical emperor, even a celestial lord is powerful and extraordinary. It may have left behind unimaginable treasures, even an opportunity to break through the god of origin. If they go in early, they are one step ahead of us, and they cannot be taken away. Prison shouted. It was difficult for him to calm down, and he also knew deeply that if it weren't for the changes in the forbidden area of Wangu, Shenwu's next attack target would be him. The mythical ancient Tiangong, the Tiangong in front of us is just a part that appears in front of us. This ancestor can see that only by stepping into this divine gate can we see the real ruins. The strength of the Tianzuan in the mythical era shocked the ancient and modern, which is equivalent to eternity. The most powerful people on the road must have left behind great treasures. Long Zhu said, I don't know about the internal situation. At the moment we entered for the first time, we united together, Xuanhuan and Fengshan. Naturally, we have our ancestors to fight against them. What you need to do is to stop other strong people. God knows. The second god said. Why bother? Tianzuan didn't go in, he was still outside the mythical ancient Heaven Palace, he sighed when he saw the arrival of the second god lord. It's not the last moment. For the survival of the 33 days, I have to make the last effort. If I let my fate be like this, I will not be reconciled. The era that belongs to us has not completely passed. The second Divine Master looked at Tianzuan and responded firmly, he was not willing to accept his fate. To fight against the general trend of the times, the final end may be to be wiped out. Tianzuan said. Tianzuan, you talk a lot. Long Zhu's dragon claw directly patted him. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1737 Myth 9th Heaven. When Long Zhu's dragon claw fell, it covered Tianzuan in an instant, and his body exploded, but no blood mist exploded, as if it hit a cloud of air and scattered directly. Long Zhu, although I am not the god of origin, I also have my own means to save my life. Tianzuan left a faint word, if you want to dominate the heavens, your hope is very small. First of all, you have an insurmountable existence standing in front of you. Dragon will conquer the sky. Long Zhu was cold, and the huge dragon body rushed into the divine gate first. At this moment, within the gate of God, Chu Yuan saw a bigger world, the heavenly palace that looks towering outside is just the entrance, and the real world is hidden inside. What a majestic and magnificent place, huge. Many strong men looked at the world in front of them, and their faces were shocked. The light was bright, and what appeared in front of their eyes were colorful clouds, mountains and river beds, towering sacred trees, and all kinds of incredible miracles. Ancient myths were born here, and there are many legends circulating. This is a mythical world. Many strong men stared intently, the world was vast, but there was nothingness in front of their eyes, and it was difficult to see more. Xinghai Tianzhu said, is this the world of mythology? If it was back then, there must be countless gods, and according to Tianzuan, here, it was only opened up by Tianzuan, and the greater mythical emperor left behind what? It's not right. Yushin cultivated the space-time power of the universe, everyone was keen, said, Your Majesty, although this place is vast, I feel that this is only a part of it, and there is an even greater place. You look good. Chu Yuan could see all the emptiness with his eyes, and said, In my opinion, there are 9 heavens here, and only the first heaven can be entered through the gate of God. 9 heavens. They can't even see through the first heaven, let alone see the ninth heaven. Xuanhuan is the strongest. He also possesses the dual portals of time and space, so he can see through and say, the mythical nine heavens, the earth, the time and space, each heaven, earth, time and space is a world with a lot of miracles, and it is the ninth heaven that I want to go to. They didn't waste time in the first heaven, they immediately opened the barriers of time and space, broke through the second heaven. Rumble. From the first heaven to the second heaven, Xuanhuan immediately encountered an extremely terrifying bombardment. The divine light descended from the sky, and the ripples were so violent that even some primitive gods could not forcefully break through. But Xuanhuan led the army, and the power of the great devouring technique enveloped him. All the power disappeared when it bombarded him, and transformed into the power he could refine. This is the energy of myth. As soon as he shattered, it turned into a rain of mythical light that evenly fell on everyone. The second heaven has arrived, and the miracles in front of you are even more vast. If you take a casual breath, it is the surging mythical atmosphere, which has been transformed by the special magic circle of the mythical era. The magnificent mountains and rivers, but Xuanhuan is not interested in seeing more. The third heaven. The fourth heaven. Passing through layers of heaven and earth, every time a layer of heaven is broken through, the power of the mythical bombardment will become stronger. However, with Xuanhuan leading the army, nothing can stop the army of the empire. Xuanhuan knew that in each heaven, there were a large number of miracles and a large number of treasures. He has felt it. But he didn't have time to explore, all the contention had to be placed in the ninth heaven, to see what was left there. Break through another level and you will be the eighth heaven. Infinite mythical lightning gathered into Wang Yang. When Xuanhuan broke through the eighth heaven, he saw a mythical strong man, who kept bombarding him with a thunder hammer. I don't know about the era of mythology, but I vaguely know from Tianzuan that in that era, many gods of heaven and earth were born, and many ancient myths were passed down. There was even more gusts of wind howling. The waves are like the sea, beating violently. All kinds of power are superimposed, and people are too small in front of them, as if a mortal wants to cross the violent and endless sea waves, which is difficult to achieve. It's such a terrifying power. Even if I am in the sixth realm, it will be difficult for me to get through it with my own strength. Daoshan let out a sound of surprise. The power that is difficult to pass through the sixth realm, if you try to force it, you may die here, so when it comes to the ninth heaven, isn't it only the god of origin who is eligible to enter? Chuning swallowed mountains and rivers, and any huge waves that hit him stopped still. His will to rule the eight wastelands surpasses mythology. The power of this mythical nine heavens is indeed extremely ferocious, and it is extremely powerful to tell the strength of this era, but all the strong inside have disappeared, how can it be resisted? His hands tore apart the heavens and the earth, and the violent wind and rain were about to disappear. He controlled the time and space of the heavens and the earth, and immediately opened a passage into the eighth heaven. Follow your majesty. The strong men of the empire followed Xuanhuan closely. In the eighth heaven of mythology. The magnificent mountains and rivers in front of me, the splendid mountains and rivers are much stronger than the first heaven, countless lights and shadows are flying like meteors, and there are brand marks inside, as if they are the will of that era. Xuanhuan looked over, the picture here is too dreamy, the heavenly palace is suspended, mountains and rivers exist, and the world is vast. He raised his head and looked at a round of mythical sun, which radiated brilliant brilliance and radiated infinite energy. This energy. Suddenly in the empire, there was a great master who breathed this mythical energy fiercely, and involuntarily, he ushered in his own divine calamity, which thundered down on him. Not only him, but also many strong people are breaking through when they smell this energy. Even as a sixth realm, I can feel my cultivation growing when I breathe this kind of energy, even stronger than that in the eternal Pure Land. God of Yunda said in surprise. Cultivating in this kind of energy is like a fish in water, getting twice the result with half the effort, an excellent place to practice. Mythical energy is transformed by using countless eternal god crystals, the eternal breath in the eternal road, and special means through a mythical magic circle. Xuanhuan returned to his roots and guessed many things in an instant. This energy is very violent, but it is also very pure, and the breath is refined into the body without causing any adverse effects. It is from that era, it is specially refined and used for the cultivation of the strong. But Xuanhuan also knew that although the energy was good, it was not infinite. After all, the strong man in the age of mythology had disappeared, and every breath was less. If he wants to break through the seventh realm as quickly as possible, he only has the power to dominate the current century Yuan. It is not these energies that can break through the great origin. If the powerful of the empire practice here, how many gods of heaven and primitive gods can be born in a short period of time? The Lord of the Sky values these things. Your Majesty, where are the conferred gods? They have disappeared since we came in? Lu Yuan said. I will meet them. I saw the only way to the ninth heaven. We will meet there. Xuanhuan stepped forward and walked towards the passage of Juchangshan. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1738 Archenemy. The mythical great sun in the sky shines a bright but not scorching brilliance, and when it shines on the body, it is very gentle. This great sun is also like the source of power. Of course, Xuanhuan can see that this is a special artifact, a grand formation-like artifact. Based on this, it can continuously change the breath and condense the mythical energy. But the passage to the Empyrean is here. When Xuanhuan led the powerful men of the empire to the great day, Emperor Fengshen also led a large number of strong men to arrive. Xuanhuan pierced through time and space, and the passage was empty. The terrifying mythical power, every slash down, has the power to kill the original gods, and the tide inside is surging and surging. In other words, only the origin gods of the seventh realm are eligible to enter the nine heavens. Shenwu. Emperor Fengshen looked at Xuanhuan again. This was his peerless enemy. He clearly understood in his heart that if he loses this time, he will lose completely. There is absolutely no possibility of living out the third life, and this is his last chance. It seems that the ancestor is not too late. Boiling momentum, Longzhu and the second god lord arrived, staring at the mythical sun, as if they had already seen the scene in the ninth heaven. He deeply understands that although he has become the origin, it is still very difficult to defeat the two emperors, but he has the arrogance of a dragon and has confidence in himself. The three forces are fighting against each other at this moment, and it seems that a boiling battle will break out at any time. Xuanhuan looked at him, and when his arrogance was overwhelmed, Longzhu suddenly felt a psychic hammer hit him, knowing that this was the emperor's shock to him. He is also fearless. This is the world of myths. The second divine master was also looking at this place at this time. In the world of ancient myths, the real mythical nine heavens have long since disappeared with the changes of the eternal calamity and the era, and even if it was simulated by a celestial being, it is the same. Magnificent. Although the mythical civilization also bears the word God, it is not the same as the God of the creator of the God world. God is different, and people are also different. Shenwu, enter the ninth heaven. The great emperor conferred God to Xuanhuan Dao. This is a kind of invitation to fight, but his eyes seem to ignore Longzhu. Enter the ninth heaven. Xuanhuan was talking to Emperor Fengshen. Looking at the conversation between the two emperors, it seems that Longzhu was ignored, which made Longzhu very annoyed. He is also the origin god after all, and neither of the two emperors will be his enemy. Is this looking down on him? Arrogance, you will regret it. Longzhu said. He stared at the great sun, the passage of the ninth heaven. This time he invited the second divine master, was also an extremely correct move. Otherwise, the strong men under the command of the two emperors would unite and let Xuanhuan and Fengshen go in to stop him. Even if he is the god of origin, it would be very troublesome to face so many sixth realms. The second god master and the others came to deal with the other party's epic god, so that he would be less disturbed. This time they are using each other. Your Majesty, Zhichangshan will have the most precious substance left by Tianzuan. The Lord of the Sky was silent for a moment, and said, "We won't go in, and stay in the 9 heavens. I don't know what will happen in Zhichangshan, even if His Majesty can shelter them in, they will not help His Majesty when they get there. On the contrary, staying in the 9 heavens, there are many precious resources here, and he leads the army to fight here, but he can play the greatest role. After I enter the 9th heaven, everything here will be handled by you." Xuanhuan is relieved to leave the matter here to the Lord of the Sky. First of all, Zhichangshan, he, Fengshen, Longzhu will definitely enter. Secondly, as long as you enter the multiverse, there will be no living beings that do not belong to this era. Stop wasting time. Xuanhuan's voice was like thunder, and he took the first step into the mythical sun, and the endless frenzy flooded him in an instant. As you wish. The Emperor conferred God didn't waste time either. The 8th heaven is so magnificent. I don't know what will be in the 9 heavens. I can't watch these two emperors go in ahead of time and take away the supreme God. My biggest enemy to become the ruler of the era is them. Longzhu's dragon body rushed, stirring up the situation in Kyushu. Now it's our duel. The Lord of the Sky looked at the conferred God camp, as well as the second God Lord and the others. Seeing that the 3 great masters had already entered the 9 heavens, the second divine master wanted to go in, but his rationality told him that he couldn't go. He will not be instantly killed by the god of origin when he puts on the armor of the gods, but his strength can't compete. In this 8th heaven, I don't know if there is any chance for me to break through the god of origin. The second god master breathed this energy violently. He followed the founder of the god realm at the beginning of the era, but he was still unable to step into this realm. It was really too difficult. The second god master, the 8 heavens, each heaven has a lot of resources, it's important for us to seize the treasure first. Yin-yang is the way of God. It is good. The second god master wanted to fight the opponent first, but it was an alliance after all, and no one else wanted to fight it this time, so they had to give up and immediately hit a part of the 8th heaven. It seems that the second god master and the others still don't want to fight now. Xinghai God rode. He looked at the Lord of the Sky, His Majesty is in the 9th heaven, and everything here is handled by the Lord of the Sky. The second God Lord is just an alliance. They don't want to fight, but some people don't think so. I'm afraid they still want to hinder us. We can't take it lightly. The Lord of the Sky saw the strong man from the conferred God camp at the other end of the Yakongshan, and said, "Our people are not scattered, but united closely. Since we all choose one place and start to search for the resources of the mythical Yakongshan, we have to quickly keep up and play to our greatest advantage." Then what about the other 7 heavens? The cloud is God's way. Searching from one level to one level day by level, it is too dangerous to divide the troops. With the second God Lord, the situation is too unknown. They may join forces. After all the resources in the 8th level are searched, we will go to the 7th level. The Lord of the Sky made a decision immediately. Under the leadership of the Lord of the Sky, many strong men searched from one end of the world to the other with the gesture of digging 3 feet into the ground. As long as it is a resource useful to the Empire, even a piece of sacred stone will not be missed. The decisive battle is coming, and they want to strengthen themselves as much as possible. Earth-shattering fluctuations, many heavenly palaces are suspended in the 8th heaven, and many heavenly palaces have placed a large number of gods, such as divine pills, artifacts, and even origin artifacts. Second God Lord. At the other end of the Yakongshan, the conferred God directly approached the second divine master and met them. You have something to tell me. The second divine master said coldly. Nature. Consecrate God to God. The second divine master is indeed very strong. In the multiverse, the sixth realm is the top. There are also origin artifacts left by the founder of the God realm. Unfortunately, they lost their brilliance when they met stronger existences. You came to me just for the sake of martial arts. Don't go around in circles. Tell me clearly, what plan do you have? The second divine master saw through the opponent's intentions. Talking to smart people saves effort. Yes, it is indeed for the sake of martial arts. God of God laughed. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1739 Eternal Interest. Cooperate with you? Humph. Infinite God snorted coldly. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Although we have fought before, we can still cooperate in the face of interests. Fengshen Tianzhu said, mythical 9 layers, each layer contains many treasures, and if the 3 families divide it, there will be no 2 equal shares to get as much. What do you think? So, you need us to join forces with you to deal with Xuanhuan. The second god said. Good. Consecrate God to God. Haha, that's an interesting suggestion. Xuanhuan laughed and said, since we can cooperate with you, we can also cooperate with Xuanhuan. As you said, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Although we have fought to the death with Xuanhuan, why don't we cooperate with you? Had a bloody battle? Fengshen Tianzhu had long known that Xuanhuan would say this, and said, because we can cooperate with us to maximize the benefits. You are afraid of Xuanhuan, just like you were afraid of Renhuang back then, the shadow of Xuanhuan, the shadow of Renhuang, the superposition of the 2 shadows. You have already developed a fear of Xuanhuan. The second godmaster stared into the eyes of God. Hearing this, Fengshen Tianzhu actually trembled in his heart. He didn't know what the emperor was thinking, but he did have some fear in his heart. It was the fear of Xuanhuan's mysterious and unknown. Why be afraid? Why not be afraid? You can use any means to win. War is not about personal emotions, but about personal interests. It was your choice to cooperate or not to cooperate. Fengshen Tianzhu calmed himself down, and said, you only need to send a small number of people. To deal with Xuanhuan, we can send the most people and pay the greatest price, and you will get no less than us. It was my own idea to find the second divine lord and the others to cooperate, not the emperor. Fengshen ordered them. Second god lord, what do you think? Xuanhuan calmly said, cooperating with them has advantages and disadvantages. Their real purpose is not to see Xuanhuan get more treasures, but to see them continue to grow stronger. The mystery and unknown of this empire poses a terrible threat to them. Enyang Tianzhu said, the strength of the Fengshen camp is known, but the mystery of Xuanhuan is unknown. How do you cooperate? The movement of thoughts is only for a moment, and the second god has already given the answer. It's very simple. All the strong fighters of Xuanhuan are in the 8th heaven. We just need to attack their strong ones, prevent them from gaining benefits, and prevent them from entering below the 8th heaven. Fengshen Tianzhu is not afraid that the other party will not cooperate with him. Below the 7th heaven, how to divide it? The second god said. It's also simple. Divide each sky into 2 halves. I will be on the left and you will be on the right, or I will be on the right and you will be on the left. Both sides will draw a line. Within their own line, one side will have half. In their respective areas, no one can interfere with the other. Consecrate God to God. Is it credible? 5 elements God asked. They all know that neither Xuanhuan nor Fengshen can be faced by them alone. If they want to maintain their status, they can only survive in the cracks and seek opportunities. They are also heartbroken. If they are divided in this way, they can also get huge benefits themselves. It's believable, with the presence of the gods, they won't play tricks with us. In his heart, the second divine master disdains playing this kind of trick, but the reality forced him to do so. Second God Lord, in the 8th heaven, we will keep half of the strong ones here, and the strongest ones will stop Xuanhu here. Fengshen Tianzhu said again. Ju, Dugushenma, you stay with me. The second divine lord directly named the strong man. There is also a reason for this arrangement. They are not a highly unified force like the conferred gods, but an alliance of the heavens. They have other 6th realms in 3 days, and they can go to other heavens, to search. Immediately, the powerhouses on both sides made arrangements. I'm not reconciled, I have to give them half of the treasure. Tao impermanence. Even reluctant to part with these treasures, how can it be a big deal? Fengshen Qiandi didn't care and said, when we dominate the multiverse, everything will be ours, let them get some first, and just rely on what big waves they can make. I would rather give it to the second god than Xuanhu. Their strength is the real threat to our life and death, the emperor is in the 9 heavens, what we have to do is not even to seize the treasure, but to stop the opponent as much as possible. All strong men nodded. The unknown power of Xuanhu made them a little scared. Also, can the loose alliance of the second god master be compared to ours? Even if you give them half of the treasures, they may not evenly share the spoils when they encounter truly precious ones, and they will fight themselves. Consecrate God to God. Then why did the second divine master agree to cooperate? Because of Xuanhu's arrogance, they also want to knock down Xuanhu's luck. They hope that we and Xuanhu will lose both. Now that there is a dragon ancestor, the situation is getting more and more chaotic. Fengshen Tianzhu said, look, the peak of this era is extremely hot for us, but winter is coming for them, and they all want to survive this cold winter. But at this moment, the powerful martial artist who was snatching the inner treasure of the Ye suddenly sensed that something was wrong. The sky, something is wrong. The Lord of the Earth said solemnly, Fengshen and the second divine master are too calm, and the 8 heavens are also too calm. There seems to be a dark cloud suppressing my heart, and there seems to be a big conspiracy. You're right. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 of them have already cooperated and pointed the finger at us. Lord of the Sky. They want to join forces? How could they join forces? Lord Yuanguang shouted suddenly. Yushin was not surprised, but said calmly, in the face of interests, there is no one who cannot cooperate. Your Majesty's power has already made them feel afraid. They can't see my empire as strong, so we want all of us to attack us. In order to win, it can be done by any means. Lord of the Sky, what should we do? Lord Xie asked for his opinion. We are not afraid of one conferred god, but if the second god master is added, the situation will be reversed. Although the second god master and the others do not have the leader of the strongest, there are not many strong ones, and your Majesty in the 9 heavens, if we are really blocked, the Empire's treasure hunt will encounter great trouble. Fight, then fight them, fight, who are you afraid of? The god of destruction is a hot-tempered man with a murderous look. That's right, as god of destruction said, hit, and hit hard. The Lord of the Sky said, the Empire also wants to hunt for treasures in the 8 heavens, but the opponents refuse to let us go, forcing us to not find treasures, and we have no way to make concessions. Everything is ordered by the Lord of the Sky. Everyone said. His Majesty has given command to the Lord of the Sky. The Empire must dare to show its sword. Treasures are important, but not as important as our morale. To show the style of the Empire is not to stop us from hunting treasures. Okay, then we will take the initiative to attack. We can't find treasures. No one should hunt for treasures. Just fight. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1740 if you don't get it, destroy it. The conferred god and the second god master would rather give up part of their benefits, but also suppress Xuanhuan in the 8th heaven. Of course, the Lord of the Sky can't bear it, and he won't retreat. The best defense is to attack, and only those who dare to shine their swords can win the final victory. No matter what difficulties and obstacles you face, you must have a fearless heart and crush all the enemies in front of you. In an instant, a vast torrent swept towards the conferred god camp. How dare you take the initiative to launch an attack? God of conferred, God uttered a stern voice. But at this time, in the 9th heaven of myth, the 3 powerhouses appeared at the same time. Looking around, they found that this place was not as magnificent and vast as the previous 8th heaven. Inside the 9 heavens, there was a dead silence and nothingness. But in the center of Xuanhuan, there is a fetish here. Mythical altar. Looking at it from Xuanhuan, there is a huge altar in the breath of mythology, which is filled with the brilliance of mythology, bright and dazzling. There are ancient traces circulating on this altar, spurting out runes one after another. In Xuanhuan, there is only such an altar, which looks weird. But Xuanhuan and the others could see that this altar was the most precious and possessed incomparable power. The altar is either offering sacrifices to heaven or offering sacrifices to people. Xuanhuan said coldly. The 3 powerhouses, each standing on one side, looked at each other, and they all fell into the altar again. They all felt that inside the altar, there was an extremely terrifying power sealed up, and this power condensed into the existence of something. Mythical Godhead. They saw a huge ray of light, a huge crystal in the shape of a rhombus, shrouded in infinite brilliance, releasing an extremely refined aura. They can all feel the majestic power in this thing, which is extremely pure. On that divine object, every mirror reflects the light waves of mythology, and the atmosphere inside is too huge. Use the altar to gather unparalleled power to condense a godhead, and if the power of this godhead is blessed on one person can instantly become a god and directly break through to the original god. Xuanhuan, the great emperor of the conferred god, Longzhu, immediately saw the horror of this godhead. Think about the concept of this, how difficult it is for a person to cultivate to the origin of God. In an era, there will not be many people in a long time. For example, Emperor Fengshen or Longzhu, they can have the strength they have today, how much suffering they have suffered, and how many hardships they have gone through, before they can obtain the realm of the god of origin. But the godhead in this altar can make people become the god of origin. How amazing it is. However, there is only one godhead in the altar, and it can be seen that this object is difficult to condense, and it is the highest treasure left by the mythical ancient Tianzuan. In the current situation, if any camp can have a god of origin again, it will almost be a decisive victory, and no force can resist them. With the power of the mythical era, there is the most powerful person who swept the universe, leaving behind this one that can directly break through the godhead of origin. Emperor Fengshen said calmly, but all things have advantages and disadvantages. This godhead seals the imprint of the Taoism of the mythical era and the essence of power. After the achievement of such a god of origin, it is weak, and it is not as overbearing as it is. If it is the conferred god emperor, even when he is in the 6th realm, he will not be willing to use the godhead to become the god of origin. Of course, not everyone has the idea of conferred god emperor. After all, the origin of achievement has been the pursuit of countless people in their lives. But even so, the power sealed in this godhead is too huge. If you don't take its mythical way, just take the essence of its power and refine it into the body, it can almost reach the peak of its origin. Boom! Longzhu suddenly made a move. With a claw, it covered the huge altar, and the void was shaking. His will dominated the sky, and he wanted to take the altar away in an instant. He had just broken through the origin, just when he needed the essence of the vastness to replenish himself. Of course Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen would not sit back and watch Longzhu take it away. In the current situation, everyone is their enemy, and no one will be their friend. Xuanhuan stepped forward, and a black hole suddenly appeared in Longzhu's place, and it appeared in front of him in an instant. He slashed with one palm, possessing the divine power to open up the world. Dragon Ancestor raised his claws immediately, and struck Xuanhuan's palm together. In an instant, the gust of wind howled, sweeping away with unparalleled fluctuations. At the moment of this confrontation, Longzhu suddenly felt that his dragon body was about to be broken. Unable to originate, all have this kind of strength. The dragon ancestor's dragon eye shot out a beam of light, and there was a raging dragon fire burning the origin of the dragon. He has become the god of origin, and he is absolutely unwilling to be suppressed by Xuanhuan. His dragon power was boiling, and with a mouthful of dragon's breath, everything turned into a dragon, rolling towards Xuanhuan immediately. As soon as he lifted it up, Xuanhuan didn't care about the power of Longzhu. Even if it was the god of origin, he would suppress it with absolute strength. His body is incomparably majestic, and the power of the dragon ancestor has no effect on him. He is like the god of dragon slaying, his strength reaches the sky. Emperor Fengshen's eyes pierced straight to the sky, and he was also very interested in the godhead, and even if he brought it back to his own empire, he could make the god of the gods achieve the origin. Fengshen's big hand aimed at the godhead, and covered it with one palm. Xuanhuan and Longzhu were still fighting each other, but in an instant, the two forces reversed direction and killed Emperor Fengshen. Boom! The power of the conferred god emperor collapsed in an instant. The energy exploded, and the three powerhouses stood on three sides again, and no one took advantage of this wave of shots. The three powerhouses stand together, facing the mythical altar. Everyone wants to monopolize it, but no one has the means to occupy it all. If there are only two strong people, they can use all their power to kill one person with all their strength, but there is still a third person, so they must conserve their power to avoid being taken advantage of by others. Longzhu's eyes flickered, he looked at Xuanhuan, and then at Emperor Fengshen. He even had an idea to unite with Emperor Fengshen to deal with Xuanhuan first. To achieve the goal, he could do whatever it takes, and he wouldn't care about it. But he also knew that Emperor Fengshen might not agree to his alliance. At the end of the day, there is still mistrust. Indeed, there is no trust or distrust between them. It seems that none of us can monopolize the godhead. Longzhu stared coldly. Xuanhuan ignored him, he stepped out of the sky, the black hole exuded the will to devour everything, rumbled down to the top of the altar, and unparalleled power struck horizontally. Since no one can get it, then destroy it. Emperor Fengshen was extremely decisive. He stared at Xuanhuan and deeply understood that although Longzhu was also the god of origin, this emperor was his biggest opponent, looking at the black hole power that swallowed everything. He couldn't guess what cards the emperor had. It would be even more disastrous for him if he had hidden abilities that others didn't expect, and used mysterious means to take away the altar and let another god of origin appear in his empire. He made a move at this time, not to seize the altar, but to destroy the altar. I would rather destroy it than let anyone take it. The power to destroy everything, the three divine powers, bombarded the altar of mythology at this moment. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1741 destroy. As soon as Longzhu's thoughts moved, he immediately understood the thoughts of Emperor Fengshen. Indeed, the altar of mythology is too important, and it would be disastrous for anyone to be disastrous, enough to change the pattern of the era. The god Emperor Xuanhuan is mysterious and unpredictable, and they can't predict what unexpected things will happen if the delay continues. It might as well be destroyed, no one can monopolize it. Boom! Three forces fell on the mythical altar at the same time. Although this altar was built by the supreme powerhouse, with special materials and engraved with many kinds of mythical runes, it is extremely strong, but it is only an altar after all. How can it withstand the bombardment of the three powerhouses? Boom! The entire altar exploded immediately, revealing the true location of the godhead. Shatter the godhead too. The moment the godhead flew out, Emperor Fengshen and Long Zhu shot directly to break it. Pity. Xuanhuan could only break it. The concerns of Emperor Fengshen and Long Zhu were not unreasonable. Xuanhuan really wanted to monopolize the altar of mythology, and he also planned many countermeasures to let him lock in the fighting opportunity. He originally wanted to activate the sealed gate to maximize the power of the eternal seal and hinder the Emperor Fengshen. Then he operated the slaughter gate and used the god-killing spear to perform a large killing technique, directly causing a huge blow to Long Zhu. Finally, used the great devouring technique to directly swallow the godhead. The plans are intertwined, and he only needs a moment for this time. But no matter what, the other party doesn't cooperate with him at all, they just want to break through, and no one can monopolize it. The entire godhead, at the moment it was hit by the force, was frozen in place. Bang! The aurora radiated in all directions, breaking apart like an egg, and the fragments splashed around. The godhead shattered, and the surging energy ocean flooded the surroundings. Although it is broken, each fragment still contains incomparably majestic power, the mystery of origin, the essence of myth, and it is also a great tonic for ascetics. It's good that the godhead is broken. A few fragments arrived at Long Zhu's side. Immediately opened the dragon's giant mouth, took a breath, and swallowed it rollingly. In an instant, his strength increased rapidly. At the same time, Xuanhuan also refined several fragments of the godhead into his body. Immediately, he could feel the increase of his strength, and with a wave of his palm, it was the brilliance of the myth, shaking Amano. But there are still fragments of godhood that have not been completely captured, and are still floating in the air. Since he couldn't get the complete fragments of the godhead, Xuanhuan devoured more fragments. The divine body of Emperor Xuanhuan stands in the world forever. He looks at the fragments of godhead, invincible majesty, the great devouring technique is rolling and spreading, and everything around him is centered on him, spreading violently. At this moment, he is the strongest hero who devours the world. You still want to use the great devouring technique to get more fragments of godhead, don't think about it. The dragon ancestors' dragon claws were struck again, and each finger of the dragon was filled with the ancient times of the prehistoric, the dragon aura of creation, and the power was overwhelming and heavy. Still trying to stop me? Xuanhuan said coldly, with a wave of his hand. He was like an ancient myth stepping on the sky, and the power that turned the world around hit Long Zhu fiercely. Long Zhu and Xuanhuan fought each other. Fortunately, it was in the 9th heaven, otherwise, how many worlds would have been destroyed outside? The power of the origin god is too fierce, and if it fights, it will destroy the infinite world. Great destruction. Xuanhuan raised his palm, crackling. The power of destruction turned into a bright torrent, which was like the destruction of the era, smashing all the dragon shadows of Long Zhu. At the point where their power collided, a fragment of the godhead exploded and turned into dust, and was directly swallowed by Xuanhuan. Every time he devours a fragment of the godhead, although he cannot achieve the 7th realm, his own strength will be stronger. Xuanhuan kept walking towards him, devouring and destroying. At this moment, his power was too powerful, and Long Zhu couldn't get any advantage in front of him. Great destruction technique, the way of destruction of the era. The origin power emanating from Emperor Fengshen recreates the power of heaven and earth, but at this moment, he senses that the opponent's destructive power is also being shattered layer by layer. He is indeed his great enemy. He understood that ever since the God Emperor Shenwu controlled the power of humanity and achieved the 6 realms, he was even more terrifying than the human emperor back then. Because the emperor is benevolent, but this emperor is not. The great Emperor Fengshen had the intention to kill Xuanhuan. He made a move, the golden light of the conferred gods. Suddenly his magic power was majestic and majestic, as vast as the universe, forming the universe of the conferred gods. Okay, the great emperor conferred god also took action against him. we can't just sit back and watch this emperor become stronger. Long Zhu screamed. Facing the threat of Xuanhuan, even if he didn't take the initiative to cooperate with Fengshen, Emperor Fengshen would take action, and this was also a good opportunity to deal with Xuanhuan. He attacked with his dragon claws, roaring wildly with the power of a wild dragon. Facing the attack of the two origin gods, Xuanhuan was not afraid at all. He swallowed the torrent of destruction, mobilized the most violent power, and could pluck the sun, the moon and the stars with one palm. Any power that came to his side fell into a vacuum. His great devouring technique can swallow all of our strength. Long Zhu shouted. He spewed out streams of dragon's breath, but it was useless, and he was completely refined when he arrived in Xuanhuan. The great devouring technique will become stronger with the strengthening of Xuanhuan's realm. Emperor Fengshen also bombarded him. He stretched out his palm, and suddenly a golden pillar of light fell down suddenly. It had the power to suppress the sky of all ages. It was obvious that he did not want Xuanhuan to obtain more pieces of Godhead. Okay, I'll seal him too. Long Zhu shouted, Dragon seal. He exhaled in one breath, and a divine dragon flew out, forming a dragon character on top of Xuanhuan's head. If you want to seal me, your calculations are wrong. The eternal seal of Chu and Yuan used one person's strength to fight against the seals of the two origin gods. Boom! The power of the three seals fought together and struck fiercely. It was a torrent that destroyed the world. It hit some fragments of the Godhead and shattered them into smaller fragments. Great devouring technique. This devouring power suddenly appeared from the spacetime latitude, swallowing many fragments in one go. I want to rule the era, you are all my opponents. Xuanhuan's body was so tall and stalwart that even Zhu Chongshen couldn't bear his majesty. Am I afraid of you? Long Zhu's momentum did not back down. The same is true for the conferred God Emperor. Now the three powerhouses are fighting for hegemony, but everyone knows in their hearts that Shenhui is the most difficult opponent, and both Long Zhu and Fengshen Great Emperor intend to suppress him. The power of the three strong men is like three forces that destroy the world, fighting each other and fighting together. But at the moment of fighting, the mythical nine heavens trembled violently. Although the ninth heaven was created by a mythical ancient celestial venerable, that celestial venerable has all fallen. Facing the dual attack of the three powerhouses of this era, how can it bear it? Crackling. Time and space are constantly distorted and shattered, the entire nine heavens are splitting apart, and great chasms appear everywhere. The peerless duel of the three powerhouses is destroying this nine heavens. Finally, the ninth heaven couldn't bear the duel of strength, and it was completely torn apart, and even many pieces of the Godhead were shattered into tiny light spots, which fell into the eighth heaven. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1742 turned upside down. The ninth heaven has burst. In the eighth heaven, the powerhouses of the three parties fought together. They suddenly felt a power to destroy everything. Looking up at the sky is full of cracks, just like a mirror shattering. It is the scene of the sky and the earth breaking. They immediately knew that it was a duel between the three most powerful men. It was too fierce, piercing through the nine heavens, and the power fluctuations had already swept down. The battle of the strongest is too scary. All the sixth realms could feel the fierceness in the nine heavens. Although they fought in the eighth heaven, they did not have the ability to destroy the first heaven. And they don't know what's going on there now. Suddenly, the golden light spot was very small, like light rain falling down, falling into the eighth heaven with the strong wind. This is? A god of heavenly Tao was showered by some light spots, and the breath in his body boiled up. He was about to be shocked, and suddenly exulted. What kind of energy is this? I don't need to refine it, it will hit the primitive god. His strength is rapidly increasing. The primordial god tribulation came, everything was so sudden, but although the primordial god calamity was terrifying, he felt that since the spot of light penetrated into his body, no calamity could kill him. He was simply promoted directly to this realm. More catastrophes of breakthroughs appeared one after another. It is because of the coming of the light spot. That's the energy from the 9 heavens. They knew in an instant that this was a really good thing, and they could become gods instantly without hindrance. You must know that a complete godhead can allow a mortal to break through to the realm of the god of origin without difficulty, which is something that goes against the sky. Even if it's just a few light and rain fragments, it's not easy to upgrade those with lower realms. This is the energy of the godhead. Absorb them and enhance your cultivation without hindrance. Xuanhuan's mighty voice came out. Let everyone know that this is good stuff. He is now fighting wildly with the 2 origin gods in the 9th heaven, and the aftermath of power has completely shattered the godhead, and fell into the 8th heaven through the cracks in the sky and the earth. Rumble. Terrifying energy fluctuations, the fluctuations of the sky and the earth became more violent. Back away. The powerhouses from several camps dispersed one after another. They all saw that the figures of the 3 most powerful figures were about to completely collapse the 9th heaven and descend into the 8th heaven, and they dared not be in their center of power. This is the strength of the origin god. The second divine master clenched his hands, he was too eager for the realm. Boom! The great sun of myth exploded, torn apart, and the vast energy flooded out towards the surroundings like an ocean. This is pure mythical aura, flooding every place violently. Operate the Imperial formation and plunder the mythical atmosphere. The Lord of the Sky ordered. All the powerhouses were united closely at this moment, united as one. The mythical sun is cracking, the entire 9 heavens is rapidly collapsing, cracks are everywhere, the world is being destroyed, and it is about to come to its end. The 6th realm is aware of the collapse of the mythical 9 heavens. The great sun of myth connects the past and the next, and it is the center of the 9 heavens. Its collapse can no longer maintain the heaven and the earth. This scene is like the demise of the myth, which will eventually come to an end. 9th heaven also completely collapsed. Xuanhuan was extremely domineering, with the aura of a holy emperor, standing on the top of the sky, waving 2 divine powers to forcibly face the power of Fengshen and Longzhu, and appeared in the 8th heaven without losing the wind. His Majesty! All the powerhouses in the empire respectfully shouted. Their Majesty resisted the attack of the 2 gods of origin, and this is such a powerful stalwart. The 9 heavens of myth have collapsed, and will begin to shatter one after another. All the treasures that exist here will be exploded. Follow me, to seize the gods. Xuanhuan Dao. Follow your Majesty's order. The morale of the powerful empire is high. Now the 8th heaven is also collapsing and exploding, just like the 9th heaven, and this is like the foundation of a tall building, which has begun to collapse and will no longer exist. As for the power of such a myth, it is a pity in some people's hearts that it is going to be destroyed. Currently, the power of the great devouring technique was activated in an instant, and Xuanhuan swallowed all the matter in the collapsing world, piles piled up in the system space. No matter what it is, grab it and talk about it. His devouring power is too terrifying. Seeing such a terrifying devouring power, Longzhu let out a fierce voice. Although he was in a higher realm than Xuanhuan, his devouring power was far inferior to this emperor. The dragon ancestor moved violently, the earth was turned upside down, the dragons were in good fortune, and countless real dragons flew out. If the dragons studied their essence, they would find that they were dragon runes one after another. Earth-shattering power. Facing Longzhu's attack, Xuanhuan fought back forcefully. He moved the universe with one punch, and immediately shook Longzhu together. Shenwu. The mighty Emperor Fengshen Tianzi also came down. The power of this emperor has exceeded his imagination, and he covered the past with a fierce palm. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely cold, and he also punched out the yin and yang of Dao Dao. Seize. The second God Master and the others followed Xuanhuan closely, and took action to snatch the treasure when the three most powerful men fought. We also make a move. The god of conferred god is drinking wildly, you can't watch the power of the gods grow stronger. Suppress Xuanhuan. The second divine master also became ruthless. Rumble. The duel of the three great powerhouses and the attacks of many sixth realms completely turned the world upside down, making the mythical Juchangshan, which was already on the verge of collapse, unable to hold on any longer. The nine heavens and earth collapsed completely, ceased to exist, and were completely reduced to pieces. This scene is like the scene where the heavens turned into chaos after the Big Bang. I also want to suppress me. Xuanhuan turned his hands into clouds and his hands into rain. He exerted the power of the great devouring technique to the strongest. When he was fighting Fengshen and Longzhu, he still had the heart to devour the gods. The boundless atmosphere of myth surrounds him, setting off his magnificence. If you want to go against the sky, you are not good enough. Longzhu shouted, the dragon scales on his body stood up. We must not watch this god of martial god continue to act fiercely, this emperor is too terrifying, showing an invincible posture. Dragon. At this time, Longzhu looked down upon the sky, his attack completely showed his dragon posture to the fullest. Those who block my way will die. Xuanhuan ruled the world, and the king ruled the world. He blasted out the darkness with one punch, and blasted out the light with one punch. The mighty force directly impacted on Longzhu's body, and the force of destruction exploded completely. Longzhu was blown away by his punch. His dragon scales were damaged, and the blood of the origin dragon god dripped down, and every drop of blood left turned into a dragon, which returned to his body as blood again. In the face of the dragon god who has become the origin, the Emperor Xuanhuan actually injured him with a punch. This scene is really too shocking, the power of the divine martial god emperor is too berserk, this is still the dragon ancestor, if it is changed to the 6th level, it is hard to know how many times they will die with one punch. Xuanhuan stands in the sky and the earth, he is the sky, the strongest master who devours the sky, at this moment, he doesn't know how many shattered relics of the 9 heavens have been swallowed up by him. The great emperor of conferred gods would not just sit back and watch the mythical relics of Xuanhuan Dayton, he appeared at the door of conferred gods, and also swept out the divine light of Taoism, competing with his opponents for the relics. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1743 The Eternal Forbidden Area is the decisive battlefield. The mighty, devouring power fills the world. Standing here, Xuanhuan is the supreme being of heaven and earth, and everyone who looks at him trembles in surrender. He manipulated his power to bring countless treasures into the empire in the monstrous sky. Xuanhuan, you are the great enemy of this emperor. The great emperor Fengshen stepped forward suddenly, blasting out the power of the conferred god universe with one punch, and all the brilliance was concentrated on his fist, as if the only holy splendor in this punch was the only one in the world. Xuanhuan counterattacked, and his power to dominate the universe was immediately released, and a terrifying storm was brewed in an instant. After the mythic 9 layers collapsed, it turned into countless shattered ruins. After being pulled over by their power, it turned into ashes. Only the truly precious ones can exist. Boom! A heavenly palace exploded, and a picture scroll flew out of it, with many mythological scenes painted on it, and mythical runes swept out, which is also a rare treasure. Xuanhuan's palm fell, and Emperor Fengshen also grabbed it. At the same time, Longzhu also grabbed it hard. Not surprisingly, the entire scroll was torn apart in an instant. The current situation is like this, the 3 most powerful people are all trying to seize treasures, but their power is too destructive, and there is a scene where they are collecting and destroying at the same time. The origin of all things, the era of dragons. the ferocity of dragon ancestor oppressed the mountains and rivers. He created Xuanhuan. His dragon body was so huge that it stood in the chaotic torrent, just like the grand ancestor of Xuanhuan descended. The moment he killed him, the raging dragon fire burned, and the boundless relics were shattered into mist and incorporated into his dragon body. He also needs a lot of treasures to enhance his mana. Xuanhuan's power is magnificent, breaking the barrier of time and space with one punch. The power of the strongest emperor directly shattered the power of Longzhu, knocked his dragon body out, and rolled in the void. Heaven! Emperor Fengshen's palm was like the sky, covering the infinite sky, and struck down. Xuanhuan's power was too strong, and he had to suppress it. God! Immediately. Shocked by the heavens, Xuanhuan was like the Lord of Diversity, dominating everything. The power of the gods swept away everything, and the power that was as strong as the Emperor of the gods was also crushed by him. Is this still the sixth realm? Why is there such a powerful sixth realm in this world? Seeing Xuanhuan's astonishing strength, those strong men who reached the sixth realm opened their mouths in horror. This is not the strength of the sixth realm, it is even more terrifying than the god of origin. Continuous destruction, endless shocks. The divine gate was shattered, and the continuous palace was also shattered. Not only the entire mythic nine heavens, but also all the mythical relics that appeared in the multiverse were shattered. As soon as Xuanhuan's power was attracted, a heavenly palace exploded in front of him, and an ancient mirror appeared immediately. He directly grabbed the ancient mirror, poured it with mana, and immediately radiated a mythical divine light of origin. And Xuanhuan didn't bother to care about other things, he just operated his devouring to the strongest, devouring violently, wherever he walked, the ruins there were swallowed up. Take it! Longzhu is fighting with Xuanhuan. His dragon's tail also curled up, and several heavenly palaces came in front of him. Boom! An even bigger explosion, the power of destruction turned infinite spacetime into chaos. Xuanhuan, Fengshen, and Longzhu, the three powerhouses were fighting and sweeping across the mythical nine heavens, and other powerhouses were also quickly searching for the broken ruins. It's chaotic here. The competition for mythical ancient heaven palace is over. In the fierce snatching and fighting to the end, no one expected this kind of result. The entire mythical ancient heaven palace was destroyed, and it was not preserved at all. Now with the battle of the three powerhouses, many precious relics have been taken away by them. And here, it was already empty. Walk. The second God Master and the others left the Eternal Restricted Area in the first place. The army is stationed in the Eternal Restricted Area, using the primitive gods as the battlefield. Although the mythical ancient Tiangong was shattered, their battle did not stop. The army of the Fengshen camp also did not retreat, and confronted Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, although the Eternal Forbidden Zone has temporarily fallen into peace, the area within the Eternal Pure Land is still expanding, and the army of conferred gods has not yet retreated. This time, we have benefited from the mythical ancient heaven palace, and they have also benefited. Looking at the already empty Eternal Forbidden Zone, Yundu said God. The situation is complicated again, because Longzhu's breakthrough has added a god of origin to the world. With his hindrance, the situation is extremely troublesome. The Lord of the Earth said, unless you have absolute strength, crush it. Longzhu is alone and alone. He is the weakest. Although he can unite with the second God Master and the others, it is not his power after all. Everyone knows what the second God Master and the others are thinking. It is possible to destroy Longzhu, but Emperor Fengshen will not agree to it. The Lord of the Sky also frowned. The peak of an era is coming, and it is normal for any strong person to appear. What the Empire has to do is to use the most invincible strength to push and crush the past. No matter what opponent it faces, it cannot stop me from being invincible. One more person neither can Longzhu. Chu Yuan's eyes were domineering. This battle for domination of the multiverse has undoubtedly come to an end. He has an invincible heart and is even more confident in his own strength. He will not stop his path to hegemony because of any obstacles. So what if there is one more dragon ancestor? It is just one more opponent when the decisive battle comes. God Emperor, the Wan Yaotian army is willing to obey the Empire's orders. The ancestor of Phoenix finally made an extremely difficult decision. She was willing to hand over the command of Wan Yaotian to Xuanhuan, not because she wanted to join the battle, but because she had no other way. Long Zhu breaks through the god of origin. He must want to turn all demons into dragons and strengthen his strength. If she doesn't follow Chu Yuan closely, she will be the one who will be unlucky next. She doesn't have much resistance in the face of Longzhu's origin god power. Shen Wuxing, people are still people, demons are still demons, the essence of life will not be different, it is nothing more than the fact that this era has a real master. And if it was Longzhu, they would all be finished. The essence of the demon will become a dragon, and you can't control your own life. Chu Yuan nodded to the ancestor of the Phoenix. Although the ancestor of the Phoenix did not say that Wan Yaotian would be fully integrated into the Empire, of course she did not have that right, but she could make Wan Yaotian's army completely obey the Empire's dispatch. This is to strengthen his strength. All the Imperial army is ready, with the Eternal Restricted Area as the boundary. This place will be the battlefield where we will launch the final decisive battle. The Imperial army will push across with rolling momentum, and strive to be the master of this era. Chu Yuan's aura was extremely domineering, his eyes were on the Emperor Fengshen, the infinite electric light shot out, and the burst of electric light was the letter of war declaring war. Next, the Empire gathered troops in the Eternal Restricted Area, and it was preparing for the final battle. Chu Yuan is also guarding here, his aura at this moment, swallowing waves of brilliance, the power of the epic is becoming more and more vast. Suddenly at a certain moment, his expression changed suddenly, and he felt a familiar breath. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1744, the Faceless reappears. Eternal Pure Land. In the past, the entrance was controlled by the Fengshen camp, and other people could not enter, but with the confrontation between Xuanhuan and Fengshen, it is no longer blocked as before. The sixth realm, I can finally break through, the epic realm. At this time, there is an epic aura coming out of a person, the robbery cloud is gathering, the power is sublimating to the utmost, and can break through anytime, anywhere. I sneaked here while Xuanhuan and Fengshen were competing for the mythic ninth heaven, and found a lot of eternal substances, and now I finally broke through. This person came in while taking advantage of the chaotic stage of mythical nine heavens. Epic, a complete achievement. But just when his strength was about to be successfully sublimated and he felt that he had reached the peak, a person in his robbery cloud suddenly walked out towards him. His steps were slow, but the aura it brought him was extremely suppressed. Who are you? Seeing this person ignoring his epic catastrophe and walking over like this person was shocked and said in horror, Xuanhuan is still a god, I have no intention of participating in your big battle, are you going to kill me? He had just let out a loud cry, and suddenly the man struck out with one hand, and he fell into the realm of strange death. What? With a scream, he was vaporized in place. I'm one step too late. After only a while, Chu Yuan appeared here. Looking at the emptiness here, and the endless movement of origin, he could still feel a trace of unusual aura. It's still there, it hasn't left. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp and he disappeared again. Somewhere in the Eternal Restricted Area. In an ancient ruins, a man with a firm face was sitting cross-legged, with a big bow beside him. It was Yi Tianjun. Someone. Yi Tianjun's perception was extremely sharp. Looking at the void spacetime, he suddenly picked up the big bow and shot an arrow directly at it. But to his surprise, his arrow hit the man, but did not cause any harm to him. Who is it? Tianjun thought quickly, whether it is Shenwu, Fengshen, or Longzhu, they want to kill me? No, they want to kill me, they will never use this method, so who is this person? I am not his opponent. Tianjun is also very strong in the sixth realm, but in an instant he understood the origin of himself and this person, and with another arrow, he was about to leave quickly. But in the next moment, this person appeared in his method without warning, not a method of time and space, but more like a method that follows his shadow and moves with the power of the mind, which is extremely strange. This person made a move, a strange killing move, which immediately shattered Tianjuan's mana, and immediately blasted him. Pain. Extreme pain. Tianjuan's mana was like paper, and it was completely useless. His back was dripping with blood, and the breath of life in his body was being deprived. He wiped away my energy with one palm, and even weakened my soul. Tianjun endured the pain, stared fixedly at this man, and said in surprise, "The faceless man." Good. It was the faceless man who attacked him, the faceless man who once appeared in the Tianming ruins and the Eternal Forbidden Zone, but after the battle between Shenwu and Fengshen, he disappeared for so long that people have forgotten him. His face was faceless and empty, as if shrouded in a strange aura, as if he could turn into any face at any time. Can't fight. Tianjun was very calm, knowing that he could not fight head-on with the faceless man, he was no match at all, so he moved like lightning in an instant, and started to escape. The faceless man didn't know what method to use, no matter where Tianjun fled, he couldn't leave, this person appeared in front of him in an instant. With Tianjuan's strength, he couldn't resist every blow. I can't run. Tianjun didn't know how the faceless man followed him like a shadow, but he knew that in front of the faceless man's power, no matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't escape. Fight with you. Tianjun was glowing all over, trying to distance himself from the faceless man, but as soon as he drew his bow, the faceless man came directly in front of him and extinguished the light of his arrow. He can shoot through all realms of time and space with one arrow, and oscillate into the boundless chaos, but facing the faceless man, he is very powerless at the moment. The palm of the faceless man slapped him again, and Tianjun was shaken violently, his body was cracked like ceramics, he was no longer there, and his body was stained red with blood. At this time, he couldn't even stand firm, and both his body and his soul were greatly hurt. His epic law has broken. God will kill me. Tianjun no longer has the strength to resist. It's still him who has been able to persist until now. If it was that kind of weak sixth realm, he would have been unable to persist for a few moves. Tianjun has already seen that the faceless man has carried out the final kill on him. Faceless man, you have appeared again. However, at this moment, the ultimate move of the faceless man did not fall, and an emperor who ruled the world broke through time and space and appeared in front of Tianjun. He lightly raised his hand, and the mana of the faceless man suddenly collapsed. Shenwu God Emperor. Facing the ultimate move that could kill him, the God Emperor Shenwu just raised his hand to block it, and Tianjun also looked in shock. He didn't expect that, before he was about to be beheaded, it was God Emperor Shenwu who saved him. Xuanhuan didn't look at Tianjun, but at the faceless man. After so long, he finally saw the faceless man again. When he first met the faceless man, Xuanhuan's realm was still the fifth realm of heaven, but now it is already the sixth realm of the original, and his strength has increased so much. His eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see through the faceless man. In his eyes, the essence of this faceless man is like a chaotic gray aura, formless and substanceless, as if emanating from the heart, but it is not in existence like a demon in the heart. He stared at that face, smooth as a mirror, without features. This was not covered up by means, but that he really had no face, but with that smooth face, Xuanhuan felt that he seemed to be able to simulate any real face. Eccentric. Xuanhuan said. He knew that the appearance of the faceless man was very irregular, and there was no trace of anyone who shot him, as if anyone could become his prey. He was able to track down the faceless man accurately this time. The main reason is that he has fought against the faceless man before, and he is in the eternal forbidden zone. The faceless man had no facial features, and seemed to have no heart, so he couldn't know his feelings. When he saw Xuanhuan appearing, his eerie and weird killing move immediately fell into place. A method that surpasses ordinary powerhouses. Seeing him coming, Xuanhuan controlled the universe with one hand, creating a boundless storm that enveloped the faceless man in an instant. The faceless man seemed to see that he was not Xuanhuan's opponent, so he used his strange means to run out, but Xuanhuan Jicheng's palm fell directly on his body. The faceless man was shattered and turned into a cloud of air, leaving no trace of blood. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1745 Intimidate. God Emperor, that faceless man, is he dead? Tianjun also had lingering fears. Just a little bit. If God Emperor Xuanhuan didn't arrive in time, he would definitely die today, there is no other possibility. And Xuanhuan killed the faceless man with one move, which shocked Tianjun with his strength. Not dead, his existence is very strange, and his strength is also strange. Xuanhuan frowned rarely. Just now he did have the intention of beheading the faceless man, although it was just a palm, but that palm was like a millstone, obliterating the soul and body. But even though he blasted the faceless man and disappeared in front of his eyes, he didn't feel that the faceless man died, just like his soul, which couldn't be killed or erased. What's the condition of the faceless man? Tianjun was very strange about the faceless man who almost killed him. It's hard to tell. This is not a life form we know in common sense. There is a power that we can't understand, but there is no need to be surprised. This must be the birth of eternal power and appear in this era. Xuanhuan's gaze was vast and far-reaching. He will reappear, and every time he appears, his strength will be stronger than before. Don't look at Xuanhuan killing him with one palm, but the faceless man's strength is much stronger than that in the Tianming, and he also met him, which is an incomprehensible existence. He will still show up. The Kami Tianjun also felt terrified at this time, and said, every time he appears, he brings killing. If he reappears, who should he kill? This time there is no God Emperor, I have already fallen, alas. Tianjun also had great ambitions. He shot and killed countless powerful people with his superb archery skills. He also had the idea of fighting for hegemony in the universe. But in the face of reality, he can only bow his head. He can't even break through the God of Origin, so how can he fight for hegemony? He no longer has any possibility. Although the Xuanhuan God Emperor in front of him is in the same realm as him, they are not in the same world at all. This emperor has shocked the past and the present, and has the strength to fight the God of Origin. Xuanhuan looked at him, knowing that his mind was fluctuating, and said, Tianjun, there are not many choices in front of you. This person is very smart, some words don't need to be so clear. The second divine master is only lingering. In the past 33 days, I have never become a god. Of course I will not maintain it. I have been defeated by the Emperor Fengshen, and my pride will not give in to him. As for fleeing to Eternity Way, that's impossible. Tianjun was silent for a long time, and he finally made a decision. God Emperor, you saved my life today. It is hard to repay my life-saving grace. If the God Emperor doesn't mind, I am willing to join Xuanhuan to help the God Emperor end this chaotic world and seize the position of the ruler of the era. Tianjun is determined to join Xuanhuan. He could tell that Emperor Xuanhuan was an extremely domineering person. His eyes were not only on the multiverse, but also on the eternal road, the true eternal road. Following him, it is possible for him to experience a magnificent world with him. Xuanhuan smiled and said, I welcome you to join. Tianjun has no enmity with him, and the empire is very tolerant, and Tianjun is willing to join, which also shows that his power is enough to make this Tianjun submit. At this very moment, he is imposing forever, and all the powerhouses in the heavens will be awed by his majesty. Swallow it. Xuanhuan gave him a tube of healing potion. Tianjun did not doubt that he was there. The God Emperor had already accepted his refuge, and with the great mind of the Emperor, he would definitely use any small tricks to control him. He raised his head and drank it, and the collapsed foundation was restored. Is this the magic potion of the Empire? Tianjun had heard about Shenwu's potion for a long time, but now that he drank it, he completely recovered the foundation of the Tao that was smashed by the faceless man. Follow me back to the eternal forbidden zone. If the faceless man reappears, I will not let him go. Xuanhuan Dao, if the faceless man is not killed, it is like a knot in his heart. Tianjun came to the eternal restricted area. He looked there, and the many guarded cities were the strongest steel fortresses, battleships, cannons, and terrifying war equipment exuding a cold aura. The army of divine martial arts is mighty, iron-blooded, loyal to the divine emperor, and they are the most valiant warriors in the world. Tianjun. The arrival of Tianjun also surprised many experts in Shenwu. How could Tianjun come back with his majesty? Tianjun nodded to them. He didn't need to introduce his identity. He existed for a long time and knew many people. The God Emperor saved my life. I have nothing to repay. No God Emperor, my life no longer exists. I can only repay the God Emperor with this. Tianjun said frankly. Tianjun, it's just right for you to join. Your archery skills are unparalleled in the world, and no one in the multiverse can beat you. With your joining, the conferred God will surely be defeated. Your Majesty's power is overwhelming, unrivaled, and the conferred God Emperor will not be your Majesty's opponent. There is only one Emperor in this world, and that is His Majesty. The joining of Tianjun is exciting. These strong men all know that Tianjun's archery skills are too good, and none of them dare to guarantee that they can take the arrow without damage. Xinghai God laughed loudly and said, "Haha, Tianjun, your arrow was pointed at me a long time ago. I never thought that we have become colleagues with the passage of time. The things in the past are all disputes in the past, and now we are both under His Majesty's command." Tianjun said lightly. The previous years were indeed more chaotic. Unlike now, the banner is clear, and the powerhouses of all parties are closely united in one camp. This is indeed the general trend of the past, the present and the future. In the era of the founder of the God realm, there were 33 heavens and 3 earths, which represented the luck of the 33 parties. It was normal for each day to fight. At the peak of the era, there will be one dominant force left. The Lord of the Sky smiled and said, "It's good to be one of your own. Multiple wars are chaotic and endlessly fighting. I also think it is time to stop. The chaotic times at the peak, the youth of blood and fire, and whoever can unify, also means that there will be more strong people at the summit." Tianjun held his bow tightly. After he came to Shenwu, the aura of the barracks and the belief in the victory of the colleagues in front of him also infected him. His bow and arrow skills will inevitably shine with a more powerful light. Tianjun, come to my martial arts, he will be our trump card. Use your arrows to shoot and kill the opponent's strong man. The Lord of the Earth. Yes, the conferred God camp doesn't know that Tianjun has joined us. Don't expose Tianjun. We just need to know. When the war starts, we will scare them. The god of Yandu also said excitedly. Their fate has been closely linked with the empire, and all will prosper, and all will suffer. Tianjun, let's use the resources of the empire to cultivate first. The empire will soon launch the final general attack on the emperor of the gods. I don't want to drag this war on, and I don't want to fight it slowly. Finally, we have a winner. Burden. Xuanhuan Dao, although the peak is brilliant, it is also short-lived. I will win the final victory at the peak moment. No one can block my road to invincibility. With his invincible self-confidence, he inspired the morale of the powerful empire. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1746 The Fall of Prison. The multiverse, clouded. The mountain rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building. Shenwu, Fengshen gathers the most powerful army in the Eternal Restricted Area, and is about to launch the final decisive battle. Present form. Xuanhuan didn't want to procrastinate any longer. The peak time of an era is very short, and he can't miss it. He wants to use the power of the peak era to completely achieve his origin. Otherwise, it will be slow to miss this opportunity. And now, it seems that there is no fight yet, but everyone understands that both sides are preparing for the final decisive battle. The decisive battle between the two super empires is definitely not something that can be fought with a slap on the table, but too much preparation is required. Xuanhuan stood at the highest point of the Eternal Restricted Area, and he seemed to be able to touch the Eternal Road as soon as he stretched out his hand. His aura was spreading, deducing the eternal nothingness. Before the war comes, let Lan cultivate more Sea of Insects. It is best to add a few 6th-level Empress guards. Xuanhuan controls time and space, accelerating time to the strongest. The mountains of resources piled up in the Empire are also burning crazily. Transform it into power in the last time, build a battleship with cannons, and train more strong men. This is the gesture of Armageddon. It is useless to keep resources, the winner will get everything. Another person in the conferred god camp broke through to the 6th realm. During the confrontation stage of the great battle, the epic light of the 6th realm constantly shines in the conferred god camp, and many more heavenly gods and primitive gods appear, and the masters show blowout gestures. This is normal. In the peak era, the two super camps have converted all the resources into corresponding resources, leaving almost no inventory, which is a feast before the peace of the war. In Shenwu, the strong are also blowing out. Jiuyo has reached the 6th realm. In the Empire, Jiuyo finally ushered in her epic catastrophe, the Blue Fall and the Yellow Spring, and Jiuyo Fenghua became the powerhouse of the 6 realms of the Empire. After Jiuyo became the 6th realm, he came directly to the forbidden zone of the ancient times, went to see Xuanhuan, and said, "It seems that I still have time, and I have achieved the 6th realm before the war, so I can play a role in this decisive battle. I'm also very happy that you can reach the 6th level." Xuanhuan smiled, and his expression was not as dignified as others thought. The Empire will win. Jiuyo only said this sentence. Another month passed. Another person in the Empire has achieved the 6th level, and it is God of War. With his fearless heart of God of War, he broke through the obstacles forcefully. Xuanhuan nodded to God of War's breakthrough. He thought that Zhang Jing would reach the 6th realm first, but he didn't expect it to be God of War. Rumble. Ripple spread. A fight of spirit and will. Although the war has not completely started at this moment, the armies of both sides have gathered here, and the spiritual will has already been bombarded from the air. The Fengshen camp is also tough and brave, seeing the strength of Shenwu and actively preparing for battle, with a fearless expression on their faces. The Great Emperor is guarding the Eternal Restricted Area. He is retreating and comprehending a supernatural power that can kill Shenwu. No matter how strong Shenwu is, we also have immortal strength, and we can definitely crush him. Consecrate God to God. Both sides in this war have their own advantages. Cosmic turmoil. And now in hell. Prison is sitting on his high throne, his mood is extremely irritated, the confrontation between the two camps is about to separate the final winner, how will he resist then? Although the ancestor of the dragon became the god of origin, it is difficult for this dragon to stop Xuanhuan or Fengshen. What should we do? What should we do? Great Ming, please give me instructions. He is roaring. Is the era of 33 days coming to an end? If anyone among them can break through the 7 realms, coupled with the chaotic situation of Longzhu, maybe they can maintain the situation of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan, Fengshen, let's fight. It's best to hurt both sides, or even burn jade and stone together. Your ambition will bury you. Without the strength to stop it, he can only let out an incompetent roar now. The peak of this era should not be dominated by them. He continued to growl. In his palace, no one dared to disturb him at all. Who? Just when he was agitated, suddenly the gate of his palace was pushed open, and a figure walked in. Oh, it's you. Prison's face softened a little, and he said, but without my order, who let you in? Forget it, you will come if you come. Do you have anything to tell me? Is it about Xuanhuan or Fengshen? So what does Longzhu want to come to me? The person who entered his palace was obviously a person who made the prison feel at ease. The man didn't speak, and walked directly towards the prison. Stop and answer my words. Prison scolded, don't you listen to my words? Who gave you the courage? Don't forget, who gave you your strength? Without me, you would have died long ago. How can you have today's strength? This is the confidant he cultivated, but today he made a move against him. The man really stopped. But suddenly, he came in front of the prison by a strange method, spread his 5 fingers, and attacked and killed him horribly. If you commit the following offense, you will not be able to find death. I gave you all your strength. Are you going to betray me and seek refuge with others? Prison shouted angrily, but he was not flustered. He thought that this person had betrayed him, and now that the situation has changed and hell is in chaos, I am afraid that some people have long wanted to turn against him and go to the Xuanhuan or Fengshen. I've known for a long time that you have a rebellious head, and your strength is under my control. The purpose of my training you is to treat you as blood food, and devour you in the last situation. In fact, no one has any good intentions to cultivate this person in prison, and treat him as a medicine of flesh and blood. Immediately, he slapped it away. Boom! With a single blow, Prison was originally sitting firmly on the divine seat, but he was blown off immediately, rolled on the ground several times, and looked at him angrily. What's going on? Why is your strength so strong? Prison couldn't imagine it, and roared angrily, but I am the second ruler of the hell sky. I am not here. I can mobilize the origin of hell. In hell, it is difficult for the god of origin to kill me. You are not my opponent. He immediately mobilized the original power of hell to suppress this person. He didn't let his confidant become the master of hell, but he was actually guarding against this. However, that person stood still in the torrent of hell, not affected by the source of hell at all. On the contrary, his power absorbed the power of hell. What's going on here? Prison was also stunned, and he couldn't figure out what happened. His eyes were fixed on this person's face, and he gnashed his teeth. No, you are not him. Who are you? This person will not answer him, and he will directly take his life in prison. He struggled desperately in hell, but he was horrified to find that no matter how he resisted, he couldn't break free. In hell heaven, in his territory, he actually felt the coming of death. He is going to die. What? He couldn't escape from the prison, and at the last moment of his life, a voice of fear broke out. You are not him, you are. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1747 internal breach. After this man killed Prison, he sat on his divine seat, patted the armrest, and his body twisted for a while, turning into Prison's appearance. Do not. It is not so much a change, it is better to say that he is a prison at this moment, whether it is appearance or the breath of the soul, there is no slight difference. It seems that after absorbing the power of the prison, he becomes a prison. It stands to reason that when hell falls, there will be one less master of hell, leaving the place of hell's origin. But this is not the case in hell. He took over his prison. The man's head moved, and he sent out a message in the tone of a prison: all the strong men above the heavenly Tao in hell have come to my temple to see me. When his order was issued, all the powerful people in hell immediately knew it. Huh? Prison asked us to meet him. Is it to discuss big things in the future? A ruler, although he was a little confused, went to see the prison. After all, the hell is not there, and the prison is the strongest in the hell, and he is also the actual controller of the sky. Soon, all the powerhouses of hell gathered in the temple of hell. Thousands of gods of heaven, hundreds of primitive gods, and 15 masters of hell. The strength of hell heaven was already very strong, and it was opened up by the god of origin. After the change of heaven and earth, although they received less luck, they also gave birth to some strong people. Jew, when did you ask me to come here today to discuss? The underworld god general said coldly. Is there news from the second divine master? There is some big plan. Now the multiverse is respected by the gods and gods. Although there is an extra dragon ancestor, these two are still the strongest. Yeah, my hell heaven has lost the strength to fight for hegemony. A hell master spoke. They looked at prison. Although this prison has the power to manipulate the origin of hell with every gesture, and has worked with prison for many years, and the soul breath is not wrong. But they always feel that prison is too silent now. It's weird that they can't tell. Hell, you speak. Just say something, don't waste our time. A hell master frowned. Suddenly, prison got up and stood up from the divine seat, and he slowly walked in front of the hell master. His mouth moved, as if he wanted to say something to him. Seeing the strange behavior of the prison, the master of hell is a little afraid, but he is not afraid of him. In the hell sky, they all have the majestic blessing of hell. What do you want to do? The master of hell asked, in displeasure. He still didn't speak. He raised his palm suddenly, and with a slap, he was about to hit the head of the master of hell. You're going to kill me. It was so sudden, the master of hell was horrified. He condensed the torrent of hell, and defended like a canopy, but it was instantly shattered under the blow of the prison. His head was caught in his hands in an instant, and after a shake, he disappeared completely. A master of hell was completely absorbed by the hell. Hell, you need to know what you're doing. The hell is in chaos, and the other masters of hell are shocked and angry. What kind of madness is going on in this prison? They even waved their hands to kill a master. This is something that has never happened since ancient times. As for the Lord of Hell, how did he kill the Lord of Hell in an instant? Jiao, you have to give us a reason. You are blatantly breaking the rules set by Ming. The Abyss Master shouted. Prison ignored him at all. He suddenly came to the face of the Abyss Master with strange steps, and with another move, the Abyss Master evaporated from hell. Yes, it is evaporation. This is different from Chu Yuan's great devouring technique. Chu Yuan's devouring is to devour all the substances in the world, but his method is to evaporate all the creatures in the world, as if to completely erase them and turn them into white paper. You killed the master of the abyss, damn it, do you still want to kill us all? Hell, what are you going crazy about? Although your strength is the strongest in hell, we are not afraid of you when we unite. Is it because of Shenwu's pressure that he went mad? He must have wanted to kill us, refine our power, and become the god of origin. Damn, it was a conspiracy. He deliberately summoned us here, to refine our power. We all fell for it. The strong man in hell was angry and questioned the prison loudly. What happened today was sudden and strange. Wrong. The god of Hades suddenly said, Pol killed the two masters, but I didn't feel the vacancy of the master's position. It seemed that all the power was concentrated on him. This is unreasonable. This is the rule set by Ming. 18 copies, each master can only take one. Did he break Ming's rules? They were also dumbfounded. That's right, this rule was set up because I didn't want an exclusive master to appear in hell and destroy the ecology of hell, but now the prison is not under this control. He's not a prison. The god of the underworld is also very wise, and he sorted out everything in an instant, only to feel horrified. Jiao is dead, he pretended to be a prison, and prison will not betray Ming. Run away, run away. Somebody killed the jail by horrible and strange means, and they didn't even know it. Hell is in chaos, and all the strong men are running for their lives. Hades' general was about to escape, but the prison had already arrived in front of him. He was covered in clothes, his head was caught, and before he could point out anything, his whole body trembled and evaporated from the world. The god of the underworld is about to die. He died instantly. Ah, what the hell is he? Seeing that the underworld general who followed Ming to create hell heaven also died, all the strong men in hell were terrified. They were not so afraid of death, but this strange and unknown situation made them afraid. They are running. But this prison will not let them go. There were screams, but this time and space could even evaporate the sound, and none of them ran away. The powerhouses in hell were swept away, and the interior was breached, and none of the gods of heaven or above the gods of heaven survived. Eternal Forbidden Zone, Imperial Barracks. Xuanhuan held a military meeting in a hall of the Guardian City. Your Majesty, during this period of time, the Empire's resources are being consumed at the fastest speed. About 70% of them have been used up, and they will be exhausted soon. And our heavenly Tao God has 315 people in the time acceleration during this period. For breakthroughs, the primordial God also has 21 breakthroughs, and I believe there will be many breakthroughs before the war comes. The Book of Enlightenment held a history book and told Xuanhuan about the situation. The army is also constantly gathering troops in the eternal restricted area. We are all ready. Lord of the Sky. When the army of the Empire goes out, no matter whether Longzhu blocks it or not, they will go out and crush all opponents with the most invincible posture. No one can stop their conquest. Xuanhuan nodded, setting the final decisive time for this multiverse decisive battle. But when he held the meeting, Jiao came and said to him, "It seems that something happened in hell. I noticed a very subtle fluctuation." TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1748 Crisis of the Lord of Death. An accident in hell? Xuanhuan's expression changed when he heard Jiao's words. Jiao, what happened in hell? The Empire is not very far from hell today. Although hell heaven is not an opponent for him now, let alone the masters of hell, even the pioneer of hell heaven, Xuanhuan is fearless when Ming appears in front of him. His current strength is not origin, it is better than origin. I can't tell. Jiao thought for a while, and finally shook his head. I am one of the masters of hell, and I carry part of the power of the original hell, but just now, I seem to have noticed a very unusual fluctuation, which is very small. How difficult it is to detect the specifics. Maybe they are going to carry out some kind of plan in hell. She can sense the changes in the hell sky. Any conjectures are useless. You can only know everything when you see it with your own eyes. The decisive battle of the Empire has not yet begun. Forget it, you and I will go to hell heaven for a walk and see what tricks the prison is playing. Xuanhuan is also using his power to calculate the secret. He is not good at calculation, but the power of the Emperor can control everything, and there is an unusual aura in hell at this moment, which makes him care. The avenue of time and space is condensed under his feet, extending the hell sky. With his strength, distance is nothing to him. Hell days. All the strong men above the heavenly Tao God were killed, and there were no masters in hell. The large number of weak hell creatures didn't know that their masters were dead. After killing all the masters of hell, this person went to the sea of hell in the form of hell. Hellsea is a Jedi in hell. And he went directly to meet the Lord of Death, who was suppressed in the sea of hell. Oh? It's you, prison, the one following Ming. What are you going to do here? Did Ming descend to some kind of will? That's right. I have a hunch that the peak of this era has arrived. I want me to be born to help you fight for hegemony and get more luck. The Lord of Death saw the prison and said lightly. He provoked Ming back then, and was suppressed by Ming in the Sea of Hell. This Jedi was born because of him. But he didn't resign himself to depravity. Since he couldn't go out, he would use practice to pass the time, otherwise wouldn't the endless years be too lonely? He is in the Sea of Hell, sharpening his mind. Looking at the prison, he also disdains it. If he wants to make him work, it is impossible to see what he is. What a proud person he is. Use your strength. This prison has opened its mouth. The tone of voice is exactly the same as prison. Want to take my power? After hearing this, the Lord of Death was even more disdainful. Is it up to you? You can't kill me, you can only seal me. You are too courageous, you are too bold, you think I am sealed by Ming, so you can't kill me. Did you make a move? The Lord of Death is also waiting for an opportunity to completely break away. But after his words fell, Prison actually walked towards him directly, completely ignoring his strength. You are courting death. The Lord of Death saw Prison walking towards him, his voice was extremely cold, and the sky of death was shrouded in death. He suddenly stretched out a terrifying hand of death, and grabbed towards Prison. With your little mana cultivation, you dare to covet this seat, who gave you the courage? The strength of the Master of Death is indeed very powerful. Although he has not reached the 7th level of the power of death, it is not easy for the God of Origin to kill him. If he hadn't been sealed by the underworld for too long, he would very likely have achieved the origin in this burst of luck. He practiced immortality, bringing death to others, but himself immortal. He doesn't pay attention to the 6th realm of hell, even if it covers the vast source of hell. He wants to teach him a lesson and tell him that not everyone can provoke him. His palm hit the body of the jail. But the next moment, he was also surprised that his death power had no effect on the prison. Ignore my death power. The Lord of Death calmed down for a moment, and said with a smile, there are tricks, no wonder you dare to provoke me. The prison made a move, and he teleported to the front of the Lord of Death, with his 5 fingers spread out, a force that obliterated everything immediately enveloped and surrounded the Lord of Death. With a thought, the boundless source of hell squeezed towards him. The Lord of Death doesn't care. As an existence who dares to provoke Ming, how can he be afraid of Prison? What happened? But just after he met Prison, his face suddenly changed. My power is disappearing rapidly, he wants to refine my original power. What happened? This is not Prison's power, he doesn't have this kind of strength. His death source is actually rapidly weakening. The awareness of this made him unable to calm down. He is very familiar with the situation in hell, but this kind of method is not available in Prison. It's weird. But even in this situation, the Lord of Death is still very calm, and his mana is running at full capacity, resisting the power from hell. Boom! His body exploded instantly, but instead of splashing flesh and blood, it became a mass of dead gas, and then condensed into his appearance. My strength has been weakened by 20%, and this 20% of my strength was taken away by him. In just a short time after fighting Prison, 20% of his strength disappeared terribly, which made him unable to understand. The moment he thought about it, a wave of power washed over him again, his body exploded with a bang, and several percent of his power was taken away again. Although I am still in the 6th realm, my power is immortal, and the profound meaning of controlling death. How can those 6th realms compare to me? If you blow me up with one move, doesn't it mean that you have the ability to kill the 6th realm with your hand? Strength. The Lord of Death stared at Prison and shouted, you are not Prison, you are definitely not him. After he yelled these words, the prison's disguise dissipated in an instant, and he changed into another look. No facial features, no face, your power is like a blank, what are you? It was the faceless man who appeared in front of the Lord of Death. He appeared in hell again. Even the Lord of Death can't understand this kind of weird thing, let alone know his origin. After he turned into a faceless man, he stopped talking, and an incomprehensible force directly grabbed at the Lord of Death, a divine power, like a blank divine light, was washing away. Immortal and immortal. The Lord of Death resisted with all his might. All supernatural powers are cultivated to the end for immortality. The Lord of Death was hit hard, and his body trembled violently. There seemed to be no blood on his body, but due to the sudden change just now, 50% of the power in his body had disappeared. With 50% less strength, how weak he is at this moment. Although he has the self-confidence to make it difficult for the god of origin to kill him, but fighting against the faceless man gives him a different feeling, and he vomits blood when he is sad. I can't even sustain my death power, so am I going to die in this way today? The Lord of Death roared, tell you, what the hell are you? The faceless man won't answer, he will completely destroy the Lord of Death, an existence that even Ming can only suppress. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1749 Scourge. I didn't expect that I would die in such a way after practicing the power of death. It's ridiculous. But when faced with the approach of death, the Lord of Death was not afraid of panic, but felt very ridiculous. He did not die brilliantly, but was beheaded by a strange existence in this strange way. He has seen too many deaths, how can he be afraid of him who cultivates the power of death? The faceless man, it really is you. But at this moment, a majestic voice crossed the eternity, and suddenly passed in, and suddenly saw a strong mana impact, which immediately cut off the killing of the Lord of Death. The power of the faceless man, to obliterate the Lord of Death, was instantly broken in front of Xuanhuan. Someone is coming, such a familiar voice. The Lord of Death was slightly startled, he seemed to have heard this voice before. Then two figures descended in front of him, a man and a woman, especially the man, who carried the supreme imperial prestige, and the glory of the world was condensed on him alone. It's you. The Lord of Death doesn't know what Xuanhuan's name is, but he still remembers this person, who has been here before, and even the Wangchuan river that Jiuyou obtained was obtained under his intentional promotion. Goodbye now. He was shocked to find that he could no longer see through him, and the faceless man who could kill him was directly pushed back by him. He felt that this person was stronger than Ming. Lord of Death, we meet again. Xuanhuan smiled at the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death gave him a pretty good impression, and he even gave him a death talisman that day, and he didn't do anything unfriendly to him. Yeah, we meet again. At this time, he can no longer maintain the appearance of a worldly expert in front of Xuanhuan, because he knows that his cultivation is no longer comparable to the other party. That little girl is also in the 6th realm. He was also surprised that this woman was also in the 6th realm. He has been suppressed in the sea of despair for too long. Although he can sense the changes in luck, the prison will not tell him the news of the outside world, and he doesn't know what the outside world is like. The faceless man killed the master of hell. Xuanhuan was not in a hurry to communicate with the Lord of Death. He looked at the faceless man, and he could feel that the faceless man was stronger. To his surprise, when he came to hell, all the masters of hell, primitive gods, and gods of heaven disappeared, and they were all killed by the faceless man. The powerhouses of the whole hell have been emptied. If Jiuyou hadn't become the ruler of hell, even the Lord of Death would die today due to that subtle induction. He stared at the face without a face, rumbling. Xion's mana was extremely turbulent, condensed into the Emperor's hand, and hit the faceless man. Be careful, his power is extremely strange. Lord of Death reminds. he could feel that Chu Yuan's realm was not as good as the origin god. Although the combat power was terrifying, the strength of this faceless man was too weird. The faceless man faced Chu Yuan with his faceless face. The faceless man disappeared before his eyes, and appeared in front of Chu Yuan in an instant. With 5 fingers, he killed Chu Yuan's head like the strongest killer. It's so weird and sudden that it doesn't give you time to react. The faceless man suffered many times from Chu Yuan's hands. Chu Yuan couldn't see his expression, let alone exude any emotion, and he didn't know what he thought about Chu Yuan. In an instant, the world-shaking ultimate move swept out, staged a peak duel. When Chu Yuan was in the eternal forbidden zone, he killed the faceless man with 1 palm, but he didn't kill him at this time. He knew very well in his heart that it was he who refined the power of all the powerful people in hell. The faceless man disappeared again, and then unexpectedly appeared on Chu Yuan's body at this time. The terrifying attack was even more terrifying than the attack of killing God. Rumble. Chu Yuan didn't move, and with a direct blow, the strength of the faceless man was scattered. Sharp. The Lord of Death. The faceless man is too weird. When he pushes with strength, there is an invisible force, invisible true energy, which washes away at Chu Yuan, and it follows him like a shadow, everywhere. The sweep of this force can obliterate everything into nothingness. This God Emperor, don't be careless. The Lord of Death didn't know how powerful Chu Yuan was. Chu Yuan stood there with a calm face, covering it with a palm, crushing the space, time and space condensed, as if a heaven and earth mill appeared, pressed down, and immediately restricted the faceless man inside. The faceless man's torrent of power finally hit him. But Chu Yuan surged out the power to control everything, and the killing power of the faceless man actually didn't work on him. His heaven and earth mill finally landed on the faceless man's body completely, crackling, and the faceless man's body cracked like ceramics, and it exploded and shattered. When Chu Yuan still wanted to kill him, the faceless man vanished into thin air and disappeared. Disappeared again. Chu Yuan watched the faceless man disappear with a pale face. Although he shattered the faceless man, he could feel that the faceless man disappeared out of thin air and his own strength was not lost. In other words, the faceless man will still be as strong when he appears again. Where will he appear next time? It was difficult for Chu Yuan to track him down. He left. Joyo was also staring. Even though the battle was very short, she could feel the danger in it. If she faced it, she would die in the hands of the faceless man, and it was impossible for her to be his opponent. It was because His Majesty was too powerful that it ended so quickly, but he couldn't completely kill the faceless man. When I killed Tianjun, I saved him, and I also took action against the Lord of Death. If he has thoughts and feelings, I am afraid that he will hold a deep hatred for me. Although Chu Yuan said so, he didn't pay much attention to the faceless man. I don't know who will fall into the hands of the faceless man next time. He is hard to find in the multiverse, and he is always a scourge. Joyo said, however, this hell will be abolished in one day, and the strong will be swept away. The source of hell is still vast, but there is no strong person, not even a god of heaven. In the current situation of heaven, there is no time for them to give birth to a strong person. Joyo is already the hell of the multiverse, the only remaining ruler. Ming cannot be counted, he is on the road of eternity. Even if Xuanhuan is in charge of hell heaven now, what he gets is a sky of little value. These ordinary creatures in hell are vast and endless. Chu Yuan sensed hell heaven, now hell is empty, there are no strong people left, Joyo, and you are the only one who is below the master in hell, so you will mobilize all hell creatures in this day. I know what to do. Joyo rode. After the body of the faceless man was shattered by Chu Yuan and turned into essence, he also lost the ability to manipulate the source of hell at the same time. The decisive battle of the empire requires many large armies, but now these hell creatures can be used in large army battles. And even Xuanhuan could not have imagined that Hell Sky would have such a result. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1750 mind suppression. Hell is empty, but it has some value. And Xuanhuan also knew that there was no way to hide the news of the fall of prison and other strong people, and soon some people would feel the decline of Hell's luck and know the internal situation. But Xuanhuan doesn't care either. In the current situation, my side is to gather the strongest force and completely aspire to victory. Empty too late. Xuanhuan also shook his head. If you give me some more time, you can cultivate strong men who are suitable for the power of Hell and make them the masters of Hell, but it is already difficult to do it now. His gaze turned to the Lord of Death. God Emperor, it was you who saved me this time. I didn't expect that my small action that day would have such a big impact on the present. The Lord of Death said, I want to tell you another news. When the faceless man came to see me before, he had the appearance of I Chien, and his breath and soul were exactly the same, even I didn't distinguish it. It can make the face of the soul completely uniform, and his faceless is not completely faceless, but can be turned into thousands of faces. Xuanhuan understood. This news is indeed very important. He had guessed it before, and now it is even more confirmed. Lord of Death, you no longer need to be suppressed here, you can leave now. Xuanhuan suddenly said to him. Oh? It seems that I didn't need to pay a price for my departure. I am afraid that the God Emperor wants to recruit me and let me become your subordinate to work for you. The Lord of Death is also staring at Xuanhuan. Said, I can't see through the God Emperor, but God Emperor, you must know that Ming also recruited me back then, but I would rather be sealed here by him than submit to others. I cultivate the power of death, and I know death very well, nothing more than disappearing from the world. I am not afraid of death. He naturally knew that this God Emperor wanted to recruit him, but he didn't want to rely on others. I am different from Ming. While Xuanhuan was speaking, an invincible domineering spirit suddenly shook his heart, and an invincible existence that suppressed the eternity also condensed in the soul of the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death was shocked back again, and calmly said, if I don't want to take refuge, it will be useless for the God Emperor to kill me. I am grateful for the life-saving grace of the God Emperor. The external situation is different from before. The peak of this era will eventually give birth to a strongest existence, and those who go against the trend will eventually disappear forever. Joyo Road. I'm not curious about what's going on outside. The Lord of Death said stubbornly. Lord of Death, I am not a very patient person. Today I will give you a chance to seek refuge. Of course, Xuanhuan did not say the Lord of Death for nothing. This is a real strong man, who has the power to resist the God of Origin, and his personal strength is stronger than any 6th-level statue in the Empire. Like the Lord of the Sky, it is impossible for them to face the God of Origin, but the Lord of Death can do it. Xuanhuan must surrender to the Lord of Death. I can feel that the strength of the God Emperor is even stronger than that of Ming. The God Emperor can kill me, but it is impossible for me to rely on Guangguang's strength. Lord of Death is simply too stubborn. Really? There is nothing impossible in front of me. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, and his majestic figure stood in front of the Lord of Death, and the immense mana fluctuations immediately surrounded the Lord of Death. Immortal and immortal. The Lord of Death played out the true meaning of death. But Xuanhuan shines through the ages, dazzling and brilliant. The Lord of Death actually feels that his origin of life and death has been controlled at this moment. A power controlled by the eternal power can completely obliterate his origin. He is controlling my death source. The Lord of Death exclaimed. The essence of his inability to kill is the source of his death. Lord of Death, if you want to die, I can fulfill you. As the Emperor, Xuanhuan would never bargain with him. He wanted to receive his subordinates and let him serve the empire because he liked the potential of the Lord of Death. Of course he knew too. The Lord of Death is not afraid of death. If you want him to surrender willingly, you must not only control him physically, but also completely suppress him spiritually. The Lord of Death said nothing, even though his soul was about to collapse. Reincarnation of heaven and earth, world of life and death. At this time, Xuanhuan exerted the power of reincarnation, and transformed into the world of life and death, surrounded by the power of life and death, countless lives and deaths in the phantom of reincarnation. The power of life and death. The Lord of Death was completely startled. He specialized in practicing death's supernatural powers, and he was more sensitive to the power of life and death, which completely touched his nerves. At this moment, he looked at Xuanhuan. This emperor is so great, he can clearly feel this emperor's overlord. He does not specialize in cultivating some kind of supernatural power, but he can control the cycle of life and death. He is the master of the cycle of birth and death. This is something he cannot do. The power of this cycle of life and death, he is recreating the cycle of reincarnation, opening up and building his own world. It is difficult for the Lord of Death to imagine this kind of power. He shouted, "God Emperor, have you created a world that is about life and death? In this world, you can resurrect dead creatures. The tomb of the gods of heaven." He was completely shocked by Xuanhuan's life and death. If he wants to become the god of origin, he must understand the power of life from the true meaning of death, and it is precisely that Xuanhuan's world of life and death possesses this kind of power. He is not afraid of death, but desires stronger power. However, Xuanhuan didn't answer him at all. Joyo also looked at him coldly. "Okay, this time you saved me. My Lord of Death has been sealed by the underworld for too long. It's time to be born, and witness the birth of this great new era." The Lord of Death is too eager for powerful strength. He is in existence in the early era. He is cultivated to the peak of the 6th realm very early, but he has been unable to see the hope of breaking through the 7th realm. Now, he sees it. For his own strength, he is willing to work for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan waved his hand to disperse his strength. At this time, he already knew that the Lord of Death had been surrendered by him. "How is the situation outside?" the Lord of Death asked. Joyo used very short words to inform the Lord of Death about the external affairs. "I didn't expect the situation to become like this. I've been sealed for too long, and I don't know anything about the outside world. Shenwu, Fengshen, and a dragon ancestor who has achieved the origin, the time for the decisive battle of the multiverse is coming." The Lord of Death. He didn't know until now that Xuanhuan's real identity was Emperor Shenwu. What made him sigh was that the glory of the 33 days had dissipated, and the era that belonged to them was about to die. Will I witness a greater era? The Lord of Death couldn't help thinking. Death, I know you. Too much power has been wiped out by the faceless man this time. The decisive battle is coming. Before that, I will restore your power to its peak. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and a life and death coffin appeared in front of him. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C1751 Prison to the Gods. The coffin of life and death? The Lord of Death was immediately moved and curious when he heard these 4 words. Cultivate in the coffin of the god of life and death. Xuanhuan took out the coffin of the god of life and death. This is? The eyes of the Lord of Death stared fixedly at him. The coffin was pitch black and filled with the power of death. However, when Xuanhuan opened it, the sacred light of life recovery erupted. Life and death coexist. The God Emperor has such a fetish. The Lord of Death can't be calm. He looks at death indifferently, but he is not calm when he sees this coffin. This kind of power of life and death can not only restore his strength, but also make him understand the meaning of life and death. nature. He could tell that this god of life and death coffin was too cherished. It was so powerful that it couldn't be created by natural means. It seemed to be the strongest divine thing cast by eternity. If he comprehends the power of the coffin of the god of life and death for a long time, it will become easier for him to become the god of origin. In today's universe, luck has reached its peak. With this divine coffin and the world of life and death, if the Xuanhuan Empire can become the master of the era, I can also get great benefits and break through the 6 realms in one fell swoop with the peak luck. But the first prerequisite it is the empire that wants to win. For the sake of the empire, and for me to achieve the origin, we must win. The Lord of Death secretly said, he is a very pragmatic person. In this divine coffin, you can restore your strength. This is the opportunity one have given you to join the empire. Xuanhuan said. The way of the emperor. Controlling the strong is not blindly oppressing. They are not your slaves, but your subjects, your people. It is necessary to frighten them with absolute strength and make them fear you, but at the same time give them great benefits. Let them know that they will also be brilliant when the empire is brilliant. The reason why the strong men of the empire are so loyal is not only because of his strength, but also because they can get huge benefits. After repeated shocks and benefits, the Lord of Death will now work for the empire. My chance is 0. The Lord of Death. Only then did Xuanhuan smile. The Lord of Death will become the strongest man under his command, besides him. Jiuyo, you are now in hell. As the ruler of hell, mobilize the creatures of hell, organize them, and tell them to charge for the empire, and the empire will also give them a powerful opportunity. The creatures in hell heaven also have their own thoughts. Xuanhuan didn't let them be cannon fodder for the empire, but also activated their blood, letting them know that charging for the empire would bring huge benefits. Hell creatures are not afraid of death, they need to be strong. Death, you can also bear a share of this hell's luck. Xuanhuan said. Forget about the luck of hell. I'm not interested in hell. It was created by the underworld. After reaching the 7th realm, I will open up a realm by myself. The Lord of Death does not need the luck of hell. Jiuyo said, now I accept the fate of the Master of Hell, and I want to mobilize the creatures in the hell sky with this identity. The real power is to open up the universe by myself. After the empire dominates the diversity, everything will belong to the empire. Xuanhuan said. Yes, but after the end of an era, everything inside will be dissipated and completely destroyed, and we all have to transition to the eternal road. The Lord of Death also sighed. The matter of the eternal road will be discussed later. Xuanhuan is laying out in hell sky, preparing for the decisive battle. In this world, strength is the most important thing. No matter how many conspiracies and schemes there are, they will be flattened in front of the strongest strength. In the heaven of the gods. Why did you come here suddenly? Many strong men said immediately when they saw that prison had come to the heaven of the gods. I have something important to say to the second divine master and all the powerhouses. Prison Road. You have something big to say. The second God Lord is sitting on the altar of God at this moment, with countless magic circles in motion, looking at the prison. He said, did something happen to you in hell? Hell heaven is gone, and all the powerhouses above the heavenly Tao God are all dead. Prison Road. What? Say it again, hell is gone. Hearing this, Dugushanma said in amazement, what happened? Who is dealing with you? Could it be Xuanhuan? But we didn't notice Miatian's fluctuations, why are you the only one left? Although the heaven of hell is not as good as the heaven of the gods, it was created by the underworld anyway, so how could it disappear for no apparent reason? It's Xuanhuan. Prison gritted his teeth, as if wishing to eat his flesh and blood. It's what they did. Before the Xuanhuan Empire, Jiuyo became the master, and let a loophole in our luck. It was Jiuyo who broke you from the inside. This matter is serious, hell sky is gone, and they are already weak, so they lack a lot of strength. But the strange thing is, even if there is Joyo, it would be difficult to break through your hell heaven so easily, so that we don't even know it. The 5 elements of God. There is also the Lord of Death. The Emperor Xuanhuan God released the Lord of Death. With the cooperation of the Lord of Death, I am a genius in hell. Only I ran out. Prison said crazily. Lord of Death. The second god said, it's him. I know this person. It is difficult for the god of origin to kill him if he cultivates the power of death. He should be sealed in the hell sky by the underworld. I wanted him to turn into the power of hell, but I didn't expect that. In the end, he hurt himself. He listened to prison's words without much doubt. The person in front of him is indeed a prison, with his soul breath, where the brand of life lies. Xuanhuan broke the hell heaven, and got the help of the Lord of Death. Their power is even stronger. The 33 days of the past is a foregone conclusion. A strong man said pessimistically. The occurrence of these things has made many people no longer want to resist, and they don't want to join the decisive battle between the 2 camps, they just want to wait for the final moment to come. The second Divine Master felt this pessimistic emotion, and he had nothing to say. What to say? Meaningless. Although there is a Long Zhu who wants to use their power, but Long Zhu is also an ambitious person, and cooperation with him will not end well. Pol, you stay in the heaven of the gods. The second God Master can only say so. He knew that in the future, more people would leave the heaven of the gods and join the Xuanhuan Empire, but he couldn't stop it. Next. The atmosphere of the gods was oppressive, and many people lost confidence. Even if Long Zhu wanted to win them over, many people didn't want to participate, fearing that they would lose their lives. I'm desperate, I will fight to the death, with a fearless heart, and hit the origin. If I succeed, I will have the right to speak in this great world. If not, then let me die with the 33 days of the era. The second Divine Master already wanted to fight hard, and forcibly attacked the origin, and he had accumulated enough. In the heaven of the gods, he set up numerous restrictions, and made a final fight. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C1752 Twisted Facts. The news of the destruction of the strong one day in hell was soon swept by the gods, sweeping the entire multiverse like a hurricane. How shocking this news is, it will make the universe turbulent when it spreads. Xuanhuan destroyed hell heaven by means of thunder. Only hell, the ruler of hell, escaped, and all other creatures above the heavenly Tao God were wiped out and fell. Although the strength of a hell sky can't have a fundamental impact on the current situation of the duel, but the violent actions of Xuanhuan have too much impact on the situation. You know, now is the stage before the decisive battle. The powerhouses of both camps are preparing for it. Even a slight change in this situation will cause a drop in morale and a turmoil in luck. The impact is not insignificant. Xuanhuan, really destroy hell heaven? In the camp of conferred gods, a strong man said in a difficult tone that the strong men in hell were swept away, just like that, which caught people off guard. The news is true. I have already seen a large number of hell creatures controlled by the 9 nether lords, and they are being arranged in the eternal restricted zone. There are infinitely many of them. This will have a great impact on us. Flow Catholic Road. This is simply a slap in the head, hitting them on the head. It doesn't matter if hell is gone, they want to be destroyed too, but it can't be now. This is from the gods and heavens. Xuanhuan can destroy hell heaven, and there is one person to help, that is, the Lord of Death. He will cooperate from the inside and the outside to make hell suffer from disaster. The great Emperor Fengshen is comprehending the strongest supernatural power. He must take charge of the overall situation and keep calm. Lord of Death. Shanghai Tianzhu said in shock, it is said that the Lord of Death, who is said to be lawless and hard to kill even the god of origin, was sealed in the hell sky by the underworld. He has not appeared for a long time. The birth of the Lord of Death is more shocking than the destruction of hell. The Lord of Death is a strong man at the beginning of this era, older than them, and very powerful. In this way, the Lord of Death has joined Xuanhuan and will help this emperor seize the sky, said a god. That's not necessarily true. The Lord of Death is proud and arrogant. He is a rebellious person. He would rather be sealed by the underworld than surrender. He probably won't take refuge in Xuanhuan. There is a strong way. It's better to believe it than to believe it. The times have changed, and the Lord of Death is likely to be subdued by the Emperor Xuanhuan. We must be prepared for this. Dao Wucheng calmly analyzed Xuanhuan Ben Tian, Xianhuang, Xinyang, Xinghai, Wuji, Songxing, Yundu, Xia, Yuanguang, Yushan, and Wanyao, held 2 days countless army. He analyzed the strength of Xuanhuan, and at this moment, it also made people feel a heavy pressure. Don't think about it too much. Xuanhuan is strong, and we are stronger than them. Do you really think that my conferred god camp only has this little power? The decisive battle is about to break out, and we must make final preparations. Fengshen Tianzhu said coldly, Xuanhuan must perish, but I, Fengshen, must win, and we will be the final winners. Now. All tied to the same warship, it does no one any good if the giant ship sinks. But God conferred knows that they have been able to develop to this day, and there is also a hidden background. It is still unknown who will win the deer. Don't forget, there are no strong people in Hell Day, and Wanyao Tian, the dragon ancestor, is eyeing them like a tiger. The news that the facts have been distorted has also reached Chu Yuan's ears. It is the result of his distorted fact that he united with the Lord of Death, that he killed all the strong men in hell, and swallowed all the power through refining. Chu Yuan is too lazy to explain, and he doesn't need to explain. Although he didn't do this, even if he explained, it was the faceless man who killed Prison, changed into his appearance and killed all the strong men, and wanted to kill the Lord of Death, but was saved by him as a savior. With the current hostility, will others listen to him? The faceless man turned into a prison again, and went to the heaven of the gods. It seems that he wanted to plot against him there, but after all, it was the world opened up by the founder of the god realm. Chu Yuan knew that the prison in the heaven of the gods was changed by the faceless man, but he was not interested in reminding him that the second god master and other powerful people would not believe it. The transformation method of the faceless man is too terrifying. No matter how a person changes, the imitation is lifelike. After all, there are flaws, but the faceless man is changing from the essence of a person's life, so it is useless to check it. He went to remind. I'm afraid some people will bite him back, saying that this is a smoke bomb he set off before the decisive battle, with the purpose of destroying their unity, causing them civil strife, and creating opportunities. And he is not interested in reminding that he is not the savior of these people. This moment. In the heaven of the gods. The divine light is condensed, the majestic aura speaks out, and a catastrophe of origin is condensed. He is the second god master. He wants to break through the god of origin, and hopes to struggle. In fact, the second divine master is not very sure, his strength this time is close to death, and even 10% of the hope is low. But he still did it. He also knew that he had no choice but to force his way. In the heaven of the gods, there is the imprint of the gods left by the founder of the gods, and he will be the safest to survive the catastrophe here. He was bathed in the divine calamity of origin, and the divine power bombarded him so vastly and violently that he was dripping with blood in just an instant, his body exploded, and he might fall at any moment. The second divine master will forcefully overcome the divine calamity, he must succeed. In the world, all the powerful people are watching the second god lords crossing the catastrophe, hoping in their hearts that he can succeed. As long as he breaks through smoothly, the era of 33 days can still be preserved. the second Divine Master will definitely succeed. The gods, as the strongest heaven and earth in the 33-3 era, it is impossible for them to have only a few people in the sixth realm. Immediately, they saw many ancient gods appearing, surrounding the second god, and guarding him. All the gods and gods are also closely united around the second god. Activate the great formation of the gods, activate the power of the gods, and protect the second God Master. Immediately, the divine light shot out, and the gods formed a large array to protect the second Divine Master. Xuanhuan's expression changed, and he also wanted to break through by himself. At this time, he said, "We can't let people disturb the second Divine Master. This is our only hope. Shenwu or Fengshen may destroy him." Prison also said, "Humph. They are very likely to come. Although the defenses of the gods and heavens are extremely strong, and there is also the bombardment of the origin gods, no one dares to be careless." As time went on, the second Divine Master was on the verge of tottering in the catastrophe, and suffered an extremely severe blow, but he still insisted on it, keeping his breath and not letting go. "Origin Great Tribulation, I will succeed, come on, I will break all obstacles with a fearless heart. The divine calamity is fierce, the heaven and the earth are broken, and 10,000 ways are suppressed." In the end, the divine light of origin erupted from the body of the second Divine Lord, which indicated that he had already gathered the power of origin and was about to truly enter this realm. The second Divine Master is about to succeed. Many strong people are excited. However, at this moment, the prison suddenly moved. #C1753 This is life. The divine light is magnificent, and the power of origin is condensed. At this moment, the second Divine Master is fighting to the death as a way out, and is about to pass the most difficult hurdle in his life, and truly become the God of origin, with the ability to once again compete for hegemony in the heavens. The second Divine Master is about to break through. The strong people present were very excited. They now lack a leading God of origin, and Long Zhu is not counted, because Long Zhu will not maintain the existence of the 33 days. But the second priest will. In the multiverse, the situation of the 33 days was determined by the founder of the God realm. They urgently need the breakthrough of the second Divine Master. We hope to maintain the situation. Xuanhuan is also envious, but at this moment he also knows the benefits of the second Divine Master's breakthrough. He suddenly shouted, "Ju, what are you going to do? I saw that prison was condensing a strange force. Pull, go back to me, are you going to destroy the breakthrough of the second Divine Master?" Heaven of the Gods, an ancient God Lord shouted. Prison ignored him at all, and was about to rush towards the second Divine Master in a flash. No, Prison wants to attack the second God Master. Why would he do this when he is the weakest at the moment? Could it be that he wants to seize the power of the second God Master and make himself the origin? The God Emperor surrendered and deliberately came to the heaven of the gods. It took only a moment to think, and the God of the six realms had already blocked Xianghe. All this happened too fast. Just as the God Lord of the six realms was about to stop him, the prison came to him, stretched out his hand to grab him, and before he could scream, he was wiped out in an instant. He killed a God Lord of the six realms. The gods were in chaos, and many strong men were stunned. Why did the prison want to kill people, and he could kill a sixth-level statue with a wave of his hand, which is not what he should have? However, before they could react, Prison had already arrived at the side of the second Divine Master, and the array of gods set up had no effect on him. With a terrifying breath, he slammed his palm at the second Divine Master. The great formation of the gods has failed. They all don't understand. He had deliberately obliterated a god before. Obtaining his power and turning himself into a god realm existence, he became immune to some of the powers of the gods and heavens, and also used his strange ability to instantly reach the second God Lord. Prison! The second God Lord shouted loudly. Before he broke through, He also set up many countermeasures to prevent Xuanhuan or Fengshan from attacking him, but he never expected that the fortress was breached from the inside, and the prison would be attacked by him. He slapped it with one palm, fighting recklessly with the power of prison. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he fought against prison, his power was wiped out, and the deadly killing intent swept across him, and his whole body suddenly exploded. You are not a prison. The second Divine Master also realized that this person is not a prison. And just as he realized this problem, his body exploded with a bang, blood mist erupted, and he retreated, his breath extremely weak. Disaster. He is aware of the problem. Boom. Immediately, the brilliant energy of the God realm swept down. He is the second God Lord appointed by the founder of the God realm. He is not around, so he can gather the energy of the gods and heavens. But he couldn't stop the prison. Who are you? You are not him, the second Divine Master roared. Under the roaring energy of God, the disguise of hell was removed, his face was faceless, it was the faceless man, who lurked in the heaven of the gods, and the purpose was precisely for the second God Master. What he was waiting for was now. He probably also knows that the heaven of the gods is different from the heaven of hell, the founder of the God world is too powerful, he must first pretend to come in. No face, he is a faceless man. His faceless face caused a lot of shock. The faceless man pretended to be a prison, and he didn't even notice the origin of the God realm. Could it be that it wasn't the God Emperor Xuanhuan who destroyed Hell Heaven, but you? How wise is the second God? He also noticed this problem. But at this moment, what's the use of realizing it? The faceless man took advantage of his weakest moment to sneak up on him, destroying his breakthrough, and trying to seize his origin. Many strong men panicked. The faceless man is going to kill the second God Master, and then kill them. But the faceless man didn't pay any attention to their thoughts, and immediately arrived in front of the second God Master, obliterating him with all his strength, and the second God Master was blown away in an instant. His body was shattered, leaving only the essence of God. Don't kill the second Divine Master. The second God Lord at this time was too miserable. The faceless face of the faceless man was facing the source of God, and he walked over and opened his big hands, intending to completely swallow this source into his body. But right now, in the origin of the gods, a sacred power of the Lord of the gods swept out, and there was a brand in it, shining brightly, and instantly condensed the great appearance of the founder of the gods. The founder of the God realm unexpectedly left his own brand in the God origin of the second God Lord. And this brand will only be activated when the second Divine Master encounters a mortal crisis. Sentient beings, no self, has this terrifying and strange power been born again in this era? Although it was just a brand mark, it was within the heaven of the gods. Bang, the infinite source of heaven and earth, were all condensed into the brand mark, and the hands of the gods, the founder of the God world, enveloped the faceless man. The faceless man didn't seem to expect that there would be such a backhand either. He's weird, but not omniscient. He was hit by the power of the God realm creator, his entire body was frozen in place, and then shattered. The founder of the God realm also seemed to want to completely retain the power of the faceless man, but when he grabbed it with his palm, it seemed to be caught in the air, and he didn't catch anything. I failed. The divine light gathered the second Divine Master, and he condensed again. At this time, he was extremely weak, the foundation of his strength was severely damaged, and the laws in his body were broken like chaos. The reason why he didn't die was that the origin of the heaven and earth of the gods and heaven was protecting him. He is not reconciled. He was only half a step away from the realm of the God of origin, and half of his body had already entered, if he hadn't encountered the faceless man's attack. He has almost accomplished it. It's not your fault, you have encountered eternal selflessness. The brand of the founder of the God realm shattered and turned into pure soul power, filling the body of the second Divine Master, but this power could not completely heal his injuries, it could only maintain and delay his life. The imprint of the founder of the God realm disappeared. Second God Lord. Many powerhouses looked at this moment incomparably depressed. The second Divine Master, who was originally rich in spirit like jade and brilliant in divine light, turned into an exhausted soul fire, just like an old man waiting to die. Their hearts are sad. He was so close, why not give him this chance, why sabotage his breakthrough? What kind of weird thing is this faceless man? Obviously, the second God Lord has become a tragic figure in the universe, and he was so close to the God of origin. But the current second God Lord is no longer able to fight for hegemony, even if his power moves, the power of God can't protect him. This is my life. At this moment, the second Divine Master no longer had the strength. #C 1754 Opening Battle. The news that the second Divine Master was assassinated and was seriously injured and dying quickly spread. This move made many people sigh, even if it was the opponent. He was about to succeed, but he didn't expect this result in the end. As far as the second Divine Master is concerned, he is not afraid of death. If he dies under the God of Origin tribulation, or is killed by Xuanhuan or Fengshen, that is his destination, and he is willing to die. But such a failure, even if he still has a sigh of relief, he himself feels unwilling and angry. I didn't expect it to be the end of the second Divine Master's fight. Even a former opponent who knew the current status of the second Divine Master would not be reconciled to him. However, the second Divine Master was seriously injured, and their alliance was equivalent to disintegrating. Hell is not there, and this is the case with the second God Lord, and no one can lead them. What surprised many people even more was what kind of thing that faceless man was, and why he could hide from the supervision of the source of the gods. If it weren't for the imprint of the founder of the God realm, they would have been even more miserable. Sure enough, the faceless man attacked the second God Master and wanted to usurp the heavens of the gods, but he still underestimated the founder of the God world. Xuanhuan looked down at the world. He was not surprised when the news came, he had already expected it, but even if he asked someone to remind the second God, he would not believe his own words. The faceless man disappeared again. Xuanhuan can't find any trace of the faceless man now, and said indifferently, the strange existence born from the eternal power, but it will not stop there. He is like a poisonous snake, and will appear at a more critical moment. Your Majesty, the army of the Empire is ready, but because of the gods and gods, our deployment needs to be changed. Lord of the Sky. Originally, it was necessary to guard against the gods, but now there is no need, the opponent is completely loose, honestly waiting for the end of the war, and their lives will be spared. If you are dishonest, you will kill them all. I know, the mobilization of soldiers and horses will be handled by you. Xuanhuan signaled and said, I'm going to a place. When the words fell, he disappeared. The edge of the universe. Where the limit lies, the exploding chaotic atmosphere is constantly opening up the world and expanding the scope of the multiverse, and every time it explodes, more gods will be condensed. The faceless man. A prehistoric ancestral dragon was entrenched here, and he let out a roar, you ruined this ancestor's plan, what the hell are you, hateful, the second god, you don't trust this ancestor, if you invite this ancestor to protect you, there will be no end today. Longzhu hated and was angry. What he was angry about was that the second Divine Master's stupid conceit was plotted against by the faceless man, and he abolished himself, and the heaven of hell was gone. What he hates is that the actions of the faceless man have caused heavy losses to the alliance, and he still needs the power of the second God Lord. He is extremely confident in his own strength, but Xuanhuan, Fengshen has a lot of strong people under his command, and it is difficult for him to fight against them even if he is alone. Since the matter has already happened and cannot be undone, what this ancestor has to do is to think about how to proceed next. The dragon ancestor is also a peerless existence, calm down, there is still a chance, maybe it's not completely a bad thing. Because of this matter, Xuanhuan and Fengshen will launch a battle faster, even if they have the existence of the ancestor, but for the peak of the era, they all have to go to war, and when they both lose, maybe my chance will come. He won't give up. He knew that if this era became the era of dragons, the benefits he would gain would be immeasurable. Now this ancestor is quietly waiting for the changes in this situation. As soon as Long Zhu finished speaking, his breath suddenly froze, he suddenly looked in one direction, and shouted, "Xuanhuan, you are here." "I'm here." The chaotic atmosphere separated and calmed down, as if welcoming an absolute emperor. At this moment, a worldwide figure descended, lofty and domineering, with a pair of eyes that could see through everything. Facing Long Zhu, he could rule eternally and suppress everything. "Xuanhuan, you have found where your ancestor is." Long Zhu was very calm. He knew that the emperor had infinite means, so he looked at him coldly and said, "Xuanhuan, do you want to kill this ancestor before the final battle with Fengshen? But your thinking is too naive. The strength of Xuanhuan is strong, but his dragon ancestor is also the origin god, the ancestor of the prehistoric dragon, with infinite potential, and an existence that can reach a stronger state in the future, so how can he be afraid of this Xuanhuan?" This emperor didn't want him to be watching the dragon before the final battle with Fengshen. "You have no chance." The aura of Xuanhuan's invincible emperor is sublimating. He is not afraid of any challenges. Facing all difficulties and obstacles, the only way is to break them with the strongest strength. The battle where he took the initiative to find Long Zhu was regarded as the opening battle before the final battle. His power swept across, the aura of chaos disappeared, and the world turned into a vacuum, pulling Long Zhu into the scene of the Eternal Road. His epic power is extraordinary. The Emperor's huge force bombarded the past, there was nothing fancy, just this one blow contained his peak power, blocked the time and space where Long Zhu was, and directly suppressed him. Long Zhu felt the power of Xuanhuan. This emperor is like eternity, the world is revolving around him, facing him is like facing a terrifying universe. Roar. How could this ancestor be afraid of you, Xuanhuan? Don't be too arrogant. The dragon roars in the sky, the body of the ancient dragon is like a dragon, mighty and domineering. The moment he hits, thousands of dragon shadows are revolving around him, playing the real dragon magic. The two great powers collided, the boundless chaos was shattered, and the entire multiverse was trembling. Emperor Wei is infinite, Xuanhuan is iron-blooded, he steps towards Long Zhu, and slaps him with a palm. The dragon's body is huge. His figure looks small in front of him, but his aura overwhelms him. Ancestor Long raised his dragon claws, and there were many visions. He struck Xuanhuan, and the most violent storm broke out. He wants to suppress me with absolute power. Long Zhu was humiliated, and felt that this was a shame to him, and he would not be afraid of the power of this emperor, and turned himself into the prehistoric, like the strongest existence in the prehistoric, crushing all opponents. The ancestor of all dragons, the vitality of the ancestor dragon bred by the birth of eternal power. Xuanhuan's eyes can see through everything, and it seems that he can see the essence of Long Zhu. Even if you can see through the essence of this ancestor, so what? I am the ancestor of 10,000 dragons, the most noble existence in heaven and earth. The word dragon represents strength no matter what era it is in. Confronting Xuanhuan, Long Zhu knew that many supernatural powers would not work on him, so he had to use the strongest power to fight him and break his emperor's domain. This emperor is majestic and mighty, although he is fierce, but he represents a tall race. He rushed over, raised his dragon's head, and sprayed an extinct dragon's breath at Xuanhuan. Facing the dragon's breath, Xuanhuan remained motionless. When the dragon force reached him, he fell into the vacuum field, and all the power was disintegrated by him. Boom! The peerless collision broke out again. At this moment, Xuanhuan slapped the sky and covered the dragon ancestor, even the dragon power of the origin god was collapsing in front of him, and he would suppress it. #C 1755 Insurmountable. This duel was too vast and intense to be concealed, and the shocking fluctuations shook the multiverse, and gods above the heavenly Tao could detect the cosmic fluctuations. Xuanhuan God Emperor actually found Longzhu and wanted to fight him. Has Xuanhuan become so arrogant? He can really think that he can kill Longzhu, or does he have other plans? But no matter what, Xuanhuan has already fought Longzhu. Will Longzhu really be his opponent? In the universe, the strong are frightened. This is the most peak duel. Xuanhuan chooses the second divine master, to be severely injured. Many people can't guess his mind. Xuanhuan's purpose is not as complicated as they think. When he deals with Dragon Ancestor, Emperor Conferred God will either join him in beheading Dragon Ancestor and divide the source of Dragon Ancestor. But if Emperor Fengshen didn't care about it, Xuanhuan would use his strongest strength to kill him, or force Longzhu out, which was better than him hiding in the chaos and staring at the dragon. As for being forced by Longzhu to oppose him, and even join hands with Emperor Fengshen, he had already thought of it. Is there still a compromise in this war? No. At the peak of the era, all opponents must be swept away, and anyone who blocks his way to the Emperor is his enemy. Come. Longzhu is also fierce. I really think he is a soft persimmon that can be pinched at will. He admits that he is not as powerful as the opponent in fighting, but if he fights face to face, he will not be afraid of this emperor. Dragon Transformation. The boundless dragon energy filled the universe. He was the king in the prehistoric. He ruled the world. Once captured, the dragon power boiled, completely enveloping Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan has no expression on his face. With one move, time and space are distorted. God's hand, like the eternal Lord, manipulates all laws, and the dragon force will be distorted into nothingness in front of him. He dissipated the power of Longzhu invisibly. Striding forward, the power of the gods was shaken, and the power to swallow mountains and rivers. At this moment, he was extremely majestic, and his aura had already overwhelmed Longzhu. Suddenly, his will to be the only one waved like a torrent. Longzhu attacked Xuanhuan, but he was actually under a lot of pressure. In the mythical Empyrean. At that time, there was still the Emperor Fengshen who was eyeing him like a tiger, but now he is the only one facing him, which is completely different. War. Relying on his tyrannical origin dragon body, which is comparable to the defense of origin armor, the dragon ancestor resisted, and the dragon's breath suddenly boiled, and the figures of the ancient ancestor dragons continued to hit the past. Xuanhuan stood in the air, like an eternal rock. Any force reaching him would only collapse. Longzhu's eyes turned cold, and he breathed out the sun and the moon, and suppressed it with a terrifying dragon's breath in the air. Your strength is nothing against me. Standing here, Xuanhuan is an invincible emperor, and all the glory revolves around him. He dominates time, and suddenly the emperor fist strikes. The light of time and space is disordered and distorted, as if the past, present and future are all in chaos. It is difficult to understand the mystery of this blow. You can do whatever you want. Longzhu knew deeply that when fighting against this emperor, he had to give full play to his own advantage, which was his own dragon body. He couldn't retreat, and once he retreated, it meant that his courage had been relieved. Suddenly, the dragon scales all over his body glowed, the runes filled the sky, and the dragon power armor condensed all over his body, and he faced Xuanhuan. Boom! But when the power of this punch fell, he still felt a heart-piercing pain, and the whole dragon's body was about to be torn apart. Is it just this power? Not enough, come again. Longzhu Xiao made a mocking voice at Xuanhuan, but in reality, the pain was very severe. Boom! The golden horse and iron horse were majestic, and the mighty force rushed out again. Didn't Longzhu think that his strength was not enough, so Xuanhuan gave him an even more terrifying shock of divine power. That great power is condensed into the supreme power of heaven and earth, the colossal force that determines the universe. Chu Yuan's two-handed grasping can tear the sky and the earth, shuttle in the universe dimension, and bombard the dragon ancestor heavily, like an eternal epic, with astonishing lethality. Longzhu is stubborn, but when the power hits him, it is not enough to be stubborn. Dragon ancestor was knocked out, the dragon scales were shattered, blood was dripping, and dragon blood flowed out directly. So strong. There are strong people in the universe watching the battle, especially those from the conferred god camp, and they need to understand the strength of the Xuanhuan god emperor. Seeing that in the duel, Longzhu did not take advantage of it, but was suppressed by Xuanhuan at an absolute disadvantage. All wondered how strong this emperor had reached. Xuanhuan. Longzhu let out an even more angry roar. Chu Yuan's face was like eternal ice, piercingly cold, and his will turned into a storm, which was the double mana of the great soul art and the great ice sealing art, which would freeze his soul instantly. Longzhu actually felt the cold at this moment. Chu Yuan is tall and tall, every time he takes a step, there will be a booming sound in the universe. He holds the universe in his hands, and he is pressing against the world, and he wants to judge Longzhu by death. He slashed with his palm, beheading fate, and absolute darkness appeared immediately. Longzhu was startled, and instinctively wanted to dodge, but this palm struck right in the middle of his dragon body, causing him to twist in pain. Longzhu will be defeated by Xuanhuan today, he is the invincible emperor. The universe was shocked, and various sounds continued. I will not lose. The bottom line of Longzhu is to draw with this emperor. His whole body exploded, and drops of bright dragon blood flew out, intertwining with divine light all over the sky, and then a dragon character changed in front of Chu Yuan. This dragon character is composed of a drop of blood turned into a dragon. If you look closely, it is a 10,000 dragon, and it is also a prehistoric ancestral dragon. And this also shows that Longzhu really started to consume his own dragon origin, and came to fight Chu Yuan most violently. Xuanhuan, I want you to know what a real dragon is. Dragons are inviolable at. Longzhu roared sharply, showing unprecedented strength. The word dragon hit directly, and then saw Longzhu spray another mouthful of dragon blood, which was stained bloody. And this made the dragon's blood character even more powerful. Bring it on. The dragon character, like a blood dragon, crossed the sky and landed directly on top of Chu Yuan's head. Chu Yuan looked at it coldly, and the dragon character slowed down in front of him. His emperor's prestige overwhelmed Long's prestige, and he only took a pinch. The dragon character was caught in his hand, no matter how twisted and struggled it was useless, it exploded with a bang. How is this possible? Longzhu spat out a mouthful of dragon blood in fright. How could he easily crush the supernatural powers that he had spent so much energy to inspire? Could it be that the gap between himself and Xuanhuan is that big? I will never give in. Chu Yuan's strength was like a huge mountain, suppressing him in front of him. Impassable. I fight with you again. Longzhu was not willing to admit defeat. He made the dragon move of creation, and there was a dragon ball in his abdomen emitting the most dazzling light, which was the source of his power. Chu Yuan's slaughter gate is already in operation, the great slaughter technique is being activated, and the god-killing spear is emitting a cold light. #C1756 Empire goes to war. The dragon ancestor is roaring, evolving into a prehistoric world, the color of blood and fire. His whole body was blood red, and when the lore big move broke out, he saw that the universe was dripping red with blood. The power of the dragon's blood created the original supernatural powers, which converged into a stronger killer move. Kill. Longzhu was fighting with Chu Yuan. Kill God. Chu Yuan's supernatural powers have already been activated. He holds the god-killing spear tightly, his body is straight, and he pierces the sky with his super killing technique. He immediately condenses the strongest power with one shot, cutting the sky and cutting the earth. This kind of killing is not the killing of the god hiding in the dark, but the killing of the emperor, without a trace of concealment, directly killing the power of the past. When the power of this gun pierced through, time and space collapsed in front of him. I am the strongest. Long Zhu had no choice but to fight with Chu Yuan. Immediately, dragon runes intertwined. His powerful dragon body was not inferior to the defense of the origin artifact. But the best defense is offense. Chu Yuandu understood this sentence very well, so he firmly held the initiative of the battle in his own hands. Boom! Chu Yuan killed Long Zhu with one shot, and the time was frozen, the atmosphere was tense, and then he saw earth-shattering sounds erupting from Long Zhu, bringing up a cloud of blood mist. He was exploding all over. In Long Zhu's abdomen, a blow from the god-killing spear pierced through his defense, blasting a big blood hole. The blood rained and the dragon's blood splattered, and Long Zhu was extremely miserable at the moment. Chu Yuan shot him domineeringly, blasting him out like a mountain, and the dragon's tendons were about to be broken. Long Zhu is defeated. He is not the match of Xuanhuan God Emperor. Although he is the origin, there is a huge gap between him and Xuanhuan. Long Zhu's disastrous defeat made everyone in the universe fearful. Such a powerful origin god is no match for Xuanhuan, and Long Zhu's breakthrough seems to be just for his strength. At this moment, all the light gathered on Chu Yuan. He stands proudly in the sky, majestic and heroic. I actually lost. Long Zhu couldn't accept his fiasco, seeing that there was no intact dragon body. The mood must be extremely complicated. I don't know what the origin of this person is, and he is too powerful. The god-killing spear in Chu Yuan's hand was still dripping with dragon's blood. His strength was shaken again. Long Zhu just flew up and wanted to fight him, but in just an instant, that Long Zhu was sent flying tens of thousands of miles, and the bleeding mist exploded all over his body. Chu Yuan landed a blow that fixed the universe, and his dragon scales were torn apart piece by piece. Long Zhu really had no strength to resist in front of Xuanhuan. Is he really going to kill a god of origin today? Will the emperor agree? Emperor Wei swept the universe, and everyone was paying attention to this fierce battle. The power to kill and kill gods. Although Long Zhu experienced a disastrous defeat, he was not completely decadent and gave up. He shouted, "Fengshen, why don't you make a move? His strength has far exceeded your expectations. Let him be your opponent. If I die, you will not end well either." He was actually calling for the emperor-conferred god. I know you're watching, you're right here. Long Zhu drinks again. Chu Yuan's eyes swept across the universe, and a killing storm rolled up, boundless and murderous, as if he was going to launch the final judgment on Long Zhu. The golden light of the conferred god descended and opened up the universe. It was the emperor conferred, the god who descended. He resisted Chu Yuan's killing move. The meaning was clear, preventing Chu Yuan from truly beheading Long Zhu. Xuanhuan, you are stronger than I imagined. After the Emperor Fengshen came, he was silent for a moment, and then watched Chu Yuan make such a sound. That's right, he didn't expect that in the fight, Long Zhu was forced to such a corner by him. If he was defeated, he would not be surprised, this is all normal. But today, he has driven Long Zhu to a dead end, and he will kill all the gods of origin. Fengshen, do you want to save him? Chu Yuan's face was as cold as an eternal iceberg, and he said indifferently, you let me down. I thought you would fight with me to kill this dragon and seize his dragon power, but your choice turned out to be save him. He didn't miss any chance to attack Emperor Fengshen. Don't listen to his nonsense. Long Zulong's eyes were blood red. He hated Chu Yuan so much that he was suppressed so miserably by him today. After hearing the words, Emperor Fengshen remained silent for a while before saying, Xuanhuan, you don't need to use words to shake this emperor's heart, this emperor will not be influenced by you. Of course he does. Xuanhuan hit him like this, to plant a seed of fear in his heart. But Armageddon. In order to win, he can use any means and any means available. He understands better. If he also took action to kill Longzhu together, he might be able to get some of the original source of Dragon Ancestor, but he didn't want Xuanhuan to get the original power of Dragon Ancestor to make him stronger. A strong enemy is cruel to oneself. Rescuing Longzhu and keeping Longzhu alive, perhaps this is a huge variable, and some unexpected changes will occur next. Of course, he doesn't know whether this is good or bad. Yes? Xuanhuan shocked the killing gun, and the dragon blood stained on it turned into a dragon and flew out. Shenwu. Longzhu really hated Xuanhuan very much. Back then, he cooperated with Du Yishan to compete for the situation at the beginning of the war. This person broke the situation at the beginning of the war, and now he wants his life again. Fengshen, after this battle, my ancestor is no longer so persistent in competing for the master of this era. My only purpose is to destroy Shenwu and kill him. Longzhu would rather not fight for the master of the era, but kill Xuanhuan. Can you kill me too? Xuanhuan said coldly. In front of the hegemony, everyone is an opponent, and he has no friends. Before he made a move, he knew that there would be such a result, but he still did it. He means it. We must let the powerful empire know that his strength is unstoppable by the god of origin, and let those in the conferred god camp know that his strength is truly capable of slaughtering the god of origin. Thousands of words gathered into one sentence is his unimaginable power. When Longzhu was mentioned by his disdainful words, he also hated him, but he didn't speak at the moment. Shenwu, it looks like our war is coming. Emperor Fengshen opened up a cosmic golden light, and said in a calm voice, the decisive battle with Shenwu is finally coming, and it has reached the moment of imminent triggering. The strength of Shenwu forced him and Longzhu to stand together. But he is also not afraid of martial arts at all. As an emperor, he must be full of absolute confidence in himself at all times. This time your plan to kill Longzhu failed. The conferred god emperor swept the conferred god light, and he and Longzhu disappeared in front of Xuanhuan. Yes, the great war is coming. My army will break through your empire, and the strong men under my command will kill all the rebels. The empire will become the master of this era, and no one can stop it. Xuanhuan's will dominates the heavens, watching the departure of Fengshen and Longzhu. His fighting spirit swept across the sky, his soul shook the universe, and the horn of his empire's iron horse Jingu was already sounding. The empire is at war. Hashtag C1757 Decisive Battle. The universe is in turmoil, and the fighting spirit is sweeping. The divine martial god emperor almost beheaded Longzhu, and although the emperor Fengshen rescued Longzhu, what happened today pushed his prestige to its peak. The emperor Shenwu already has the strength to kill the god of origin. One battle will determine the universe. Especially in the Shenwu Empire, the atmosphere was boiling to the extreme, as if a frying pan was blowing up, and the fighting spirit was strong. All the people couldn't wait to serve their great majesty. Everyone knows that it is decided that the multiverse war is coming, and no matter how big the earth is, the two camps will not be able to stop the duel. The war is coming, and the era of the pinnacle is coming. Yi Tianzuan stared at the universe, his energy was boiling, and he said quietly. In the heaven of the gods. The second divine lord's divine light was not there, and he wrapped his clothes tightly at this time, shivering from time to time, as if winter was approaching, and he felt bursts of cold. The current second god master is no longer as heroic and flamboyant as before. He is more like an old man with his dying years and life exhausted, sitting alone on a wooden chair. He no longer sits on the throne that belongs to him, the one that represents his majesty. I failed, and I am no longer able to participate in the competition. My realm has come to this point, and there is no possibility of progress. The second God Master said to himself, "This is my destination. My withering is like the withering of the 33 days. I will truly die with the times. The twilight of the gods is coming. I am a loser. How many opportunities this world has given me. The big battle is coming, it's a battle to the death, between Xuanhuan and Fengshen." He looked at the scorching sun of the universe, which was still brilliant, but why was it so cold when it shone on him, without any warmth? Second God Lord. All the divine masters of the gods and heavens looked at the second divine master from afar and did not dare to disturb him. Even though their hearts were tough and they were accustomed to seeing life and death, they still couldn't help crying for him when they saw the appearance of the second divine master. Why do you treat the second God like this? They are not reconciled to the second God Lord. If he falls in the war, then his life will be brilliant, and the God Lord will see him off, but he was plotted against by that faceless man. This is humiliating. He was so close to the origin God. How proud was the former second God Lord, leading the gods. Don't bother the second divine master. Xuanhuan is also decadent, and he also has a premonition that their era is dying, and the next years will be a different pattern, and they don't know whether it is good or bad for them. He and the second divine master are rivals, but they have fought for so many years and also cooperated. The war is coming, but it has nothing to do with us. Let Xuanhuan and Fengshen fight. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. We will wait for the final winner. Xuanhuan didn't bother to fight anymore. Those strong men who are still in the heaven of the gods also think the same way. Fight, fight, you fight. They don't want to pay attention to it anymore. And the atmosphere in the universe is now facing each other like a sword, and the sharp bones hurt. No matter who it is, the war has reached the point where it must start, and there is no time to delay. Because of Xuanhuan's attack, the Fengshen camp realized that Xuanhuan really couldn't continue to be strong, and the Xuanhuan God Emperor really couldn't give him any more time. Eternal Forbidden Zone. Conferred God Camp. Everyone, the final battle with Xuanhuan is coming. We have no second choice in this battle. We can only win. The winner will get everything, and the loser will have nothing. Emperor Fengshen emitted the divine light of origin, looking down at the vastness. His eyes were sharp, looking at the strong men, who were mobilizing for the final war. At this point in the form, there is no room for retreat. Their conferred God camp has been preparing for such a long time. This is a battle to win the universe. The importance to them is self-evident. There is absolutely no possibility of failure and submission to the opponent. And for this battle, all their knowledge will be used. Yes, the decisive battle is about to begin, and whoever wins will be the master of the universe in this era. This battle can only survive and not be defeated. We will charge with the strongest morale and the most fearless determination to destroy this empire. The strong men shouted loudly. Although Xuanhuan has done many things that shocked the universe recently, they will not be afraid. If they are not confident in themselves as a strong camp, how can they fight Xuanhuan? Their morale is strong, and they have the fearless determination to dare to fight to the death. Xuanhuan, he wants to scare us, but we are not afraid. He is the most vicious, which shows that he is serious and internal. Dao Wuchang shouted, "Victory can only belong to us, and glory is also ours. Let us go to a decisive battle with Xuanhuan. Fight! Fight! Fight!" All the powerhouses in the conferred God camp are shouting. The camp is clear, and those who should take refuge have already taken refuge. At this time, there will be no double-faced swords and traitors. This is the camp empire of the strong, and the luck is highly unified. Whoever dares to be unfaithful, the luck they feed back will show impurities, and it is very clear who is the traitor. It doesn't matter to the weak whose hearts are shaken, especially the strong. Therefore, the conferred God Emperor knew that the luck of the people present was pure, and he completely enshrined the gods for him, just like crystal. What he needs to do now is to mobilize the fighting spirit of this group of strong men, let them boil and burn. Don't be afraid of Xuanhuan, Fengshen has the strength to completely defeat them. A battle to dominate, this is a battle that will determine our destiny. Fengshen Dadi said. My lord, how are we going to fight them? The god of mountains and seas asked abruptly. You asked very well. This battle is a duel between hard power. Any conspiracy and tricks will be useless. After the mighty impact, all conspiracy will be destroyed. We must fight with the strongest strength. Destroy each other. Fengshen Dadi Dao. With a wave of his hand, a group of powerful men with strong auras walked out from a void spacetime. Among them, the weakest were primitive gods. There are even many sixth realm statues. We have never seen these strong men before. Those present were shocked. Work for the Emperor. A sixth realm with a golden thunderbolt, he is like a god in charge of the golden thunder, surging in the breath infinitely close to the origin of the seventh realm, shouted loudly. These strong men were all cultivated by the conferred god Emperor, except for a few people, the other gods do not know. Xuanhuan has a background, don't we have dark hands? Fight them. The conferred god Emperor's tone was excited, and he shouted loudly, with the power to make people's blood boil. He took out the list of conferred gods, and the names on it flickered, and imbued him with infinite divine power, spreading it to the sky. At this time, the background of conferred god was fully revealed. I am in charge of conferring the gods, and all the gods in the sky and the earth will be canonized by me. All the gods, this is a battle that determines the fate of the empire. There is no way out. Only the winner can decide his own destiny. The voice of the conferred god emperor is mighty and powerful, with the strongest confidence affecting many gods. Fighting. With a wave of his hand, the battle is about to begin. #C1758 Eternal War for the Empire. With the Eternal Forbidden Zone as the center, bang. The two strands of luck are like two crazily burning fires. The soldiers and horses have never fought, but their momentum has collided crazily. The power of this luck collision is extremely dangerous, and the sixth realm will shatter and collapse in an instant at the collision location. How fierce the fate of the two empires is now, it is the power of the origin god. Within the empire, even those who had never participated in the war, glowed all over, inputting their own beliefs into the luck of the empire. Xuanhuan was sitting in the big tent of the Imperial army camp. The power of his emperor had been washed away. In his eyes, the world had turned into flames of war, and the two camps were erupting with blood and fire. All the armies of the empire lined up neatly, their breath cold and iron-blooded. Their faces are fearless and fearless, not afraid of any war, any danger. A group of strong men led the team, standing upright, facing Xuanhuan, without saying a word, waiting for the greatest emperor of the empire to issue a declaration of war. Sons of the empire. Xuanhuan's Invincible will swept across the sky, saying, "The war belonging to the empire is coming, and the winner will rule the multiverse for an era. But this war is just the starting point of the empire, and Fengshen is just one of the opponents. Our war is not, it will stop, and there is an even bigger road to eternity. The powerhouses of countless epics are waiting for us to fight, and use our strength to create a road to eternity." His declaration of war does not tell all the people that Fengshen is their biggest opponent. Instead, tell everyone that Fengshen is just one of the opponents on the road to the emperor. Don't regard them as enemies that determine fate. Their true opponent is eternity, the eternity of the empire, and the eternity of all. Eternal Empire. The momentum of the army was boiling, and the warriors were all drinking, their blood was burning. Yes, as His Majesty said, conferred God is just an opponent. If they can't even kill such an opponent, how can they talk about the real peak and fight for eternity? And the eternity of the empire is the wish of all the people of the empire. For the eternity of the empire and their own eternity, they all need to take up their weapons, to fight. Eternal. The Lord of Death felt that his blood was going to burn and became scorching hot when he was infected by this kind of aura. Let the Empire strike the first blow in this battle. Xuanhuan's power spans time and space. All of a sudden, the sky was full of thunder, and a beam of light that reached the sky thundered down. Rumble. Thousands of guns are fired. Make the first strike. In an instant, the giant artillery of the Empire had launched the most violent raid on the conferred god camp. The terrifying bombardment swept everything, and the laws of space and time were all turned into chaos in front of them. The will of the Empire was washed away like a torrent. All those who dare to stand in the way of the Eternal Empire will be ruthlessly destroyed. The entire primordial god realm, this end of the Eternal Forbidden Area, is also collapsing crazily. The will is too strong, and the power is too ferocious. The Lord of Death also has to admit that this kind of empire's battle is closely united and the luck is won. Even if the Emperor Xuanhuan doesn't take action, he will be crushed in the face of this force. This is the power of the Empire. If there is no benefit in building an empire, then how could those powerful people try their best to develop their power? Fight for the eternity of the Empire. Xuanhuan led the Imperial army and launched a decisive charge against the conferred god camp. The mighty army spread to the sky, and the breath of blood and fire was swallowing. In this decisive battle, both Xuanhuan and Fengshen Great Emperor will come out with all their strength and will not hold back. The two great powers all know that this battle is a decisive battle, and the world will be determined by the first battle. They don't want to delay any longer, and the form does not allow them to continue. Xuanhuan, here we come. Emperor Fengshen also led his army to meet him. Boom. Two great and invincible forces directly collided in the Eternal Forbidden Area. The world would collapse, the era would be shattered, and even the multiverse at the lowest level was presenting a scene of heaven and earth falling apart. Everyone felt the battle in the Eternal Restricted Area and trembled. In the early days of the era, although the founders of the God Realm and other powerhouses had the luck of fighting in the era, the population at that time was far less than it is now, and the battles were not as bloody as they are now. At that time it was a war between the top and the strongest, and the founder of the gods and the powers of the underworld determined the pattern of the 33 days. And this battle. Everyone can see that the battle between the two camps is bound to be accompanied by horrific bloodshed. Countless strong men will fall, and the strong men on both sides will not give up regardless of whether they will live or die. At this moment, the great figures of the two emperors looked domineering and boundless, and they began to look at each other, radiating boundless fighting spirit. Xuanhuan, our war is placed in the Eternal Restricted Zone. Emperor Fengshen said to Xuanhuan. Eternal Forbidden Zone, life and death. Xuanhuan responded. Obviously, both Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen know that it makes no difference whether the war is placed in the Forbidden Zone of the Ages or in the multiverse. The primordial divine realm was extremely empty, and it was a natural battleground. Kill. Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen didn't say anything, and there was indeed nothing to say between them. In order to compete for the position of the only peak ruler, there would be no compromise at all. The army of Xuanhuan is iron-blooded, wearing the standard armor of the Empire, like a torrent of steel, united as one, united as one. In the beginning, when Jinyang, Xinghai, and Tiandi joined the Empire, they didn't really approve of the Empire in their hearts. They only thought it was a deeper alliance, and they didn't completely regard themselves as warriors. But with the passage of time, the various strengths that Xuanhuan exploded, and the eternal will of the Supreme Emperor completely conquered them. Even those gods have completely reversed their minds and their hearts, not treating themselves as independent individuals, but as part of the Empire. God is only part of their identity in the Empire. Everyone understands that their destiny has been firmly tied to the Empire. If the Empire is eternal, they can also be eternal with the Empire. At this moment, there is only Xuanhuan, there is no division of heaven. They are all warriors of the empire, the people of martial arts. Of course, the only exception is the Wan Yao Tian army led by the ancestor of the phoenix. Kill. 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 The will of the Imperial army, at this very moment, overwhelmed mountains and seas, and countless strong men turned into a torrent that pushed everything across and blasted towards their opponents. Neither Xuanhuan nor Emperor Fengshen made a move first. The two are the most supreme combat power. In the battle of the army, if whoever can gain the upper hand, he can destroy the opponent's luck and weaken the opponent's strength. The supreme duel is important, but the luck battle between the armies is equally important. Xuanhuan was able to overwhelm Longzhu. If it wasn't that Emperor Fengshen could kill him in the end, it was because he was not only powerful in himself, but also had the power of a great empire. Even if the army clashes to a draw, it cannot be defeated by a certain party. The master of the era belongs to the empire. Xuanhuan's will was so high that he ordered, kill. #C1759 Blood is flowing. This battle will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. As for how it will be recorded in the annals, that is for the winner to decide. The first wave of attack was launched by the Empire. Boom! The Empire needs to bring out its greatest advantages in combat, and giant cannons are their most commonly used means of suppression. Immediately, a boundless rainbow of energy breaks through their defensive gates. The terrifying energy, the wave that destroys everything, creates a violent sea of energy, completely submerging the opponent. Fengshen already knew the methods of Xuanwu, but in the face of this kind of majestic crushing, all they can do is passive defense. But after all, it is the biggest opponent of the Empire in the multiverse. If it was the previous war of extermination, it would have collapsed in an instant when it encountered this level of artillery attack. But Fengshen resisted stubbornly. The Empire has also known for a long time that there will be such a result. They want to suppress the opponent with artillery fire, control the initiative of the war, firmly control the rhythm of the battle in their own hands, and maximize their advantages. Facing Xuanwu's violent attack, the powerhouses of the conferred god camp were also cursing. This kind of artillery fire was too intense. They could only deal with it like a tortoise shell. If anyone dared to show up indiscriminately, they would be directly bombarded and killed. Battleship attack. All of a sudden, the huge fleet of warships pressed towards the opponent. Once the Empire set off, this time it really had nothing to hold back, and all the weapons and equipment were used. A cross-air attack from the outside cannon. And the impact of the battleship group here has firmly locked on the opponent's master. The Lord of the Sky is extremely wise. He sent the battleship group to stare at the opponent's strong man. Whoever makes a change will be the first to attack. The Empire's way of war. The Lord of Death is a lone ranger, and a strange color appears on his face when he sees this way of fighting. Lan, use your army of insects as the first wave of bait to attack. Xuanhuan didn't give an order, and he handed over the micromanagement on the battlefield to the Lord of the Sky. It is good. Lan's spiritual power spreads endlessly, and the innumerable sea of worms suddenly submerges like a vast ocean. And her hive was placed behind the Imperial army. And by Lan's side, there are also 3 6th-level Zergs, dressed in hard armor, who are the guards she built. The time is too short, and Lan can only build so many. This is the horror of the Zerg Queen. Every Zerg Empress carries a terrifying legion with her. Lan doesn't need to waste time collecting resources. Her mission is to continuously create Zerg in the Empire. The suppression of artillery fire seems to have failed to kill their strong men, but the effect is too great. They do not have equivalent cannons, so it is difficult to launch a counterattack against the Empire. The sea of insects flew towards them. The Lord of the Sky said again, "Your Majesty, the ancestor of the Phoenix, the army from Hell and the 10,000 monsters heaven will mix, follow the Sea of Insects for the second wave of attack, and the Imperial army will follow. I know. The ancestor of the phoenix understands. The greatest value of her one Yao Tian is the astonishingly large number of various monster races, which are most suitable for breaking through the opponent's defense line and causing huge consumption. Because of Longzhu, she and Xuanhuan have been firmly bound together. Immediately, the endless various monster races and all kinds of hell armies rushed over. There were too many of them, and there were so many Ganges sands that it seemed to make people desperate. Hell, 10,000 monsters. There is also a Zerg Empress who has reached the 6th realm. The strong men of the conferred god camp were itching their teeth with hatred, and the other party used this kind of cannon fodder exclusively to consume them. We can't just sit back and wait for death. If we stick to it blindly, they will only kill our morale. We must fight back with fearless determination. He will let him be strong. God conferred God shouted. Fighting with Xuanhuan, he felt tremendous pressure in an instant. It was too difficult, the opponent's offensive seemed to collapse, and he directly launched the most violent attack on them. This continuous and huge offensive was so suppressed that it was hard to breathe. He can't stick to it, but wants to fight the opponent. Follow me to kill. The conferred god rushed over, followed by a 6th-level existence, and their mighty power shattered the sky. Destroy, destroy all. God of destruction, killed the past first. The battle was fierce. The powerhouses of the 6 realms of both sides shot directly, without holding back a little bit, and started the bloody battle mode. Boom! The army of the Sea of Insects, the army of Hell, and the army of the Monster Clan were like a torrent of death, completely crashing into the conferred god camp, bringing the advantages of the human sea tactics to the limit. The army of Xuanhuan is too powerful. Countless giant cannons, all kinds of warships, and countless strong men. The final battle of the multiverse. The conferred god camp also had boundless and powerful forces sweeping out. If they had no strength, they would not be able to become the enemy of Xuanhuan, and the cannon fodder that rushed over was immediately swept away. Destroy the conferred god. Behind the army of cannon fodder were the elites of Xuanhuan from all over the world, with icy armor and gleaming weapons. This killing breath directly rushed towards the opponent's camp. A strong man leads by example and rushes to the forefront. Facing the local army of the Xuanhuan Empire, it is not comparable to those cannon fodder. The Lord of the Sky ordered the army. At this moment, he was the commander-in-chief of the empire, commanding thousands of troops. Various micromanagements and tactical changes showed his wisdom. The Empire's army is like a torrent, their speed of advancement is not very fast, it can be said to be a bit slow. But it is this slowness that brings too much depression. Every step I take, the sound of footsteps shaking the sky, makes the endless time and space shatter. Kill. However, although the aura of the Xuanhuan army was overwhelming and crushed like mountains and seas, the Fengshan army showed extremely strong fighting qualities, did not panic, and burned with a fearless fighting spirit. This is an army fighting for hegemony, and of course it will not collapse because of its momentum. They want to win too. The frontal battle of the army began. The elite armies of both sides fought bloody in the forbidden area of the ages. As soon as they came up, the swords, lights and swords, and the torrent of power, both sides were ravaged by endless lights, and a large number of soldiers' blood spilled on the battlefield. This battle was very tragic, and both sides had to pay huge casualties every moment. Xuanhuan looked down at the battlefield, his face was indifferent. The armies of both sides were strong and elite. This battle was destined to be a bloody battle, and it would not end in a short time. Fengshan, do you want to unite with Longzhu to make a move together? Xuanhuan made a thunderous sound. Without dragon ancestor, this emperor can kill you. No matter how strong this martial arts is, the conferred god emperor must maintain absolute confidence in his own strength. He continued to look at the battlefield. Blood is flowing. A figure is falling. Although the fighting time was extremely short, the tragedy was terrifying, and the surrounding area was turned into a thick blood red because of the blood mist. This is the blood of the strong, and it is difficult to dissipate. The impact of the army of hell and the army of monsters, due to the uneven level of strength, the Empire did not want them to kill many strong people. Instead, let them destroy the opponent's lineup. I saw a group of conferred God Legion being entangled by the army of hell, and the absolute number hit the army, breaking their lineup to collapse. Immediately, the Legion of the Empire came up and rushed to kill a group. And the conferred God camp over there also wiped out one of the soldiers and horses of the Empire, with absolute strength. #C1760 Loser One has nothing. Only war can solve everything, and the Empire will definitely aspire to the pinnacle of the universe. The war is breaking out, and the armies of both sides are fighting fiercely. This is not a duel between individuals, but a duel between armies, the fight of countless strong men, including the peak powerhouses of the Sixth Realm. That battle can destroy the entire multiverse, and countless heavens and earths will collapse. Blood is shed and war is burning. Fight for the eternity of the Empire. In the charge between the large corps, the commanders of all sides were indifferent and ruthless. Commanding their own corps, they saw the phalanxes rushing one by one, and countless people were instantly reduced to ashes. Kill. The sixth-level powerhouses are also fighting bloody battles, disregarding life and death. Everyone knows that it is useless to spare one's life at such a time. The loser will have nothing, and the winner will win everything. Being shocked by the atmosphere of such an epic battle, their blood is also boiling. Even if they die in battle, as long as the Empire wins, the great beings will resurrect them. However, although they can be resurrected, the resurrection is not without cost, except that the Empire has to pay a huge amount of resources. And even resurrecting a 6th-level statue will consume the resources used to train several statues. And the most important thing is that they themselves also have a huge backlash. They are already dead, and they will be reborn against the sky. It will be 10 times more difficult for them to break through to the next level. Because resurrection has never been an equivalent exchange, but using the eternal rules to provoke the eternal power. However, although the price is high, the losers are not even eligible for resurrection. Neither Chunyuan nor Fengshen would consume Heiling's resources to revive their opponents. Warriors of the Empire, let us use our strength to kill the opponents in front of us. Don't be afraid. We must charge bravely. Your Majesty is watching us. As long as we win, we will have a chance to be resurrected. The mighty of the Empire are motivating the armies. And their encouragement is not just talking about it, but also leading by example, charging ahead, and charging with the warriors of the Empire. The breath of blood and fire mixed and soared into the sky. Such an army is terrifying, not afraid of death, and extremely powerful. As long as you win, you don't have to be afraid even if you die in battle. The universe is shaking, like the gods are in the sky, and those who are waiting for the final result are also trembling with fear. This kind of confrontation is too terrible. At the time of the founder of the God realm, it was the beginning of the era, and there were more duels between the strong, and there were no large armies charging. To defeat Shenwu, this is the battle of conferring gods, and those who make great achievements can be conferred gods. The conferred god also drank wildly. Humph. Lord Yuanguang was full of murderous intent. He was forced to join the Empire at the beginning, but now he was eager to make meritorious service, so he immediately ordered the strong men under his command to attack violently, and immediately dispersed a legion of the opponent. A dense battleship group rushed over, aimed their artillery fire, and quickly wiped out the army. Although the giant cannons on the battleship are not as powerful as the fixed cannons, they are more flexible and can be freely interspersed in the battlefield, which can integrate attack, defense, and rescue. With the battleship formation, Xuanhuan killed many of Fengshen's opponents. A primitive god roared and rushed out, but in the next moment the battleship group surrounded him, and the black gun barrels were aimed at him, booming, and bombarded him directly to ashes. Use battleships to kill opponents. The battleships kept roaring, using giant cannons to kill every strong man. Xuanhuan has never stopped building the giant artillery and warships of the Empire. The number is too large. Damn it, their warships are too powerful. Our strong men are always bombarded and killed by them, and they break into our camp with a battleship group, causing a lot of damage. The protection of that warship is terrible. Every time we kill one, we have to pay the price tens of times. If this continues, our own casualties will be too great. Casualties are second, and morale has dropped dramatically. Although it had been expected that the battleships and cannons would have a huge impact on them, this impact was still far beyond expectations, which made people extremely angry. In fact, the change in Hell Sky was something they did not expect. We can't let their warships continue to be arrogant. It's not that the conferred god camp doesn't have warships. However, their warships are quite different from Xuanhuan. They are divine weapon warships, not to mention the small number, and it is impossible for Xuanhuan to have the system space to build them on a large scale. Immediately, in the conferred god camp, a legion wearing golden armor rushed out. These legions are heavily armored troops with astonishing defenses and heavy weapons in their hands. Immediately, a golden armored general rushed to a battleship, holding a giant hammer in his hand, and blasted fiercely, shining golden light. One battleship was destroyed by them. More heavily armored regiments rushed out, destroying the Empire's warships one after another. Hundreds of warships gathered together, shot out the power of extinction, and bombarded the golden armored general, and immediately the golden armored general also shot out of the defensive mask, and the power was weakened a lot, but not completely destroyed. There were not many heavy armored troops, and their appearance temporarily stabilized the situation. However, God Conferred was not happy at all. It was too difficult to build the heavy armor army. It was supposed to be used for other purposes, but it had to be used at this time. It was equivalent to missing a whole card. Cannon fire rages across the world. Sky, I'm here to fight, Can this stop our country's offensive? They think too easily. The Lord of the Earth stepped out, wearing the armor of the earth. Behind him was the army of the earth. He was the commander of the army, and the heavily armored defense army built by him immediately moved forward neatly. Follow me. The god of war holds a lightning spear in his hand, rushing directly into the enemy's formation like a ray of lightning, smashing all over the place. His fighting will shakes the heavens and the earth, and all the opponents in front of him are repeatedly picked and killed. Hugh is crazy. Immediately, a flaming god burst out, wearing the armor of anger. Wherever he went, he was burned. He and God of War fought instantly. It's my turn. The Lord of Death glanced at the majestic Emperor Xuanhuan, and then at the tragic battlefield. He was about to make a move. He was wiped out by the faceless man before, but the God Emperor let him enter the coffin of the God of Life and Death. Not only did he make up for his original source, but his own cultivation base made great progress. But he also knows. For him to obtain such great benefits, the God Emperor also paid a price. He knew that the God Emperor allowed him to restore his strength so that he could serve the Empire. In order to be eligible to enter the coffin of the God of Life and Death again, not only for the Empire, but also for himself, he had to make contributions. Life and death are boundless. The Lord of Death breathed cold. His black pupils shot out the brilliance of death. He was the God of Death walking in the world. Wherever he went, life was completely deprived. The flower of life was withered and died. He made a move and appeared in the eyes of the world again. #C1761 Field of Death. The cultivation base of the Lord of Death is extremely powerful. He can be called the god of origin, almost the strongest and top epic god. Even if he is the real god of origin, it is not easy to kill him. Of course, Xuanhuan is an exception and cannot be treated with common sense. The field of death spread, and the Lord of Death ruled over death. He walked into the battlefield, and the cold wind of death howled, and the flowers of life withered one by one. He didn't even need to take any action, he fell down when he saw the soldiers of the conferred gods one by one. There were no wounds on their bodies, but their souls collapsed, and their breath of life was gone. He is the god of death, who controls the true meaning of death and can deprive others of their lives. Life and death. Wherever the Lord of Death looked, all the army died. He simply watched who died, and the horror was extremely extreme. And he can even control the undead, make those soldiers who have died stand up, exist in another form, and launch an impact on function. The god of death, the undead army. The Lord of Death is too terrifying. His death power is almost a sharp weapon on the battlefield, suitable for group attacks, because his soul power is so strong that the weak can't bear it at all, so he directly snatches their souls. He alone can hold tens of thousands of soldiers. The Lord of Death brought the fear of death to function, but what he brought to the Empire was the hope of life. This is life and death, the two are opposite, but they exist at the same time. The Lord of Death saw the different reactions of the two parties, and he felt that he had a deeper understanding of the power of life and death. With just a few breaths of his shot, he killed too many strong opponents, and those strong men stood up, and in turn launched a terrifying attack on the conferred god camp, breaking up their lineup. Killing the opponent, turning the opponent into an army of undead, even for him, the more people who surround and kill him, the more soldiers will be sent to him. Lord of Death, I can't watch you go on rampant. The killing of the Lord of Death is too terrifying, a sharp weapon for group killing. Opponents must not let him continue like this, otherwise they will suffer too heavy a loss, and immediately see a 6th-level statue rushing out in anger, thunderbolts in the clear sky, shaking the world. He mobilizes the radiant light. Slammed down. However, the Lord of Death just doesn't move. He looked at the 6th realm coldly, and grabbed the invisible Death's big hand. The figure of this person was shaken, and he was immediately entangled with a thick death breath, which was descending rapidly. I am not his one-stroke enemy, my life is being weakened. This is definitely a terrifying thing. Although they are both at the 6th level, they are not at the same level at all. Just like Xuanhuan, he also has the strength to instantly kill the 6th level. The gap is too great. Although the Lord of Death is not as terrifying as Xuanhuan, it is absolutely easy for him to kill some of the 6 realms. Back then, Ming couldn't make him join him. The Lord of Death swayed death, the battlefield was dark, and the realm of death kept depriving the life of that person, and with a wave of his palm, he was about to take his life completely. You dare! The boiling power was burning, and 7 divine lights shot up into the sky, and 7 epic gods whose cultivation had reached the 6th realm suddenly appeared, and they jointly blasted out 7 vitality, instantly smashing the ultimate move of the Lord of Death and saving him. The 6th realm of the 7 gods, the 6th realm that has never appeared in the heavens. These 7 6th-level statues have never appeared in the heavens before, but their auras are real, and their existence is like the 9 martial gods of the Empire, carrying glory and brilliance. And the 9 martial gods of the Empire are not as good as them. Of course, it's not that the 9 martial gods of the Empire are not strong, it's just that the Emperor Fengshen once fought for hegemony in the universe and has existed for a long time. If the Empire is given time, the 9 martial gods can also reach this height. These 7 gods looked at the Lord of Death coldly, not afraid of his death domain. The combination of their breath and mana has produced a qualitative change. Even in the face of some origin gods, they have the power to fight. Of course, they are only able to resist. Of course, this is also extremely terrifying. Originally, the 7 gods were hidden secret hands, masters who wanted to kill the opponent frantically during the decisive battle, but they never expected that there would be a Lord of Death who would come out to disrupt the situation, and they had to appear in advance. 7 gods, come out very well. The Lord of Death looked pale. He wanted to restrain the 7 gods with his own strength. In fact, the 7 gods also had to join forces to stop the Lord of Death, and none of them would be an opponent of the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death has pinned down many strong men on the other side. It is time for us to attack bravely. Let's fight to create a bright universe, an immortal future, and eternal glory for the Empire. Swish! The silver-white heavenly knife spans the universe, and the sword god cuts out the most fierce power. The gods rewarded by the system can die for Xuanhuan. Sword god, your opponent is me. The impermanent knife was also chopped out at the same time. Knife duel. The field where the powerhouses of the 6 realms confront each other has become a taboo battlefield. Destroy, destroy, destroy all. The god of destruction launched a bunch of berserk black thunderballs, which exploded with bang bang bang. Wherever he went, he was completely destroyed, and his strength was too strong, and he was no match for him in the general 6 realms. The martial arts are like clouds. Block that god of destruction. The left and right generals of Emperor Fengshen, the left general is Beiming Peak, and the right general is a woman in red. The power of ice and fire is overlapping, and the power of the destruction god erupts fiercely. Fight for the eternity of the Empire. I will never die. There are too many strong people, and the original god realm has completely turned into a battlefield, shouting and shaking the sky, lives are disappearing, and blood is blooming tragically. For the victory of their respective camps, each other is an endless enemy. I will use my way to prove the way of origin. Joyo stepped out. She looked at the majestic and vast Xuanhuan. This was Her Majesty. She was also proud and wanted to catch up with his footsteps. Maybe she couldn't do it, but she had to prove herself in her own way. The brilliance of the 9 serenity is vertical and horizontal, and every opponent is pierced by her. Hell was beheaded by the faceless man, and she is on the road to eternity. She is the strongest ruler of hell that deserves it. That woman. In the conferred god camp, there are also the same 6 realm powerhouses. At this moment, almost all of Shenwu's 6th realms have been killed, and the opponent's 6th realm has also been killed, and the battle is extremely tragic. This battle is a battle of strength, to see who can persist until the end and completely overwhelm the opponent. Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen stood in the starry sky, watching the battle without saying a word. They were watching the battle coldly, and their will to exterminate each other was already breaking out. The Arrow of Eternity. Suddenly, a boundless aura broke out in the Imperial camp. Tianjun pulled the bow to the limit. He was like the sun shooter in ancient mythology. He aimed at one person, and his strength condensed to the limit. Already shot. #C1772 Pinnacle 1 Arrow. Tianjun shot his peerless arrow, the peak arrow. The power of his arrow has been gathering since the beginning of this battle, and it has not been released. It has been continuously strengthened, and finally reached the peak and strongest. Tianjuan's strength is not the strongest in the 6th realm, but his archery skills are unmatched in this realm. Since he practiced Taoism, he has shot and killed countless opponents with his archery skills. It is the character of and it is also taken from the inheritance of ancient myths. There are quite a few such strong people who have mastered the way of swordsmanship, but there are very few people who are at the peak of archery. But such a character, once he matures, is extremely terrifying. His arrows can travel across time and space, break through the ages, and reach unimaginable power for ordinary people. When he shoots an arrow immediately, the target is directly aimed at the opponent's 6th level statue, bursting with deadly power. The 6th realm immediately sensed a deadly force, and his eyes opened wide, scared out of his wits. The arrow was so powerful that he could barely react. There were also some strong people who reacted in time and wanted to weaken the power of that arrow, but in the melee, the power of the sixth realm was hard to resist, unless it was the Emperor-conferred god. However, with the divine martial god Emperor here, he was even more unable to attack. Boom! On the head of the sixth realm, a divine object suddenly appeared, which is a defensive artifact, hoping to dissolve part of the power. However, Tianjuan's arrow directly destroyed his defensive artifact and hit his head. In an instant, his head exploded, the blood mist was overwhelming, and his whole body was completely shattered into a pulp. The vitality of the sixth realm was strong, and he still wanted to reorganize his divine body, but the killing power contained in this arrow brought about a strangulation, and completely ended all his vitality. A sixth-level statue fell on the spot, and it was also the first sixth-level statue that died since the start of the war, and it was Tianjun who received the first drop of blood. He used his achievements to show that it was worthwhile for Xuanhuan to save his life that day, and he would use his dazzling achievements to show his achievements. Yushan. Seeing the tragic death in the sixth realm, the god of mountains and seas let out a roaring and mournful voice. This sixth realm was a strong man from his heaven, who just died tragically on the spot and was shot to death by someone else's arrow. Holding a big bow, Tianjun stood alone and coldly on the spot. If he doesn't make a move, a shot is a blockbuster. Tianjun is you. As soon as the Fengshan Tianjun saw Tianjun, he became furious and shouted, "You have already taken refuge in Shenwu." He never thought that such an arrogant person like Tianjun would seek refuge in Shenwu. The God Emperor is the master of heaven and earth. I am willing to choose Mingjun and make the most correct choice. Tianjun was strong, whoosh, whoosh, and he shot a few more arrows in a row, shocking the audience. Tianjuan's archery is too threatening, he knows his own advantage, his strength in a head-to-head confrontation is poor, but his most powerful is his archery that spans time and space. He was at the rear of the Imperial army, and was intimidated by the great God Emperor in front of him. No one could go around, and he could continuously kill opponents from the rear without any worries. Tianjun, I will tear your corpse into thousands of pieces. The strong men of the conferred god camp were extremely furious, and the threat posed by Tianjun was too great. Every arrow shot would bring out puffy blood, causing their strong men to fall one after another. However, the divine martial god emperor stood here like an ancient sacred mountain, so he couldn't go around and deal with him. Haha, Tianjuan's archery skills have helped a lot, the martial arts will surely win, and the empire will last forever. The strong men of the empire were united as one, and their morale broke out. Because Tianjun took the lead in shooting a sixth-level statue, their morale was at its peak at this moment, and a torrent of war broke out, crushing each other. But even if there is Tianjun, this kind of battle cannot be decided by a sixth-level statue, and it is still tragic. A sixth-level statue suddenly rushed into the group of Imperial battleships, armed with magic weapons, and exploded one after another. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen battleships were blown up by him, continuing to destroy the Empire's warships. You dare! The god of war's golden blood was boiling, he couldn't look at the warship destroying the Empire like this opponent, and immediately killed it with a spear in his hand, and the fearless heart of god of war immediately set off monstrous waves. Shenwu god of war, you die. A murderous intent came, piercing. In the darkness, a sixth-level figure came out and formed a corner with the other. The two fought against the god of war together, and each blow was fierce and extreme. Come. Ares, fearless. It has to be said that in the conferred god camp, there are indeed many strong people, especially the sixth realm. The main reason is that they have been developing since ancient times, and they have occupied the forbidden area for so long. There is no shortage of resources, and the luck is strong. If Xuanhuan hadn't allowed Tianjun, Lord of Death, and even Wan Yao Tian to help him during this time, otherwise, the battle for the front of the army would have been even more difficult. Steady the situation. Wan Yao Tian. The god elephant and demon master turned into the main body, and the 4 elephant legs trampled like heavenly pillars. The power of the dragon elephant exploded. His power was so fierce that a big mountain crashed into it with a bang. The phoenix demon ancestor spread her wings, and the phoenix fire nirvana, her noble phoenix body, contained extremely powerful power. Xuanhuan can't be defeated. Xuanhuan must win. As time went on, the losses of both sides became more and more serious. Xuanhuan killed another 6th-level statue of the other side, but at the same time, there was also a strong man on their side. Yu Xintian's 6th-level statue was ruthlessly beheaded. The other powerhouses were also wounded when they fought to this stage. What? A shrill scream shook the sky. It was Yenda God, who was slapped on the back by a beast claw, and half of his body was bloody, and he was about to be completely crushed. That giant head was splitting black scales, with long fangs, very ferocious, not from the multiverse. It must have been surrendered by Emperor Fengshen on the road to eternity. I am under the Emperor's command, beast. The beast, which called itself a beast, waved its big claws. But its strength is indeed extremely tyrannical. Beast, let's kill that Yendu together and let him know that it was a wrong choice for him to join Xuanhuan. God Fulua stepped out, with murderous intent, united with the beast, and killed God of Yendu at the same time. Not good. The beast has strong defense and strong attack, and with Fu Luo at the side, Yun is in big trouble. He is likely to be beheaded. The Lord of the Sky saw that Yendu was in a big crisis, and immediately mobilized people to rescue him. I still want to save him, it's impossible. The Fengshen faction couldn't see the success of Xuanhuan's goal. Seeing the Xuanhuan strongmen swarming up frantically, even Tianjun was shooting arrows frantically, and immediately stopped them, stopping their strongmen to death. There is no hope of breaking through in a short time. Although Yendu is the master of the day, and his strength is stronger than that of the ordinary 6 realms, he was unable to parry this kind of siege, and suffered extremely serious injuries in a short period of time, unable to break out. Even if I die, I still have to make the greatest contribution. As long as the Empire wins, I still have the chance to live again. God of Yendu's gaze was fierce, his aura suddenly swelled, and suddenly, like the most dazzling sun, the most brilliant light burst out. #C1763 gas. The god of Yendu knew that there was no possibility of escaping. Even before the battle, Xuanhuan gave him healing potions, but it was useless. If he couldn't escape, he would be killed if he recovered. Therefore, he chose to destroy himself. How terrible is the self-destruction of a strong god, and the boundless wind was blown up. The god of Yendu knew that the giant beast had a strong defense, so he took the initiative to attack the god of Fulua, giving him all the power of destruction, and causing the biggest blow to the opponent as much as possible. Although Fulua god tried his best to resist, but his defense was not strong at all, he was directly thrown out, his body was dripping with blood, and he was injured to the root. Although I was seriously injured, I didn't die, so our advantage is greater. Lord Fulua spat out blood, and his eyes were red. The giant beast also took part of the bombardment for him just now. And when a god fell, Yundishan would have lost its master, and its light would be dim, but Yundishan was still shining brightly, under the rule of the Empire, and Yundishan was not completely fallen. As long as the Empire is still there, he has a chance to be resurrected. Revenge for Yendu. The tragedy of the god of Yendu not only did not lower the morale of the Empire, but instead aroused the ferocity of the strong men of the Empire, roaring, "This battle is a life and death battle, there is no end to death, there is no second possibility." A more intense battle. Powerful men kept falling from the sky, and strong men also exploded one after another. The fighting never stops, the blood doesn't stop. Yushin became ruthless, burning the origin of the 6 realms, and violently killed a god. But at the same time, there was also a god in the empire that was blown up. It was Yuanguang God, who died tragically on the spot before he even had time to drink the healing potion. God has been hurt so badly. Other soldiers fell even more. One after another, the original gods, the gods of heaven and earth, spilled blood, and their souls died on the spot. The battle of the times is fierce and boundless, and it is destined to be forged with blood. And after this battle, no matter who wins, they will not accept the surrender of either side, and will kill the strong opponent. It's time to decide the outcome. The battle of the armies has reached this point. Chu Yuan is about to make a move. He is mighty as an emperor, and his brilliance shines across the multiverse. The real decisive battle of the emperor is coming. Although he and the emperor of the gods have fought many times before, but now is the time for the real death. The Emperor Fengshen also stepped out, staring at the emperor in front of him. The oppression he brought was even stronger than that of the human emperor back then. Chu Yuan was looking at Emperor Fengshen, without any words. Their words were all in the midst of fighting. Boom. A peerless divine power was activated, with him as the center. The divine light billowed and spread infinitely. With a wave of his palm, a waterfall of light rushed down. Emperor Fengshen is majestic and immovable. He is not an ordinary origin god. His strength is stronger than Long Zhu. War. Chu Yuan flipped his palm, and on top of Emperor Fengshen's head, a divine thunder appeared, which evolved into a boundless catastrophe and bombarded the sky. This is the judgment from the emperor. He is supreme, majestic, and infinite. In an instant, time and space are frozen, and he has arrived in front of Fengshen in an instant. His majestic body is powerful, and he wants to kill all enemies in front of him. The two emperors are going to fight to the death. He started to attack, with vast power and the confidence to push everything horizontally. His emperor's fist bombarded the past. Time and space did not shatter, but twisted and condensed to the extreme. Shenwu, let's divide life and death. Emperor Fengshen understood better that this was not a fight with the emperor. He had no possibility of living out a third life. He pushed his hands horizontally, bursting out with brilliant light. The power of the two emperors collided all over the world, breaking out of absolutely taboo areas. All the strong men on both sides looked at it fiercely. This duel was too dangerous. Even if they didn't sweep them head-on, they still felt the danger. If the aftermath of power came, they would definitely not be able to resist it. War. The emperor's decisive battle also caused the soldiers under his command to explode, trying to suppress the opponent's luck as much as possible. Now. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp, and he directly bombarded him with majestic power and unbelievable ferocity. He played the epic to the limit, with the eternal magical power of opening up the universe and even recreating reincarnation. Destruction, chaos, God, the ruler of the emperor. All of Chu Yuan's power is in one palm, constructing the emperor's domain, the mighty impact of divine power, interpreting what is called invincibility. His supreme power swept across, and killed with one palm. I am a god in the world. Emperor Fengshen is also a strong and confident person. He has a golden light and canonized the gods in the world. It's just that he has bad luck, and he has encountered two rivals, the Emperor of God and Shenwu, one after another. Otherwise he would have dominated the era long ago. The palms of the two emperors collided, and the universe fluctuated violently. Chu Yuan stood firmly, and swept out with a punch again, as if the world had been destroyed. Fortunately, they were in the primordial god realm, and the place where the two fought was also the top of the sky, the place closest to the eternal road. Although Emperor Fengshen received Chu Yuan's blow at this time, he also endured tremendous pressure. The power of this emperor is too invincible. Seal the town. Emperor Fengshen fought back, and his 5 fingers suppressed like 5 golden beams of light. Chu Yuan's 5 fingers also struck, that is, the 5 fingers Chaos Mountain, and the two men's mana duel reached its peak. Fighting against Chu Yuan, Emperor Fengshen could also understand that this emperor has cultivated extremely many magical powers, very many, and any one is extremely profound, but he does not specialize in it, as if he controls every kind of power. It stands to reason that he is a full level higher than Xuanhuan, and he can suppress epic after making a full shot. But when the battle really started, he felt oppressed, and he also understood the pressure that Longzhu was under that day. This emperor has already walked out of his own invincible way, and can infinitely increase his own strength. All the gods and gods are under the control of this emperor. The great emperor conferred God also has his own way. A person like him will not be influenced by other people, he is the only one who respects himself. A golden light condenses, and turns into a golden knife, and slashes at Chu Yuan sharply. This knife cuts not the physical body, but the cultivation base, which will cut down the power of others to a great extent. Chu Yuan was unmoved, and he also slashed with the knife in his hand. At this moment, with the slash of his palm, he seemed to have become an indistinct person, as if he was the controller of fate, the eternal pioneer, in the long river of fate. The knife he slayed fate roared immediately, and immediately smashed the golden light forcefully. The great Emperor Fengshen was also greatly affected at this moment. He felt that his way forward was cut off, as if a majestic phantom figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way, trying to make him stop here. He knew that it was Chu Yuan's fate to kill him. I control my life, no one can will it. The golden divine fire burned, and the emperor conferred God roared in his heart, and he broke the stalwart figure blocking him. Chu Yuan just looked at him indifferently. His heart is indeed tough, and he is not affected by other influences. The only way is to destroy him. No one can stop my path, and I am a giant mountain that you cannot surpass. #C1764-1 Get up. Chu Yuan is majestic, with endless invincible power. He is like the universe, promoting the general trend of invincibility, and launching the strongest attack. Immediately, the palm of the hand slapped, and it was crushed like a big millstone in the world. Time and space were distorted and shattered, laws were crushed into dust, all Taos were wiped out by him, and the universe collapsed. Everyone couldn't help trembling when they saw his supreme prestige. The conferred God Emperor was fearless. He stepped forward forcefully, moved the sky with his palm, and fiercely fought Chu Yuan with his palm. The golden light on his body was overwhelming, and the power of canonizing the gods of the world swept across. However, at this moment, Chu Yuan also had divine power, which made it impossible for Emperor Fengshen to expand his domain. His left hand is bright, and his right hand is dark, and the universe of yin and yang is deduced in it. He is not the controller of some kind of power, but the controller of all, erupting with universal power like an eternal blow. Ban the gods. The Emperor Fengshen didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, his divine power boiled, and he broke the Chu Yuan domain with his giant golden hand. In fact, his heart is also very dignified. He can't take advantage of the slightest confrontation with this emperor, and all his methods are useless to him. There is only one way to defeat Xuanhuan, and that is to completely destroy him with the strongest strength. Emperor Fengshen directly burned his own divine power, and was absolutely unwilling to delay time with Chu Yuan, soberly aware that this emperor has infinite means, and he doesn't know where his real limit is. With an extremely sublimated blow, the huge and vast power turned into a golden beam of light and pierced through it. Facing this blow, Chu Yuan didn't panic, he just punched, but this punch struck out the emperor's most supreme authority, smashing through the sky, and directly piercing through to the Emperor Fengshen. As soon as he pushed it, Xinghading immediately flew out. Emperor Fengshen also collided with that giant tower, head-to-head with the galaxy cauldron. The power from the two artifacts of origin, the flame splashed, trembling fiercely, as if it would collapse at any time. At the same time, In the sky above Xuanhuan, a gate of conferred gods appeared, sweeping out countless words, and this gate was the strongest imperial weapon of the Emperor of Conferred Gods, and it also evolved into a divine weapon of origin after his seventh realm. If Xuanhuan can reach the origin realm, his divine martial sword will also evolve, and even the fierce divine power can cut through the gate of the conferred god. Of course it still can't be done now. He directly threw out the Zongxing Emperor seal, colliding with the gate of conferred gods. Then the power of the two emperors fought together again. Boom! Standing at the top of the mountain, Xuanhuan took the initiative to attack, and every move and style was so powerful that Emperor Fengshen could only passively resist Xuanhuan's attack. He launched a series of fierce attacks, trying to control the initiative in his own hands. The majestic, infinitely majestic and shocking blow, Xuanhuan's blow was condensed in his hands, and then turned into a force of eternal control, and the radiance radiated, making his figure extremely tall. He attacked and went away. Immediately, the great Emperor Fengshen was shaken back again and again by the blow, and his blood was also shaken and churned. Long Zhu. Xuanhuan was launching a world-shattering blow to Emperor Fengshen, his sharp eyes pierced the sky, and he saw a huge phantom hovering. He suddenly disappeared in the eyes of Emperor Fengshen, and with a thunderous blow, he launched a killing blow in front of the hidden Longzhu. With a blow of this power, thousands of time and space are frozen, locking on to that huge phantom. Shenwu. It was Long Zhu who let out an angry and shocking roar. He wanted to avoid Xuanhuan's attack, but the shot locked onto time and space, and exploded directly on Long Zhu's body, blasting a dazzling big blood hole in his dragon body. With this blow, he severely injured Long Zhu, directly making him appear and fall down. At the beginning of the battle, Long Zhu had been hiding here, waiting for an opportunity, but he never imagined that Xuanhuan would be able to pull out his hand to deal with him during the duel with Emperor Fengshen. This gun pierced his body, making his dragon face twisted, and he was in pain. Fengshen, you have to prepare to join forces with this dragon to deal with Yu Zhen. Come together. Xuanhuan's domineering power was boundless, and he was in control. He had known for a long time that Long Zhu was hiding here, and knew that this dragon's purpose was not pure, and he might even disregard his face and attack the Imperial army when he and Fengshen were fighting fiercely. If a god of origin is killed in the army, the destruction will be huge. Long Zhu can definitely do this kind of thing, he is already crazy now. He is going to reveal the dragon ancestor now, and let him be forcibly pulled into the battlefield of the origin god. He is not afraid of any opponent, even if there are many dragon ancestors, he will kill them directly. Fengshen, let's join forces and deal with him. The blood hole on Long Zhu's body was healing quickly, and the breath of the god of origin said, since he was dragged into the battlefield by this person, he didn't hide it at all, and directly joined hands with Fengshen to kill this person. Emperor Fengshen certainly understands Xuanhuan's meaning. This is to destroy his self-confident soul. Although joining forces with Long Zhu, the strength is stronger, but at the same time, it also shows that he recognizes himself in his heart and is not this person's opponent. He needs to draw Long Zhu to compete. The emperor is here. Emperor Fengshen didn't want to join forces with Long Zhu to deal with this person. His biggest purpose in saving Long Zhu was not to let Xuanhuan get the power of Long Zhu, but not to borrow his power. Long Zhu saw that Emperor Fengshen didn't want to join forces with him, so he didn't say any more. He hoped that Xuanhuan and Emperor Fengshen would lose both sides in a fight, so that he could benefit from it. But it is impossible for him not to take action. If he has the opportunity, he will launch the most violent and fatal blow to Xuanhuan like a poisonous snake. Of course he could see that the threat of the Emperor Shenwu was far greater than that of Fengshen. If this emperor died, he would very likely get the real secret of this emperor and then become powerful to himself. Think about it. A 6th-level statue actually possesses the strength to kill him, it is impossible without a secret. Long Zhu even believed that the secret value of Xuanhuan is even more important than an era. After all, there are endless eras, but the existence of Xuanhuan is not something that every era can have. This kind of character has the posture of the strongest. Although Emperor Fengshen said that he would not make a move, how could he, Long Zhu, listen to him and not obey his orders? He is waiting for the opportunity. Death to death. Facing Xuanhuan's divine power, Emperor Fengshen exploded with golden light, condensing many golden runes, which turned into rune holy clothes and wore them on his body. With a single punch, it was an endless rune fist. As soon as Xuanhuan grabbed it in the air, the golden rune collapsed in the air. He slapped again, and the big hand of heaven and earth broke through time and space, and directly slammed on the body of Emperor Fengshen. But Emperor Fengshen's rune saint clothing was also extremely strong in defense, and it only vibrated slightly. He also used the strongest force this time. Boom! Xuanhuan's thoughts shocked the boundless time and space again. He is the eternal ruler of all ways in the world. The world must step on his feet. No one can block his powerful way. He has all kinds of supernatural powers and changes into an eternal blow. #C 1765 Past Present Future, the power of three worlds. There are 10,000 ways in the world, Xuanhuan only takes one, and that is the eternal and invincible way. In the face of absolute strength, any words are pale and powerless, and plots are useless. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, staring at Long Zhu. With the Great Soul technique, Long Zhu also suddenly felt as if he had been hit hard. His soul was violently shaken, as if a heavy hammer was bombarding him. With Xuanhuan's palm grabbing, Long Zhu felt that his soul was about to be captured by him, and the dragon's soul was twisting. How could his control over the soul be so powerful? Long Zhu was also shocked. The majesty of this great soul technique shocked him. Come on, this will be a battle to dominate the universe. The mighty divine power, the terrifying force rushing out, a will to control the past, present and future, all time and space, infinite and eternal will, crazily shaking the soul, the unrivaled will makes him the strongest emperor in the world. Our battle is over. Xuanhuan's coercion came down. At this moment, it was as if a myth appeared in the world: gods block and kill gods, demons block and kill demons. And suddenly he saw his extremely powerful palm directly suppressing and killing Emperor Fengshen. Countless golden lights flickered, like a god, the gods he canonized, and countless strands of god power were injected into his body. Contribute all our strength to the great emperor. Headed by the conferred god, at this moment, the heaven and the earth are in a state of turmoil, and the powerhouses of the conferred god camp have passed their own power to the conferred god emperor in the form of gods, allowing him to surpass the heaven and the earth. With one blow from Emperor Fengshen, Xuanhuan's supernatural power was instantly shattered. This is the advantage of creating a great power, which can gather thousands of great powers in one body. The gap between Long Zhu and them is that he does not have his own powerful power, which makes him suffer a lot. I'm not weaker than them, but I don't have a strong force of my own, so I can't instill more power in me. Long Zhu also roared in his heart, but he knew how to endure and secretly waited for the opportunity. I am the god of the world. The conferred god emperor showed unprecedented fierceness and radiance. The evening of the gods. All the gods in the world bow their heads. Xuanhuan broke out with a more domineering will, and a galaxy appeared above his head, with stars hanging one after another, and the flowing water of the galaxy was the rolling belief of the empire. At this moment, the melee of the army has changed to a mode, gathering all the power on the strongest, making them the strongest and deciding the outcome. Kill the ability god. The great emperor of conferred gods condensed the sword of slaying gods. Only the gods he canonized are the orthodox gods, and the other gods are all alien gods, so they deserve to die. Life and death are boundless, the fate of heaven and earth, and my mighty power, who will compete with me? Xuanhuan's face is always eternally confident. What righteous gods and alien gods are all the same in his eyes, there is no difference. With an instant blow, the destructive power sweeps away, shattering all ultimate moves. Kill. The battle between him and Emperor Fengshen had progressed to this point, and it was time to decide whether to win or lose. The majestic emperor's body advanced strongly, the wind and waves swept across, Chu Yuan's will dominated the sky, and then he put his hands together, and suddenly a shattered light swept across from the palm of his hand. The great Emperor Fengshen also greeted him. Chu Yuan attacked again and again with an eternal blow. His strength became stronger and stronger, and his aura became more and more powerful. At this moment, he is an unstoppable giant god. The emperor's hand shot out repeatedly, and the Emperor Fengshen fell into a trap. Into the passive. Emperor Fengshen shouted loudly, "His strength has been suppressed, this is an extremely bad signal, he must reverse the form." But Chu Yuan would not give him a chance to turn the situation around. He forced him to step forward, and the boundless chaos turned into an eternal color. Heaven, earth, rivers, universe, time and space were all created. He is majestic, with gold and iron horses, a torrent in troubled times, and the power of blood and fire is rolling and colliding. Chi-la, the power of the conferred god emperor was completely broken, and his body was hit and flew from one end of the sky to the other. Puff. Almost all the strong men in the conferred god camp were vomiting blood, and some of them were even directly shocked to death. Although the two sides fought in a different form, even the strong fought, but the degree of tragedy was even more severe. They contributed their strength to the Emperor of the Gods, and they would naturally get backlash when they were hit. The conferred god emperor flew over in an instant, and in just a moment, he ignited a more vigorous conferred god fire, and his strength rose again. He must not be suppressed by Xuanhuan. The origin shot up to the sky, and he wanted to suppress Chu Yuan with his origin power. In an instant, it seemed that countless stars exploded, and the sky was filled with flames. Chu Yuan stepped into the flames, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He raised his hand to have the power to destroy the world, and pressing his palm again, there was a peerless storm. Although Emperor Fengshen tried his best to suppress Chu Yuan's strength was too strong, and the destructive waves immediately blasted the Emperor Fengshen continuously with thunderbolts. Chu Yuan grasped it with his palm, as if he could grab the world and the universe, and there was a sudden bang, and the thunderbolt shook. Emperor conferred god is suppressed by him. Long Zhu stared at this battle, and the conferred god emperor was suppressed, which made him feel very bad. The conferred god emperor must have a backup. I have to wait patiently for the opportunity, and when he erupts with the strongest means, I will just shoot. Really? Endless avenue runes rushed out. The Emperor Fengshen became a light man. Past, present, future, the power of the third world. Very strange scene. On the left and right of Emperor Fengshen, there were actually two more people, and these two people looked exactly the same as him, even the breath and soul were the same, there was no difference at all. And this is not, the number of changes of the faceless man is a kind of tyrannical supernatural power. Past, present, future. Chu Yuan's sharp eyes saw through the three conferred god emperors. Although the three conferred god emperors look exactly the same, they are actually different. The one in the past represents his past, his predecessor, that is, the first life in which he was beheaded and killed by the emperor. And the current power is the most violent and the most real, this is his present body. The future is the most illusory and erratic, as if invisible and qualityless, that is his future. Emperor Fengshen actually has this kind of supernatural power, which is also his most powerful supernatural power. The past, the present, and the future represent three great time and space dimensions, all of which burst out with incredible power. The power of the three generations, integrated into one, is eternity. There used to be him. There is him now. There is him in the future. Past, present, future. 3 lives and 3 lives. Longzhu was also shocked when he saw such supernatural powers. Such a character is rare on the Eternal Road. If he is allowed to dominate the luck of this era and has time to develop, he will have no problem becoming the strongest, and he can even become the strongest who sweeps the Eternal Road. He could also see that the conferred God Emperor used this kind of supernatural power, and the consumption was extremely huge, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until now. It was his final trump card. However, he knew that the opportunity had come, that Emperor Fengshen used Sanqing 3 for only one purpose, to decide the final outcome with Xuanhuan. And his dragon ancestor, the strongest supernatural power, has also condensed to the limit. #C1766, the strongest supernatural power. Xuanhuan stared at the past, the present, and the power of the future, and stared at Longzhu with sharp eyes. The final battle. Although he is the god of origin, it is extremely strenuous to activate this supernatural power, and now, in order to exert the power of the third generation to the limit, he even draws all the power and all the luck under his command. That is, if not this time, he has no chance. Kill Xuanhuan. At this moment, the powerhouses of the conferred god camp don't care about consumption at all, and they all contribute their strength to the conferred god emperor. It's time for the final battle. Eternal Empire. The common belief, for the eternity of the empire, all the people of Shenwu Shenqiao are united as one, their own power is being crazily drawn, and the light of soul faith is exuded all over their bodies, across time and space, giving their power to the great God Emperor. The God Emperor is all they have, all of them. Everyone can die, but the God Emperor cannot die. As long as the God Emperor survives, he can use his great strength to resurrect all the people from the death of the past. The power of the two emperors is too magnificent, and their radiance is as bright as two magnificent stars. Kill the past. The power of Emperor Fengshen had been raised to the limit, and his past body was thrown out immediately. The power was strange, as if he had traveled to the past, within the boundless time and space, and wanted to kill Xuanhuan from the past. Boom. This kind of power is so against the sky, beheading the body of the past, crossing the latitude of time and space, it is simply defying the sky and provoking the eternal rules. However, the cultivation of the strong is itself a violation of the eternal rules. You can't kill his past power. Emperor Fengshen wanted to traverse time and space and use the past to fight against the past. His past must be stronger than Xuanhuan's, but the unbelievable thing was that he couldn't find Xuanhuan's past. The person's past is a blank slate. Destroy the future. Since it was impossible to kill in the past, the great Emperor Fengshen went to obliterate his future, and immediately the future body bombarded the illusory future with the posture of the future. This kind of method is no longer a simple supernatural bombardment, but touches on higher eternal rules, and even eternal secrets. His means, even some ancient powerhouses who exist on the Eternal Road will not. Such a character is against the sky, but it was only when he met Xuanhuan that he fought so hard. Otherwise, he would also be a splendid and magnificent person in many eras. However, when the future body bombarded the future, he was blasted into a fog. His means of manipulating fate could not see the Emperor's future, nor could he see the future. The past cannot be found, the future cannot be seen. Fengshen Dadi said. His supernatural powers are not insignificant. With just a few moves, he can even seriously injure and kill the existence in the same realm, but facing Xuanhuan, he seems to have lost the role he should have. Longzhu looked anxious. What kind of existence is this? Whether the past or the future is dominated by the present, I am the eternal present. Boom. Xuanhuan expounded his declaration. Although the past and future are mysterious, they are determined by the present body. Seek the ultimate mystery of eternity with an invincible mind, Xuanhuan. You don't cultivate the past, you don't cultivate the future, you just walk out of the present eternal body, well, then the Emperor will use the power of the present to bombard your present and kill you past and future. Fengshen Da Di Dao. He can see that this Emperor controls his past and future with the power of the present, making people inviolable, just like an eternal God, who is always present at any time, and cannot use dimensional means to obliterate his present or future. The three forces are inspired. The three gods suddenly came together as one. But although it is one body, there are three latitudes of past, present and future in this one body at the same time. 3 lives and 3 lives, the power of 3 lives, eternal supernatural powers. The power of the conferred God Emperor has skyrocketed to the limit. He is burning his own origin, killing the eternal origin, eternal good fortune, and all the supernatural powers, gathered into the strongest eternal blow. This is the strongest force he can unleash in this life. Xuanhuan, decide to die. The voice of Emperor Fengshen was transmitted to the entire universe, and the breath of extinction was directed at Xuanhuan. His strongest blow fell, and the universe was broken. The origin of this era seemed to be annihilated endlessly. Within his power is the domain he absolutely controls, and it can even end the operation of an era. The great Emperor Fengshen was desperately trying his best, and with every breath he took, his strength was skyrocketing, but on the contrary, he himself was rapidly weakening. Although there is still a dragon ancestor, he does not regard the dragon ancestor as his biggest opponent at all. As long as Xuanhuan dies, he will win the war. When the strongest eternal supernatural power of Emperor Fengshen came down, the surroundings turned into complete darkness strangely, but his power was extremely bright, as if only his brilliance was in the world. Xuanhuan, let this blow be the end of our war. The power of fighting for life, the power of the entire empire camp burned, all the strong contributed their divine power, and the conferred God Emperor was completely slaughtered. Yes, the battle of the end. Xuanhuan's expression became more and more calm, and his whole body was on fire, and the entire empire was also on fire, breaking through the darkness brought by Emperor Fengshen. He will never move, as if he is the only peak master of this era. All power condenses into eternal and invincible control. Dragon Destroyer. Even Long Zhu was on fire. This was the best chance to kill Xuanhuan. He would not let Xuanhuan and Fengshen fight in a fair way. The destruction of the world of the dragon is not simply the destruction of the world, but to kill all the creatures in the world, destroy the pattern of the old era, and then give birth to the dragon race, which belongs to the era universe of the dragon. This is the double magic of destruction and creation. Boom! That wave of destruction that can stop the entire era. Xuanhuan's strength was incomparably tyrannical, his indestructible soul and eternal divine body directly shook the eternal supernatural power of Emperor Fengshen. Time and space are silent, and many latitudes are being shattered, but Xuanhuan's body is still standing. He is eternally one, domineering and domineering. This can't kill you. Emperor Fengshen roared wildly. He had pushed his strength to the limit, yet this person existed forever. Eternal control. Xuanhuan was not afraid of being killed by Emperor Fengshen. He stood in the destructive storm, and he was not shaken at all. No matter how violent the wind and waves were, he could not destroy his emperor's body. Eternal control. With rolling power, Xuanhuan is like the eternal Lord of Devourer. He stands at this moment, like a real god, overlooking the vastness, eternal, and can incorporate all the power into his own emperor body. He said that the conferred God Emperor will be defeated, and the conferred God Emperor will definitely be defeated. I'll give you the last blow. At this moment, Long Zhu's dragon destruction also exploded. The collision of the three forces formed an origin at the center of the confrontation, and finally spread out with incomparable ferocity. #C1767 Dominate the pinnacle. The suffocating power surged madly. Emperor Fengshen has already exhausted all his strength. But the invincible emperor still stands in the sky. He is unshakable like the eternal sky, eternal one, dominating the world. No matter how he fights, he can't destroy the opponent. I rule the era. Chu Yuanhong's loud voice spread out. The power of Emperor Fengshen brings together the power of the past, present and future, which can obliterate the current world, but Chu Yuan is not affected by him at all, and is truly invincible and eternal in the world. He fought back. Heaven and Earth Oven. A huge oven was placed under the hood, facing not the Emperor Fengshen, but Long Zhu, and immediately enveloped his huge dragon body in the oven of heaven and earth, burning what seemed to be eternal divine fire. Long Zhu was extremely stubborn and didn't scream, but he was also blown away by Chu Yuan. The power that is invincible in the world, Chu Yuan has reached the peak moment. His present life cannot be obliterated, his future cannot be predicted, his present is the most powerful, and no one can beat him in this era. His mighty power rushed out at this moment, and he slapped out with one hand in the air, controlling the world. Emperor Fengshen was violently pushed back, his aura was turbulent, and he had mobilized the strongest force for this blow, but the counterattack he suffered at this time caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Our supernatural powers have not been destroyed to surpass Xuanhuan. How is it possible? This is not able to kill him, not even seriously injured him. How can he be so tyrannical? What kind of existence is he? Why can he have such strength? Are we going to lose? No, we can't lose. If we lose, it's all over. Seeing such a scene, the powerhouses of the conferred God camp were going crazy. They contributed more power, and the fire of their souls was burning, and many people were directly wiped out in this kind of contribution. Kill. Emperor Fengshen was absolutely unwilling to bear such a defeat, and he launched a counterattack again. But suddenly, the entire primordial divine realm was bright and bright. Chu Yuan stepped over and launched a blow of final judgment on Emperor Fengshen, and his incomparable giant hand rumbled to kill him. With a shake of his hands, he suppressed the Emperor Fengshen under his power. Emperor Fengshen was covered in blood. He looked at Chu Yuan. This emperor had activated the power to devour the universe. With boundless luck, the power of the entire universe was being swallowed up by him. He is getting brighter and brighter. But the conferred God Emperor is getting more and more bleak. The great Emperor Fengshen is about to lose. He is not the opponent of Xuanhuan. No, why is this happening? He is now carrying out the final suppression of Fengshen. I am not his opponent. I can't stay any longer. Long Zhu's liver and gallbladder were splitting, and it was difficult to accept this result. But he could also see that no one would be his opponent, and it would be useless for him to stay besides courting death. He can't die, even if he can't dominate this era, but he is the god of origin. He can live for at least 50 eras, and he can use this long time to breed more dragons. He can't fight for hegemony in this era and fight Chu Yuan to the death. Thinking of this, he actually shattered the multidimensional time and space directly with the dragon body. Yes, he ran away and ran back to the eternal road again, just like the battle of crossing the evil days. This time I won't let you run away easily. Chu Yuan watched Long Zhu leave and asked him to run, but in his heart, Long Zhu was already on the death list, and it was impossible for him to run away. Lock on the conferred God Emperor. He launched a sure-kill offensive against Emperor Fengshen, and he controlled the peak trend of the universe with every gesture, and the suffocating power completely bombarded Emperor Fengshen at this moment. The Emperor Fengshen's body staggered backwards, and dense cracks appeared immediately. The conferred God Emperor was defeated, and once again missed the chance to meet the era master of the multiverse. Emperor! The strong man from the conferred God camp shouted. Fighted for 2 lives, lost both lives, the future? I have no future, no third life. The vitality of the conferred God Emperor is rapidly disappearing. He loses, and his heart dies. He is so close to victory in every life, but he is always a little short, which makes him lose a complete defeat. Xuanhuan was indifferent and domineering, turned into divine power with a single blow, charged into the origin of Emperor Fengshen, and wiped out his vitality. His imperial body exploded completely. My lord. With the fall of the great emperor of the conferred gods, the emperor who ruled the empire died, and his luck also collapsed. The world belonging to the conferred gods dimmed at this moment. At this moment, I don't know how many souls fell with him. My lord. The strong men of the conferred god camp wailed. They felt that the conferred god emperor had fallen, and they lost their master. Even the 6th level couldn't accept it, so he knelt and sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. We won. For the sake of the eternity of the empire, the powerhouses of the empire consumed a lot. Some people's avenue foundation collapsed, but they finally won this war. My lord, I'm here to follow you. God-conferred God came to his senses. He smiled miserably, his body exploded suddenly, as bright as fireworks, brighter than heaven and earth, seeing off Emperor-conferred God, and even themselves. Although the conferred God Emperor was defeated by the human emperor in the past, he knew that the conferred God Emperor lived a second life for himself, but this time he failed and died in the second life. It is impossible for him to have a third life. More powerhouses exploded. They knew even more that Xuanhuan won the victory and would not let them go, even if they begged for mercy humbly, the other party would not let them go. A loser must have the absolute enlightenment of a loser. Xuanhuan looked at the self-death of the opponent's strong man, neither sad nor happy. Ding. Whether to sacrifice to the conferred God Emperor or promote the original artifact, the current progress is 0/1. At this time, the system unexpectedly popped up an advanced prompt for the Tiao pill furnace. Sure enough, as Xuanhuan expected, to make the Tiao pill furnace a primitive artifact, the necessary condition is to sacrifice the primitive gods. Sacrifice? No sacrifice. Xuanhuan looked at the source of the god of origin left by Emperor Fengshen. It was so dazzling, he did not offer sacrifices. Emperor Fengshen is a tragic figure. Although he is his opponent, Xuanhuan will give him enough respect and will not sacrifice him to the Tiao furnace. This is the atmosphere of an emperor, the spirit of ruling the peak of the era. And the origin of this group of origin gods also spurted out infinite divine light at this moment, and then burst into a vigorous rain of light, descending on the entire multiverse. The conferred god emperor was born in the multiverse, and returned to the multiverse after his fall. All this is like reincarnation. Clear the battlefield and unify the era. Xuanhuan gave the order. The conferred god emperor has passed away, and almost all the 6th realms of the conferred god camp have been buried with the conferred god emperor. In this multiverse, there is no power that can stop the empire. The peak luck has been controlled by the empire. Dragon, where can you go? In Xuanhuan's eyes, there was even more indifferent murderous intent. Long Zhu ran away, but this hidden danger must be eliminated. He wanted to chase and kill Long Zhu, and completely wiped him out. #C1768 Chasing down Long Zhu. The war has entered the final phase. This battle was brutal, and Emperor Fengshen died in battle. Although he lost, Fengshen died with great dignity, and he had no chance to live out a third life. It's not that the conferred god emperor is not strong. He cultivated the body of the 3 dimensions of the past, the present and the future. Such a wonderful character, how many epochs would it take for a character to appear, but he met Xuanhuan, a formidable enemy. The wills of the 2 emperors are extremely overbearing, which makes it impossible for them to be friends. They can only be eternal enemies, and they will never be able to compromise. And the powerhouses of the conferred god camp are almost extinct. The next step is to clean up the battlefield and hand it over to other strong men in the empire. It's over. The ancestor of the Phoenix breathed a sigh of relief. If she hadn't had the means of Phoenix Nirvana and rebirth from the ashes, she would have almost fallen, but the result was good. She understands better. Xuanhuan dominates the era. This is an unstoppable process. The war is over. Clean up all the relics of the conferred god camp, and wipe out all the corruption of the 33 Heavens era. This era belongs to us, and this era is the era of Xuanhuan. The Lord of the Sky knows that although the enemy has been killed, it is not completely over. The traces of the 33 days must be wiped away, and the eternity of the Empire must be created. They have more things waiting for them. The dust of the multiverse war has settled, but the Empire's eyes are not on one era, but on all eras on the Eternal Road. In Wan Dao Tian. The old Taoist said sadly, Tianzuan, it's over, Emperor Fengshen died in battle, Emperor Xuanhuan is proud of the ancients. How do I feel that such a character is more terrifying than the founder of the God realm, and the eternal era of the Empire has come. Next will be an era of highly centralized power. Xuanhuan will develop to its peak in this era, and the era of 33 is over, and the glory that belongs to us has come to an end. Although he had expected this result long ago, he still had some feelings when it really came. Eras change, this is an eternal cycle, everything in the multiverse will be gone with the end of an era. Tianzuan said calmly. Xuanhuan is now brilliant to its peak, but the era will also come to its twilight. The moment it finally came to a close. It's a pity that Emperor Fengshen is such a character. The old Taoist shook his head, but what is not perfect for Xuanhuan, Longzhu, still let it go. Longzhu is probably doomed this time, and he can't run away. Tianzuan saw through everything. Wait a while, let's go to meet the Emperor Xuanhuan. Sky, you lead people to carry out the final sweep of the war, and I will go to the road of eternity. Xuanhuan was very majestic. He disappeared in the primordial divine realm in an instant, and entered the eternal road. It is absolutely impossible for Longzhu to run away. It is impossible for Xuanhuan to let him continue to be strong in the eternal road and cause trouble for himself. Now is the best chance to get rid of him. Otherwise, he would drill into the depths of eternity, and it would be difficult to deal with him. Beheading the ancestor of the dragon, obliterating his will, turning him into a mass of wild dragon spirit, instilling the belief of absolute allegiance to the Empire, making him the dragon of the Empire. This is Xuanhuan's plan. Xuanhuan, this ancestor is not reconciled. Ancestor Long was fleeing crazily, roaring in his heart. He clearly felt that a great existence had fallen, and he didn't dare to delay at all, and fled quickly with the ancestor dragon shuttle on the road of eternity. At this moment, he didn't dare to look back, let alone contend with Xuanhuan. He was disappointed with this era, and he understood that he had no ability to fight back at all. The invincible eternal body of the god of martial arts, Emperor Xiao, would break through the god of origin in a very short period of time after dominating the era. Even if there is no such era, I will not be decadent, but will be extremely powerful, and I will create a greater dragon world on the road to eternity. No matter how many failures Dragon Ancestor faces, he will never fall. He has made up his mind. Now stay away from Xuanhuan, and go to the depths of the Eternal Road to open up a dragon realm. But just as he was running away, he felt a sudden depression in his heart, feeling that a catastrophe was imminent. He suddenly noticed that there was the most terrifying existence, chasing and killing him. He turned around at once, without frightening him out of his wits, a great existence with an incomparably tall figure. He crossed an extremely long distance in one step, and was approaching rapidly. He walked into the eternal latitude, and the speed was ridiculously fast. Xuanhuan, you still want to chase me down, don't give me a way out. Longzhu roared furiously, but even if he roared, he didn't dare to turn his head back. He fought with Longzhu, knowing that this emperor's killing of Fengshen was at the time when his arrogance was at its strongest, and fighting him would only lead to death. He sprayed out dragon blood, not hesitating to consume his source, to double his speed. But Xuanhuan's pursuit seemed to overwhelm a mountain. Can't get rid of him like this. Although Longzhu raised his speed to the limit, Xuanhuan and him were still getting closer. He used some time and space means, and the speed was simply too fast. In front of me, you have nowhere to escape. Chu Yuan's voice spanned time and space and hit Longzhu's heart hard. Can't be influenced by him. Longzhu could only run away desperately. A god of origin ran away desperately, his speed was too fast, and Longzhu actually reached the edge of the eternal killing array. This is the eternal killing formation, the boundless formation built by the ancient to the strong. I will flee into it, and use the power of the killing formation to block him. Longzhu charged angrily and plunged into the eternal killing formation. Even in the eternal killing array, no one can save you. Just as Longzhu entered the eternal killing formation, Chu Yuan appeared, and he entered the killing formation immediately. In the eternal killing formation, many killing formations are running, gathering the energy of the eternal road. The danger here is that even if a god of origin comes here, it is very likely that there will be the power of the killing formation to kill. Longzhu rushed wildly, he specially ran to those extremely dangerous places. His power fluctuated, causing countless formations in the entire killing formation to work. Chu Yuan chased him, crossing the latitude of time and space. Any killing force that came before him was suppressed by a stronger force. Even during the pursuit, bronze temples and silver temples appeared one after another. There is a big battle in the killing array. That's a giant dragon whose cultivation has reached the origin, filled with the power of the wild. He is running away, someone is chasing him. It was that person who was chasing after him, and that giant dragon dared not fight back at all. The prehistoric dragon is running desperately in the eternal killing array, and behind it is a great one who controls the supreme divine power and is chasing and killing. Chu Yuan's eyes were focused, and he immediately understood the operation of the killing array. The two gates of time and space have become powers that span the past, present and future, allowing him to step into a mysterious world in an instant. At this moment, Longzhu was running away, but he stopped when he broke through, because a person appeared in front of him, blocking his way. You can't run away. #C1769, Kill the Dragon Soul. In the eternal killing array. The invincible emperor body of Chu Yuan descended in front of Longzhu. His appearance almost froze the operation of the killing formation in the area he was in, and then there were continuous crashing sounds, and the power could not be infected. With his current cultivation base much stronger than when he first came to the eternal killing formation, he was able to see through the mystery of the partial operation of the killing formation. Although he has collapsed many killing formations, he also knows that the most important main killing formation, the legendary Temple of Eternity, will be gradually repaired if it is not destroyed, and then more killing formations will be derived. It's amazing. The Eternal Temple is the source of the existence of the eternal killing array. As for this eternal temple, sooner or later, Chu Yuan will find it. But at this time, Chu Yuan looked at Longzhu like a dragon hunter, and everything was under his control. That kind of invincible self-confidence was a kind of contempt and humiliation to Longzhu. He is angry. But he knew better about the gap with Chu Yuan. Xuanhuan, you have to kill this ancestor, you won't give me a way out. But this ancestor represents the eternal dragon, the source of the dragon way. I must go through great hardships to reach the peak. I will not give in to you. Longzhu's roar resounded in the killing formation, and his anger was burning. All the emperors of the conferred gods fell at my hands, and I ruled over the pinnacle of this era. Longzhu, your fate is already doomed. Boom. Chu Yuan's big hand fell down from the sky. He is the controller of fate, the eternal judge. He has the ability to control everything with every gesture, and immediately enveloped Longzhu completely. This dragon must be wiped out of his intelligence. I fight with you. Longzhu encountered a great crisis, but he did not beg for mercy to Chu Yuan, knowing that begging for mercy would be useless, but he would suffer greater humiliation, and suddenly the world was turned upside down, and the breath of the dragon was like a lightning strike. Bang bang bang. Countless dragon power hit Chu Yuan's body, but it couldn't stop him at all. He moved towards Long Zhu, shattered all his counterattacks with one palm, and knocked his dragon body away like a huge mountain. The moment Long Zhu was sent flying, he shattered many formations. Without having time to take care of the pain in his body, the dragon soared to the sky, and Long Zhu ran towards the deeper depths of the killing array again. But can he run? Chu Yuan was indifferent and domineering. He just took one step and chased after Long Zhu. The unrivaled divine power bombarded him down, infinitely concussed, carrying the power of era destruction and blasting on Long Zhu's body, blasting him to bloody flesh and dragon scales flying around. The extremely strong duel caused a heinous destruction in the eternal killing array. I can't die here. Long Zhu's eyes were blood red. He saw a golden light in one direction, which evolved into a golden holy land. The killing force there was extremely fierce. He roared angrily, and flew towards it. Chu Yuan also saw the golden light all over the sky. Of course he knew that it was a precursor to the birth of the Golden Temple. The first time I came, the Golden Temple was not long after it was born, and now it is even more violent. He stepped into that area, and there was a bang, and suddenly there were golden lightning strikes down. The power of each strike was comparable to a blow from a 6th-level powerhouse, but at this moment, there were tens of thousands of strikes. Long Zhu also suffered from the golden thunder, regardless of the injury, burning the blood of the ancestor dragon. Xuanhuan, this is not in the multiverse. Your strongest power is only in the multiverse. Here, my ancestor is not afraid of you. This is not your battlefield. My ancestor is not afraid of death. At worst, I will die with you. Long Zhu shouted, wanting to use the power of the killing array to force Chu Yuan back. Indeed, Chu Yuan is the strongest in the multiverse. At this moment, he was speechless. What kind of golden god thunder was suddenly swept away by a vacuum of vitality? Boom, 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 boom. Every step he took forward, there was a life-threatening sound. He smashed his fist suddenly, as if he gathered the 3 great powers of the past, present and future into one eternal body, and gave Long Zhu a hard blow. Someone is fighting in the eternal killing array. Chu Yuan's power to kill the dragon ancestor was too strong, and since the Golden Temple was about to be born, more powerful people gathered here, and many eyes immediately looked over. That's a giant dragon of the origin god. A god of origin from the Eternal Road was shocked and said, that giant dragon is being hunted down. He is not the opponent of that other person. Such a great momentum, soaring arrogance, the invincible power shocks the ages. It is true that the image of Chu Yuan is too tall, that is, the overlord. And Long Zhu is very miserable. They are from the multiverse, when the century Yuan. What shocked them even more was that the identities of Chu Yuan and Long Zhu as Shijiyuan, a deadly battle broke out between the origins in only half of the era, which is simply too powerful. The Emperor wants to kill this giant dragon. The will of many gods of origin shook, but no one showed up. I won't die. At this time, Long Zhu was defeated by Chu Yuan's attack. He couldn't bear Chu Yuan's strength at all, even if he had fought to the limit. After beheading the great emperor of the gods, Chu Yuan had no opponent, and he gained even stronger power, enough to be arrogant. Chu Yuan's murderous aura was condensed into one body, and he rushed over domineeringly. The overbearing punch made the eternal killing formation tremble, causing Long Zhu to roll violently. His soul was trembling, and he lost an unknown amount of blood. Chu Yuan held a god-killing spear, oppressed by the origin of the artifact, and wanted to kill the gods. Unlimited pressure fell on Long Zhu, and he heard the sound of broken dragon scales and broken flesh. Long Zhu was furious towards Chu Yuan. He wanted to break Chu Yuan's blockade, keep tossing, and kept causing greater damage in the eternal killing array. With divine power like a sea, Chu Yuan's vast power turned into a vast ocean and completely submerged Long Zhu. Facing his resistance, he hit Long Zhu with each blow, causing him to explode all over. Xuanhuan, I can't live, and you don't want to feel better either. Longzhu rushed over desperately. When a god of origin died, he caused so much damage. He completely turned into a world-destroying dragon. His eyes were only destruction, or destruction. In the eternal killing formation, many strong men trembled. This scene of fighting was too fierce, forcing a god of origin to a desperate situation. Kill! Xuanhuan's hands evolved, and the galaxy cauldron flew out. The raging flames inside burned and became a heaven and earth oven. The fire inside was hot and bright, like an eternal divine fire, refining everything. His power spread monstrously. Longzhu's eyes were full of fear, knowing that he would be finished if he was enveloped by the oven of heaven and earth. He wanted to escape crazily. But Xuanhuan's means of manipulating time and space, no matter how Longzhu escaped, he was within the coverage of his heaven and earth oven. Suddenly, Longzhu was completely swept into the heaven and earth oven. The eternal fire burned to Longzhu's body in an instant. Longzhu let out a heart-piercing scream. It can be seen that his whole dragon was twisting and rolling, trying to break through and escape, but the eternal seal was imposed in the oven of heaven and earth. Once he was sealed in, there was no possibility of him escaping. #C1770 Dragon Egg. A heaven and earth oven covered it, completely suppressing Longzhu inside, and the burning eternal fire was obliterating his soul, like the cruelest torture. This heart-piercing scream made people tremble with fear. If Xuanhuan wanted to devour Longzhu, he would kill him faster and easier. But he didn't want to do that. Dragon Ancestor is not an ordinary god of origin. He represents a dragon, a powerful race, a powerful force, and it would be too wasteful to turn it into energy. At this moment, the sound of death is turning into a movement at dusk, and there is an inexplicable sound of celestial burial, which seems to be seeing off Longzhu. When Xuanhuan was refining the dragon ancestor, one after another peeked at him, with greed and fear. They could also see that the origin of the dragon ancestor was extremely precious, and whoever refined him might even become the strongest possible. But the Emperor's method was too terrifying, and they didn't dare to take it directly. It would be a simple person who can kill the god of origin, and this person must be the most terrifying existence in Shijiyuan. And as the Xuanhuan Tiandi oven continued to refine, Longzhu's screams gradually disappeared. Looking at it, in the oven, the huge dragon body had disappeared, but a ball of extremely pure chaotic vitality. In that chaotic vitality, there was a wave of creation, and there was a stream of the purest energy, which turned into a dragon egg. This is the dragon egg, what the dragon ancestor looked like at the beginning. Eternal power can breed and give birth to all incredible existences. Longzhu was obliterated by Xuanhuan's soul, obliterated all his traces, and turned him into his original appearance. After he obliterated the dragon ancestor's will, the system voice also sounded, whether to let him sacrifice to the dragon ancestor and be promoted to the Tai divine stove. His choice, of course, was not to be promoted. Dragon ancestor is now the only one in eternity, but the god of origin, accumulated over a long period of time, is actually quite a few. He has dealt with the matter of the multiverse, and he will inevitably conquer the road of eternity, and conflict with the powerhouses of the previous era. When the time comes, he will kill the origin and sacrifice to it, and he is not in a hurry. Dragon eggs, the power of dragons. Xuanhuan looked at the dragon egg in the heaven and earth oven, his eyes flickered, and he could even decompose this dragon egg into the most primitive vitality. Piercing the interior with sharp eyes, Xuanhuan saw the embryonic form of a dragon, which had not yet been born, brought it back to the empire, gathered the power of the multiverse, poured absolute faith in the empire, and would become a peerless powerhouse of the empire. He is very satisfied. He closed the oven of heaven and earth, and his piercing eyes swept across the surroundings. He saw the hidden strong men, and even saw the golden light getting stronger and stronger in the operation of many killing formations. Golden Temple. Xuanhuan can naturally see that the Golden Temple will be born in a few years, and the killing formations around it are constantly spreading out, making it slowly emerge from a mysterious time and space. He suddenly locked the location of this Golden Temple. Originally, it was very difficult to lock the Golden Temple in the Eternal Killing formation, otherwise, it would have been taken away by others for so many years. However, this temple has already revealed his clues. Each temple contained huge wealth, and Xuanhuan had seized many bronze and silver temples before. His empire has just gone through a major war, and its resources are exhausted and must be replenished. Naturally, he would not let this Golden Temple go. At this moment, Xuanhuan's palm crossed time and space, and grabbed it towards the golden divine light. Immediately, monstrous divine power pierced into the eternal nothingness, shattering layers of time and space. When he shot, because he hadn't fully shown it, Bang suddenly had an endless killing array, chasing the source, and madly killing him. Xuanhuan didn't move at all, and his huge power spread out. Although the power of the Golden Temple exploded completely, and could even kill the god of origin, he himself was enough to kill the existence of the seventh realm. His great devouring technique. It is even crazily devouring the energy from the eternal road. Rumble. When he seized it with his power, a huge temple, the whole body was built like gold, dazzling and bright, was directly captured by his big hand from a piece of time and space. Above the Golden Temple is the mysterious Eternal Temple. But no one has seen the Eternal Temple, so the Golden Temple represents the supreme wealth of the Eternal Killing Array. And when he grabbed the Golden Temple, he fell into a more intensive killing array bombardment. The most invincible momentum, shattering all the killing power rushing towards him. The Golden Temple was forcibly captured by him. The aura was terrifying, and figures stepped out. They were all gods of origin. They had been waiting for him here for the Golden Temple, but now they suddenly killed Xuanhuan. You don't want to take away the Golden Temple. A domineering existence glared at Xuanhuan. It was full of wealth. There must be artifacts of origin, as well as a large number of rare materials. The origin gods would also be tempted. Whoever dares to move and wants to die, come here. Xuanhuan was calm, and only said this sentence to these strong men who were about to move. As soon as he finished speaking, these strong men immediately paused. Some people thought of the scene where he refined and killed Longzhu just now. It was bloody and cruel. This is a ruthless character with incredible strength. Don't be afraid of him. If we go together, will he still be our opponent? Some strong men shouted, wanting to unite with others to deal with Xuanhuan. But as the god of origin, who has not experienced the catastrophe of all ages before reaching the state of today. They are a strong group of people united, but they are not the same way. Especially seeing that Xuanhuan didn't regard them as enemies at all, some people flinched. Everyone has their own thoughts and plans, how to unite like this. This person is really capable of killing Xuanhuan, and against him, what if he accidentally dies? The Golden Temple is precious, but not so precious that they have to pay the price of their lives. No one made a move, so these people saw that Xuanhuan directly put the Golden Temple in full view and out of their sight. He's gone. When Xuanhuan left, his oppression also dissipated, and some strong men breathed a sigh of relief. This person is too scary. It's a bunch of cowards, just watch him walk away like this, but he dare not stop him. It was still the person who proposed to join forces before, and shouted angrily. You have the courage, why don't you make a move? Someone mocked him. This seat is afraid that you will make trouble behind your back. Do you really think I dare not make a move? That's humane. Haha, he has already left, it's not what you want to say now. These people don't buy his account. As the god of origin, they all think about how to live longer. What happened in the era? It is rumored that the strong man born in this era is called the founder of the God realm. This person is obviously not. Only in the middle of the era, there is such an existence that can kill the origin god. This era is a stronger era, maybe there will be a supreme power. Many alien species have appeared in this era, and it seems that the road to eternity will not be peaceful again. Hashtag C1771 Shock Origin. Multiverse. The war is over, and the battle against Feng Tian is also over. There is no longer any rival to the empire within the diversity. The battle for the pinnacle of this era has also been decided. To wipe out the previous corruption and rebuild a new order, the empire started a new construction after the war. All the people have felt the infinite radiance, and a more glorious new era is coming. Next, Xuanhuan was not re-establishing God, because it was unnecessary. The era of the 33 days was determined by the founders of the God realm, and the era of the empire was an era of unification. All luck is gathered in the empire. Xuanhuan knew that the reason why Longzhu hadn't completed the main line of the system after he wiped out the conferred gods was because he hadn't broken through to the god of origin and hadn't fully gathered the power of the gods. But these are very simple, as long as he breaks through the god of origin. And the battle against Fengshen. The empire also lost a large number of soldiers. He was not in a hurry to resurrect, and waited for him to break through the origin, and then challenge the rules of eternity and kill eternity. What is the eternal rule? That's for provocation. He still put the dragon eggs in the heaven and earth oven. At this time it is not refining, but to gather boundless luck, infuse energy into it, and hatch new ancestor dragons. At this time, Xuanhuan was sitting quietly at the top of the world, and he controlled the peak luck of the era. He looked down on the entire multiverse. Although the previous battle caused the multiverse to lose a large number of powerful people, the empire has also begun to build up. With all people united, there will be no disputes within the empire, which will make the multiverse even more prosperous than before. In a unified country, government orders can be fully implemented. And where he was sitting at this time, the boundless power of the era was converging on him, and on his body, there was even a worldwide epic god, transforming into the power of origin. The empire exudes vigorous vitality, and the recovery after the war is bound to be even stronger. And at this moment, he wants to directly break through the god of origin with the power of the peak of the era. There is no obstacle to his understanding of this situation, and this moment is what he is waiting for. Surge of power. The vast epic power has transformed into the breath of origin, and Xuanhuan is the most dazzling existence in the universe at this moment, like a round of peak sun radiating infinite light. Everyone looked up at the sky, no matter where they were in the multiverse, they could see the existence of Xuanhuan. Your Majesty is going to break through the origin god. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the empire felt His Majesty's breakthrough and were excited. Although the empire aspires to win the multiverse, the God Emperor has not broken through to the origin god after all, and once the God Emperor reaches the realm of the origin god, his strength will be even more terrifying. Then, their moment of true greatness will come. Multiple universes, although our war is over, but after the empire returns to its peak, it will inevitably enter the road of eternity, and His Majesty will lead the battle to the final eternity. The powerful empire was excited. Your Majesty's achievements are unstoppable, said the strong man of the empire. Although the power of the origin god tribulation is extremely strong, the powerful empire is confident that no matter how violent it will not cause trouble to His Majesty. He is invincible and unrivaled. Protect your Majesty, beware of accidents. The Lord of the Sky said calmly. Sky, who in the multiverse can pose a threat to His Majesty? The other powerhouses don't care, even if there is another origin god, it is impossible to cause trouble to His Majesty, but it is very likely to be beheaded by His Majesty. The Faceless Man. Lord of the Sky. He knew that when the second God Lord broke through, he was about to succeed, but encountered a sneak attack by the Faceless Man, and his success fell short. He was worried that the Faceless Man would reappear. The Lord of Death said, "The Faceless Man is very strange. It is possible to appear, but I believe that he will not be the opponent of the God Emperor. We will just wait quietly." Now, in the area where Xuanhuan was located, the aura was suppressed to the extreme. In the eternity of nothingness, there was a monstrous divine calamity condensed, and the overflowing power made people tremble, far exceeding the power of others breaking through the origin. No one even doubted that if the God of Origin knocked him down, the real God of Origin would be killed. This is the treatment that only their greatest majesty has, a peerless powerhouse who only appears once in many epochs. The breakthrough of the Origin God is an evolution of the essence of life, not only the growth of strength, but also the longevity. An Origin God can live through 50 eternal calamities casually. Once you break through the Origin, you will have the ability to transform into a living being with a drop of blood, and the ability to revive and regenerate with a single hair. Origin Divine Tribulation. The power has been condensed for a period of time, and the eternal divine calamity finally descended. All kinds of divine light, world-destroying divine light, chaotic divine light, extreme divine power, destructive divine power, etc. all appeared, drowning Xuanhuan. What a terrifying power! The Lord of Death was shocked, and he was also very close to the Origin. At this time, watching the God Emperor cross the catastrophe, he said, "If I encountered this kind of divine catastrophe, it would be enough to destroy me countless times. It is absolutely impossible to break through the Origin. Even if he cultivates the ability to die, this is the eternal rule of killing, and he can kill from the essence of a person. If it was all this kind of divine calamity, there would no longer be a God of Origin in the world." The Skylord was shocked in his heart. At this moment, Xuanhuan stood in the midst of the divine calamity, and the domain he devoured spread out. Any divine calamity that hit him would be defeated and devoured for his vitality. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at the eternal sky. The bombardment of the Origin God's calamity not only does not exterminate his calamity, but it is more like sharpening the Origin God's body for him, with powerful kinetic energy. Xuanhuan's breakthrough cannot be stopped, and no force can do anything to him. Your Majesty is invincible. All the powerhouses were shocked. They had imagined that the God Emperor would smash the God Tribulation with the most terrifying power, but the God Emperor stood here, and no power could get close to him, and he was refined by his devouring power. Boom! The heaven and earth rioted, and as time went on, the power of the divine robbery became 10 times stronger than before. However, at the origin of the horror, God Tribulation couldn't shake Xuanhuan in the slightest. The final God Tribulation power is coming. At this time everyone felt a different aura than before, and the energy was even more violent. Above Xuanhuan, a dark vortex appeared. No one has seen this calamity, but there is a word in everyone's heart, must die calamity. Mortal culpa means that no one can live for mortal culpa. Death represents death, and the God of Origin represents life. Xuanhuan stared at the mortal god, knowing that once this calamity passed, he would be the God of Origin. At this moment, countless brilliance in the universe gathered on him, even the gods and heavens dimmed at this moment, and the divine power was ending. Suddenly, with a sudden movement, the palm of his hand was huge and powerful, and he flew up directly. His eyes fixed on a strange thing in the death calamity, and he bombarded it fiercely. With his bombardment, the death tribulation actually collapsed, and a person appeared in front of him. #C 1772 All beings, no self. Xuanhuan broke the fatal calamity, and immediately let a person expose his traces. It was the Faceless Man. As expected, he was waiting for Xuanhuan. The face of the Faceless Man was still shrouded in a strange aura, it was empty, and his strength was also extremely strange. He couldn't detect his state, but he possessed extremely deadly power. The faceless man, he really came. As soon as the Lord of Death saw the faceless man, he felt a monstrous chill. The faceless man has reappeared. Does he still want to replicate the way he dealt with the second God Lord that day? But our Majesty is not the second God Lord, but what interests me the most is what is the identity of this faceless man. The powerhouses of the Empire are extremely curious about the faceless man and don't know his origin. I know you will discover that you are not a simple living body, but a strange and wonderful thing condensed by eternal power. Although Xuanhuan was still in the process of breaking through the origin, his eyes were so sharp that he could see through the origins of some faceless people. Everything was under his control, and then he punched the faceless people. This punch already had the power of origin, and the faceless man's body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of dust. The faceless man exploded, said a strong man from the Empire. Wrong. The Lord of Death shouted, he's not dead yet. Immortal, like eternal existence, he doesn't feel like life to me, it seems to be everywhere, similar to some kind of eternal rules. There are too many mysteries in this world, even the most powerful can't explain it clearly. Sure enough, the faceless man appeared in front of Xuanhuan again, as if he hadn't been injured at all before, and couldn't feel his injury. Interesting. Xuanhuan's majestic power, the power of the ruler of heaven and earth, crushed the faceless man again and again in front of him, but reunited again and again, there was no way to completely kill him. Many people are speculating that the faceless man was originally hidden in the mortal calamity, and wanted to launch the mortal blow at the most critical moment of His Majesty, but His Majesty is not the second God Lord, so he would be calculated by him, and his plot was shattered in advance. And seeing such a scene, the faceless man could hardly be killed, he didn't seem like a living being. Can't a faceless man be killed? Many people shouted in shock. In this world, there is no truly immortal existence, even if it is immortal, the power has not reached the level of destroying him, everything will be born and die, this is a fixed number of cycles. The Lord of Death said, even if it is the eternal rule, when the strength completely surpasses it, it can be destroyed. The reason why we cannot be eternal is because we cannot defeat the eternal rule. The faceless man was beaten up by His Majesty again and again, why is he? The powerful empire was puzzled. The faceless man is not a creature, he represents a kind of rule. It seems that Xuanhuan didn't kill the faceless man, but in fact, every time he broke up and reorganized, he was trying to find out the secret of the faceless man. Unusual volatility. After Xuanhuan beat the faceless man to the ground this time, he suddenly felt something unusual about the faceless man. Immediately, he saw the strange aura of the face of the faceless man wriggling, as if trying to reorganize a face. This time is very fast. A Xuanhuan reappeared in front of the powerful empire. He looks very similar to the real Xuanhuan, even the soul breath is completely imitated. Your Majesty, another Your Majesty. The Emperor's powerhouses were stunned. Those two majesties also ruled the world, and they also possessed unparalleled strength in every gesture. Standing together, they couldn't even tell who was real or who was fake. One of them is disguised by a faceless man. The Lord of Death shouted loudly, and he also wondered, what's going on, could it be that the faceless man usurped His Majesty's breath, but with His Majesty's greatness, he is not an ordinary existence, and the faceless man is always just a simulation, and the fake one is fake yes, he will never come true. Damn it, the faceless man dares to pretend to be His Majesty. Kill him, definitely kill him. He is also worthy to become His Majesty. The powerful empire was angry, and their anger burned to the sky. For them, His Majesty is the greatest and sacred, he is inviolable, and in their minds, he must never be desecrated. Now, the actions of the faceless man are blaspheming His Majesty. It became me. Xuanhuan's voice was cold. He and the faceless man faced each other, looking at him as if looking at the same self. He believed that if he was really suppressed by him, the faceless man could even lead the empire for him. It's just a simulated face and a fake breath. The boundless force of birth and death was created in Xuanhuan's pupils. The appearance of this faceless man seemed to be a calamity specially arranged for him. He struck out with the hand of God, and surprisingly, this faceless man also used the hand of God, with the same grandeur. It gave the impression that His Majesty was not fighting the faceless man, but himself. Could this faceless man be a weird demon? There are strong guesses. He is not a demon, but he is something higher than a demon. He was born within the eternal rules. I should already know his essence. Xuanhuan said. He slashed out with his palm again, and the faceless man followed the same way, and even the degree of power fluctuation was the same. This is shocking. What the God Emperor is facing is not a faceless man, but more like an invincible self-fighting. His faceless face is more like a mirror, which can reflect and change the faces of everyone in the world. And now think about it. His Majesty, the God Emperor, is great in the first place. How can he defeat himself? Change of eternal rules. Xuanhuan's terrifying aura erupted, and he grabbed it again, and the faceless man also erupted with the same aura as him. But this time, the result was completely different. The seemingly identical blow was like fighting against the person in the mirror, but Xuanhuan's power erupted with a boundless force of control. The power of this control cannot be exerted by the faceless man. Because Xuanhuan's attack was to control the eternal rules, but he couldn't do it. Immediately, he saw the faceless man pinched by him, and his whole body exploded, and he never reunited. All sentient beings, no self. Xuanhuan Dao explained the origin of the faceless man's weirdness. All living beings are all living beings in the universe, which means that the faceless man can have the faces of all living beings, change into their appearance, their breath, there is no difference. No ego, that is, a faceless person does not have a face of his own. He can change into the appearance of sentient beings, so he doesn't need his own face. This is an eternal rule force. The abilities of the faceless man are indeed weird, and they are also given to him by the eternal power. At this moment, with the explosion of the faceless man, the gods in the universe were swept away by him. He permeates the power of origin, surpasses all Tiao, and controls the invincible power. He has broken through to the realm of the God of Origin. #C 1773 The New Era, the Epic Times. Standing on the top of heaven and earth, Xuanhuan looked down at the eternal sky. On him, the aura of the God of Origin spoke. Each road has a horizontal force across the ages, creating a terrifying vision of the origin of all things, and the cycle of life and death. From this moment, he has finally achieved the seventh realm, the glory of the entire era belongs to him, he has boundless mana in his hands, and he can even end this era ahead of schedule and transition to the next era. God of Origin, understand the power of origin, this is the basis for embarking on the eternal path. And the place where he is the most glorious place. Congratulations God Emperor Achievement Origin. All the people of the empire were screaming at the tsunami. They had already felt the supreme majesty of the God Emperor. His Majesty stood in the sky. He was like a pillar of heaven, suppressing the eternal sky, and the empire was safe. Ding! The host completed the side mission, broke through the God of Origin, and obtained 7 billion vertex points, Advanced God Healing Potion X7, Supernatural Fruit 155072, Advanced Artifact Card, God Tower of Origin X1, God of Origin Pill X7, 3000 The Great Origin Art of the Great Tao, The Gate of Origin X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. Ding! The current side mission has been released, Break through the 8th realm of the original God. Rewards were issued, but at the same time new side missions were also released. Breaking through the 8th realm of the original God? After Xuanhuan became the God of Origin, he had a thorough understanding of the breakthrough of the power of the original gods, and the so-called eighth realm of the original is also the god of origin, but their power is closer to eternity, and it is much more terrifying than the seventh realm. The eight realms are an advancement of the power of origin, a sublimation of origin. Although Xuanhuan has never met the founder of the God realm, he speculates that the founder of the God realm is likely to be the eighth realm, and has even become the strongest person in the ninth realm on the eternal road. He knows. Like the great emperor of the great Tao, Xuanhuan and the others are in the ninth realm, and only the ninth realm can be called the strongest. The eighth level is sublimation, and after the ninth level, it is the ultimate sublimation, making oneself closer to the eternal God body. But he understands better that no matter the eighth realm or the ninth realm, it is only the improvement of his own mana. Just because he cannot achieve eternity, he can only continuously increase the power of his own origin. The essence of my own life still hasn't changed. The eternal gods are the real immortals, the gods who are not subject to any doom. What is after the nine realms? That must be the eternal God, the realm of the eternal God, but there is no real eternal God in the entire eternal road. It seems that the universe does not allow the existence of the eternal God. The existence of the eternal God is the highest challenge to the eternal rules. Even if it is the strongest, it is only the strongest among all the strong, not the eternal strongest, and their existence is only closer to eternity than other strong, but they have not completely reached it. The way of origin leads to the ultimate eternity. Xuanhuan said. The Tower of Origin is a huge tower, which contains the power of origin. It does not look like a tower, but a world of origin, with mountains, rivers, universe, time and space. Put this tower in the eternal road, and it can immediately become a holy land world. This is not an ordinary artifact of origin, but the closest artifact to an eternal artifact. Although there is the Tower of Myriad Worlds, Xuanhuan also intends to use the resources of the Empire to transform it into an origin artifact after its origin, but he will not have too many powerful origin artifacts that can suppress the world. Great Origin Technique, the Gate of Origin. This is a 3000 Taoism, and this Taoism is not the kind of direct attack. The most significant change in the practice of the Great Origin Technique is that it can cultivate a more vast power, which is several times higher than other people in the same realm. What is the concept of this several times higher? This shows that even with the power of the same burning origin, you are several times as long as others, and you can completely suppress the opponent to fight. It seems that there is no rage of direct attack, but in fact this is a very offensive magical power. With his current strength, the skills of all the gods, and his belief in invincibility, he is not afraid of even the strongest, and he can even fight against him. He deserves his name to be the strongest in this era. If the founder of the God realm appeared in front of him, he might not be his opponent. He has not stopped his power at this time. The world is myriad, he is the most brilliant existence in the universe. The era of 33 days should also come to an end completely. Next is the era of empire unification. At the peak of the era, a strongest empire is destined to emerge. Xuanhuan's voice rumbled. This is the Imperial decree, his boundless decree. One word has the power to change the general trend of the universe. Originally, there were yin and yang, world purification, 5 elements, immeasurable, killing, good fortune and other heavens and earths gathered around the heavens of the gods. But as Xuanhuan ruled the era, the origins of the heaven and earth that these heaven and earth suffered disappeared, and their light dimmed. We are not God anymore. The yin and yang gods were all terrified. The greatest god of martial arts did not kill them directly, but as he achieved the origin and dominated the world, he gathered all the luck of the world and ended the dispersion of luck in the 33 days. If they are not gods, their strength is about the same as that of other sixth realms. Although this day had been expected for a long time, when it really came, they still couldn't accept it in their hearts. But they also know that with the current strength of the God Emperor Xuanhuan, if they want to kill them, even if they hide in the heaven of the gods, it will be useless, and they can be killed directly from the air. Compared to the fact that almost all the strong men in the conferred god camp have died, we are considered lucky. Compared with others who were more miserable, they finally found a little comfort. Happiness is sometimes compared. My Wan Dao Tian luck has also disappeared. When the ordinary 33 heavenly luck disappears, it will be the turn of the world opened up by the God of origin. The old Taoist could feel that the luck of heaven and earth was no longer favoring them, but they were all rushing towards Xuanhuan. This is the death of the 33 days. At the beginning of the era, 100 schools of thought contend. In the middle of the era, the strongest forces are united. At the end of the era, everything will disappear. Yi Tianzuan was extremely indifferent. Wan Dao Tian, Wan Motion, Wan Ya Ocean, and Hell Heaven are no longer 33 days. Without the luck of 33 days, they are just ordinary heaven and earth. Only the last heaven of the gods remains. And even if it is the heaven of gods, it is impossible to resist Xuanhuan's control of the luck of the heaven and earth at this moment. In the heaven of gods, the brilliant light of the gods has disappeared, and even the great sun of the gods has dimmed. In the sky of the gods, there is a twilight-like divine light, just like the twilight of the gods, the civilization of the gods has come to an end. All the gods in the god realm will cry, their era is over, and they will reign supreme in the next era, and their brilliance will never be seen again. And in this twilight, they seem to see the existence of the founder of the god realm. The origin of the gods, the pinnacle of the gods, the dusk of the gods. The voice of the founder of the god realm echoed in the heavens of the gods, and he just left this sentence and disappeared. As the voice of the founder of the god realm fell, it indicated that the peak of the god realm had finally come to an end. The era of 33 days has completely come to an end, and it belongs to Xuanhuan, ushering in the era of great unification of the era. #C 1774 New Mainline. The era of 33 days has come to an end. The era of unification, which belongs to the glory of the gods and martial arts, has arrived. In the new era, a new atmosphere has also appeared. The origin of the gods, the splendor of the gods, the twilight of the gods. Xuanhuan felt the three major changes in the gods and heavens, which are the three major processes of the origin, glory, and dusk of the gods, and even the mystery is similar to the three major forces of the past, present, and future of Emperor Fengshen. He gets it. Don't look at the end of the splendor belonging to the god realm, ushering in their twilight, but he knows that the founder of the god realm controls the power of the twilight, and his strength and cultivation base will be even stronger. He does not participate in the changes of the era, but he uses Ragnarok to make himself stronger. What a creator of the god realm! Xuanhuan is wise. He clearly knew that this was also a way for the founder of the god realm to make himself stronger, to deduce the power of the three gods of origin, brilliance, and dusk. It will be difficult to see the twilight of the gods if the new era is not allowed to come. Ding! The host completed the main task, dominated the current century Yuan, obtained 50 billion vertex points, the advanced version of the original God Healing Potion X7, the Supernatural Fruit 155072, the blueprint for creating the Origin Battleship X1, the blueprint for creating the Origin Cannon X1, and the God of Chaos X1, Origin God Pill X7, Life and Death Roulette X1, Era God Seed X1, Dimensional Ancient Emperor's Treasure X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. Ding! The current main line has been released, reaching the end of the Eternal Road. Xuanhuan's main task is completed. Arrived at the end of the Eternal Road? Xuanhuan frowned slightly. What is reaching the end of the Eternal Road, and where is the end of the Eternal Road? Is it the end of the existing Eternal Road, or the real end of the Eternal Road? These are all unknown. But no matter how he guessed, Xuanhuan needed to put it into practice. It doesn't matter, I have to go to the end of the Eternal Road. Without finding the true eternity, the entire road to eternity is a huge cage, which makes people desperate. At this moment, Xuanhuan seemed to see the road of eternity. This world is a prison, how many people are trapped, and they cannot escape forever. The blueprints for making the Origin battleship and the Origin cannon are both advanced versions of the original warships of the Empire. They possess some of the power of the Origin god, which is equivalent to an alternative Origin artifact. However, Xuanhuan also knows that these two kinds of war equipment require a lot of resources, and it is difficult to find so many in the multiverse, so they need to be found in the Eternal Road. It is impossible for the Empire to shrink into the multiverse, and it is inevitable to fight out. The God of Chaos has seen His Majesty. A tall god's mansion seems to have come out of the explosion of chaos. He is extremely tall and controls the power of chaos. This is the strong man rewarded by the system, the God of Chaos. The cultivation base of this chaotic god is also the origin god of the seventh realm. Xuanhuan was not surprised and looked at him calmly. The God of Chaos possesses the power of chaos. Behind him, a huge roulette appeared at this time. It was a roulette of life and death. Its power almost reached the limit of the Origin artifact. The power of life and death created a boundless cycle of reincarnation. Life and death are just a turn of the wheel of life and death. The divine throne of the era is also a special artifact. Its brilliance is eternal and immortal. When a person sits on it, it is as if the infinite light of the era is gathered on his body. The primordial ancestral dragon. Xuanhuan is the only one, his strength is boiling, and the infinite energy of raising his hand has penetrated into the dragon egg. When the time and space are reversed, boom 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 boom. It was the sound of a dragon's heart beating. I give you a new life. Xuanhuan reversed the infinite power. With an extremely strong wave of will, the dragon egg shattered, and a dragon flew out, and then devoured the energy, turning into a huge dragon with a body length of 100,000 feet in the void. The dragon reappears. But this divine dragon is no longer the dragon ancestor. Both the soul and will of Longzhu have been obliterated by Xuanhuan. His dragon soul is newly born, and has no memory of Longzhu. What he instilled is the will to believe in the Empire. This dragon is also the god of Origin. The dragon hovered, and immediately coiled on the Tower of Origin released by Xuanhuan, as if coiled on a sky pillar. At this moment, he was the dragon protecting the country of the Empire. From now on, you will be the dragon of the Empire. As soon as Xuanhuan pointed at the center of Shenlong's brow, the light was like a sea in an instant, the dragon's aura was submerged, and a dragon word that shocked the heavens flashed out between the brows. Xuanhuan nodded. Now that he has become the master of the era, it is a pity that he clearly feels that the remaining time of this era, although it is still very long, will eventually end. The Eternal Road of Empire has just begun. Xuanhuan said. At this time, His Majesty swept across every corner of the multiverse, and he returned to the Empire in one step. Countless strong men were cheering, excited, and welcoming their Majesty. Everything that fell in the previous wars has reappeared in the Empire. Xuanhuan shocked the power of the ages. In the realm of life and death, there are a large number of souls. In the previous war, the Empire also lost a large number of powerful people. They all died fighting for the Empire. Xuanhuan will not let them down and will bring them back to life. A figure appeared. But at the same time, Xuanhuan was also enduring the backlash of the eternal rules, and every bombardment was extremely monstrous, so many falling down. Ordinary Origin gods couldn't bear it, and even died. But Xuanhuan's power is domineering, reversing the cycle of life and death, and provoking the eternal rules. This is an invincible scene. Your Majesty is invincible. This is Xuanhuan's highest feeling for everyone. I'm resurrected. Lord Yunde came back from the dead, sighing with emotion. Xuanhuan looked at the revived people of the Empire. Although he looked relaxed, he also knew that these fallen people would be in trouble when they broke through to a higher level, and it was almost difficult to hit them stronger. Many people will be trapped in the current realm forever, unable to break through. This is worse than death. Resurrection is not omnipotent. Unless you fully control the eternal rules, all influences can be erased. Let's pay homage to God Emperor Xuanhuan, a great existence. And after Xuanhuan broke through the God of origin, people like the Five Elements God and the Infinite God could not pretend to be dead. Instead of going to see Xuanhuan, they came to see him one after another. The founder of the God realm has passed on the decree of the gods. In this era, the gods and martial arts dominate. Although our era is over, the founder of the God realm has also realized the twilight power of the gods. An ancient God Master went to meet the second God Master, who was like an old man. He said, "When dusk comes, all the gods are struggling, and we have to go to see Emperor Xuanhuan. You guys go." The second God was neither sad nor happy. "Aren't you going? I know that Xuanhuan has a special healing potion. No matter if you are seriously injured, you can be cured as long as you take a tube." The second God, "Your avenue is broken. As long as we bow our heads and respect Xuanhuan Lord, it is not a big problem to ask for that potion." The ancient God said, "I don't want to ask him." The second God said, "With the arrival of the new era, the peak existence has been born in this era. He is even stronger than the founder of the God realm, and let me follow the dusk of the gods, I will fade away slowly." "Hey, why are you doing this?" The ancient Divine Master sighed, and did not force the second Divine Master. This was his choice. #C 1775 Empire Development. Divine Martial Arts, the only one in the universe. In this era, the era of martial arts was opened, and it belonged to the Empire and was the ruler. How glorious it is to gather all luck in one empire. See God Emperor. God of the Five Elements, God of Infinity, God of Yin and Yang, God of Purification, God of Slaughter, God of Creation, etc. All the powerhouses of the universe came to meet the ruler of the era, the God of Martial God. They didn't dare to meet Xuanhuan's eyes as they looked at Xuanhuan on the Jiuan God's throne with such arbitrariness. "We are willing to serve the Empire and serve the God Emperor. This is the power of the era ruler." They all surrendered to this power and became citizens of the Empire. Dugushanma and the powerhouses of the gods and heavens also came to express their respect for Xuanhuan. The other party has become the master of the era, so they dare to resist, they can only submit obediently. Xuanhuan left them behind without taking their lives. They did not make a move in the decisive battle, giving them a chance to survive, and at the same time wanted to bring the strong behind them into the empire. Yuan Yu has met the God Emperor. Wan Daotian's people also came, and they also came to see Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't have a deep impression of Wan Daotian's people, except Yi Tianzuan, but this day did not participate in the hegemony, and the real name of that indifferent old Taoist was Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu, Yi Tianzuan. The king of Xuanhuan came to the world and looked at them from the supreme throne, especially Yi Tianzuan. With his current cultivation base, he can easily see through the essence of a person. In Xuanhuan's eyes, Yi Tianzuan is like a cloud of indeterminate energy. The air of nothingness. The God Emperor has become the ruler of the era, and we all belong to this era, so we will serve His Majesty. Yi Tianzuan said at this time. This is the instruction of your Tao ancestor. Xuanhuan said. That's right, Taoism follows nature, and the God Emperor is already the master. Yi Tianzuan said. All the creatures born in this era are my people. Xuanhuan's words are extremely domineering. They are all their subjects. Doesn't that mean that the founder of the God realm, Tao ancestor, Ming, Yao ancestor, and Mo ancestor are all his subjects? Peak controls everything. Yi Tianzuan said, I belong to this era, and I shall serve for His Majesty's eternity. He is willing to be a citizen of the empire. My goal is eternity, and I will lead this era to the peak of eternity. This is the goal of Xuanhuan, the goal of the empire, and the goal of everyone. The struggle for hegemony in this era is over, and Xuanhuan's goal is the ultimate eternal road. We are all for eternity. Yuan Yu, Yi Tianzuan can feel Xuanhuan's arrogance. Looking at Xuanhuan on the throne of Jiyuan God, the power of this emperor can control everything, even Wan Dao will be controlled by them. Yi Tianzuan, it seems that we will obey the fate of Shenwu in the future. Old Daoist Yuan Yu left the imperial palace, looked at Yi Tianzuan from the outside world, and made such a sound. In fact, he also knew that with Xuanhuan's cultivation, a single look was enough to kill them. This is the power of the ruler of the era. Shenwu is terrifying, and he is omniscient in the multiverse. Yi Tianzuan's wheel of secrets is turning, the future of the God Emperor is blank, with infinite possibilities. A blank fate? Yuan Yu was slightly taken aback. That's right, it's just a blank. If there is chaos, it's impossible to calculate, and the blank means that you can't know the future of the God Emperor, let alone the future of the empire. It is very likely that an infinite future will be created. Yi Tianzuan said. The God Emperor is really scary. Old Daoist Yuan Yu saw Xuanhuan with his own eyes this time, but the God Emperor who had already reached the source was even more terrifying than when he saw the Dao ancestor before. He doesn't specialize in any way, but he can control any power. I hope that the God Emperor can become the strongest on the eternal road, and maybe he can really open up a truly eternal road. All the battles are for eternity, and those battles are meaningless if you don't find the real eternity. Yuan Yu is also looking forward to a more magnificent day. And now, Xuanhuan's unrivaled supernatural power swept the entire multiverse. He is the only one in the universe. All living beings such as gods and demons must be directly controlled by the Dao Empire. Shenwu is the strongest and peak power in the multiverse. If you don't join the empire, you won't get resources, and you won't get the benefits of the peak of the era. The glory of the empire swept across every corner of the universe. Xuanhuan made a clear plan for the empire to explore and conquer the eternal road, but he did not do it blindly, but let the empire further repair. The world has changed drastically, and the glory belongs to an empire alone. The war is over, and the empire has temporarily entered a period of stable development. A strong man breaks through, and a world of great prosperity has arrived. He improved the Great Origin technique. The complete Dewanchu is too difficult to practice. All Xuanhuan improved the Yuanyuan method, which is much simpler. Let the people of the empire practice, and after learning it, go on to learn the complete one. The original realm is a road of continuous sublimation, allowing one's own life essence to undergo transformation. Xuanhuan is comprehending the original eighth realm. This kind of transformation requires the sublimation of the mind and the transformation of the material, both of which are indispensable. During the period, Taichu Shinshu came to meet Xuanhuan, hoping that he could use his great power to rescue Tai Tianzuan, who was imprisoned in the 9 layers abyss realm. Xuanhuan calculated with the means of supreme origin that Tai Tianzuan is still alive. And Xuanhuan also told the divine tree of absolute beginning that it is not yet time to really save Tai. He is also very interested in the original place that Tai Tianzuan knows, and it is rumored that there is the possibility of becoming the eternal strongest. He didn't make a move now, not because he was afraid of the 9-layer abyss realm, but because he was worried that he would jump over the wall and do something that would be detrimental to Tai Tianzuan, so it was better not to make a move for the time being. The years are long. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. Because of the changes in the world and the unification of the empire, many strong men have been born in the past 1,000 years, and the traces of the previous wars have also been erased. All kinds of heavenly gods and primitive gods have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and they have appeared more in hundreds of years than in previous billions of years. This all shows that with the arrival of the peak prosperity, cultivation is easier. The peak of the era has quietly fallen. Xuanhuan stared at the luck of this era. As the master, he could feel even the slightest changes. Although the peak luck had only dropped a small amount, it couldn't be hidden from him. This is the eternal cycle of the universe, with peaks and loneliness. Hundreds of years passed. Suddenly, the divine calamity with origin is condensing. The empire was alarmed. This is another strong man who wants to break through the god of origin. And this person is none other than the Lord of Death. Xuanhuan gave him a great opportunity to comprehend the power of the coffin of life and death and the realm of life and death, so as to make up for his origin. Life and death are boundless, life and death cycle, the universe changes. The Lord of Death did not disappoint Xuanhuan. Although he claimed to be dead, he cultivated the power of immortality. After a breakthrough, he went to meet Xuanhuan, but even though he achieved the origin, looking at Xuanhuan, it was an insurmountable eternal mountain. He knew very well that even if he broke through to the origin, the gap with the God Emperor was still extremely large. The God Emperor was able to truly kill the existence of the origin when he was in the sixth realm. How many people can compare in the past, present and future? In an era, there are very few origins that can be born, but in my era, the origins are more than that. Xuanhuan's majestic voice transmitted to the entire universe. #C 1776 Emperor's Era. The Lord of Death became the god of origin. Xuanhuan was not surprised, nor did he disappoint him. The Lord of Death was born at the beginning of this era. Although Ming once suppressed the Lord of Death for a long time, he also wore away his arrogance. At that time, the Lord of Death was very arrogant, and he didn't pay attention to many strong people. Xuanhuan is very satisfied with this. A strong empire needs more strong men. In the 1st century, there were only a few gods of origin, and only a particularly powerful era could give birth to many gods. Among the main reasons, one is that although the era is long, it also has a limit, and the other is the lack of resources, which cannot give birth to more origin gods, and can only supply so few people. Although the god of origin is powerful, he is not invincible in the eternal road. There are even more terrifying existences there, and there is a great possibility of falling. But Xuanhuan needs more gods of origin in his era. His vision is eternity, and on the road to eternity, he will have countless strong men under his command to go with him, sweep away all obstacles on the road of eternity, and fight to the end of the road of eternity. It's not enough to rely on the resources in the universe alone, it must be placed on the eternal road. Xuanhuan said. He also hoped that Lan would break through the god of origin, and with her special ability, be able to breed Zerg races in the 7 realms, and make great contributions to the Empire's war. Today, although he became the ruler of the era, the Eternal Road is a much larger place. Time flies, and thousands of years have passed. Suddenly, an extremely fierce brilliance shot out from the Empire, vast, huge, and the billowing energy was as violent as iron blood, and the destiny of the boundless country was condensed at one point. This is not a breakthrough, but that Xuanhuan's Shenwu sword has been promoted to the original artifact. Shenwu Xinjian possesses the power of heaven and earth sovereign, Shenwu Emperor Dao, and once it reaches the origin artifact, for him, the improvement of strength is incomparable to that of Renyuanjian. His current strength. It is also at the same level as the human emperor back then. This martial arts sword is rooted in the empire, and it represents the pinnacle of the empire's luck. Linger's Chaos God tree has also grown to the point that it can block out the sky, and she has also reached the 6th realm through this. Xuanhuan smiled. Yao Linger is not as sharp as Joyo, but she has the power to control the vitality of all things, just like the goddess of life. But now, he stands on the top of the heaven and earth, looking at the empire with his eyes sweeping across the universe. At this moment, after the war of the empire is over, it is thriving, and it is the most prosperous moment. There is no fighting inside, no chaos. It is necessary to start a war on the eternal road, so that the powerful empire can be tempered. Xuanhuan said. He deeply understands that even the strong on the eternal road cannot enter. This is a cradle that breathes life, which can shelter the creatures of an era from being affected by the eternal road. And now that he is the master of this era, he can make the multiverse his base camp, and he can go to the eternal road to fight unscrupulously. When the century Yuan. Suddenly, on a certain day, a strong voice came in from outside the universe. Who is calling us? The powerhouses of the empire were all calmly cultivating, and suddenly they were affected by this voice, and they all looked up. The Lord of Death found out that he was comprehending the profound meaning of death. Outside the multiverse, there appeared a person, the wave of the god of origin, but he did not belong to this era. This seat is the Holy King Tianyan under the command of the Holy Emperor, representing the era of the Holy Emperor. The voice of this person is also like thunder, rumbling in the universe. The Holy Emperor, the era of the Holy Emperor. Xuanhuan's gaze also spanned time and space at this moment, and he saw the existence of a king like a flame god, with mighty power, speaking to him with aloofness. He had heard of the Holy Emperor, who was once the strongest on the eternal road, who had swept away the Invincible, but at least it hadn't appeared for hundreds of epochs. Today, a holy king unexpectedly came to his universe. He knows that there are so many eras in the eternal road, it is difficult to calculate when the first era started, and so much time has also given birth to a strongest man. Sage King Tianyan. Xuanhuan said. Yes, I came here on behalf of the Holy Emperor, and I see that your era has great potential, so you respect the Holy Emperor's decree, and you lead the strong men of your era to change their beliefs, join the Holy Emperor, and become a part of my emperor. This person used extremely domineering words, as if he was giving an order to let Xuanhuan take the whole era to join him, and he was not allowed to resist and doubt at all. What did he say? It's simply lawless to let the empire take refuge in that holy emperor. How could the empire take refuge in that holy emperor? Our goal is to fight for eternity. We are the masters. The empire is going through a great war, and all the warriors are at the moment when their morale is at its highest. Now that someone wants to ask them to take refuge, how can they accept it in their hearts? The era of the Holy Emperor. Tianzuan appeared. Tianzuan, how much do you know about this Holy Emperor? The Lord of Death asked Tianzuan. I don't know much. The Holy Emperor has not appeared on the Eternal Road for hundreds of epochs. Some people have rumored that he has fallen. But I know that although the Holy Emperor did not show up, the era of the Holy Emperor has not ended. There is a place called the Holy Emperor. In the Imperial continent, there is also a Holy King there. Tianzuan said. You know enough. The Lord of Death said. It's not difficult to deduce what already existed, and I can only know this. The Holy Emperor was once the strongest and the closest to the existence of the eternal gods. I can't deduce this. Tianzuan said. This is your purpose. In the multiverse, Xuanhuan looked at the Tianyan Sage King of the Eternal Road. That's right, it's your honor to be personally decreed by the Holy Emperor to make you a Holy King in the Holy Emperor's era. That day, Yan Xingguang's tone was extremely arrogant, as if this was Xuanhuan's glory. Damn it, how could His Majesty become their Holy King? When the strong men of the Empire heard this, they were almost furious. They didn't know how strong the Holy Emperor was, but in their eyes, His Majesty was invincible, the belief of the Emperor. If His Majesty becomes the Holy King, it would be a humiliation to him. Don't think that becoming a Holy King is a humiliation to you. My Holy Emperor's era is so powerful. Although you are the master of an era, the Holy Emperor is so powerful that no matter how many eras the master wants to become the Holy King of my era. Tianyan Sage Emperor talked eloquently, with arrogance in his words, thinking that it was a great favor to give Xuanhuan the title of Sage King. Facing his words, Xuanhuan was too lazy to talk to him. The Lord of Death said indifferently, "The most powerful ones have become a thing of the past. I'm afraid it will be difficult for your Holy Emperor to reappear." Ha 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 ha, do you really think that the Holy Emperor has fallen? The Holy Emperor has already comprehended the profound meaning of eternity, the most powerful person on the eternal road. You don't understand the power of the Holy Emperor at all. Tianyan Xinhuang laughed loudly. In a word, when Shijiyuan people, would you like to join my Sage Emperor's era? #C1777 Angry. Arrogant, condescending, contemptuous, dismissive. This is the greatest feeling Tianyan Xinhuang gave to all the people in the empire. Relying on the fact that he came from the era of the Sage King, he has a unique arrogance, and looks down on the strong men of the Xuanhuan era, and does not take them seriously. In his tone, it seems that giving Xuanhuan the status of a holy king is a blessing that he can't cultivate in several lifetimes. The greatest honor in his life is the greatest gift, and he should be grateful for Dade's acceptance. The Holy Emperor, who used to be the strongest, is not dead yet. Xuanhuan, who was in the empire, was not too surprised when he sat on his throne of the God of Era. In each era, countless strong men have been born. These strongest men are the ones who are said to be the closest to eternity, and their magic power runs through countless eras. When Xuanhuan arrived at the God of Origin, he knew more. The strength of the most powerful people may have eternal souls, but in the road of eternity, the restrictions of eternal rules cannot be truly eternal. He understands that even if the Holy Emperor is not dead, he cannot appear casually, otherwise he will be killed by the eternal rules, and he is fighting against the obliteration of the rules at a huge price. Although the Holy Emperor did not show up, he left behind his own Holy Emperor continent, a strong man in the Holy Emperor era, running through the epic of civilization. Have you considered it? This is the greatest opportunity. Once you join our Holy Emperor's era, countless powerful people in our Holy Emperor's continent will give you endless resources, allowing you to push the civilization of this era to its peak. Seeing that Xuanhuan ignored him, the Holy King Tianyan was also a little angry, and said again, "Indeed, the era of the Holy Emperor has existed for too long. Even if the Holy Emperor couldn't appear casually, he still left behind a huge force, and taking refuge in them was like having a huge backer behind him. If you refuse to join my age of the Holy Emperor, your era will not be able to develop any longer. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you hide in the multiverse, but one day you will go to the Eternal Road. Yes, we will destroy you easily." The Tianyan Sage King's patience is getting worse, and his tone is getting colder and harsher. If you go against the will of the great sacred emperor, you will all be wiped out. Option 1. Agree to merge into the Holy Emperor era, get 2 million vertex points, random origin God Pill X1. Option 2. Ignore the Holy King of Flame, deal with it indifferently, get 2 million vertex points, and get a random fetish X1. Choice 3. Kill the Holy King of Tianyan, defend the majesty of the Emperor, get 2 million vertex points, and a random origin artifact X1. The system chooses now. Our Majesty is already angry. The Lord of Death looked at the radiant and imposing God Emperor, and knew that His Majesty was already angry. He understood that His Majesty's methods were cruel and ruthless, and there would be absolutely no compromise. Your Majesty is not easy to provoke, he is very cold-hearted. He is ready to act for the Emperor. What if I refuse? Xuanhuan's voice rumbled over. Haha, of course you have the right to refuse, but you can't bear the price. Be careful that the entire era will be wiped out because of your wrong choice, and countless lives will die because of you. The tone of the Holy King Tianyan seemed to be giving an ultimatum to Xuanhuan. Your Majesty is angry. In the multiverse, the powerful empire is also burning with anger. Chaos, this person disgusts me, I will kill him. Xuanhuan ordered. Chaos? The Lord of Death was stunned. He thought His Majesty would let him do it. Who is this Chaos? He knew that there was a Lord of Chaos in the sky of the gods, but how could the Lord of Chaos be the opponent of Origin God? Just when he was puzzled, a tall and burly divine mansion, like the god of creation, walked out directly, and the billowing chaotic power spurted away, and arrived in front of the Holy King of Tianyan at an extremely fast speed. You still want to kill me? This day, the Yan Sage King saw a god of Origin killing him, and he was not afraid. He is also the residence of the god of Origin, so how could he be afraid? He collided violently with the Chaos god. The god of Chaos has no expression on his face, and when he strikes, he is like thunder and fury. The god of Chaos punches out, constantly creating and destroying the world, majestic, playing the highest mystery of chaos, just like the master of chaos. The empire still has origin gods. The Lord of Death was shocked. He felt that he didn't know where the limit of the empire was. Where did this god of origin come from? Flying out of the empire meant that it belonged to Shijiyuan. But he knew that it definitely wasn't during the war with the conferred gods, otherwise it would have appeared long ago. It should have appeared after the empire dominated the universe. And when he saw Chaos God's shot, with that kind of momentum, the Lord of Death knew that he was definitely not an opponent in a head-on collision, but he was not good at head-to-head confrontation. And His Majesty let the God of Chaos appear to let the people of the Empire see the strength of the Empire. He secretly said, "The Emperor's heart is hard to fathom. His Majesty let Chaos take action, and I'm afraid it's also deterring me. However, I belong to this era after all." And at this time, under the repeated attacks of Chaos God, Tianyan Sage King was surprised to find that he was not his opponent. What a strong opponent! No wonder the Holy Emperor wants to merge this era into my Holy Emperor's era. It is indeed of great value. The Holy King Tianyan knew that although there were many eras, not every era would be so powerful. He roared loudly, shrouded in flames that burned the sky and destroyed the world. His whole body was like countless lava volcanoes erupting. With the power of origin, he exerted the power of the flames to the extreme. This is the strength of the origin god. However, the Lord of Death could tell that the sage King Yan was not weak, but he was still not as good as Emperor Fengshen. Chaos God punched him. He was tall and stalwart, created a chaotic world, enveloped Tianyan's sacred king in an instant, and then surged, as if creating a big bang in the universe. With a bang, Tianyan's sacred king was blown out. He was dripping with blood, and the blow just now had caused great damage to him. Before he could react, the Chaos God punched him again, and the chaos force of the explosion knocked him to the ground, and then trampled on his body with a chaos foot. The God of Chaos is too strong, completely crushing the sacred King Tianyan. How can there be such a powerful strong man? The Holy King of Tianyan was frightened, and it was the greatest humiliation for him to be stepped on by the Chaos God. He roared, "You are so audacious, you dare to attack the envoy of the Holy Emperor." The Chaos God didn't return him, and when he made a move, it was a force that shook the heavens. His huge fist hit Tianyan's Sage King's face at once, crackling, and the chaotic light shook, hitting Tianyan's sacred king without the strength to fight back. The God of Chaos performed the chaos destruction once again, severely injuring the Holy King of Tianyan. "This time it's you who are ruthless." Sage King Tianyan was angry, but he also knew that he was not an opponent, but he was not afraid. Even if he was not an opponent of the Chaos God, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Just when he was about to escape, Chu Yuan moved his palm, and the fierce and fiery brilliance, the martial arts sword slashed out of the universe. Stealing fragrance. #C1778 Terrifying killing. He's going to kill me. Seeing the Shenwu Xinjian coming to kill him, and a great will grasping the sword to kill him, the body of Tianyan's sacred king froze. Although the power of the Shenwu Xinjian is extremely hot, his soul is icy cold, and the bone-piercing chill emerges from his feet. The power of this sword has exceeded the limit he can bear. He didn't dare to resist, so he was about to run away. Die. This dead word forms an imperial decree. Eternal emptiness, terrifying murderous aura swept across, like the emperor's anger. The holy king of Tianyan couldn't escape at all, his body split open, and the boundless power crazily killed his origin. You can't kill me. This king is the original existence. I will be resurrected in the Holy Emperor continent. If you dare to kill the envoy of the Holy Emperor, a powerful holy king, it is the greatest death penalty. You are already dead. The moment his body was completely shattered, this holy king made a roaring sound. He cannot die, and he will reappear again. Boom! His entire divine body was shattered. At the moment when he was broken, in the deepest part of the Eternal Road, there was a huge continent, extremely huge, where there were blooming flowers, numerous cities, and countless figures. This is the Saint Emperor continent. The world opened up by the Holy Emperor. In an ancient holy palace, at the same time, a figure with a weak breath emerged. Fortunately, I left my blood of origin of rebirth in the Holy Emperor continent. Even a drop of blood can be reborn. I am immortal. There is a powerful Holy Emperor era behind me. On this day, the Flame King reappeared. Rebirth with a drop of blood is also the ability of the Origin God. Although he is extremely weak at the moment, even the Sixth Realm can kill him, but he has no such scruples in the Holy Emperor continent. My lords, I. As soon as he uttered these words, boundless horror appeared on his face. Die. 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 Soul-stirring voice. The will to kill everything, an unknown force did not know what method was used, crossing time and space, killing with a single sword, the new body evolved from this drop of blood instantly shattered. Even the divine blood of origin left in other places was destroyed in an instant. Tianyan is dead. The fall of the heavenly flame sage king swept through a boundless storm in the sacred emperor continent in an instant. Who killed Tianyan? He left his blood of rebirth in the holy emperor continent, and there are still people who can cross time and space to obliterate him. Could it be that it was done by the strongest, who realized the power of fate in time and space? These holy kings were terrified. It is a very powerful means of time and space, the art of searching for the soul, the combination of time and space and soul. Sacred King Tianyan went to Shijiyuan to recruit the master of that Shijiyuan. It is very likely that he killed him. Humane. Then when Shiji Yuan was already so strong? If he could kill Tianyan completely, what kind of existence is that against the sky? This era cannot be treated with common sense. It is said that an extremely powerful man will be born. Hateful. The Holy Emperor continent was furious, but they had no choice but to take Dang Xiuan, not to mention them. Even if Sage Emperor reappeared, it would be impossible to enter Dang Xiuan. This is like a balance created by eternal rules. At this time, within the empire, the Flame Sage King died that day, separated by endless time and space. All wills were wiped out, his majesty broke through to the seventh realm, and his mana is beyond calculation. The Lord of Death is extremely sensitive to the forces of life and death. He has felt it. Idiot, just because he came from the era of the Holy Emperor, he came to provoke the God Emperor. He also secretly said. Chaos God stood beside Chu Yuan again, like an ancient giant god, the guardian of the empire. Eternal Empire. The people of the empire once again erupted with the sound of mountains and tsunamis. Now there are so many strong people in their empire. His Majesty is the seventh realm, and there are also the Lord of Death, Chaos God, and the primordial ancestral dragon, three major seven realms. This counts as the four origin gods. After Chu Yuan broke through to the god of origin, his various methods have been greatly improved. On this day, the Holy King of Yin thought that he could be reborn by leaving the blood of the god of origin. But he mastered time and space, exterminated souls, and wiped out everything about him by controlling fate. After Tianyan's sage king was beheaded, he was directly sacrificed to the pill furnace and promoted to a primitive artifact. Xuanhuan looked indifferently at the alchemy furnace after the promotion. He could start refining the primordial alchemy, but if he wanted to be promoted to an epic artifact, he might have to sacrifice more origin gods. This heavenly flamed sage king came here to give him experience. He doesn't care about the age of the Holy Emperor. Now that he has become the god of origin, his eyes are all on the struggle for hegemony on the road to eternity, the real eternity. Restricted by eternal rules, his base camp is impenetrable, and he is not afraid of any threats and blows. Ding! The host completed choice 3, obtained 2 million vertex points, and a random origin artifact, the flame-burning ring X1. This is a top-grade artifact of origin, and Xuanhuan intends to hand it over to God Xingyang. He has made great contributions to the battle against the conferred god, and the Lian burning sky ring is suitable for him. Xuanhuan hopes that he can become the god of origin. Era of the Holy Emperor. It was the Lord of Hongmeng Palace who came. In the prosperous world, although he was not the strongest of the Xuanhuan Empire, he also received great benefits and broke through to the 6th realm. This era of the Holy Emperor wants to let the Emperor join, but also hope that the Emperor can strengthen the power of the era of the Holy Emperor and continue to maintain it. After all, it is difficult for their Holy Emperor to appear. The Lord of Hongmeng Mansion said, "Your primordial master may be difficult to reproduce for some reason." Xuanhuan naturally understood. It is difficult for the Holy Emperor to interfere with the matter of the Eternal Road. He does not know what method he used to make himself survive the eternal calamity again and again, but he also has to pay a huge price. It was difficult for him to appear, but he left the Holy Emperor continent, and the Holy Emperor era needed a lot of strong people to maintain it. The Lord of Primordial Mist is a powerful man older than the Holy Emperor, and he has comprehended some eternal mysteries. He must also use secret methods to keep himself alive. Yes, it is indeed difficult to reproduce the Lord of Primordial Origin. The master of Hongmeng Palace said frankly, "I am the envoy of the Lord of Hongmeng, and my purpose is only to spread the way of Hongmeng, and I will not interfere with the battles in the era. After this era is over, I will also leave with people from Hongmeng Academy. At that time, other primordial envoys will come to pick me up." He belongs to this era, but not to the Shenwu Empire. Xuanhuan also acquiesced in his preaching in the universe. Anyway, in his territory, no matter how he preached, in a highly unified empire, no one would betray the empire. This is also the helplessness of Palace Master Hongmeng. And keeping him is also because the Master of Primordial Spirit behind him may be useful at any time. "I will not join any era," Xuanhuan said lightly. "I know that the God Emperor is for the eternity of the Empire." The Master of Hongmeng Palace smiled and said, "In the Hongmeng era, we are willing to form a friendly relationship with the God Emperor." In the era of the Holy Emperor, there was the Holy Emperor continent. In my Hongmeng era, there was also the Hongmeng continent. On the Hongmeng continent, there is also the Hongmeng University, which is located in the depths of the Eternal Road. Hongmeng Academy welcomes His Majesty's visit. #C 1779, the Tomb of the God of the Temple, the same as 1. Hongmeng Continent, Hongmeng Academy. Xuanhuan nodded and said, "I already know." He is a very pragmatic person, as long as he will do anything that is beneficial to him. "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" asked the Lord of the Sky. "The Empire can't be limited to the multiverse, we must make further plans, and focus on the Eternal Road, but before that, there is one more thing to deal with, call the powerful Empire. Let's go to the original gods, open the era tomb." Chu Yuan's attention has been put on Ji Yuan's tomb. This era tomb has entered the multiverse due to the power of the founders of the God realm. It has existed for a long time, and now Chu Yuan is going to completely open it. Enter the tomb of the era god. When the powerhouses of the empire gathered and knew that the God Emperor was going to open the tomb of the era, they were also shocked. They had explored this tomb of the god before, but they returned without success. It was very dangerous there. Of course, the strength of the empire now is not the same as it was then. Chu Yuan led many strong men to the tomb of the era in an instant. Looking at this gloomy and huge graveyard, it was buried in a place of an era. The decisive battle between him and Fengshen did not destroy this place that day. His eyes pierced the sky. He knew that there were two major relics in the era tomb. One is the Yinling Temple, and the other is a tomb of God. Chu Yuan knew a lot about the god's tomb. There were guardian tombs there, guarding the strongest being. At this time, the tomb of Ji Yuan was shrouded in mist, but Chu Yuan's eyes were shattered by endless time and space. The mysteries that could not be seen before were all pierced in his eyes now, without any secrets. Your Majesty, what should we do? The tomb of the era has two relics, the temple and the tomb. The Lord of Death could feel the strangeness of this place. Yi Tianzuan. What do you think? Chu Yuan suddenly looked at Yi Tianzuan. Yi Tianzuan said, although the two relics exist in different forms, they both have Xions. In my eyes, this place is very interesting. I am afraid that a Xion was buried. He wanted to make himself immortal in some way, reborn again, but he appeared in the multiverse, his rebirth is impossible. He added again, I am afraid that these two ruins belong to the same person. You see through enough. Chu Yuan said. The God Emperor has seen through more than me, and His Majesty has also known the true mystery of the era tomb. Yi Tianzuan said. He used a special calculation method to calculate the situation in the tomb of the era, but their God Emperor was different. He used the strongest method to directly see through the secrets of the tomb of the era. Any calculation is vulnerable to the strongest strength. You will be the next origin god in the multiverse. Chu Yuan looked at Yi Tianzuan with deep eyes. He doesn't like fighting and behaves very low-key, but Chu Yuan can see through his essence, and he is very close to the god of origin. Yi Tianzuan was caught by Chu Yuan's gaze, and he felt that his illusory power of fate was solidified, and he was controlled by a greater power. Even my own destiny calculations can't work, and the Wheel of Secrets is interrupted. He wanted to speak, but Chu Yuan said, but as long as you serve the Empire, I will not pry into your secrets. I have only one purpose, the Empire is eternal. Lord of Death, you lead some strong men to flatten the Yinling Temple for me, and God of Chaos, you go and open the Tomb of God, I will reveal all the secrets of the Tomb of the Era today. Chu Yuan ordered immediately. The soul of the Lord of Death is extremely powerful, and it is most suitable for him to deal with the weirder ghost temples. Chaos God's frontal combat power is unparalleled. Of course, with Chu Yuan's current strength, if he slaps down, countless relics will be destroyed, just push horizontally. But he didn't do that. He can do everything that can't be done, and the strong in the Empire also have to get experience. This is the experience Chu Yuan gave them. The two gods of origin led a large number of powerful soldiers in two directions in an instant, and pushed them across. Among the people present, there were some people who went in to explore the Tomb of the Era when it first appeared. At that time, they were walking on thin ice, cautiously, for fear of being killed by unknown dangers. But now, the Empire pushed across with the strongest strength. They felt boundless joy. This is the strength of the Empire. He only saw the stranging gods attack and killing from the Lord of Death, but he was not afraid at all. The strength of the origin god was stimulated, and the Yin gods could only collapse in front of him. The Chaos God was unparalleled in combat power. Drowned by the aura of chaos, the guardian tombs burst open, and the buried powerhouses walked out. But under the submersion of the Imperial army, they were all blown up. This Chaos God seems to have appeared out of thin air, and the means of the God Emperor are endless. Xuanhuan was standing next to Xuanhuan, and the God Emperor stood there quietly. He knew that even if he broke through to the origin, he would never be able to calculate Xuanhuan. Following the mysterious and unknown existence, there is hope for eternity. He didn't think too much about it. Xuanhuan looked down at the tomb of Xuanhuan. Once the strong men of the empire made a move, they were extremely powerful. All the ruins were shattered, one temple after another was blown up, and each guardian tomb was destroyed. There was no way to stop the empire's footsteps. The eternity and immortality of my era. Breaking the eternity of my era will receive the cruelest curse, your blood and bones, your civilization will decay and become the power of my era. I want you to die. There are voices coming from the Yinling temple and the god's tomb at the same time. The powerhouse who has fallen has left his power here with some weird means. Even if you were the strongest in your lifetime, that is your past. The Lord of Death brought people to the last ghost temple. This temple is deadly, with a power to exterminate souls and strip flesh and blood, but the Lord of Death stands here without fear. And Chaos God also stood outside the tomb of God. Break them. There is nothing to say. A death weapon appeared in the hands of the Lord of Death, and the domain of death suddenly expanded. As for the Chaos God, a Chaos God weapon also appeared and bombarded the tomb of God. They won't go in foolishly, but just blast away from the outside world. Of course, they know that temples and tombs contain peerless weirdness, and breaking them by force will cause great trouble. However, they don't care at all. Your Majesty is here, and their task is to sweep out all the weirdness here. At the moment when the Death God soldier was killed, although the temple was reinforced by special means, it still appeared very fragile in the face of the power of the Origin God, and all collapsed. The Yinling temple exploded, and an ancient statue appeared inside. The color was colorful, as if it was some kind of burial device. Under the power of the Chaos God, the tomb of the gods also collapsed layer by layer. The tomb was broken open, and a coffin was seen. Statues and coffins of blood. Everyone felt the powerful and strange power from these two objects. The Yin God and the God corpse all come from the same body. Xuanhuan looked at the two ruins, and he had seen through everything. #C1780 Look up. Shoot. The Lord of Death and the God of Chaos shot at the same time. When the original divine power of the two exploded on the Yin God and the blood coffin respectively, there was a terrifying change, and the blood of the Yin God immediately flowed out, bright and thick, strange and coquettish. And the inside of the divine coffin was also blasted open, the power of extinction soared into the sky, and a terrifying force surged out, and there unexpectedly appeared a tall corpse inside. The corpse was covered with a blood-black shroud, completely enveloping his body. Boom! The corpse revived and slashed at the Chaos God with a palm. Although the Chaos God was not afraid, but the moment he fought against the corpse, his strength was collapsed layer by layer, directly breaking his Chaos God power, and slashed at the Chaos God. The Chaos God was thrown out, a palm mark appeared on his chest, and the blood he bled turned black, stained with a layer of dead gray. The Chaos God also fought back, and when his power hit the god's corpse, the shroud seemed to become an extremely strong defensive artifact, making his chaos divine power ineffective. The Yin God is like blood-stained, extremely monstrous, and his will turns into a bloody storm and sweeps wildly. When the God of Death fought against him, he suffered a lot. If he was not the God of Origin who is good at the way of the soul, he would definitely not be able to hold on to the will of the fight. What a powerful force. His cultivation base is much stronger than mine. I am definitely no match for him in the soul fight. This is the strength that can only be possessed by the strongest in the ninth realm. His gaze immediately turned to Chaos God, and he suffered a great loss. Could it be that the Yin God and the Divine Corpse are both the strongest in the ninth realm? The Lord of Death exclaimed. The original ninth realm, sublimated to the extreme, is the most powerful person with terrifying strength on the road to eternity. It's not that there are two ninth realm statues, god corpses, and Yin gods. When the most powerful man fell, he built his own tomb. His soul turned into Yin gods, and his body turned into god corpses, and they were buried in two places. It was Xuanhuan's voice. He is mysterious. A mighty, vast force revived. He stood here, looking at the Yin god and the corpse, with a look of control on his face. With a wave of his hand, a storm that swept across the sky hit the corpse. The god corpse showed extremely powerful strength when dealing with the Chaos God, but in front of Xuanhuan, he was shocked again and again. Bloody's mind and soul suddenly eroded towards Xuanhuan, wanting to absorb his soul and seize his power. Xuanhuan stood still, with a great soul skill, he grabbed it with the palm of the hand of the soul, and the Yin God blasted, and the blood outside was blasted away again and again, but more blood flowed out. His eyes swept away again, knowing that there are many funeral objects here, and this supreme man buried him with him for an era before falling. I want to die and come back to life, but it's a pity that you went to the multiverse, and you even met me. These are all dead existences, the reason why they can still act is the unwilling will, not the real life, so they are not restricted by the eternal rules. With a push with both hands, the monstrous divine fire, suppressed by the oven of heaven and earth, burst out. Boom, the billowing vitality exploded at once. The Lord of Death also felt emotional when he saw it. It was difficult for him to face one of them, but His Majesty completely controlled the situation when dealing with the two. They are both gods of origin, but the gap in strength is too great. Two destructive forces also erupted. Resurrected to life. With a strange force, the Yin God disappeared, and his soul was injected into the corpse of the god, as if he had returned to his original position. God and himself were one. The shroud on his body was also unfurled, a bloody cloak covered with dense runes, and at this moment also revealed his true face, a majestic middle-aged man. He has flesh and blood, and his breath is ancient, as if he is not dead, and he is still living in this world. When he is one with God and himself, it means that his layout has failed, and he has no chance of resurrection, and at this time, his killing mode of bloody revenge will start. His thoughts erupted crazily, and he was talking about dying. His power was released monstrously, and the bloody brilliance swept the entire world. As the most powerful person, even if he was dead. The strength is also extremely terrifying, capable of slaughtering an era. Not good, the power of this god corpse has completely exploded, and his power is even comparable to the real powerhouse. The Lord of Death knows this terrifying force best. Don't worry, His Majesty has everything under control. Tianzuan was very calm. Xuanhuan looked at the eruption of the god corpse, and he was very calm. He struck the universe, and the great origin technique provided him with an incomparably solid foundation, and the god corpse also retreated again and again in the attack of his power. Although Your Majesty is still in the seventh realm, Your Majesty's combat power is already comparable to the strongest. In the multiverse, Your Majesty is invincible. Tianzuan said again. Your Majesty is already so terrifying. They can only look up and admire the Lord of Death. This kind of strength is difficult even for the founder of the God realm. His Majesty's strength represents the pinnacle of this era. The god corpse waved his hands, and made violent killing moves again and again. Endless death was shrouded, and the tomb of the entire era was exploding, and the burst of vitality seemed to drown Xuanhuan. If it is on the road of eternity, the god corpse can explode with stronger strength. However, in the multiverse, Xuanhuan is the strongest. At this moment, his own light spread like an eternal scorching sun. He covered the universe with his big hands, covered the sky with one hand, and suppressed the god corpse with one hand. Under the shroud of his power, the god corpse also attacked again and again, causing the universe to vibrate. However, he has already fallen after all, but he is fighting with the power of his body. How can he compete with a strong man like Xuanhuan, who is at the pinnacle of strength? His power is constantly released. The tombs of the entire era are collapsing continuously, and each collapse will burst into a burst of vitality. These vitality were originally black and polluted energy, but under Xuanhuan's transformation, they turned into a pure color, which became suitable for cultivation and absorption. That divine corpse is also the greatest treasure. Although he has lost his life, he is the strongest after all, and Xuanhuan also thoroughly refined him. The whole god corpse seemed to have transformed into a feather, swaying bright spots of light, descending on all parts of the universe. As Xuanhuan decomposed the energy of the era tomb, the entire universe was full of energy, which was once again pushed to its peak by him. I believe that in the next period of time, the Empire will usher in another wave of development and heyday. Okay, very good, the tomb of the era was smashed by me, and I used stronger means to reverse it and turn it into an energy suitable for cultivation. Energy is not infinite, it is limited. Xuanhuan smashed into the tomb of the refining era, and his eyes swept, but what are the founders of the god realm planning in the eternal road? But I know that they have a greater purpose. He waved his hand, and at this moment, a funeral object fell into his hand, which looked like a book. #C1781, The Age of Books, the Book of Disasters. This is an ancient black book, the cover is vicissitudes of life, and there is an aura of the ages, it has gone through an unknown amount of time. With a wave of his hand, Xuanhuan opened the book, and found that there were not individual characters recorded inside. On the first page, he saw a collapsing world, with howling winds and thunder, and the world was being destroyed everywhere. The world collapses, the end comes, and the disaster destroys the world. Xuanhuan looked at the book, and his conscious soul seemed to have entered a doomsday world. He continued to read, and each page recorded various disasters. Countless people struggled in the disasters and were finally destroyed by the disasters. The main theme of the whole book is disasters. This is not an ordinary book, but a book of disasters that records countless disasters. Doomsday natural disasters, 3 disasters and 9 disasters, 5 declines of heaven and man, and so on. He exerted a little force, and the book didn't collapse, and it was stronger than many origin artifacts. He suddenly looked at Tianzuan and said, Tianzuan, it seems that you already know the origin of this book. I know. Tianzuan calculated, if I'm not wrong, this is a disaster book, which records all kinds of disasters, and it is a book in His Majesty's hand, but in fact it is the body of a strong man, it is the deity left behind. The body of the strong man, his deity? The Lord of Death asked curiously. He is right. This is the deity of a strong man. He is going to say that it is not a deity of a strong man, but a kind of inheritance. Xuanhuan Dao, Tianzuan, go on. Tianzuan continued, he knew that His Majesty had seen through the essence of the disaster book, let him tell it. The Divine Book of Disasters, a book condensed from countless eras and endless disasters, and he comes from an era called books. Tianzuan said. The Age of Books? The Age of Knowledge, I've heard of it. According to the Book of Enlightenment, his body is a book. The ancestor of the Age of Books is called the Eternal Divine Book. He is extremely powerful and extremely ancient. He is the agglomeration of all knowledge and the recorder of the epic of the era. Since he was born, he has been recording all kinds of knowledge. Tianzuan said. Book ancestor, Eternal Divine Book. Xuanhuan nodded to them. Of course, the ancestor of the book is not the real eternity, but if he dares to call himself the Eternal God Book, he can know that his means are very strong, and he has too much knowledge, which records the magnificent history of the era. The Disaster God book is just one of the books. There are other books, such as the Book of God, the Book of Demons, and the Book of Tiao. Each book either absorbs certain civilizations or infinite Taoism. Tianzuan said, "The disaster book in your Majesty's hands once gave birth to a powerful strong man, but that strong man also fell." Although the origin God can live for a long time, it is not without limit, unless it is an existence like the Holy Emperor or the Lord of Primordial Origin, who can use his own way to survive the eternal calamity again and again. But their kind of survival is also lingering, just alive, and will die when encountering a greater calamity. Although the God's mansion inside the Disaster God's book is extinct, his knowledge of the disaster is still there, so he can continue to absorb the power of the disaster, reborn a new God's mansion, and continue to control the book. Xuanhuan stared at the interior of the disaster book, and he could faintly see the brilliance of the divine mansion. But this kind of recovery, the God died before, even if it is born again, it will be a new soul. The soul is the essence, and the body is not so important. It is another person. The Lord of Death. Books are the condensed form of knowledge. For books, the most important thing is knowledge. Every time the God's mansion reappears, it is equivalent to the growth of knowledge, which will allow them to absorb more knowledge. It is a different kind of eternal life. Tianzuan explained. Books exist in the eternal world, and they absorb the knowledge of each era, which is a different kind of immortality. For eternity, and even prolonging one's own life, there are really all kinds of methods in this world. The Lord of Death sighed. He is not the same, he is also a person who is a genius in this era. If he practiced other ways of origin, he would have been a god of origin early in the era. But he chose the way of death, and then comprehended the meaning of life. This road is very difficult, but it will also make him stronger and live better than others. Let this divine book of disasters give birth to a new divine mansion in the empire. Xuanhuan said, "There is no new god in the Disaster God book yet. Once there is a new god, the power of disaster will explode completely. What Xuanhuan has to do now is to instill the faith of the empire in him. It's time." Xuanhuan looked around and began to hold an imperial meeting. Towering and tall, emitting bright energy everywhere, in the hall of divine martial arts, with the spirit of martial arts, all strong men gathered together. There are a lot of powerful people in this imperial meeting, the god of chaos, the lord of death, the great desolate ancestral dragon, the three great seventh realm, and a six-level powerhouse, all of which gathered the strongest essence of the empire. My emperor is eternal. The powerhouses all looked at the god of martial god, who was the highest god. He radiates infinite light, leading an era to its peak. Putting such strength on the eternal road is also an overlord, especially their god emperor, who is even more unfathomable. Although the empire has become the master of the era, our battles have not stopped. The multiverse is the base camp of the empire, the most indestructible base camp, and what we have to do now is to set our sights on the road to eternity. Xuanhuan looked at the empire. The world is peaceful, and there is peace everywhere. There is no fighting inside, and the laws of the empire maintain peace, but this peace makes the people of the empire feel a sense of slack, without the urgency they had before. This is very bad for the development of an era. Although war is cruel, it is also necessary. Without the oppression of foreign dangers, the empire will soon degenerate and lose the spirit of striving for progress and being brave and fearless. Empire, there are signs now. Without pressure, there is no motivation, which is not good. Tianzuan is equivalent to the think tank of Xuanhuan, the great wise man of the empire. He also saw this drawback and said, "The master of an era is just the beginning of the eternal road." The eternal road is endless, and it is difficult to calculate how many eras there are in the cycle. This time, the empire is eternal, and a truly eternal road has been opened up, and we must fight it out. The biggest advantage of the Empire is that we are in the multiverse. No matter what we do on the road to eternity, we don't have to worry about it. We can let go and do it. Try to make the Empire stronger and give birth to more before the end of an era. The original God, even the origin God. Xuanhuan said. Many powerful people deeply agree with his words. Only the primordial God survived to the next epoch. And the multiverse is equivalent to a cradle that breeds the strong. Compared with so many epochs on the eternal road, time is very short. But there is one advantage: in the current era, it is easier to practice and get twice the result with half the effort. The main reason is that the era has released an energy of the eternal era that is more suitable for cultivation. Although there is still hope for them to break through in the next era, it will be more difficult. Therefore, I decided to send strong men to the eternal road to open up the eternal road of the Empire. #C1782 Marching into Eternity, Vanguard. Now that there is no war in the multiverse, regardless of the prosperity of the Empire, strong people have sprung up like mushrooms, but Xuanhuan knows that development has also entered a slow stagnation. The current outbreak is just because of the previous dividends. In the past, when heaven and earth were fighting, everyone's spirit was different. Today, the Empire has bred a large number of new populations. These newborns have not experienced the previous wars. As soon as they were born, they were shrouded in the glory of the Empire's unification. How could they have the years of tempering experienced by the previous batch of creatures? He understands very well that this is extremely bad, and it is not good for the development of the Empire. Since there is no war in the multiverse, the only way to lead the war to the eternal road is to become a bigger battlefield there. Yes, go to the eternal road. The Lord of Death said immediately. He wants to open the flower of his death on the road of eternity. Your Majesty, please order. Chaos God. The road to eternity is dangerous. Unlike the multiverse, the Empire's plan has to be divided into multiple steps. Chaos, death, and dragons. Your three origins lead the powerful Empire to the road to eternity. Act together to collect resources for the Empire. This intelligence prepares the Empire to carve its own eternal path. Xuanhuan said. Lord of Death, they all nodded. They are not blindly arrogant. They know that there are many origin gods of the eternal road, which have been accumulated over a long period of time. Although they are not weak, they still have to be careful there. Only the original gods have the qualifications to enter the eternal road, and it is only the qualifications. The magnificence there and the battles there will inevitably inspire the people of the Empire to practice hard. And those who have reached the sixth realm have long been eager for this realm. At this moment, the blood of the Empire suddenly came alive, and the pressure from all the people came again, understanding that the multiverse is just a starting point. The eternal road is their ultimate goal. Xuanhuan suddenly said, Your Majesty will also tell the people of the Empire that if you don't cultivate to the end of the era of the primitive gods, you will die, so that everyone can understand that the longer you want to live, the less you can carry it, so that you can live to the next day. Era and work hard. This is the pain of the skin. If you don't reach the original God, you won't live long at all. Xuanhuan nodded appreciatively. I will let people do these things, but Xuanhuan, you have more important things. You go to the eternal road with chaos in them, and you are the main one to obtain the greatest benefits for the Empire. When you come to the road of eternity, you must listen to Xuanhuan's words, and you must not act without authorization. Xuanhuan Dao, Xuanhuan, I hope you can achieve origin on the road to eternity. Xuanhuan smiled, and he even calculated when he would achieve the origin, saying, It's time for me to find what I need on the road to eternity. And the Lord of Death listened to His Majesty to listen to Xuanhuan, and there was no resistance. He also knew Xuanhuan's ability. His calculation method was too powerful, and he could avoid many dangers. It was their sharp weapon. To rush blindly is to die. But this time, Xuanhuan sent out all the origin gods of the empire, because he was in the multiverse, and he was not afraid of anyone dealing with his stronghold. Get ready, then set off and leave your origin blood in the Imperial temple. Xuanhuan said. Strong men like Xuanhuan, who can cross many time and space and kill all clones, are rare after all. This is their ability to save their lives. If the god of origin falls, the empire cannot revive them now. After the Imperial conference, he has many capable ministers and generals who can arrange many things in an orderly manner. I also need to prepare to go to the Eternal Road again. Xuanhuan can't do without going to the Eternal Road. The treasures of Yanghai Tianzuan, the treasures of Emperor Chaos Ancient, and the end of the Eternal Road are all things he wants to explore urgently, and no one can do these things for him except himself. And he will not go with the Lord of Death and the others. He was going deeper into the Eternal Road, and it was better to go alone. After he returned to the Imperial Palace, just as he sat down, the eternal divine light was rising and falling. Xianer, come to me. Xuanhuan also smiled when he saw Xuanhuan Xian arrive in his Imperial Palace. I don't have anything to do. I just see His Majesty's hard work on state affairs, and my concubine feels a little distressed. Xuanhuan Xian snuggled up to Xuanhuan's side. His Majesty has devoted countless efforts to the strength of an empire. She, His Majesty's woman, felt very distressed when she saw it. The empire unifies the multiverse, and now it is marching on the road of eternity. An era seems long, but it is not infinite. I can't slack off. Before the end of an era, let more people become primitive gods. Xuanhuan nodded. I will also go to the Eternal Road in the near future. That's okay, Xianer. I will hold a family banquet tonight, so that Qin Shi and the Queen Mother can all come. I'll inform them, but I won't go to Jiuyo's place. Xuanhuan Xiandao. I will go to Jiuyo in person. Xuanhuan came to Jiuyo's place and watched him, a peerless woman, comprehend the way of origin. Jiuyo, the empire is preparing to go to eternity. Aren't you going to go to the road of eternity? I don't need to rush to the Eternal Road. I have already realized some mysteries of origin. Jiuyo Road. For tonight's family dinner, don't practice. You also come to participate. Sometimes, the whole family has to be together. Xuanhuan said. It is good. Jiuyo did not refuse. A family banquet is a banquet that only family members can attend. At the family banquet, Xuanhuan was not the majestic and feared emperor at this time, but the head of the family. His beloved sister, Chu Chenxi, also knew that the empire was going to send strong men to the Eternal Road to march into a wider world, and she was heartbroken and at the same time a little depressed. She did not go to the original god, and she is not qualified to go there. Cultivate well. Eldest sister Chu Chenxue is very steady. This huge diversity, you can go anywhere, eternal danger, not a place to have fun. I know. Chu Chenxi said. This family had a family dinner together, enjoying themselves happily, and they were also feeling emotional. They would not have thought that the empire would become the master of the multiverse, and now they would march on the road of eternity. It's all like a dream. Don't be too depressed. I have a plan. When I leave the universe this time, I will explore the end of the Eternal Road and open up a road for the empire to reach the end. Xuanhuan smiled. The way to eternity? Jiuyo looked at Xuanhuan. Yes, it is the road of eternity. On this road, the empire dominates and sweeps away all obstacles on the road ahead. It will be the ancient road of the empire. Using this to obtain many opportunities is to prepare for the empire to transcend eternity. Xuanhuan already had this plan. He too is already deploying for the final eternity. It is necessary to open up this road. Xuanhuan wants to break through eternity with indomitable courage and become the strongest, but being the strongest is not enough. What he wants is to break through the road of eternity. #C 1783 Cruel Eternal Road. The strong men of the empire led their troops to the Eternal Road. With the help of Tianzuan, they can also avoid many risks. But just when Xuanhuan was about to leave, Palace Master Hongmeng came to meet him. God Emperor, my Hongmeng civilization already knows about His Majesty's achievement as the ruler of the era, so I am here to congratulate the God Emperor. At the same time, my Hongmeng civilization very much hopes that the God Emperor can go to the Hongmeng continent, where a grand welcome will be prepared for the God Emperor. I hope to form a friendly relationship with the God Emperor's empire. The master of Hongmeng Mansion sincerely invited, and at the same time, he handed Xuanhuan a purple Hongmeng token. With this Hongmeng token, Xuanhuan can accurately find the Hongmeng continent. I see. I accept the invitation. If I have the opportunity, I will go to the Hongmeng continent. Xuanhuan said. Not every civilization is as domineering as the Holy Emperor civilization. Forcing him to become a holy king, such as the Hongmeng civilization, is extremely friendly. I want to form a very friendly relationship with Xuanhuan and help each other. Certainly. They also knew that Xuanhuan's strength was unfathomable, otherwise they would not have made such a sincere invitation. No matter in a peaceful civilization, strength is the most important thing. Without strength, no one will take you seriously and look down on you. When others give you a smiling face, Xuanhuan will naturally return the smiling face instead of slapping you. The most important is reaching a friendly relationship with the primordial civilization is not harmful to him. This primordial civilization has existed for too long. Knowing the past of many eras and contacting them will be of great benefit to the empire. Palace Master Hongmeng withdrew, his friendship was delivered, and the God Emperor also accepted his friendship. He also sighed. He also didn't expect that this era will develop so powerfully and brilliantly. Is it only in the middle of an era? If it comes to the end of the era, who knows how strong it will be? This invitation, he vaguely knew, was delivered by the Lord of primordial origin from a mysterious and great time and space. Xuanhuan is on the road to eternity again at this time. He has come to the Eternal Road twice, but each time the feeling is different. This time with his strength, he will not pay attention to those dangers. The terrifying Great Devouring technique was launched, and the boundless eternal breath gathered. In front of him, pieces of eternal God crystals were formed. His method of condensing the eternal God crystal is too terrifying and efficient. Get the treasure of Yanghai Tianzuan first? Then go find the treasure of Emperor Chaos Ancient. Xuanhuan sensed the location of the two treasures, and Yanghai Tianzuan was the closest to him. But the road to eternity is extremely dangerous. The deeper you go, the more terror it will have. As for the real end, almost no one has ever reached it. No matter which direction you go forward from, as long as you sense the weakness of the eternal breath, that is the way forward. This time, he changed his direction. He didn't take the path of eternal killing. The heaven-punishing sword. At this moment, Xuanhuan came to a broken ruin. Telepathy, a heaven-punishing sword, fell into his hands immediately. This is already the 5th heaven-punishing sword he obtained on this trip to the Eternal Road. The more swords Xuanhuan got, the more he could sense the whereabouts of other swords. As for the 99 Excalibur, following the failure of Emperor Zhutian's attack on eternity, it was scattered to all walks of life. Xuanhuan can sense it. There are some Excaliburs that have been collected by Zeons and suppressed in a certain world. Doesn't he care? The more he gets, the stronger the feeling will be, and his collection this time is just by the way. Enter the Eternal Road for half a month. It's a terrible breath, then, that Lord is the origin god. He finally left. He came here just to trade a heaven-punishing sword with us, and then he left. Fortunately, he is not that kind of devil. When his breath moves, our whole world will collapse. The road to eternity is becoming more and more unstable, and I have to worry about it all day long. Hey, we have no place to run. Going to the depths of eternity is also courting death, unless it is going to a remote place. There are many sixth realms in this plane, and he breathed a sigh of relief after watching Xuanhuan leave respectfully. Although this great emperor did not directly oppress them with strength, the emperor's arrogance emanating from the inside still made them suffocate, feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was falling, and a catastrophe was coming. This world is too dangerous, and they miss the years in the multiverse very much. Xuanhuan ignored these little ants. Although he was cruel and ruthless, as an emperor, he had his own principles and didn't bother to kill them. And at this time, Xuanhuan kept shuttling on the road of eternity, and even he couldn't estimate how far he traveled, as if there was no boundary. He looked across a long distance, and suddenly saw a huge plain, with the breath of war. The endless palaces and palaces inside were destroyed, and blood was scattered everywhere. A power that is wiped out will not last long. When Xuanhuan set foot on this plain, the battle was fierce, and the origin of the plain was shattered, and he could tell that the creator of this plain should be a god of origin, but he might have been beheaded. And in this broken ruins, there are still some people hunting for treasure. My lord. A primitive god was hunting for treasures, when suddenly an existence that he couldn't look up to appeared in front of him, fearfully said, "Don't kill me, I'm just here to pick up treasures." "I will not kill you." Xuanhuan looked at him. "My lord, are you here for the matter of the Golden Sword sect?" The person immediately said, "Just a few months ago, the Golden Sword divine sect was destroyed, and even their suzerain, a god of origin, was beheaded." Xuanhuan just died like this. "Who can destroy them?" Xuanhuan asked. He wanted to know more about the eternal path. It was destroyed by the Blood Ancestor God dynasty, and all the people of this sect became slaves. They will all be escorted to the Blood Ancestor God dynasty, thrown into the Blood God pool, and sacrificed to their ancestor, the Blood Ancestor Emperor. The man answered honestly. The Blood Ancestor God dynasty, the Blood Ancestor Great Emperor. Xuanhuan has heard of the Blood Ancestor God dynasty along the way. The Blood Ancestor Emperor is an ancient supreme power, who opened up a god dynasty to spread the power of the Blood Way, and the people of this god dynasty are extremely cruel, tyranny everywhere, kill every force, and strengthen themselves. When Xuanhuan heard this, his mood did not fluctuate. This kind of thing is not normal. On the road to eternity, there is the bloody and cruel law of the jungle, which is more vividly expressed here. All forces are madly killing and seizing the power of others to make themselves live longer. Such is the dynasty of the Blood Ancestors, the dynasty of the gods of the extreme way. They have existed for so long, they will definitely not talk to you about the rules in this cruel world. They follow the rules of strength. They cannot break the eternal road, they can only evolve crazily. And that's just the cruel side. Xuanhuan disappeared directly in front of this man, leaving this broken ruin. #C 1784 horror question. Leaving the ruins of the Golden Sword God sect, Xuanhuan continued on the road to eternity. On this road, it is not peaceful. The law of the jungle, the big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats dried shrimps, and it is happening all the time. On this branch road, the Blood Ancestor God dynasty is madly killing and sweeping other forces, and the god of origin will not let go. Along the way, Xuanhuan saw too many ruined places, most of which were made by the Blood Ancestor God dynasty. It was like crops, harvested crazily, and the forces that were breached would be sacrificed to the Blood God pool. Although he has not seen the Blood God pond with his own eyes, he can guess its function, and it is nothing more than to enhance his cultivation or to survive the eternal calamity. For such behavior, he couldn't say he was happy or angry, it was too normal on the eternal road. He sent the Lord of Death and the others to prepare for the Empire's war on the Eternal Road, and also to make bloody and brutal conquests and suppressions to strengthen the Empire's strength. Before attacking eternity, it is necessary to sweep away all the forces that do not obey the Empire. The Empire cannot be merciful in foreign wars. And this is also the reason why the strong in the multiverse dare not come to the Eternal Road alone if they take refuge in him. Not to mention them, even the God of Origin must be careful in this world. The strongest in the ninth realm can only be called the strongest, and dare not be called the strongest. This is a branch of the Eternal Road. A very clear map appeared in Xuanhuan's mind. The multiverse is the starting point, and the source is like a great river. On the way to the end, there will be many tributaries, but the same goal will eventually converge to the end. Breaking through this end point is eternity, but no one has achieved it yet. One transforms all roads return to one. Xuanhuan realized more. And these so-called branch roads are actually opened up by a strong man. Originally, there is no way for eternity, but if there are too many roads opened, roads will be formed. The eternal road he wants to open up is a road that leads directly to eternity. Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean he can't do it, he wants to do it with the most invincible strength. He is not moving fast on the eternal road. For him, he is not so urgent. Instead, he walks while looking at the scenery, allowing his own way of origin to be sublimated. Not long after, he saw a huge plain. The deep blue world, inside, is a huge ocean plain, full of sea water. There are giant islands, as huge as stars, and there are bustling cities on it, with many creatures. In the ocean, there are also many creatures. In short, this is a world dominated by oceans and islands, opened up by the gods of origin, and very prosperous. Xuanhuan is like a master of time and space. He stands in different latitudes, and if he is eternal, he directly enters this plane, and the master of this world can't even find him entering. He came to this plane not to talk to the developer of this plane, but to experience the origin of other origin gods. The gods of origin have extraordinary means, and they are all strong men who can be called ancestors. They can create something out of nothing, create creatures, multiply and survive, and one person can represent a powerful civilization. However, when Xuanhuan reached this realm, he knew that the origin god can create creatures, but his potential is limited. For example, if a god created by the origin of the seventh realm, it is impossible for him to create beyond his realm. The limit is the sixth realm. Moreover, once the origin god dies, the creatures created by his power will also die instantly. This power to create life is imperfect. Xuanhuan looked at this plane and knew that it was called Wanhai Plane, and only creatures bred by eternity itself would have boundless potential and the possibility of becoming the strongest. At the beginning of each era, the interior is chaotic, and it is an eternal force that makes countless creatures appear in the world and civilization is born. What does eternity itself represent? Xuanhuan suddenly thought of a frightening question that countless people were thinking about. Yes, what is eternity itself, and what form does it exist in? Just as the origin god can create creatures, eternity also has this ability, and all life is born eternally. Because every strong person is in this world. He suddenly realized some problems. Maybe why it cannot be eternal is because all living beings are born of eternity itself, and everyone is imprisoned and controlled by eternity. If you want to transcend, you can only escape and break the eternal rules. Just like Emperor Zhu Tian and Emperor Panchen, they knew that forcibly breaking the rules would be a dead end, but they still had no reason to use secret methods to survive like the Holy Emperor, so they still did it. Their thinking is correct, but their strength is not enough. Although he claims to be the strongest in an era, sweeping and invincible, but facing eternity itself is not enough. This is a frightening and desperate thing. Of course I know it, but in the face of eternity itself, my strength is not enough to do it. Chu Yuan's biggest gain this time is that he has realized a lot, and said, but all paths lead to the same goal. In the final analysis, it depends on strength. Eternity is a continuous cycle. If you want to live forever, you must break this cycle. He has no fear, no difficulties to knock down, but exudes infinite self-confidence. Part of the creatures on the 10,000 Seas plane were born in this era and multiplied over a long period of time, and some were created by the Lord of 10,000 Seas with the blood of origin, such as the Sea clan in the ocean. Chu Yuan felt that he was not in a hurry to leave, but rather interesting. The creatures bred by eternity itself are uncontrollable, but those created by the God of origin are controllable. They can create creatures with some special abilities according to their own Taoism power. Such as the plane of the sea. The creatures in the ocean also look like humans, but they are suitable for living in the sea, and they will feel very uncomfortable on land. The creatures created in the original 8th realm will be more perfect than those in the 7th realm. Similarly, the same is true for the 9th realm, and those like Hongmeng and the Holy Emperor have reached another level. The creatures they create have the origin of achievement. Their abilities have been perfected too much. Of course their creations are not as real as eternity, but they are also very imaginable. On the 10,000 Seas plane, he felt the power of the Lord of 10,000 Seas. Although he was not as good as him, he lived a long time after all, which gave him a lot of inspiration. Chu Yuan is the overlord of time and space. He exists in the dimension of time and space that others cannot feel, just like an omnipotent divine mansion. He is watching the activities of the creatures in the entire 10,000 Seas plane. This is the origin of the Lord of 10,000 Seas. But Chu Yuan's practice is even greater. He wants to comprehend countless origins, and finally pry into the true and eternal origin. And the creatures in this world, in his eyes, are like ants. They don't know that there is a divine mansion watching them, and it can even destroy their entire world in a single thought. He looked down at the 10,000 Seas plane, and a question even appeared in his mind that would make people terrified at the thought of it. #C1785 Cage. All creatures in the world, whether the boundless law will be played and controlled by the eternal rule, because the whole eternal road feels like a huge cage to Chu Yuan. Everyone seems to be living in a terrible cage. When I think about this question, I feel desperate. However, Chu Yuan knows that the eternal rules are more like a mechanical and programmed application. Mysterious and extraordinary. Chu Yuan is not in a hurry. He has enough time to go to the eternal road this time. The creatures in the entire 10,000 Seas plane, like ants, are being studied by him. His eyes can penetrate all matter, and he can clearly see the essence of creatures created by the Lord of 10,000 Seas, and there is no secret in front of him. And just half a month after Chu Yuan studied the creatures of this plane, the atmosphere of the whole world suddenly became tense, and there was a hurried voice. What? When the ancestor left the customs, his first order was for everyone to follow him and leave the world of 10,000 Seas. The whole world, following this order, all the powerful gathered. A man appeared from the ocean, his skin was pale, and there was a blue element spar between his eyebrows. This blue spar contains the power of the element of water and can breathe the power of the sea. This is the order of the ancestor. Don't hesitate. Leave this place as soon as possible. The ancestor feels great danger. There is a strong way. Is it because of the blood ancestor god dynasty? Damn, they have been sweeping the eternal road recently, and they have wiped out many forces. Even the golden sword god sect has been wiped out by them. Are they going to attack us now? We are also the power of the origin god. Hey, there is no way. The strength is not as strong as others. The blood ancestor dynasty has existed for 70 or 80 epochs. Let alone the blood ancestor emperor, even the 8 blood gods under his command, we are no match. The powerhouses of the Wanhai plain were also helpless. It is true that they are the power of the origin gods, but they have only existed for less than 10 epochs. The development time of others is many times that of theirs, and there are even more powerful and eternal blood ancestors. This kind of strong person is simply a rule maker, and he can make rules as he wants. Get ready, it's just a plane, and it can be reopened, so we can avoid this disaster first. For some reason, in this era, many strong people have gone crazy, and we are also in danger. The creatures of this plane are migrating rapidly. Not long after their preparations, suddenly, outside the Xuanhuan plain, endless blood light enveloped the void, and a bloody river swept over. In this long river, there appeared strong men wearing blood-colored armor. Boom! A wave of power is in the refining plain. Bloodlight, the people from the blood ancestor god dynasty really have to come. Their complexions turned pale suddenly, and they could feel that the time and space outside was blocked, and whoever dared to rush out indiscriminately would immediately have blood vessels burst and be covered in blood and flames. Destroy the myriad sea realm, throw them all into the blood god pool. The cold and stern voice was transmitted to the entire 10,000 seas realm, like the arrival of death. A middle-aged man in blood armor stood above the 10,000 seas realm. He was bloody and cruel. With a wave of his hand, the entire plain burned. Blood Sea Alchemy Formation. They all knew what kind of power it was, and they were terrified. That's the 8th blood god under the command of the blood patriarch. Blood has no life. The blood ancestor god dynasty, the 8 great blood gods, illustrious and famous, each is powerful and cruel, refining countless creatures in a world. Their eyes will not even blink, and children will stop screaming when they hear their names. They are like the cruelest gore fiends. As for the 8th blood god, although Xuanhuan is only in the 7th realm and has not been sublimated, the power and influence he exudes is also the pinnacle of the strongest in this realm. With the refinement, in just a short time, the world is rapidly shrinking. Blood has no life, you have to forgive others and forgive others. No matter how bad I am, Xuanhuan is still a god of origin. There is no need to force me to a dead end. If you need eternal god crystals or gods, I will offer them with both hands. I just ask you to give them to me. I have a way out. Patriarch Xuanhuan appeared. He was an old man with a dark blue robe and a dignified expression. Destroy you, it's all mine. Xuanhuan is very cruel, he just wants to destroy the Xuanhuan realm. Ancestor Xuanhuan suppressed his anger, and said coldly, why are you so crazy? We are all struggling to survive in eternity. Your blood patriarch emperor can still live for a long time. He knew that the fate of the broken plane would be thrown into the blood god pool as a sacrifice, which was extremely horrific. He had already made plans to retreat, but he didn't expect it to be a step too late. You ask too many questions. For you, they are just crops and livestock in captivity. Blood is lifeless. The blood ancestor god crazily killed the powerhouses of many forces. Could it be for the number 1 blood god? Ancestor Xuanhuan woke up and realized something, and his mind was running in an instant. The number 1 blood god, the number 1 powerhouse under the blood ancestor emperor, followed him to fight in the north and south, made great military exploits, lived for a long time, and his lifespan has also arrived the limit may not even survive this era. Arresting a large number of strong men and sacrificing them to the blood god pool is likely to gather boundless energy for him, to sublimate as much as possible, to become the strongest in the 9 realms, and to survive this era no matter how bad it is. Realizing this, Patriarch Xuanhuan knew that the other party would not let him go easily. He has no so-called anger, this is the eternal law, the weak eat the strong, the weak are unreasonable, they can only be hunted by the stronger. Follow me to fight out. Patriarch Xuanhuan had made some preparations before. He kept his eyes on Xuanhuan, knowing that his strength was not as good as him, but for the sake of his own life, he wanted to fight. He clapped his hands, the sea was boundless, and the divine power of the dark blue origin rushed over. Dare to resist. Xuanhuan was extremely indifferent to the resistance of Patriarch Xuanhuan, and he didn't care. His methods were extremely cruel, and he absolutely controlled the power. He strode forward and collided with him with one blow. With one blow from the blood god, Patriarch Xuanhuan's resistance was shattered immediately. Boom! He covered it with his palm, and the river of blood condensed in his palm. The moment he enveloped Patriarch Xuanhuan secretly thought it was not good. The blood in his body was exploding violently, out of his control, blood vessels burst, strands of blood arrows exploded out, and his blood also burned by itself. This kind of burning is not increasing his strength, but consuming his mana. This is the blood god avenue. This is not the blood ancestor's attack. When the blood ancestor looks at you, the blood in your body will evaporate, which is extremely terrifying. Take Xuanhuan and capture the prisoners. Xuanhuan didn't take Xuanhuan seriously at all. The reason why he wanted to capture the captives first was to sacrifice these people alive to the blood god pool. Too much deceit. Patriarch Xuanhuan was not angry, but aggrieved, but in the face of the strength of others, his shame was like a joke. We fought him. The creatures in the Xuanhuan realm also knew that the other party would not let them go, and maybe they might still survive if they fought hard. A strong man from the blood ancestor god dynasty covered an island where there were many creatures, showing a cruel expression, but when his strength fell. Suddenly, a pair of eyes looked at him, and his body collapsed directly. Invincible strongest god-level selection system. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1786 Life and Death Control. There are people. The war could not help but stop. They all saw that on an island, there was a man who wiped out a strong man of the blood ancestor god dynasty at a glance. He stood up slowly, with that imposing and boundless momentum. He was the invincible emperor. Stop it. Xuanhuan's words made time and space stand still, and the war of destroying the plane was frozen. Who is he? Patriarch Xuanhuan was also puzzled, but he understood that although he didn't know this strong man, it was not a bad thing, because there was no situation where it would be worse than it is now. Who are you, dare to interfere with the affairs of my blood ancestor god dynasty? This person is very strange. In an instant, Xuanhuan looked over with bloody eyes. His eyes also possessed boundless power, which could turn gods into blood, but when it fell on this person, it had no effect at all. He knew that this person was unfathomable, but seeing Patriarch Xuanhuan's doubts, he also knew that they didn't know each other. But no matter how powerful this person is, he is not afraid at all. Plain Xuanhuan, I will protect it, and the people of your blood ancestor god dynasty will retreat. Xuanhuan's words fell, which was an unquestionable imperial decree. Yes, he wants to protect Xuanhuan. This time he comprehended the origin of life in the Xuanhuan plain, which gave him great benefits, but the people from the blood ancestor god dynasty disrupted his perception, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Keeping them this time is regarded as Xuanhuan's reward for studying here for a period of time. Why does he want to protect us? Patriarch Xuanhuan was also a little confused, but the opposite was from the blood ancestor god dynasty. You want to protect them? It's really interesting. Not many people dare to say such arrogant words in front of me. Let's see how much strength you have to protect them. Xuanhuan showed an extremely cold expression on his face. He struck suddenly with a palm. The river of blood filled the sky, and the strong and strange power of the blood god wanted to cause the blood in Xuanhuan's body to spontaneously ignite. The way of the blood god is to control the blood of living beings. However, Xuanhuan stood where he was, standing still. It's not affected by my blood god power. Xuanhuan was also a little surprised, but he did not move slowly. A blood knife appeared in the blood river. In an instant, the blood knife flew across the sky, killing souls and killing Xuanhuan, and made a killer move on Xuanhuan. Presumptuous. Facing the knife, Xuanhuan punched loudly, and the power he radiated caused the plane to collapse. The invincible momentum swept across the blood river, and the blood knife was extinguished with one punch. He grabbed it with the hand of God and spanned time and space. Xuanhuan made a reckless move, but the next moment, his face changed drastically, and the mighty force caused him to fly out directly, and the power in his body was suppressed shockingly. He actually felt that in front of this person, he seemed to become extremely small. This person is definitely only the origin god of the 7th realm. He is not sublimated to the 8th realm, and his combat power is so powerful. Xuanhuan was shocked. This person's combat power made him an omen that he was invincible. The sea of blood is surging. Xuanhuan's whole body turned blood red, he stood up abruptly, his mana soared to the sky, and the boundless sea of blood swept out, crashing, as if he had fallen into the blood-colored ocean. Each of the 8 blood gods is an absolute powerhouse on the road to eternity. This powerful existence, Xuanhuan is powerful, let's join hands and fight out. Patriarch Xuanhuan was also shocked. He didn't know Xuanhuan's strength, but he knew the power of the blood ancestor god dynasty. He knew that this was the best time, so he immediately invited Xuanhuan to fight together. With me here, he can't turn the sky. There is absolute confidence in Xuanhuan's words. You are arrogant. Xuanhuan heard the meaning of Xuanhuan's words, and he did not regard him as an opponent at all. The sea of blood vibrated, and endless blood energy gathered. In the sea of blood, countless blood souls gathered and roared. Thousands of blood gods were born, and when they gathered together, the strongest blood god appeared. Like Xuanhuan, his physical essence is no longer pure flesh and blood, but a sea of blood. The strongest blood god launched a blow, and the will to kill, the strong murderous aura soared into the sky. He wanted to refine Xuanhuan into the sea of blood and become one of the blood souls. And Xuanhuan was glowing red at the moment. Ancestor Xuanhuan also trembled when he saw this scene. If it was him, he would definitely not be able to resist. He would be swept into the sea of blood and encounter the cruelest refinement. Xuanhuan has no expression on his face, his body is straight, like the Tianzhu of Xinshi. With him, the sky will not collapse, and the earth will not collapse. Sure enough, he suppressed it forcefully. The entire 10,000 seas plain is very peaceful. He covered it with a palm, and the power of the great destruction technique could destroy an era, but this blood god was directly shattered by him. He locked time and space with his mind, and within one step he reached the sea of blood, locked on Xuanhuan, and with a violent palm, the will of the emperor, the supremacy of God, Xuanhuan was blown away by him when he raised his hand. Xuanhuan was blown up, his body was reshaped in an instant, but his aura was obviously much weaker. He just raised his hand and exploded the blood. Patriarch Xuanhuan said in horror after seeing it. No, this person is stronger than I imagined, I am not his opponent. He looked at Xuanhuan, that was an eternal giant mountain, which made people tremble. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to recognize the reality that he was indeed no match for Xuanhuan. I don't need to fight him head-on. This person's power is majestic and vast, and his origin is rich. What I have to do is not to fight him head-on, but to call other blood gods in the empire to kill him together. Xuanhuan is not that stupid, he won't rush to say that he wants to fight Xuanhuan to death. He is soberly aware of the gap between the two, and he cannot fight against it. He doesn't even know who this person is, but he doesn't think too much about it. There are so many strong people on the eternal road, who knows where a person will suddenly appear. This road to the end of eternity is under the control of my blood ancestor god dynasty. No one can be presumptuous on this road. Xuanhuan said in his heart. Blood has no life to run. Patriarch Xuanhuan heaved a sigh of relief, looking at Xuanhuan, who was so proud of the ancient times and shocked him forever. this strong man could be said to have saved his life. Run? Xuanhuan is ruthless. I had given him a chance just now to run away, and dared to be presumptuous to him, but now there is no chance. He is proficient in the Great Soul technique, and felt that this person had angry and evil thoughts just now, so he knew that he wanted to summon the strong to deal with him, and he would not let him do what he wanted. He looked sharply. Suddenly, silently, the bodies of the strong men of the Blood Ancestor God dynasty were wiped out one by one, and disappeared, and only Xuanhuan was left in the blink of an eye. The power of one glance can kill countless strong men. Xuanhuan's powerful strength is frightening. You still want to kill me? Xuanhuan was furious. He had already contacted the strong man of the God dynasty through the secret method, and this person's domineering approach made people even more angry. Life and death are in my hands. Xuanhuan's grammar followed. He grabbed it with his big hand, time and space condensed, and a force that could exterminate blood and lifeless enveloped him. #C 1787 Blood Ancestor Dynasty. He is too domineering. He actually wants to kill Xuanhuan. This is completely disregarding the Blood Ancestor God Tiao. Seeing this scene, Patriarch Xuanhuan was also numb with horror. How overbearing and powerful this is. For killing Xuanhuan, he absolutely wanted to applaud. After all, Xuanhuan wanted his life. Not good. Facing Xuanhuan's attack, Xuanhuan's face also changed suddenly. The terrifying power caused his body to collapse. Although the two were in the same realm, their combat power was simply incomparable. Like heaven and earth. Blood God. Xuanhuan had no time to get angry. He ferociously unleashed his strongest killing move, which was the Blood God. Boom! Thick blood flowed out from his body, and his whole body was on fire immediately. Bloody flames soared into the sky, and he almost reached the strongest he could achieve. But the price of doing so is that his origin will be severely depleted. The best defense is offense. He didn't foolishly wait for Xuanhuan to kill him, but launched an attack directly. In an instant, he rushed over, his bloody divine fire burning, and when he met other people's blood, it would also burn and turn into his power. Xuanhuan struck immediately, and Xuanhuan's charge was wiped out. He grabbed it with the palm of his hand. All kinds of Taoism turned into an eternal blow, and the radiant divine power broke a big hole in his body. Didn't he want to burn his blood? Xuanhuan burned him directly with the eternal divine fire. What? Xuanhuan let out a scream. Xuanhuan's body suddenly collapsed, and the majestic blood became a sea of blood. Every drop of blood of the origin god has extremely strong power, let alone turning the whole body into a sea of blood. Facing this sea of blood, Xuanhuan grasped again with his palm, his 5 fingers spread open, and slowly rotated. A black hole appeared. The devouring force was collapsing, and all matter was gathering towards him. Great devouring technique. Xuanhuan finally got scared. He yelled, "You dare to kill me? I am the blood god of the blood ancestor god. The god dynasty will not let you go, and the blood ancestor will not let you go. You will pay the price." Threaten him? What Xuanhuan is most afraid of is threats. The more he threatens him, the more he will teach his opponent the most painful lesson. The great devouring technique devoured crazily, although the sea of blood wanted to break free, but no matter how it could resist his devouring, the majestic power was directly refined by him. This energy is so abundant that his original divine power is increasing rapidly. Looting, only looting is the fastest way to enhance one's own strength. If Xuanhuan wants to ascend to the 8th realm, he must be assisted by a terrifyingly strong source of divine power. How can he not accept this Xuanhuan and let him go? As for the revenge of the blood ancestor god dynasty, he doesn't even fear their blood patriarch great emperor. Strength is the truth, just like the forces on the road of the blood patriarch god's crazy destruction of eternity, who can punish them? I will not die, I will be reborn again in the court of God. The cry of Xuanhuan stopped abruptly. He disappeared, and the entire 10,000 seas plain regained its calm. The bloodless god of origin was killed, but he will be resurrected again in the blood ancestor god, but it will make him weak for a long time, which is also a painful lesson. Patriarch Xuanhuan said. He can't live. Xuanhuan swallows the heavens, he is the strongest god swallowing the sky, his boundless power accompanied by time and space dimensions suddenly killed the past. Even the strongest deity was killed by him, not to mention just some hidden hands left behind. Blood Ancestor God Dynasty. This is a powerful force. The entire world plane is shrouded in thick blood mist, and the creatures in the entire world are practicing the method of the blood god. In the world, the sea of blood is the most abundant, thick and bloody, with thick and pure power. Seas of blood exist everywhere. Every living being cultivates in the sea of blood, and every living being is born in the sea of blood. The 8 blood temples exist in the 8 blood seas, which are majestic and majestic. The temple that belonged to Xuanhuan exploded suddenly, and the sea of blood was surging. With his status, he certainly had a unique sea of blood, which was the source of his energy recovery. What? A figure emerged from the blood temple, and the will of the soul surged, and a blood man appeared. Blood without life, you were killed on the road to eternity. Several other temples also had wills emerge, and several figures immediately came to Xuanhuan. Not all of the 8 blood gods stayed in the Shen dynasty, but a few stayed in the guard, and some fought in other places. I thought it would be enough for Xuanhuan to kill the forces on this road. Unexpectedly, he was killed. Everyone, I have encountered a powerful enemy. My true self has been beheaded. Fortunately, I left a soul imprint and revived within the god dynasty. The breath of blood without life is very weak. This is just leaving one life behind, not even 1% of his true self's strength. Whoever kills you, even your true self, can't escape. A blood god asked immediately. I don't know him. His breath is very strong. He is an invincible emperor. I don't know where he came from eternity. That blood is lifeless. Don't talk about this yet, you should cultivate first, and let the blood god source nourish your strength. Blood god. It is good. Blood is lifeless. But at this time a sudden change occurred. A mysterious force used some kind of secret method, as if it had tracked down Xuanhuan's soul, as if controlled by fate, it directly killed it, causing Xuanhuan's blood body to explode again. After his blood body exploded, it returned to the sea of blood, and his soul was still fluctuating. No, it's the strong man who kills blood and has no life. Based on the power of the soul, kill him. The other blood gods were shocked. This kind of method is very unimaginable, but it really exists, and their blood patriarch emperor will also, and being able to use this kind of power shows that the person's strength is already too strong to calculate. You dare to act presumptuously in the court of my blood ancestor god. With a wave of the blood god's hand, the power of time and space was cut off, but he was shocked suddenly, and it was difficult to trace the power of time and space at all, and the bloodless soul was crazily destroyed. If this goes on like this, the thought of Xuanhuan will be obliterated by him. The other powerhouses of the blood ancestor god dynasty are also anxious. It doesn't matter if the deity is killed outside, they can return to the god dynasty to reunite, but if all thoughts are wiped out, they will really die. Resurrection? That's just kidding. The cost of resurrecting a god of origin is too great, and Xuanhuan has lived for dozens of epochs, and the power of dozens of eternal calamities has descended together. Their blood ancestors can't bear it, and will be killed directly by the eternal rules. Therefore, it is almost unrealistic to resurrect the strong of the eternal road. And at this moment, they all felt fear in the face of the mysterious means of the strong man. I also know that it is because Xuanhuan's deity is destroyed, so he can cross time and space to kill his soul. Mysterious strong man. A wave of thoughts surged up, and a power that controlled the blood path emerged in the surging sea of blood, a majestic figure wearing a blood-colored robe. It was the blood ancestor who appeared. His eyes were concentrated, and he was about to lock on to that spacetime power. #C1788 Seek Shelter. The blood ancestor, the strongest person in the ninth realm, peerless power. His power was completely exuded, and he did not underestimate this person's killing. Although he could also kill soul thoughts across the air, he could feel that this person's approach was completely different. The blood ancestor has appeared, and the blood has no life to save. Xuanhuan is very miserable at the moment, his soul has been wiped out and there is almost nothing left. The way of time and space, the way of the soul, and the way of fate control. The blood ancestor could see what kind of means Xuanhuan used to kill the thoughts of the soul across the air. He knows that there is a method called cause and effect that can also kill in the air, but this person is obviously not using it. It is more domineering, and he controls your life and death. The blood ancestor locked on to the force that crossed over, and he suddenly killed it with a palm, piercing through the void force. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Xuanhuan's mighty will resounded like thunder, resounding through the blood ancestor god dynasty. In the past, present and future, there seemed to be 3 dimensions of time and space, and they finally came together to form an eternal time and space. Suddenly, seeing an eternal emperor, he also raised his palm and bombarded the past. Although Emperor Fengshen was killed by Xuanhuan, his past, present and future powers were recorded by him. He does not cultivate the past, present and future, but only cultivates eternal invincibility, but his Taoism Xuanhuan can comprehend it. When he was in the empire, he had comprehended this kind of power for a long time. The blood ancestor's power to fight, the eternal time and space, and the supreme mystery seemed to pull the two of them into a mysterious field. Emperor Xuanhuan stood tall, he resisted the power from the blood ancestor with one palm, raised his other hand suddenly, and struck Xuanhuan's last soul will through an infinite distance of time and space. Die. This is the judgment of the word of heaven, the eternal power. In the face of eternal power, there is no concept of time and space, and nowhere can be reached. In the monstrous destruction, Xuanhuan's last soul thoughts were also obliterated. Xuanhuan's power also disappeared in the blood ancestor god dynasty. Xuanhuan is completely dead, and my blood ancestor god dynasty has lost a blood god. The entire blood ancestor god dynasty fell into boundless shock. One blood god died. Although there are other strong people who can take over, their cultivation is not as powerful as Xuanhuan. And most importantly, the man's method completely shocked them. The blood ancestor made a move, but he didn't stop the man's strength from killing him. Xuanzu, who is that person, and why is he so powerful, killing Xuanhuan? A blood god, named Xuanhuya, was silent for a moment, then asked the blood ancestor, unable to accept this fact. My ancestor has never seen him. The blood ancestor was very calm, he speculated carefully, and said, but the ancestor can determine his origin, he has no eternal entanglement, only when Shijiyuan has this kind of breath, so he comes from the multiverse. Multiverse. The other blood gods were shocked and said in disbelief, how can it be so strong? It's only halfway through the process of this era, and such a strong man has appeared. He can even block the power of the blood ancestor. Doesn't it mean that his strength is comparable to Xian? By comparable to the power of the strongest, this is not something that should be so surprising, but it is terrifying in the era of Yuan dynasty. During Shiji Yuan, I knew there was a strong man called the founder of the God realm. He was also extremely powerful. Could it be him? There is no limit to blood. The founder of the God realm is well known on the Eternal Road, and many powerful people know him. I've seen the founder of the God realm. It's not him. This person is even more powerful. He is an emperor. Do the math. When Shi Yuan reached the peak of luck, he might be the master of the era. Blood Ancestor said. How can this era be so powerful? First there was a founder of the god realm, and now there is this emperor. Shuewuya said viciously. This era has changed a lot, so you should pay more attention to the road of eternity in the future. This ancestor suffered a big loss this time, and it was also a mistake of this ancestor, but this ancestor also remembered that when the century Yuan changes, it may mean that the entire eternal road will change, which is indeed unusual. What the blood ancestor cared about was not Shui Wuming's fall, but other things. Regardless of the volatility here. Within the Wanhai interface, blood Wuming was completely obliterated. Although Patriarch Wanhai couldn't see the thrilling scene, he could feel the danger in it. His heart was beating. The emperor in front of him was too majestic. Thank you, Wanhai, for the emperor's rescue. Patriarch Wanhai didn't know Qu Yuan's name, so he replaced it with emperor. You have a destiny with me, and I comprehend the secret of origin on your plane. Qu Yuan smiled. He came to my plane, and I, the pioneer, didn't even know it. Patriarch Wanhai couldn't understand Qu Yuan's methods, but he was relieved when he thought of his terrifying methods. The road to eternity changes, please show me a clear path, Emperor. Patriarch Wanhai said. This side road is not safe, get out of here. After Qu Yuan finished speaking, he disappeared here. Old ancestor, the great emperor has left. A humane. Old ancestor, what should we do next? Leave here, and you can't stay for long. Although the emperor killed Shui Wuming, the blood ancestor god dynasty is likely to retaliate wildly. This is not something we can face. In order to survive, everything must be done quickly, and what should be discarded must be discarded. None of these things. Patriarch Wanhai was very decisive. But where can we go? They are also confused. There is no safe place in eternity. Although the emperor didn't give me clear instructions, I already know where to go. Go to the multiverse, yes, go there. Patriarch Wanhai has a goal. To the multiverse? Others were puzzled, but Patriarch, we are not Shijiyuan, we can't enter the multiverse, where do we go? Ha 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 ha, your cultivation base is weak and you can't detect it, but I know that the great emperor came from the multiverse, and he made me feel it. He is the master of this era. We don't need to go in, just rooted in the multiverse. Ancestor Wanhai smiled and said, he saved my life. The Yuan has changed too much in this century. Just because of this kindness, I will join them. He will sweep through eternity. Don't we have a strong backer behind us? He had already figured it out, and the emperor didn't say anything clearly, so he took the initiative to join in, hugged a thigh, and asked for asylum. Wonderful, the ancestor's move is very clever. The multiverse is the starting point of eternity. The time and space there is their territory. The emperor saved us, and karma happened. We take the initiative to seek refuge, and they will not refuse. The people in the Wanhai plain seem to see a bright future ahead. It's not too late. Let's leave immediately. We don't want anything else in the plain. All the creatures will leave with me. I have a feeling that there will be more terrifying wars in eternity. Patriarch Wanhai left as quickly as possible. #C1789 Take away the treasure. Not to mention the fact that all the ancestors of Wanhai went to the multiverse. Even if he knew, Qu Yuan would not care about it, nor would he force them on purpose. If you want to go, you can strengthen the strength of his empire. When Patriarch Wanhai is gone, the incarnation of national destiny guarded by his empire will also know that as long as he is honest, he will accept them and become an eternal part of the empire. This is the majesty of the emperor, directly subduing them. He will definitely embark on the road of fighting for eternity. He will accept those who are willing to join the empire, and destroy all those who are unwilling. He will forge his strongest road with blood, and no one can block his way. At this moment, he was on his way to the treasure of Yanhai Tianzuan. Along the way, he has seen too much cruelty, fighting everywhere, and there is almost no place for peace. This has not yet reached the end of an era. If at that time, the fighting is even more brutal, some strong people know that they will not be able to survive to the next era, and they will kill crazily, pulling more people to destroy with him. Xuanhuan also encountered several waves of war, but with his strength, he really didn't fear anything, and any danger could be easily wiped out. As an unexpected harvest, he found quite a few heaven-punishing swords, and there are already 23 of them. Very good, the stronger the strength, the faster you can collect the heaven-punishing sword. Xuanhuan said. He looked forward to the day when the 99 heaven-punishing swords would gather. In this way, it has been 3 months since he left the Wanhai plain. The treasure of Yanhai Tianzuan is about to be found. Xuanhuan holds the treasure imprint, which looks like a star, and it is getting hotter and hotter. The area here is already the deepest part of the Eternal Road, and ordinary primitive gods cannot reach it. 2 more days passed. The treasure location is here. Xuanhuan looked at the void time and space. No matter how he swept his soul, he couldn't find it. It seemed that he was covered by the power of the system. He immediately hit the mark. Immediately, it was like a key, opening the treasure space and time. A cave appeared. Xuanhuan stepped in. What I saw in front of my eyes was a piece of fiery red. This is a huge cave world, which is more wonderful than Yin Tianzuan's before. Crashing. There is the sound of surging water. Xuanhuan saw that the entire cave world was covered by a fiery red seawater, like magma. Here, similar to the environment of the Wanhai Plain, there are many giant peaks and islands. These giant peak islands are actually precious minerals, which can be directly used to make magic weapons. This is Yanhai. He looked up, and there was a huge star in the sky, which bloomed with infinite dazzling light all the time, maintaining the operation of this hole in the sky. With a sweep of his divine sense, he knew that there were many treasures in Yanhai. He knew that the treasure location given by the system would leave countless treasures for him, waiting for Xuanhuan to pick them up. The Yangtze here is extremely pure energy, which is condensed by the energy after the eternal God crystal has been melted away. There are so many oceans here. If you don't erase its hot attribute, it is very suitable for practitioners who practice the way of fire. Xuanhuan didn't intend to erase the attribute. There are many strong people who mainly focus on fire. Such as Xinyang God, Old God, Fire Ancestor, they all practice the way of flames. If my guess is correct, this Yanhai Tianzuan was in the 8th realm before his death, and he almost reached the 9th realm. He was not killed by others, but died in the eternal calamity and buried himself. Xuanhuan stared at the star and sun, and walked in with one step. The greatest treasure is within the sun. Boom! Howren's sun is burning with real fire, and its ferocious power will burn to ashes in an instant when it enters the 6 realms, but Xuanhuan doesn't seem to notice it and doesn't care. He is idle. A crimson temple burning with raging divine fire appeared in front of him. Yanhai Temple, the last seat of Yanhai Tianzuan. When Xuanhuan came to the Yanhai Temple, the closed door was a stronger flame. The power was so hot that even some weaker gods of origin could hardly enter, and it contained Daozong. Practice hard, pursue eternity, everything is empty. When Xuanhuan came to the interior of the temple, a voice suddenly came from his ear, which was the sigh of a dying celestial being. He saw a flame god seat, on which sat an old man. His eyes were empty, as if he was chasing something. That is Yanhai Tianzuan. I have searched for nearly 100 epochs on the Eternal Road, struggling to survive every time, and finally reached the end. I am tired, very tired. I have struggled on this road for a long time, and it is difficult to see the dawn. Throughout the ages, how many existences more amazing and brilliant than me can't be traced, let this be my end. Yang Hai Tianzuan was still sitting quietly. This is his will imprinted in the temple, which is hard to dissipate for a long time. Chu Yuan looked at him and knew that at the moment before this celestial being faced with the deadline, he had no fear, but became relaxed, relieved, and all the shackles in his heart were removed. He could hear the weariness in his tone. Indeed, the closer to the end of life and death, the more intense his struggle. After struggling again and again, he was exhausted. This is a relief for him, he doesn't need to struggle anymore. And amidst this relaxation, Chu Yuan heard even more despair. Yang Hai Tianzuan had once been high-spirited and high-spirited, but the reality was too ruthless, obliterating all his ambitions and making him decadent. Eternity is not impossible. Chu Yuan is responding to him. I'm tired. Although I can't be eternal, I don't want all my strength to dissipate like this. I left this cave world to preserve my strength for future generations to understand. Yang Hai Tianzuan said, the road ends in eternity, I can't see what will be at the end of eternity, but I hope that the latecomers can do it and tell the world that eternity is not despair. After he finished speaking, the divine body on the throne collapsed and turned into light spots, completely feathered. This is the restriction left by him, and when someone comes here, it will dissipate. Chu Yuan watched him disappear into the world. There is an end to this road, and I will make it. Chu Yuan said. Because he has no way out, if he doesn't make this step, his empire and everything about him will disappear, and even himself will become a part of the endless cycle of eras. Yang Hai Tianzuan left behind his own inheritance of Taoism. Chu Yuan grabbed the palm of his hand, and a flaming scepter fell into his hand. This is the Yang Hai scepter, an artifact of origin, and a sea of flames will appear with a random wave. A very powerful artifact, Yang Hai Tianzuan spent nearly 100 epochs of painstaking efforts to create it. Chu Yuan took another look. He didn't bother to classify the countless treasures in the entire cave world, so he directly used his strongest strength to take away the entire cave. Yang Hai Tianzuan's treasure was taken away, Chu Yuan embarked on the eternal journey, and the treasure of Diyu, an ancient emperor, was in the depths of eternity, waiting for him to collect it. #C 1790 Immortal Shrine. After Chu Yuan received Yang Hai Tianzuan's treasure, he walked all the way and continued to go deep. A Yang Hai Tianzuan's treasure has allowed him to get so many good things, what will be in Yuangu Emperor's treasure that time? And the ancient emperor of dimension must be a stronger master than Yang Hai Tianzuan. Xuanhuan returns to the sea, and all branches converge to one end. After a while, a huge plain appeared in front of Chu Yuan, several times larger than the Wanhai plain, which showed the incomparable power of the master of the plain. The light is like the sea, this plain is bright, and the cities are vaguely located, one after another, extremely prosperous. The call of the multi-handled heaven-punishing sword. Chu Yuan originally wanted to pass through this plain directly, but suddenly he sensed the heavenly punisher sword. Although he was not too urgent about the heaven-punishing sword, but he would not miss it if he met him along the way, so he took it with him. Oh? It has been suppressed. It seems that I will use some other means. Chu Yuan descended into the plain, and the moment he entered, he knew that this world, called Guanghai Realm, was opened up by an ancient strong man called the Lord of Guanghai. When he came in this time, he didn't hide himself like before, but showed his aura generously. The law of the eternal road is that the strong are respected. There are no rules. If you have strength, you can do whatever you want. In the face of stronger power, others can only fear you. A strong man has descended on my sea of light. A strong man was in retreat, and he would never have left without interruption, but he was startled by Chu Yuan's breath, so he had to appear. Which friend came to my sea of light and made this world flourish? The master of Guanghai realm appeared. This is a middle-aged man. He is like a man, facing the release of Chu Yuan's breath. He is very peaceful and kind. He looked at the strange man. That kind of domineering majesty also let him know that this is a very powerful person. He radiated a burst of strength, and immediately met Chu Yuan's eyes, but suddenly, his heart shook violently, as if his soul had been struck by a soul. This time his smile was even stronger. I don't know what the so-called friends come to my Guanghai world. If there is someone who can help, I, Guanghai, will definitely not refuse. This is a super master, and the Lord of Guanghai also guessed that he came for something, not to trouble him deliberately. If he can use peaceful means, he definitely doesn't want to do it. I came to you today because of your heaven-punishing sword. I can trade it with the eternal God crystal. Chu Yuan stated his purpose directly, and he was overbearing that could not be refused. So it's because of those heaven-punishing swords. The Lord of Guanghai breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, just a few heaven-punishing swords. I thought it would be something difficult to do, although the heaven-punishing sword was created by the ancient emperor Refining, but the strongest power can be erupted only when you get 99, I only have 4 in my hand, it's tasteless to eat, it's a pity to discard, since my friend needs it, then take it. Lord Guanghai agreed very quickly. Indeed, as he said, a few heaven-punishing swords are meaningless and like tasteless ribs, and they don't have much effect on him at all. This mysterious strongman came here, and the request he made was not too much. He guessed that this person was probably collecting the heavenly Punisher sword, so he might as well fulfill the opponent and gain some of his friendship. For the strong, of course it is necessary to make friends. However, I will not take your heaven-punishing sword for nothing. Chu Yuan said. My friend, you're being polite. It's just a few heaven-punishing swords. It's not a big deal to me. Just treat it as a gift from me to a friend. The Lord of Guanghai doesn't want Chu Yuan's eternal God crystal. With a wave of his hand, 4 heaven-punishing swords flew out simultaneously. By nah, it's not my character. Chu Yuan directly gave him enough eternal crystals. Of course he knew that the reason why Lord Guanghai was so polite was not due to his strength. If he didn't have this strength and dared to ask him for such a thing, he would have been beheaded long ago. Only strength can win respect. This. The Lord of Guanghai looked at the eternal God crystal in front of him. He really didn't want it. Oh, my friend is too polite. It is my honor to have a friend come from afar. Why not stay here first? I will treat you well. Go, clean up the wind and dust for your friends. The road to eternity is too dangerous. Guanghai would like to make more friends. Just when Guanghaizi was hosting a banquet for Chu Yuan, a tyrannical aura swept into the Guanghai world, and suddenly a person came to him in a hurry. Old ancestor, the envoy of the immortal Holy Land is here, and he wants to see you directly. This person reported. Holy envoys of the immortal Holy Land, what are they doing here? If there is nothing wrong with going to the 3 treasure hall, there must be nothing good. The Lord of Guanghai's complexion changed suddenly, and then he said with a smile, I'm sorry, but my friend will stay here first when the envoys of the immortal Holy Land arrive. I will receive the envoys of the immortal Holy Land first and send them away. You go about your business. At this moment, Chu Yuan's gaze has crossed time and space, and he saw the envoy of the immortal Holy Land. He has never been to the immortal Holy Land, but he has also wandered on the eternal road for so long, so of course he knows many ancient forces. And this immortal Holy Land is a very ancient force. Their pioneers are called immortal, but just like the Holy Emperor, it has not appeared for a long time, but the immortal divine light is still there, which means that they have not fallen. The Holy Emperor, a powerhouse like immortal, paid a huge price to sublimate himself many times and maintain himself immortal. The holy envoy of this immortal holy place wears an immortal robe and has immortal divine power behind his forehead. And although the immortal holy envoy and the Lord of Guanhai are both gods of origin, the immortal holy envoy's tone is high and high, speaking as if he regards the Lord of Guanhai as his own subordinates, giving orders. The Lord of Guanhai dared not speak out, but could only listen. Not only their existence, the Lord of Guanhai was talking with the immortal envoy. Xuanhuan also heard it completely with the power of eternal time and space, as if he was there, but he couldn't find his prying eyes. If it is the 8th realm that has been sublimated, maybe you can still feel the change of time and space. Do you know what the envoy told you? The immortal envoy directly instigated, speaking in an orderly tone. I already understand what the holy envoy said. I will send the resources needed by the Holy Land in the shortest possible time, and I will also send enough strong people in my Sea of Light to participate in the Holy Land and the Holy Land of Truth. This is not the first time I have done it in the Guanhai community, and I will definitely not delay the important events of the Holy Land. The main path of Guanhai. Guanhai, don't be dissatisfied. Your world can be so peaceful here, because of the brilliance of my Holy Land. If you fight against the Holy Land of Truth, if you make a battle, the Holy Land will reward you. Don't worry, you have a good relationship with the elders of my Holy Land, will not let your people go to the most dangerous places, as cannon fodder. Immortal Envoy said, okay, I have other things. The emissary walked slowly. Before the immortal envoy left, the Lord of Guanhai gave him a box, which made the envoy nod in satisfaction. #C1791 Captive Harvest. My friend, you have been waiting for a long time. It is really the arrival of the Holy Envoy, so I have to go and receive it. As soon as the Lord of Guanhai sent the immortal envoy away, he immediately went to see Xuanhuan. In fact, he is also very dissatisfied and angry psychologically, but he is more than happy and angry. He knows that in order to protect himself, it is necessary to endure humiliation. People who are not smart will die long ago. Only smart people can live long. It's okay. Xuanhuan raised his hand. My friend may also be curious about what the immortal holy envoy is looking for me. This is not a secret. Although it is a bit embarrassing, I can also tell my friends. Lord Guanhai didn't know that Xuanhuan had used time and space to know what he was talking about. You say. Xuanhuan said. Since others are willing to explain to him, he is also willing to listen to the details. Friends should know that the Holy Land of Immortality was opened by a strong man titled Immortal. The main path of Guanhai. I have heard about immortality. There have been many eras that have not appeared, but they have not fallen. They should use their own methods to fight against eternal doom. Xuanhuan replied. His exploration of the eternal road this time also has a purpose, to supplement his understanding of the various forces of eternity, and to formulate plans for the next step. Yes, although Immortal has appeared for a long time, the Holy Land of Immortality is still powerful. I am actually attached to the Holy Land of Immortality, and I will pay them a lot of fetishes every era. The Lord of Guanhai said helplessly, as long as you pay the fetish, the immortal Holy Land will not attack us, but will protect us instead. Xuanhuan understands. This is the so-called handing over the protection fee. For example, the Blood Ancestor God dynasty is to kill all the forces and plunder all the materials, and the immortal Holy Land chooses a more gentle method. If you pay enough protection fees, you will not do anything, but will protect you. Long stream. Get the maximum benefit one by one. Every era, I have to give them a lot. If I meet their big shots, I will hand over more. This is also a kind of helplessness. After all, I need their protection. On the eternal road, there are many crises everywhere. It doesn't make a difference anywhere, it's better than this. Although the Lord of Guanhai spoke aggrievedly, he was also valuable. In addition to handing in the fetish, if they encounter a war, we vassals will also be forced to participate in the war. Just like recently, the Holy Land of Immortality is fighting the Holy Land of Truth for an ancient relic. This Holy Land of Truth is another ancient and powerful force on the Eternal Road. It was opened up for a strong man called Truth. It is an old enemy with the Holy Land of Immortality. Every era is at war. Although we participate in the war, the immortal Holy Land will give us military exploits, but every time we attack, we vassal forces will die the most and benefit the least. They are their cannon fodder. The Lord of Light sighed. Xuanhuan heard it. Immortal Holy Land will not force those forces to join them, but is willing to develop more vassal forces to squeeze them, and they will also give vassals like the Lord of Xuanhuan the possibility of survival and not force them to death. Incorporating it into one's holy land may seem to make one's strength stronger, but in fact, the responsibility is greater, and more resources must be spent on cultivation. How about just like this, take them as vassals, squeeze them, strengthen yourself, and use them as cannon fodder in the event of a war. There are two options, both good and bad, and it's hard to say which one is better. Xuanhuan wondered whether the empire could also absorb a group of vassals. They're all equally cruel. The Eternal Road is a road of constant struggle, where the weak prey on the strong. Xuanhuan said. Yes. The main path of Xuanhuan. If he can ascend to the 8th realm, he has the qualifications to negotiate conditions with the immortal Holy Land, and if he can ascend to the 9th realm as much as possible, he can directly challenge them. It's a captivity and harvesting. Xuanhuan said again. The Lord of Xuanhuan was slightly stunned, he couldn't hear the qualifications in Xuanhuan's words. The man was right, this is captive harvesting. For the immortal Holy Land, they are leeks, which can be harvested crop by crop, and even themselves are the greatest resource of the immortal Holy Land. If there is a big figure in the immortal Holy Land who needs more eternal matter, they can even directly destroy the vassals. Although he is the god of origin, in the eyes of the immortal Holy Land, he is actually leeks and livestock. And on the entire road to eternity, what are all the strong men to eternity itself? Thinking of this, he also shuddered. Now I still need the protection of the immortal Holy Land, especially in this era, the turmoil is even more severe, and I can't get rid of them for the time being. The Lord of the Sea of Light secretly said. Friend, if you are not in a hurry, you can rest in my Xuanhuan realm for a while longer. A sincere invitation from the Lord of the Sea of Light. I have something else to do, Lord of the Sea of Light, you gave me the 4 heaven punishing swords, yes, you are very good, I will remember. Xuanhuan suddenly disappeared in front of him. He left. The Lord of Xuanhuan was shocked. Xuanhuan's method of disappearing was too fast. He could not sense his whereabouts even though he sensed time and space, as if he had never been to his Xuanhuan realm at all. Xuanhuan, this person's strength is very strong. Just after Xuanhuan left, a person came beside him, who was also a god of origin. The strength is very strong. Xuanhuan looked at him, this god of origin came from the same era as him, and said, I am friendly to him, but I also want to make friends with him. Here, it is not a bad thing to have one more friend. I can't even speculate on his strength. This time the battle between the Holy Land of Immortality and the Holy Land of Truth, I will take people there, and I will not let our people be cannon fodder. That humane. War with the Holy Land of Truth, they are already old enemies. Xuanhuan said with emotion, if you know that other people have the Heavenly Punisher sword, you can trade it from them. Oh? The man said, you collected it for that strong man, and you intend to curry favor with him, so you don't need us to do that, right? You do not understand. Xuanhuan smiled, he has a lot of heaven punishing swords on his body. If I still have them, he will come. Although he didn't explain his origin, he didn't hide it either. He came from Shijiuan, that is, multiverse. The strong man in this era is very strong, but is he worthy of your favor? That's humane. You just came out of customs, and you don't know something. The Blood Ancestor God Dynasty, the Blood God, Xue, died not long ago. Although the Blood Ancestor God Dynasty deliberately concealed it, how can such a big event be hidden? It is very likely that he did it. Is it worth my favor to say that such a strong person? Guanghai Road. Beheading Zhu Yuming, this kind of strength is very terrifying. That's humane. Yeah, don't look at him being very gentle in the Guanghai realm and being kind to me, it's because I gave him kindness, and he didn't even hit the smiling face when I stretched out my hand, but in fact, this emperor is extremely murderous. In his hands, at least several origin gods have already died, and there is no harm in having one more friend and one more path. If you can help him within your ability, you are helping yourself. He is wily and calculating, like an old fox. He could see that although Xuanhuan was ruthless and cruel, the emperor was not a devil, he was upright and mighty, and had his own rules of conduct. Hashtag C1792 Eternal Shenzhou. Then Guanghai is really good at being a man, and he is scheming, but this kind of smart person is not harmful to my interests. At this time, Xuanhuan had already moved deeper into eternity. He naturally understood the Lord of Guanghai's behavior of flattering him. After all, he did not hide his strength. And he doesn't care. The greater his prestige, when the empire raises its arms and marches to fight for eternity, more powerful people will take the initiative to join him and gather in the rolling invincible trend. Sometimes, he doesn't need to directly say, join his forces, but the strength will make many people make the most correct choice. This is strength. Xuanhuan fought all the way, from the small universe to the big universe, and then to the eternal road. In this instant, half a year has passed since he left Guanghai realm. The eternal road is said to be a road, but it is too big. He can cross endless time and space with every step, but he can't reach the end after half a year. It is many times larger than the multiverse. Ancient ruins. Xuanhuan stopped at this moment. This relic is in the deepest part of eternity. When he looked at it, it was covered in a gray atmosphere, vast and powerful. He saw a lot of stone buildings, because they used the eternal god stone, all of them were not destroyed, and they looked sensual, towering and majestic, with a wild and wild power. I don't know which period the ruins existed in. There are too many hidden histories on the eternal road, and some of them can only be glimpsed from the ancient ruins. Xuanhuan stepped into the ruins with curiosity. There are buildings made of stones everywhere, houses and temples, everything that one expects to find, but they are not refined at all, more rough and atmospheric, giving people another sense. In the ruins, there are no living beings anymore, but the prosperity of that year can be vaguely felt. There are many such ancient relics. After all, the eternal road is too big and boundless, so we can only move forward by feeling. Xuanhuan walked in the ancient ruins. He hopes to find some records, to supplement more understanding, and to sublimate his eternal way. The practice of origin is not only the origin of all things, but the most important thing is the origin of eternity. He came to a group of ancient temple ruins. There were abandoned altars and the remains of the ancient ancestors. In his eyes, there seemed to be a sea of people, and there were countless people kneeling here to worship. Mural. Xuanhuan saw many pictures on a huge stone wall. Words may not be recognizable, but the expression technique of painting is more intuitively understandable. On the mural, he saw a god, an ancient strong man, ordering countless people to move materials all over the universe, as if to make something. These powerhouses have alien gods with 3 heads and 6 arms, and they also look like humans, as well as ancient demon gods, ferocious beasts, and various innate gods. He watched, thoughtfully. These powerhouses are not from the same race, let alone from the same force. But it seems that there is a common goal that brings them together to accomplish a great feat that no one can accomplish alone. There were many murals, and he looked at them one by one. Strive for eternity, Xuanhuan said. When these strong men were doing a feat, there was no fighting on the entire Eternal Road, but all the resources were gathered together. He saw a supreme being who seemed to be living in the sun, and he ordered his subordinates to spray endless eternal divine fire. It can also be seen that a strong man who controls time and space is condensing the universe and creating eternal time and space. I also saw a strong man who is good at formations, engraving restrictions. Eternal Shenzhou. The other side of Shenzhou. Xuanhuan finally understood their purpose. This group of strong men was actually building a huge Shenzhou, gathering the entire eternal power, to let this Shenzhou hit the immortal shore. At the end of eternity, after breaking through, some people think that it is a pure land-like shore. How could Xuanhuan not understand Shenzhou? He had several of them. And what you see in front of you is the real eternal Shenzhou. The other side of Shenzhou is just an abbreviation. The real meaning is to create an eternal Shenzhou, to impact into the eternal life of the other side. In an extremely ancient era, I don't know how many epochs ago, all the strong men in the universe, even the existences like the Holy Emperor, Immortal, and Truth, gave up all fighting. They reached an agreement that their fighting was the what is useless is struggling in an eternal cage. Xuanhuan felt a will. These powerhouses joined together and gathered all their strengths together. They built the eternal Shenzhou to hit the other shore. It is not something that a single powerhouse can build, but the union of countless powerhouses. They firmly believe that they will use immortality, the Pure Land exists, and they will use their own power to lead all the strong to eternity and glory. Xuanhuan was silent. He already knows. This ancient ruins belong to the Shenzhou era, and it is conceivable that they are great if all the powerful people of that time are united. But they still failed. The eternal Shenzhou rushed all the way. It seemed to hit the real end of eternity, and it seemed to be reaching the other shore, but it sank in the end. The ancient Shenzhou is still on the road to eternity. Xuanhuan couldn't revisit that ancient era, but he knew the result. The eternal Shenzhou couldn't rush out, all the strong fell, and no one survived. The ancient Shenzhou has also become one of the largest ancient relics on the Eternal Road, and many strong people have explored it. He also knows that there are many treasures in the ancient Shenzhou, because the strong people at that time put their wealth in the Shenzhou, hoping to develop in an immortal place. Faced with such failed feats, no one laughed at them, and many even hoped that they would succeed. Because throughout the ages, no one can transcend eternity. If there are predecessors who can succeed, it means that this road is feasible and there is a way. It is necessary to find the most correct way. No one succeeds, as if hopeless. It is precisely because of the failure of the ancient Shenzhou that the strong on the Eternal Road are almost not united. After all, there is a lesson from the past. What's even more frightening is that they don't even know what eternity itself represents. This kind of behavior is worthy of respect. They are all pioneers and use their own methods to verify for future generations. But because of their failure, more people despair. Xuanhuan looked at the murals. There is no fear in his heart, only the strongest road, the strongest power, to create a real eternal road. In front of Xuanhuan, there is no such thing as despair. He has invincible confidence and firmly believes that he can do it. If you don't even have this confidence, let alone become the strongest. Fearless and invincible, that is Xuanhuan. Leave it in the empire, as an ancient relic. With a wave of his palm, Xuanhuan took away all the relics. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1793 Cage, Infinite. Leave this ruin. Xuanhuan's mind has no ups and downs, but has become firmer, and only this kind of mind cannot be affected by external interference. Although the Shenzhou era failed, it proved a way for him. The real Shenzhou may be able to go up there, in the deepest depths. Xuanhuan thought to himself. This road is almost infinitely large, and in the following months, he hardly saw any forces. After all, although there are many strong people here, they are like a drop in the ocean in such a big place. Suddenly, when he reached a place, he felt a strong force. He immediately looked over and saw through the endless void. Although eternity is nothingness, he felt the movement of the majestic breath, like a storm, like a spiral sea, with a large amount of power gathered in one place. There are eternal fetishes, and the level is very high. After Xuanhuan pierced through the thick fog and saw clearly, he said unexpectedly, "Eternal heart." It is actually an eternal heart. This eternal heart is crystal clear and bright, with a glass-like color, pure and without any impurities, and it is still beating. The breath of eternity diffuses out, and every force breathed into the body will make people feel refreshed and happy, and the original divine power is increasing. It's a complete eternal heart, very rare, and I have actually met it. The value of this eternal heart is not even weaker than the shattered godhead of the mythical 9 heavens. Xuanhuan also laughed. This is the complete eternal heart, which is too rare. Although the godhead of the mythical 9 heavens can allow a mortal to be directly promoted to the god of origin without damage, there are also great hidden dangers. Even if he loses his own potential, he will be the weakest kind. Not so with the eternal heart. After this eternal heart is refined, one's own heart can become eternal, bursting with strength, and the blood energy is transformed by it and enters all parts of the body, making it closer to the eternal divine body. After this complete refinement, although it is impossible for people to directly break through the origin, but it will be easier to become the origin, and there will be no hidden defects of the Godhead, because this is like building a foundation, polishing the foundation for you. He himself does not need it. He has become the God of origin, and his refining is just icing on the cake, without any substantial effect. But the Empire needs someone. There is only one eternal heart, and it is useful to everyone. It is not good to give it to anyone directly. And my family, they all need it. After I go back this time, let them use their luck to draw lots to see who can do it. Arrive. Xuanhuan already has a distribution plan. These things must be fair and fair, the lottery is the most fair, and it depends entirely on one's luck. If you can't get it, you can't blame him. It would be nice to have more eternal hearts. And there will be more to come as Empire delves deeper into eternity. He immediately arrived at the gathering place of eternal energy, booming, as if he was in a black hole spring. A terrifying force was pulling him, trying to make him fall into the abyss of despair. He stood still, grabbed the eternal heart with a sudden grab, and then sent it directly into the system space. Excellent. Xuanhuan continued his eternal journey. On the eternal road, there is nothingness and change, sometimes there will be some strange relics to embellish the lonely road. But gradually, Xuanhuan realized something was wrong. After he captured the eternal heart, although there was no change in the scene on the road, the time and space were different. He has already practiced the profound meaning of eternal time and space, and he can perceive it. Time and space have changed, and it's different from the path I took before. Xuanhuan stopped and looked around suddenly, his eyes pierced the infinite nothingness, as if he had come to an isolated place, almost cut off from the multiverse. That is, he could no longer sense the existence of the Empire. I am the Lord of the Empire, the Lord of the Era, no matter where I am in eternity, I can feel it, but now, I seem to be cut off from eternity here, and it gives me the feeling that this place is like a lost area. Here, there is no way to leave, and you will be completely stuck here. He can no longer feel the direction, and he can't even sense the time. This place seems to be a static area. Xuanhuan suddenly shuttled towards a certain place. He increased his speed to the fastest, but no matter how he traveled, the scene in front of him remained the same, and he was still in this weird area, and he couldn't find a way out at all. That is, he was stuck. Continue to shuttle. Chu Yuan changed several directions in a row. The past, present, and future turned into eternal time and space, but wherever he moved, he was still here, without leaving, like a labyrinth. Interesting. Chu Yuan returned to the original point. He clearly knew how fast he was traveling. Just now he crossed an endless distance, but here seemed to have no limit, infinite, and was isolated by a mysterious force. If it was another strong person, when they encountered this situation, they might panic and frantically want to find a way out. But he didn't, very calm. He recalled the process of coming to this time and space. During this period, he was very peaceful. After he received the eternal heart, he was on his way normally, but it was at that time that a change occurred. Terrible, yes. He didn't even notice this change in advance. It's not weird, it should be said that it's normal. Anything can happen on the eternal road. This is a Jedi that is hard to leave. In all directions, you can't find a way to leave, and you are isolated here forever. Chu Yuan said lightly. His eyes swept around. And since you can come in, it means that there is a way to leave. Although it is said that there is only a way to go in, there is no way to leave, but there are two sides to everything. Maybe I already know the way to leave. Chu Yuan smiled. If there is no way to show you, a way will be created. There are no roads in the world, and roads are formed when there are many people walking. The same is true here. But since you're here, let me take a good look at how mysterious this place is. Chu Yuan said. What he feels here is just two words. Unlimited. Can't even find the edge. Yes, it is infinitely large. Chu Yuan deliberately locked an area in an ordinary way and moved in that direction, but there was no end in sight. The farther you go, the bigger this place seems to be. If there is an end, or if it is blocked by some kind of force and cannot leave, then that's okay. But this kind of endlessness really makes people wonder what to do. This is formed by a special rule. It's very interesting. You can think of this place as a cage. I'm afraid that people who enter here don't know how they got in, so they are confined here. Chu Yuan guessed a lot. When he shuttled, he also saw some other things. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1794 more mudstone slabs. Cage. Chu Yuan didn't know what this place was, so he called it the prison cage. The world here is very strange. It is obviously a closed cage, but the area is infinitely vast. You can't find its limit at all, let alone break it. Nothingness, the eternal breath does not exist, and the concept of time and space is vague, which is different from the real eternal road. Chu Yuan knew that there was no eternal breath here, and it was difficult to condense the eternal God crystal, and in such an environment, there were no treasured gods at all. Energy is not endless. Even the God of origin needs the supplement of external energy to condense more blood of the God of origin and eternal matter. Chu Yuan performed the great devouring technique, and what was devoured was an empty space with nothing, because there is no energy here, so where can you devour it? The great phagocytosis is not a panacea. Interesting. Although the area is infinite, there is almost no energy. It seems to be the opposite of eternal road. Chu Yuan has always been very calm, without any panic, but is very interested in this place. When he crossed here, he actually saw a corpse. Although this corpse looked like a human being, it was an enlarged version of a giant, which was 1,000,000 feet in size. A giant. Although Chu Yuan's body can become extremely large with the original divine power, but the power changes here, and this giant itself is so big, it is a special race. In the current era, there is no such a big giant. But there are countless epochs, and many strange races will be born in each epoch. Eternity breeds all races, even the creatures, created by the origin God, belong to eternity, in a certain essence. Chu Yuan said. He is the supreme humane, the supreme emperor. Without his own breath of life, he reached the origin of the 7 realms during his lifetime. This is a strong man who fell here a long time ago. Obviously, I am not the only one who has entered this caged Jedi. Xuanhuan strode towards the giant. The giant's eyes were open, his face was extremely ferocious, his veins protruded like mountains, and his hands were raised like claws. He was obviously struggling and extremely unwilling. His body was also dry, like a mummy. Xuanhuan was silent for a moment. He knew that the giant was trapped in a desperate situation, and he couldn't get out after using countless methods, so he was extremely unwilling. And although this giant is dead, his value is extremely small. His flesh and bones are all origin, and his physique is strong. With special means, he can sharpen an extremely powerful puppet. He moved closer. Unwilling. The giant's empty eyes were suddenly blood-red, and his withered body seemed to have the sound of blood rushing. It was the remaining energy, which burst out from the bone marrow. The eternal light was magnificent and bright, and he stood up unexpectedly. This was his unwilling will, engraved in his bones, and erupted with the craziest power. He shot at Xuanhuan crazily, every punch was overwhelming, his huge divine body made him more like a divine pillar, his eternal light was too bright. Lines appeared on his flesh and blood, glowing. I've seen these lines before. Xuanhuan suddenly recognized it. When he entered the Eternal Road for the first time, he got a mudstone slab with many lines on it, and the giant appeared on it. Eternal Seal. Xuanhuan covered it with one palm. Although the giant is extremely powerful, it has fallen and is weak in front of him. Not to mention that he is dead. Even if he is not dead, he will not be Xuanhuan's opponent. He was immediately sealed by Xuanhuan. There are some mudstone slabs. After Xuanhuan sealed the giant, he immediately got 3 mudstone slabs from him. He stopped immediately. Compared with the piece in his hand, it is the same substance, but the lines cannot be connected, as if the puzzle has been broken into countless pieces. He experimented with destruction with the power of the origin, and it turned out that he couldn't destroy it. It seemed that even the strongest found that he couldn't destroy it. It seems to be a substance that surpasses eternity itself. Will the lines on it be engraved with the rules of eternity? Xuanhuan was not in a hurry to find a way to leave. He pondered carefully. Very weird. But also very mysterious. This should be a kind of law, a kind of supernatural power, an eternal law, and you will get great power after comprehending it. Xuanhuan sat here. There are streams of aura erupting from his body, which is the air of eternity. During the process of his comprehension, the power of origin changed, and he actually created a substance like the aura of eternity. He returned to eternity, as if he had restored his essence. With a light wave of his palm, eternal rules gathered on his palm, and then these rules can also be imprinted into his bones or flesh to form eternal rules. In other words, at the end of the practice, he turned into an existence like eternal rules. Of course, many of these are just guesses, by Xuanhuan. After all, he got too few mudstone slabs. And this giant has obviously practiced this method, but he can only imprint the rules on the most obvious skin and flesh, but cannot penetrate deep into the bones, especially the soul. It is too difficult to practice and understand. Xuanhuan didn't know the origin of the mudstone slab and who created it, but there were 2 speculations: either it was created by an unknown strong man, or it was some kind of embodiment of eternal rules. And he only comprehended, not imprinted. If you get more mudstone slabs, you can get a glimpse of the essence, make the rules more apparent, and even allow the powerful in the empire to comprehend. Xuanhuan said. He left the area. It is isolated from the outside world, and can only count the time silently. But it's not impossible to calculate time. That is eternal robbery, no matter where you are. An era is over, and doom is bound to come. Strong people like the Holy Emperor, as the strongest ever, it is difficult for them to show up. In fact, it is very likely that they are also avoiding eternal calamity. And the longer he stayed here, the more powerful people Xuanhuan saw in the infinite time and space. Most of them had fallen and were trapped here. There are relics of the ancient strong. Xuanhuan also discovered the remains of some ancient strong men, some of which belonged to the god of origin, and more of them were of a lower level. I don't know where they came here by accident. They couldn't get out, so they died here. Looking at the aura of their fall, the oldest bones Xuanhuan saw had fallen for 40 or 50 epochs. It's not surprising, it's infinitely large, and it's impossible for all the remains of the bones to be found. And he knows even more that this Jedi may have existed since the dawn of time, and it was not created by the power of a cultivator, but created by eternal rules. Continuing to search aimlessly, he can still see older ones. I have been here for several months. Xuanhuan has been wandering here for several months. He couldn't find a reference point, so he ran around aimlessly. His gaze suddenly concentrated, and when he saw the extremely far away, there was a magnificent aura rising into the sky, which made his face suddenly interesting. Interesting, I thought it was really a completely dead place. When Xuanhuan saw it, he went over immediately. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1795 Worthless Fetish. Ahead, the scene changes abruptly. An incomparably huge continent suddenly appeared in the void of time and space. Its radiance was magnificent, and a world was formed. There were many people living in it, and life appeared. There is a plane. Xuanhuan was also a little surprised. He also thought that within this cage, there was a piece of imprisoned time and space. Although there were many strong people coming in, there should not be many, and they were scattered everywhere, so it was difficult to gather together. His eyes pierced immediately, and he saw more. He wasn't too surprised. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and they will gather involuntarily. He also noticed those people. Not all of them were strong, many of the weak should have been brought in by the strong, and they couldn't get out, so they multiplied and took root here. Something interesting. Xuanhuan's expression moved, and he immediately entered the world. In the world, there is one of the largest cities, where the population is almost all concentrated. He glanced at it casually, and there are not a few primitive gods, and there are also some in the sixth realm. However, these people lack vigor and look like they are waiting to die. Also, the prison itself is a desperate situation for them. As long as there are people, there will be a market. Xuanhuan entered the city directly, and no one stopped him. There are a lot of materials here. Xuanhuan saw some spontaneously formed markets in various parts of the street. There were many fetishes placed in front of many people, and many people were picking and choosing what suited them. Originally, he didn't care about these fetishes, but some of the fetishes on the stalls were very rare, which surprised him very much. Yin-Yang Divine Stone. At the booth of a middle-aged man, Xuanhuan saw a half-black and half-white Yin-Yang Divine Stone the size of a stone millstone, and said immediately, "How many divine crystals do you need for this Yin-Yang Divine Stone?" "My lord." The middle-aged man looked at Xuanhuan. Although he didn't know his identity, the great aura let him know that it was a god of origin. He couldn't feel how strong it was. He respectfully said, "If you need it, my lord, take the 500 million eternal crystals, or give me a few pills that can enhance my cultivation." 500 million divine crystals. When Xuanhuan heard the price, it was not too expensive, but too cheap. If it is on the eternal road, a piece of such a large Yin-Yang God stone needs at least 3 billion eternal God crystals, and there is still a price but no market, and few people are willing to exchange it. The energy here is empty and empty, unable to absorb breath. Condense the eternal God crystal. A piece of eternal God crystal is 10 times more precious than the outside world. I can't wait to break it into 2 halves. maintaining power requires eternal God crystal, and going through the eternal calamity requires a lot of energy. Eternal divine crystal. The middle-aged man sighed. Indeed so. Xuanhuan said lightly. Of course he knew that he was trapped here and couldn't get out. The eternal crystals circulating here were all brought in by the strong from the outside, and they couldn't be condensed from the inside. Also because of this, the eternal God crystal here is extremely precious. What's more, even if they don't cultivate themselves, they need a large amount of eternal God crystal to supplement them to survive the eternal calamity. As a result, here, there are many gods, but the eternal God crystal is scarce. After all, this is the biggest consumable. It is difficult or impossible for the outside world to exchange gods with God crystals, and they can be exchanged here, and the price will be much cheaper. I hate this cage very much. I have been trapped for 6 epochs, and I am almost at my limit. If I were in the outside world, I might even have achieved the origin. Middle-aged people's mood swings are extremely violent, and they are even going crazy. Xuanhuan looked at his madness indifferently. My lord, I was the one who was possessed just now. The middle-aged man said, My lord, this is the first time I have come here. This world is a sanctuary opened up for us by a great origin god. You see, no fighting is allowed here. Everyone is here for peaceful transactions. It is because of that great spirit that we can have a place of peace here. The place of the prison cage is vast and infinite. We leave the coordinates here to prevent ourselves from getting lost. There are too many powerful people who have fallen here. Sometimes we will explore, so adults can see so many gods. Middle-aged humane. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. He could see that the god of origin opened up a peaceful place, probably for his own purpose. My lord, there are so many fetishes here, you can find anything you need. The middle-aged man reminded, however, my lord, although the gods are cheaper here, the god pill and the eternal god crystal are the most precious. After all, we have no way to go out. The gods are good, but the most important thing is to live. Can't leave, what's the use of getting more? Struggling to survive, hopeless and helpless. Xuanhuan bought his fetish and let him get 500 million eternal god crystal, which is also a reminder that the fetish is worthless here, and only the eternal god crystal is the most important. Xuanhuan leaves. He continued to walk in the city. It was lively and bustling, and the voices of fetishes hawking came and went one after another. When they saw strange strong men coming, they would sell them enthusiastically. Xuanhuan has too many eternal god crystals. Here, he bought many gods at a price dozens of times cheaper than the outside world, and he gained a lot. Many fetishes were found from the ancient powerhouse's sitting place. Xuanhuan said. His great soul technique spread out, and countless voices and all kinds of surging thoughts were captured by him in an instant. There was a stern look on his face. The great soul technique, with his current power, can directly peek into the depths of his soul. The cultivation base of these people in front of him is not as good as his, so of course he can catch them. I see. Xuanhuan probably already understood the purpose of this world. But if you dare to find me on my head, I will let you know what is ruthless. Xuanhuan walked in the city indifferently, without making a sound. My lord, would you like to go to my treasure pavilion? My treasure pavilion is the pioneer of the world. It was created by the god of origin. There are countless treasures. If you want, you can go to my treasure pavilion. Just as Xuanhuan was walking in the city, an old man in black suddenly came in front of him and said respectfully. Your god of origin. Xuanhuan said. Our adults are not in the plane right now, if the guests need it, go there first. The old man tried his best to invite Xuanhuan to the Zhenbao pavilion. Xuanhuan looked through and saw a treasure pavilion full of brilliance, and the aura of many gods and objects, many of which were rarely seen on the road to eternity. Xuanhuan took a deep look at the old man, and without saying much, he suddenly disappeared in front of him. Gone. Seeing Xuanhuan leave suddenly, he was taken aback for a moment. He was also very surprised when he saw this person buying fetishes in a big way before, but now he left so simply. Could he have seen something? TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1796 male and female. Xuanhuan, this person left, but he was cautious, and saw something was wrong. At this moment, just as Xuanhuan left, two people appeared in a hidden time and space, a man and a woman. They are all gods of origin. The first to speak was a woman in red. She had a beautiful face, but her face and temperament had a kind of viciousness, like a femme fatale. The man called Xuanhuan was thin and vicious. That's right, he left. Every god of origin is achieved through countless hardships. It comes from the intuition of fate. It's not surprising that he noticed something was wrong. Xuanhuan said. This person must have just entered the cage. He didn't know the preciousness of the eternal god crystal. When he came to the world we opened up, he bought these cheap fetishes. He didn't have the concept of saving at all. What is it? This is also our strategy to attract people. The woman in red said, he doesn't know the horror of this place, he thinks he can get a lot of fetishes at a small price, and then he can leave, but unfortunately, his calculation is wrong. This is a place that can't leave at all, Jedi, die environment. Her tone was crazy, hysterical. And they are the pioneers of this world. Not one god of origin as outsiders said, but two. Yes, what we need is a large number of eternal god crystals. Xuanhuan said, Yanling, we have been trapped here for a long time, so long that I can hardly hold on anymore. I may not be able to take you out of here, and I will die here forever. Do not talk like that. The red-clothed woman Yanling said, you are the closest to the 8th realm, and you can live for many more epochs if you sublimate once, and if you can break through, you will be able to find more treasures of ancient powerhouses in the desperate realm. Live longer with you. Breakthrough to the 8 realms requires spiritual sublimation. My spiritual sublimation is enough, but I don't have enough material to allow myself to sublimate. Xuanhuan said. Humph. I think that person has a lot of wealth, so let's kill him. Yanling said, although his strength is not weak. But you and I work together, and we can fight against the 8 realms. If we don't deal with him, he may be intercepted and killed by others, or he may never be found. With a god of origin, plus we have so many eras the collected eternal god crystal should be enough. There is a god of origin, and I have an 80% chance of breaking through. Xuanhuan said, if I don't make a breakthrough, I can live for 2 more epochs at most, but Yanling, you will be sad for this epoch, and he can't run away. He bought a lot of fetishes from me. He has left his mark, and his whereabouts are no secret to me. It's a pity that he didn't enter the treasure pavilion, otherwise we would have left a great array of refining gods there. It was a pity for Yanling, and then she became vicious. It's not too late, let's do it right away. Go after him. Xuanhuan and Yanling flew up, and they immediately went after Xuanhuan. After they had chased for a while, they suddenly saw that this person was walking in the void at a leisurely pace. Found it. The two said. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xuanhuan stopped suddenly and turned to look at them with an extremely indifferent expression. Wait for us? You are so courageous. Yanling's expression changed, and then she returned to normal, and said coldly, Xuanhuan, he looks very confident, he is not afraid of us. Although this person is mysterious and extraordinary, they are not afraid, and they are extremely confident in their own strength. When I came to the world, I already knew where you were. Xuanhuan said in an insightful tone. The two of them opened up the world not to let the weak have a peaceful place at all, but to have a more vicious purpose. Xuanhuan and Yanling fell into this place a long time ago, in a desperate situation. At the beginning, they teamed up to hunt and kill the strong man in the cage, and they also forged a bloody reputation. But after all, this place is infinitely large, and it is very difficult and labor-intensive to find someone to hunt and kill. The two later changed their minds. Hiding one's identity, opening up a continent, deliberately attracting many people to come here, and they will also protect it at the same time. In the eyes of the middle-aged people, the pioneers of the world are upright, extremely upright, but only they know the viciousness behind it. In Xuanhuan and Yanling's eyes, killing a middle-aged person is not worth much, so it is better to keep it. This continent is their eyeliner, collecting information for them. If a strange origin god arrives, they will hunt and kill them and seize their materials. There is no way, all the eternal god crystals can only be replenished from outside powerhouses. There is light in front of people, and darkness behind people. But how Xuanhuan existed, when he came here, he saw the terrifying murderous intent in the Zhenbao pavilion, and arranged a terrifying formation. If the general origin gods don't know about the conspiracy, it's hard to escape if they go in. There are indeed people who don't know the situation and are hunted and killed by them. He is calm. Do you think that if you know our purpose, you can break our trap? Escape, since you came in, you have fallen into our trap. You may have a chance to escape honestly, but now you must die. Xuanhuan took a step forward, his breath was like a poisonous scorpion. He deliberately said a lot of things to Xuanhuan, but there was actually a conspiracy going on. Really? Just you. This time, Xuanhuan wanted to catch everything in one go, and he had the confidence to control everything. He can see. This Xuanhuan's mind has been sublimated to the 8th level, but in the Jedi, there is not enough eternal substance to support him to fully sublimate. His cultivation base is even stronger than Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan didn't take it seriously. Xuanhuan was killed by him, let alone him. If he didn't really ascend to the 8th realm, he would only be trampled and crushed in front of him. For this kind of person who wants to kill him and take his treasures, Xuanhuan will not let him go. Yanling, I will attack first, and you will support from the side. One of these two people is like a poisonous snake, and the other is like a poisonous scorpion. They have cooperated countless times in this kind of thing, and they can know what they should do with just one look. Xuanhuan's overwhelming power suddenly swept out, condensing into a frantic killing intent like a cold glow. He stepped forward in an instant, and in one palm, there was extremely cold power. The cold wind went straight to the bone marrow, and his soul was about to be frozen by him. The ordinary god of origin was absolutely no match for him. If it's just that, it's fine, at worst, just run away. What's even more frightening is that there is another Yenya. You can't run. Crash. Yanling was on the other side. When he rolled his hands, a long black river swept out, sealing time and space, and preventing anyone from breaking it. And this long black river is a special aura of origin. The water contains boundless poison, like weak water, suppressing Xuanhuan and creating opportunities for Xuanhuan to kill. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1797 Court Death. Xuanhuan and Yanling teamed up, and the tacit understanding was unparalleled. One is the master, and the other is the master. With the strength of the two, some weaker gods of origin will definitely kill them when they encounter them, such as Xuanhuan. And even if they encounter a stronger person, they still have enough confidence to escape. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to hunt and kill Xuanhuan. This long river showed a terrifying power of weak water, besieging Xuanhuan round and round. Every drop of water was heavy and contained highly poisonous, like a series of cannonballs crashing into Xuanhuan. Yenya, create a chance for me. Xuanhuan sent a voice transmission. Suddenly turning into an afterimage, the gloomy power makes people feel lonely, and his vicious ultimate move is condensed. It is good. As soon as Yanling finished saying this sentence, her eyes stared out, and she saw the most incredible scene. Chunyuan is powerful, he is vast, majestic, and incomparably great, he is the most powerful ruler, the truth that controls the world. An invincible force shook out, and immediately the weak river was exploded again and again. It's so invincible, this is the power of the emperor, but do you think it can break my weak water power? Yanya was cold. Although she was stuck here and couldn't get out, she found more fetishes here. This long river of weak water has gathered a lot of vicious power, and it is extremely troublesome if it really explodes. She waved her hands, and black water mist was emitted, which was extremely poisonous. This poison has the power to corrode the flesh and soul, and even the god of origin, once it erodes into the body, their blood of the god of origin will be polluted. She's confident about it. Chunyuan's boundless devouring power, his eternal divine light, no poison can affect him, a black hole appears out of thin air, and the entire river of weak water is disappearing. No, great devouring technique, damn it, how can his great devouring technique be so powerful? He wants to swallow my weak water. Yanya's complexion changed drastically. The power changed again, and she actually wanted to completely burst the long river. But it was too late, Chunyuan devoured directly, he devoured everything, in front of him, there was no energy that could not be devoured, and the entire long river was completely emptied, completely disappearing. The wind, thunder, and clouds move. Chunyuan stepped forward. He was determined to kill these two people, and those who provoked him must die. When he took this step, his aura shattered everything rumblingly, crushing the hearts of others. To crash. I come. Xuanhuan roared, he rushed over, his soul sublimated, and his original divine power roared towards him. With Chunyuan's palm, thunder rolled and swept across the world, and he originated from divine power, each of which possessed absolute control of power, and the huge force bombarded him, causing Xuanhuan's magic power to continue to collapse. Xuanhuan roared. God is in control. Chunyuan came to the world. He grabbed it with the hand of God. This hand not only represented power, but also made people feel the irresistible and eternal rules. He seems to be the master of eternal rules. Xuanhuan was shocked, the time and space around him were locked, he suddenly realized that he could not dodge, and immediately he raised his strength to the limit. But when the hand of God grabbed the moment. Bang bang bang. Xuanhuan's defense was broken immediately, and he bowed abruptly. There were glaring scars on his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Xuanhuan! Yanya shouted. Just a few strokes broke their alliance, and this person even caused tragic and serious injuries to Xuanhuan with invincible strength. This time they really stole chickens, but lost a lot of rice. They didn't get the benefits, but were seriously injured, and they didn't know how much eternal matter would be used to repair their injuries. This person is too powerful, we are no match for him, let's go. Xuanhuan endured the pain, Chunyuan's invincibility caused him great harm, but he also knew that now was not the time to fight Chunyuan desperately. Moment. The two of them fled crazily. This time they made a mistake and encountered an existence that could not be provoked. There is no shame in running away from something you can't handle. I can't even go. Chunyuan's voice turned into a soul hammer and bombarded their hearts, and a destructive storm swept over them with a wave of his hand, making the two of them precarious. They only felt that the time and space in front of them were controlled, and there was no possibility of escape. An invincible momentum suppressed them like eternity, making them almost suffocate. Can't we escape? Yanling was no longer as rampant as before, but fearful. In her heart, she even regretted that she shouldn't have provoked this person. Run. Xuanhuan's heart was also extremely gloomy. The overwhelming power of the emperor suddenly shrouded in infinite light. A great existence is precisely the magic power that is unrivaled in the world. He is the strongest ruler, controlling the infinite time and space of the past, present and future, and seems to be above the eternal rules. A huge roulette, locked in time and space, reincarnation of heaven and earth, ruled life and death. He grabbed it out with one hand, but this hand is not pure energy mana, but condensed by infinite rules, possessing the terrifying power to control the origin. They ran fast, but in front of Xuanhuan, they were all within his Wuji mountain, so it was impossible to run. Yanling's body suddenly froze, she couldn't run, she was terrified. "Help me," Yenya said. "Yenya." Xuanhuan was frightened and wanted to save her, but in the next moment, Yanling disappeared and was directly grabbed by a big hand. He suddenly saw that Yanling had been captured, that person's strength was too invincible. "Let her go," he growled. "I'm dying." Yanling trembled all over, being suppressed by Xuanhuan's imperial power. She shivered in fear, this man was too big, she felt that she was extremely small. "I will not surrender to you, and I will not beg for mercy from you. This eternal calamity is hard for me to survive, haha, and I will not surrender to you." Yanling roared hysterically, as if she knew that she was bound to die. "Even if you beg this person humiliatingly, you are still trapped here, and you cannot leave, it is a dead end. She is crazy. Xuanhuan, run away, leave me alone, I will use my own death to gain the power to escape, break his time and space seal, and wait for you to break through the 8th realm, and then avenge me." Yanling is not only ruthless to others, but also ruthless to herself. All this happened in an instant. As soon as her thoughts moved, her body swelled up and was about to explode. If a god of origin exploded himself completely, the damage would be so great that even the 8th level powerhouse would be seriously injured, and he dared not be in the center of the explosion. "Yenya." Xuanhuan knew that Yanling was doomed to die, and there was no possibility of her surviving. He hated so much, and vowed to break through the 8th realm, and then come to find this person and seek revenge from him. "Even if I die, I won't make you feel better." He is also crazy. If he reached the 8th realm, he would fight him with the method of dying with him. Yenya is very decisive. But Xuanhuan performed the black hole of vacuum, and he ruthlessly swallowed Yanling into the black hole, and her screams could not be heard. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1798 Very sad Duan Qingshan. Yanling wanted to exchange one life for another, and exchanged her own death for Xuanhuan's life, but she was very stubborn, and she didn't say a word of begging for mercy until she died. But her desperate efforts were useless in front of the huge gap in strength. Today's Xuanhuan is the god of origin, the essence of life is at the same level, and the strength is comparable to the existence of the most sublimated existence of the strongest. How can she fight for her life? Yenya. Seeing Yanling being beheaded by Xuanhuan, Xiao's expression was ferocious. Although he and Yanling were cruel, they supported each other for dozens of epochs, and they could sacrifice their lives for each other. But now, Yanling died in front of him, and there was nothing he could do. He hated this kind of pain. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Xuanhuan didn't intend to deal with them at first, and he didn't bother to deal with their activities, but they came to the door without knowing life or death. "Then I'm sorry, there is only one dead end." It was only in an instant that Xuanhuan calmed down, and he knew that even if he ran, he would not be able to escape this person's beheading, and he would definitely die. Although his state of mind has been sublimated to the 8th realm, he has not really reached this realm after all. "I know I can't run anymore, but don't be arrogant, ha 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 ha, although I'm going to die, you won't be arrogant for long, and you will definitely die. You will never be able to escape from this eternal prison, you will be trapped here to death, no matter how strong you are, but at the end of your life, you will be as crazy as me here." Xuanhuan was talking to Xuanhuan with a crazy voice, and he wanted to use the despair here to break this person's mind. Dozens of epochs, he has seen it for too long, and even saw a supreme being trapped here, unable to run out, and could only roar impotently, waiting for death. Get out of here, don't even think about it. With a ferocious expression on his face, his whole body was on fire, like eternal fireworks. This was the brightest moment in his life. He also knew that he couldn't kill this person, but he wanted to use his life to inflict the greatest trauma on this person. This is his last madness. If you can't run away, no one can run away. Xuanhuan rushed towards Xuanhuan with a strong curse resentment. He can be so decisive. In fact, it is at the end of his life, at most 2 epochs. Here, his cultivation is almost difficult to increase. It is better to fight crazily. Xuanhuan was expressionless, and his heart was even less fluctuating. The huge strength of his backhand enveloped Xuanhuan. His crazy impact was sealed forever by him. His whole body twisted and struggled in pain, and the billowing force impacted into his body. Xuanhuan wants to use more power of the origin god to sublimate him to the 8th realm. His strength, the growth of each realm, requires infinite strength. Although he was not allowed to break through, the power of the 2 gods of origin was surging, and Xuanhuan's random movement was the eternal divine light shining all over the heavens, which was unimaginably majestic. He stood where he was. Dang Kong slapped his palm, spanning time and space, and he captured the treasure pavilion that existed in that world. There are indeed countless treasures in this treasure pavilion, otherwise it would be difficult for them to attract others into their trap. Do you still need me to invite you out? Xuanhuan glanced slowly, and suddenly made a sound somewhere. Your Excellency's strength is indeed incomparably powerful. Xuanhuan and Yanling, the 2 origin gods who ran rampant in the cage, were killed by you. An old man in Tsingy sighed, and he came out, knowing that he couldn't hide. And he didn't intend to spy on this battle on purpose, but he was already in this area. Old man, Duan Qingshan. The old man reported himself, and said, Your Excellency does not have the aura of eternal calamity. It should be from the era of the current century. There is actually such a powerful person as Your Excellency in this era. The old man has been trapped here for too long, and has derailed from the outside world gone. I, Shenwu. Xuanhuan said. Emperor. Duan Qingshan understands that this divine martial emperor should be the ruler of Shijiyuan. Xuanhuan could see through his cultivation at a glance that he was still in the 7th realm, but he was higher than Xuanhuan's. If he hadn't been trapped here, he would have been able to ascend to the 8th realm. There was no fear of Xuanhuan's strength on his face, and he seemed to have seen through it after living too long. Here, no matter how many fetishes you get, what's the use? You can't take them out, and you'll be trapped here forever. I, Duan Qingshan, have been trapped for 20 epochs, and I can't live for a few more epochs. I've seen it through. When Duan Qingshan first came here, he frantically tried to find a way to escape, but in the end he was desperate, so he accepted his fate. You're pessimistic and hopeless. Xuanhuan said. It's not that the old man wants to be pessimistic and desperate, but the reality makes me unable to keep my head down. Emperor, you just arrived in the cage, and you don't know the horror of this place. After a long time, you will understand why I am so desperate. Duan Qingshan said, 15 epochs ago, there was a supreme being here. He wanted to break away from this place, but he ended up miserable in the end. He failed. Come on, how can I do it? He was heartbroken. Even the strongest can only die here. Xuanhuan said slowly. Here, the eternal breath is too rare. If a god of origin has the strength to survive more than 50 epochs in the outside world, it will be greatly discounted here. Because every eternal calamity is a terrifying eternal divine punishment, which will consume a large amount of eternal matter, and the cage will not be replenished at all, and will continue to weaken. How did you come here? Xuanhuan said. Duan Qingshan thought that Xuanhuan wanted to find a way to leave through his experience, and said, I came here to fight for a divine object that would allow me to break through the 8th realm. Emperor, don't waste your efforts. Everyone comes for different reasons and places. You won't be able to find any clues, but with the strength of the Emperor, you will live longer than me. He said. The Eternal Lost City Prison. Xuanhuan said lightly. And even if you escape, so what? This is a small cage, and the Eternal Road outside is a bigger cage. You run around, and you are all inside the cage. There is no difference. Duan Qingshan was too mournful and also very pessimistic. Xuanhuan can understand him. The cage has the possibility of being broken. Seeing his funeral, Xuanhuan didn't want to deal with him anymore. Emperor, if you need a fetish, I know that there are many places here. Anyway, no matter how much you get, you will leave it here in the end, and it is impossible to go out. Duan Qingshan said again. If I have a way to leave, do you want to leave? Xuanhuan suddenly looked at Duan Qingshan with sharp, soul-piercing eyes, attacking his heart like a magic sound. There is no way out of the cage, but Xuanhuan knows how to get out. TXT download address. Phone reading.